Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Naruto achieve Ultra Instinct during battle with Neji in Chunin? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow Quasorix for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. Your destiny is to lose to me, for sure. Niji declared with a smirk. Niji has long, dark brown hair that is usually tied into a loose ponytail. One of Niji's distinctive features is his unique eye design. He possesses the Byakugan, a powerful dojutsu, eye technique, that grants him exceptional visual abilities, including the ability to see chakra pathways in the body. Naruto gritted his teeth in defiance, bearing the marks of Niji's previous assault. His tired eyes gleamed with determination. You won't know until you try. Before proceeding to pant a bit, Niji frowned for a moment. On his forehead was a mark. The branch family members are typically given a curse seal called the curse mark, or Byakugan seal. This seal is placed on their forehead to ensure loyalty and to protect the secrets of the Byakugan. If a branch family member is deemed a threat or if they violate certain rules, the seal can be activated, causing intense pain and, in extreme cases, death. Niji carries this mark on his forehead as a visible reminder of the hierarchical structure within the Huga clan and the burden placed upon the branch family members. Niji quietly began to wear his forehead protector. As Naruto admitted, "Your father was killed a long time ago, and I don't know the extent of the pain you felt, but it's a huge mistake to think that has determined your entire destiny." Niji had just finished tying his forehead protector on his forehead and remarked, "You're hopeless." In a blink of an eye, his Byakugan flared to life. Without missing a beat, Niji slipped into his battle stance. And then, like a coiled spring released, he charged straight towards Naruto, before slamming his palm onto Naruto's midriff with great precision, causing Naruto to stumble several feet backwards. Niji ascended to an upright stance. While still keeping his gaze fixed on his opponent, he addressed the referee who was watching the fight unfold not too far away, his voice cutting through the charged air like a blade. "Proctor. It's over," he declared. His watchful eyes briefly acknowledged Naruto's prone form sprawled on the ground. With a disdainful exhale, he turned away slightly while still being able to see his opponent. "You failure." And with that, he deactivated his Byakugan. He then turned around completely before walking away. However, as he was doing so, he heard a voice say tiredly, "Don't run away." Niji stopped in his tracks, his frame arrested in a momentary pause. He pivoted halfway, his discerning gaze capturing Naruto, who was already clawing his way back to an unsteady stand with a battered look on his face. A subtle frown creased Niji's brow, understanding that his opponent persisted. Clutching the fabric near his chest, Naruto drew a ragged breath as the weight of exhaustion was etched across his features. "I won't run away. I'll stand by my own words. Because that's my ninja way." Niji's memory stirred, as he remembered that his cousin, Hinata, had uttered similar words to him before. The words of his cousin replayed in the corridors of his memories. With a scoff and a wry smirk playing upon his lips, he remarked, "I've heard that line before." Naruto's chest heaved with the weight of exhaustion. Beads of sweat clung to his furrowed brow as he panted and said, "You with your destiny stuff. I won't lose to a jerk like you with cold feet no matter what." Niji was smoldered with irritation, as well as the flicker of anger. "A brat like you who knows nothing shouldn't lecture arrogantly," he retorted. His gaze narrowed, and the lines etched upon his face deepened with annoyance. People are born burdened with an inherent destiny that they cannot defy. He clenched his teeth as a low guttural groan escaped him. "You can't possibly understand," he seethed, his words heavy with bitterness, "the destiny of being burdened with a mark that cannot be wiped off for life." Naruto panted heavily with closed eyes as he held the fabric near his chest, and began to remember about how he had the nine-tailed fox inside him, and how he was mistreated by the villagers ever since he was a child. After a moment, he then opened his eyes and stared weakly at Niji, while still having determination etched on his face. "Yeah, I do understand it." He then smirked at Niji weakly. "So, what of it?" Niji widened his eyes slightly in anger, as more veins bulged near his eyes. "This brat," he muttered under his breath. "Don't be acting cool, It's not just you who's special. Niji frowned. As Naruto continued, Hinata was suffering the same as you. Even though she's the head family, not being acknowledged as such, trying desperately to change herself, she fought you while coughing up blood with that in mind. You too, the branch family that protects the head family, doing all that to Hinata just because it's an exam. In actuality, you were just frantic in attempting to go against destiny, right? Niji made a slight grunt sound as he narrowed his eyes a bit at Naruto with a slight scowl, realizing that Naruto had somehow figured out his feelings and thoughts. Naruto coughed hoarsely a bit as Niji smirked and stated, "Your 64 chakra points are now shut. How are you, who can't use chakra for a while, planning to fight? At the end of the day, you and Miss Hinata have the same destiny." He reactivated his Byakugan. Naruto's face looked weary, but he managed to shout, "Shut up! With your Byakugan, labeling people and talking like as if you understand." Niji's smirk widened. "Then show me whether what you are saying is true or not." "I will. I'll defeat you no matter what and prove that to you." Naruto shifted uncomfortably, as he then thought to himself, that being said, I don't feel any chakra at all. It feels just like that time when I used up my chakra during training. After a moment, Naruto widened his eyes in realization as he remembered something Jiraiya had told him before. Flashback begins. Naruto, you possess two kinds of chakra. You must extract and utilize it at any time, the other huge chakra that has rested inside of you from the start. Jiraiya said. Flashback ends. Naruto stood upright as he thought to himself, that's it, the nine-tailed fox's chakra. I'll use that. He then closed his eyes, trying to locate the fox's chakra within him. This caught Niji's attention, as the Hyuga deactivated his Byakugan and stared at Naruto with a mix of bafflement and curiosity. Stinking fox. Help me out, Naruto thought. Niji sighed. This is as far as the talking goes. Proctor. I am going to fight him with the intent to kill. If you're going to stop me, please feel free. Naruto scoffed while still keeping his eyes closed, and joined both his index and middle fingers together while intertwining his ring and little fingers, and began focusing on accumulating chakra. Niji scoffed with a smirk. Didn't I tell you it's pointless? Ha! Naruto yelled, as he continued to focus more on the fox's chakra while keeping his head bent down. Niji continued to maintain his smirk. It's futile. I have already blocked the chakra points. He then shook his head and grinned arrogantly. Why do you try to go against your destiny that much? As Naruto's hands and fingers were trembling due to him struggling to extract the fox's chakra, he slowly opened his eyes before revealing, because I was called a failure. I'll prove them wrong. Niji reactivated his Byakugan and narrowed his eyes at Naruto. That's when he noticed chakra was seeping out from Naruto. But how was this possible? A circle of wind and red chakra surrounded Naruto, as stones began to levitate from the ground into the air due to the sheer force of the chakra. Thanks to the red chakra, it healed Naruto's wounds, recovering him back to 100%. However, just as Naruto was ready, something odd began to take place. More of the fox's chakra began seeping out than normal. This time, Naruto's aura turned into a red cloak. The blonde ninja felt like as if his mind was going to be taken over by the fox. Damn it. I think I extracted too much chakra, inside Naruto's subconsciousness, as Naruto teetered on the precipice of losing himself to the overwhelming chasm of the Ninetales' malevolence. An ethereal presence manifested before him, bathed in a radiant, resplendent golden light, with fiery red hair that cascaded like a waterfall of molten silk, and eyes that gleamed with an otherworldly violet hue. The woman who stood before him was none other than Kushina Uzumaki. With a voice that resonated like the sweetest melody, she addressed him, her words carrying the weight of a mother's love and concern. Don't let the fox's power consume you. Naruto. Back to the real world. Naruto versus Niji. Niji widened his eyes in shock at what he was witnessing right now. What is this demonic chakra? Just who is he? However, the red chakra suddenly stopped growing. It was not long before the red chakra faded away from existence. Naruto took a deep breath while still keeping his eyes closed, before exhaling slowly. That's when the blonde ninja gained a complex silver and blue aura consisting of rippling, fire-like energy, complete with sparkling particles of a magenta color. He then opened his eyes, revealing silver irises with black pupils. Niji couldn't believe what his Byakugan was seeing. Even though Naruto exhibited clear signs of chakra, he couldn't see any chakra in Naruto's body. It wasn't because it was blocked or anything. From what he could understand, there was simply no chakra in his body now. What the hell had just happened? Even the proctor refereeing the match was in shock. He had never seen anything like this. What's this heat I'm feeling from Naruto? Niji shielded his face with crossed arms, as he could feel heat from Naruto's new aura. It's over. Niji. You don't stand a chance against me now, Naruto stated with a serious look on his face. He then clenched his fists to his side, before powering up. The aura burst upwards like a rocket and into the skies, breaking the landscape around them a bit in the process. This shocked everyone in the crowd, as well as the Hokage who was watching from his seat. Naruto yelled. But there was something different about his yell. It sounded like there were two voices layered over. One was Naruto's roar, and the other was a roar of some kind of beast. What? Niji was in utter shock. Where did you get this kind of power? The spectators watching the match between Naruto and Niji were currently in shock, as a wave of slight panic and whispers spread around the arena. They couldn't believe what they were currently witnessing. Naruto, who was deemed to be a failure, had somehow awakened some sort of unique power. They were able to feel some sort of heat from the blonde ninja's silver aura, even though they were sitting far away from the match competitors. Apparently, the heat had managed to reach all the way to the spectator area. However, more than the crowd, Niji was the most shocked. Currently, the Hyuga stared at Naruto cautiously, as he began to wonder why he couldn't see any chakra in his opponent, even though Naruto was displaying clear signs of chakra around him. His Byakugan couldn't detect any chakra in Naruto. And yet, the ninja was displaying clear signs of chakra around him via his aura. Niji was shocked. His chakra is so immense that it's visible around him. Gai-sensei, who was watching from the spectator seat, watched the scene unfold with a shocked look on his face. Naruto. What is this? A ninja next to Gai-sensei, who was also watching the whole situation unfold, widened his eyes in fear and said, Wait, don't tell me. It's the nine-tailed demon fox's power? No. Gai-sensei said with a serious look on his face. That doesn't seem like the fox's chakra. In fact, this chakra feels calm. Everyone else in the crowd, who were slightly panicking and whispering amongst themselves, also wondered whether this chakra was the manifestation of the nine-tailed fox. However, they too ruled out that possibility, as the chakra's pressure that was being emitted by Naruto felt calm and serene in some manner. The proctor, who was witnessing the match, was shocked and confused at the same time. What the hell? He remembered that Naruto was earlier tapping into the chakra of the nine-tailed demon fox. However, the chakra for some reason changed into silver color. What had happened? Is this silver chakra still part of the demon fox, or was it something else entirely? Niji gritted his teeth in anger. I don't know what's going on, but it looks like I'll have to end this soon. That's when Niji noticed another feature about Naruto's new form. His opponent had silver shades around his hair. Naruto took a step forward, before slowly walking towards Niji. The Hyuga, baffled, thought to himself, he's leaving himself wide open. Gai continued to watch the scene from his seat, and wondered what the hell was going on. The ninja next to Gai then wondered, is this some sort of new jutsu Naruto has been working on? Tenten, who was watching somewhere from the spectator seat among the other people, was surprised. That's impossible. Kabuto, who was currently wearing an ANBU mask and clothing, was watching Naruto with curiosity, while also being slightly alarmed at the same time. Naruto, Kotetsu Higane, from another side of the crowd, while sitting alongside Izumo Kamizuki, commented, No way. His chakra points were pressed. How is he still able to release chakra? Hiruzen, who was watching from the area designated for the Kages to monitor the fight, widened his eyes in shock. This chakra, is this the nine-tailed fox's? No, it's something different. Is this some sort of new jutsu Naruto learned? As Naruto continued to advance toward Niji, his body suddenly surged into action of its own accord. In the blink of an eye, Naruto had launched himself into the air, delivering a powerful flying kick. The attack landed squarely on Niji's face, sending him hurtling backward. Niji crashed into the Chunin exam stadium wall, the force of the impact causing it to crack. Naruto landed gracefully, looking at his hands in amazement. He moved his arms slightly, observing how his body had acted instinctively. He was both surprised and intrigued by the realization that his attack was on instinct. He didn't even need to think. It just moved on its own. So fast. Guy exclaimed in shock. Even I couldn't see what Naruto just did. Niji slowly emerged from the rubble created by his earlier collision with the wall, staggering a few steps forward before stopping to pant heavily. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared at Naruto with a mixture of astonishment and anger. "What in the world are you?" he demanded, his eyes filled with confusion and defiance. Naruto slowly drew his fist back, causing Niji to furrow his brow in confusion. Niji thought, he's trying to punch me from that distance? How does he expect to reach me? In an instant, Naruto thrust his fist forward with incredible speed, releasing a shockwave that surged toward Niji. The shockwave struck Niji with force, and as it hit, multiple shockwaves radiated from the point of impact, relentlessly pummeling him. Niji was sent crashing back into the wall, the impact deepening the cracks and breaking it further. Sakura watched the battle unfold in shock. "That's Naruto? He's been hiding this jutsu all this time?" Shikamaru, though equally surprised, took a moment to analyze the situation. "Why do I get the feeling that even Naruto just discovered this ability?" Niji emerged once more from the shattered wall, now visibly injured. He clutched his left shoulder in pain, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Damn it, I don't have much strength left," he muttered, his determination undimmed despite his injuries. Naruto sighed. "I held back a lot in my last attack. This time, I'll finish it with one shot," Niji growled. "You were toying with me?" he snapped, charging toward Naruto. "You're in my range now." As Niji closed in and delivered a palm strike, Naruto effortlessly dodged, leaving Niji stunned. Niji quickly turned to face Naruto, his thoughts racing. He's faster than before. Niji wasted no time and delivered a series of palm strikes to Naruto. However, the blonde ninja somehow easily evaded the attacks with ease. With a shocked look on his face, Niji thought to himself, "He's dodging my attacks? His movements are so precise. What kind of jutsu is this?" He began to wonder how to beat Naruto if he wasn't even able to land a single hit on him. On top of that, he also began to wonder how Naruto's chakra still flowed within him. That's when an idea struck him. With his face now changing to a serious expression, Niji thought to himself, "There is one technique I could use to beat Naruto. It's a work in progress, but I'll give it a shot." Naruto still continued to dodge every single attack, surprising Niji in the process. However, that's when Niji delivered another palm strike, only for it to miss. With a slightly irritated look on his face, the Hyuga said, 8 teograms. 128 palms. He then unleashed a relentless assault onto Naruto. However, the blonde ninja, still keeping his calm, gracefully dodged and evaded all of Niji's palm strikes. This ended up shocking Niji. Niji widened his eyes in shock. "I'm still missing?" The spectators watching the match were in utter shock, including Gaara, who was also watching the battle unfold from his position in the spectator area. He was in standing position, as there was no chair near him. Gaara widened his eyes in slight shock as he watched the battle continue its course of action. Sakura, watching from her seat, was shocked. "Naruto! How is he doing this?" Niji gritted his teeth slightly as he continued his palm strikes, before saying, 16 palms. However, Naruto continued to evade the attacks with ease. Niji pursued further with his assault, and said, 32 palms. Again, Naruto was still dodging all the attacks with ease. Guy-sensei, noticing the smooth and graceful movements of Naruto, widened his eyes in shock. "This taijutsu. It's even greater than mine. In fact, I've never seen taijutsu of that level before." The ninja sitting next to Guy-sensei was shocked as well. "Unbelievable! Since when was Naruto this fast?" 64 palms. Niji continued to strikes, only for all of them to miss. However, the Hyuga wasn't done yet, as he went past 64 palms. "Naruto, being the graceful ninja in his new transformation, effortlessly evaded the palm strikes. 8 tigrams? 128 palms. Niji shouted, and delivered the final 128th palm, only for that to ultimately miss as well. That's when Naruto instinctively made a move, and delivered a ferocious gut punch onto Niji's stomach, doubling him over and making his opponent cough out blood. Then, in a swift moment, Naruto delivered an uppercut, knocking Niji high into the air, before gravity brought the Hyuga back to the ground. Niji's body hit with a thud onto the ground, as blood came from his mouth a bit. Damn it! He tried to get up, but had no strength to do so anymore. My body. The Proctor was shocked. So fast. Naruto walked ahead till he reached near Niji's fallen body, and looked at him with a serious look on his face as the silver aura was still shrouding the blonde ninja. Niji looked at Naruto. How did you? Naruto was silent for a moment, before saying, I've failed the graduation exam 3 times. As luck would have it, the ninjutsu tests that appeared on the graduation exam were always, infallibly the ninjutsu I stunk at. Niji widened his eyes, surprised. Naruto then continued, Clone jutsu was the ninjutsu I sucked at. Don't be whining about boring stuff like destiny and whatnot, and how it can't be changed. Because unlike me, you're not a failure. The Proctor, although surprised, slowly raised his hand, before announcing, the winner of this match is Naruto Uzumaki. At first, there was a brief silence among the crowd. However, the very same crowd then began to cheer loudly for Naruto. Sakura was ecstatic and cheered with fists clenched near her chest vertically. You did it. Naruto noticed the crowd cheering for him, while still maintaining a serious look on his face, and he could hear some people from the crowd saying, well done. Or that was a great fight. Or similar compliments. As Naruto watched the crowd cheer for him, he reverted back to his base form. The silver aura around him was now gone, and the silver shadings on his hair faded away as well. Naruto looked at his hands and body for a moment before wondering to himself, what was that, just now? That wasn't the 9-tailed fox's chakra. And who was that woman I saw earlier? He mumbled to himself. He began to remember about how before the 9-tailed fox's chakra could take over him, a woman had appeared in his mindscape. Who was she? Flashback begins. As Naruto teetered on the precipice of losing himself to the overwhelming chasm of the 9-tail's malevolence, an ethereal presence manifested before him, bathed in a radiant, resplendent golden light, with fiery red hair that cascaded like a waterfall of molten silk, and eyes that gleamed with an otherworldly violet hue. The woman who stood before him was none other than Kushina Uzumaki. With a voice that resonated like the sweetest melody, she addressed him, her words carrying the weight of a mother's love and concern. Don't let the fox's power consume you. Naruto. Flashback ends. Naruto then focused back at the crowd, and decided to think about it later. He had to also figure out what was that mysterious power he had awakened earlier. With a smile on his face, and deciding to think about those 2 mysteries later, he decided to take a few steps forward, before pumping his fist into the air and said yay. The Proctor was still in shock. What was that state Naruto had undergone? On top of that, even after defeating Niji, he is still able to move around. This guy has crazy stamina. He then watched Naruto running around the arena while the blonde ninja responded to the crowd with his own happiness. He still has the energy to run around. Naruto. He keeps getting stronger. Sakura thought to herself with a smile. But what was that aura that was surrounding him earlier? Faraway planet. With Beerus and Whis. Beerus paced back and forth across the grassland, his usual composure replaced by a rare flicker of panic. Whis, standing nearby and ever the picture of calm, observed his lord's unusual behavior before deciding to intervene. My lord, is something troubling you? He inquired gently. Beerus halted abruptly, turning to face Whis with a furrowed brow. I'm worried. We need a 5th warrior for the tournament against Universe 6. But who? He broke off suddenly, eyes widening as he sensed a distant presence. Whis, did you feel that? Whis nodded, his expression one of mild curiosity. He tapped his staff on the ground, and a divine hologram sprang to life at its tip, displaying a fierce battle between Naruto and Niji. Naruto, now cloaked in a silver aura, moved with breathtaking speed and precision. Beerus watched, his surprise growing with every second. Hold on. Isn't this? His eyes widened further as Naruto effortlessly evaded Niji's attacks. That speed, those movements, those reflexes, it's Ultra Instinct. Whis raised an eyebrow, genuinely intrigued. My. A mortal other than Goku and Vegeta has achieved Ultra Instinct? This must have happened just moments ago. Beerus's expression darkened with frustration. A mortal mastering Ultra Instinct before I have? Unthinkable. Whis, we need to visit this kid immediately. Where is he? Whis examined the hologram, which shifted to reveal a planet strikingly similar to Earth. Beerus's surprise was evident. Earth? Whis nodded thoughtfully. Yes, but a different Earth. It appears there are multiple Earths within our universe. Beerus took a few steps closer, scrutinizing the image. Who is this kid? His name is Naruto Uzumaki. This is the first time he's awakened Ultra Instinct, Whis explained after a closer inspection of the hologram. Naruto Uzumaki. He could be the warrior we're seeking for the tournament, Beerus mused. Whis, let's head to this alternate Earth immediately. Whis inclined his head. Yes, my lord. With that, Beerus placed a hand on Whis's shoulder, and in a blinding flash of divine light, they sped off toward Naruto's planet. With Naruto winning the battle against Niji with his newly awakened power, the crowd continued to cheer for Naruto. The blonde ninja, happy to take in all the praises, ran around the arena while delivering flying yes to the crowd in response to the crowd's cheer in order to show his appreciation for their support. In the crowd, as most people were giving a huge round of applause for Naruto's victory over Niji, a girl part of the audience said with a smile on her face, "He did it." The girl had straight dark blue hair that reached slightly below her chin, framing her face. She wore a forehead protector with a metal plate featuring the leaf villages, which was positioned on the forehead area. She had dark eyes and wore a sleeveless, dark-colored, high-neck top. Sakura glanced behind her shoulder at the girl who had just said that. Apparently, the girl was sitting behind Sakura a bit to the right side. The seats where the audience were sitting on were wooden benches arranged in ascending rows. The benches had a simple, brown wooden design with backrests. Sitting next to the girl was another girl, presumably her friend. She had brown hair tied back into a short ponytail with bangs that framed her forehead. She also had dark eyes and wore a pale green short-sleeved turtleneck shirt. With a look of admiration on her face, she said, "Yeah. He's on the right track. And he's a little cute, too, yeah. Especially when he unleashed that silver chakra." What was that silver chakra anyway? It looked so cool. Maybe it's some kind of never-seen-before type of jutsu? It must be. His chakra was so powerful that it became visible. It wasn't only the two girls talking about Naruto's mysterious power. Almost everyone in the stage were murmuring or talking about Naruto's silver power. Some had even noted that the Uzumaki's hair somewhat had shades of silver here and there. Others noticed the change in the color of his irises. Guy-sensei specifically was one of the first people to notice the transformation Naruto had exhibited earlier. With folded arms, he narrowed his eyes at the victorious ninja and mumbled under his breath, more to himself than anyone else, "That level of taijutsu. I'm sure of it, it surpasses even mine." The ninja besides Guy snapped his head at Guy, looking at him with a shocked look on his face for a moment, before he slowly regained his composure. Clearing his throat, he said with a displeased look on his face, "Guy, now is not the time for jokes." "You think I'm joking?" Guy said with a serious look on his face while still keeping his eyes locked on Naruto. "You're actually serious." The ninja's jaw dropped. "Are you sure that this isn't something from the nine-tailed demon fox?" Guy glanced at him and stated with a serious tone, "I'm serious. 700% serious. Because if I was lying just now, then I would have done 700 laps of handstand walks around the entire Fire Nation." 700 laps? Would you even be alive by then? Ignoring the ninja's comical outburst, Guy shifted his head forward and stared back at Naruto, who was still in the arena, taking in all the crowd's appreciation and support. In fact, the crowd's support was even more than he had originally anticipated. "Naruto! Naruto! Naruto!" Almost everyone in the arena were chanting his name with their admiration and support. The two girls who were sitting somewhere behind Sakura also decided to say in unison, "Naruto. We love you!" Sakura widened her eyes with a surprised look on her face. She too hadn't expected this much of a standing ovation. The pink-haired ninja suddenly noticed that everyone stood up and clapped loudly while cheering the Uzumaki's name. Naruto's performance and battle against Niji had evoked that much of a reaction. She remembered that Naruto used to be hated by the village. But now, this was something completely different. Naruto was finally being recognized, and it was happening much sooner than she expected. Sakura knew her friend would one day achieve his goal and get the recognition of the village, as well as become the Hokage. Although he was an idiot, his determination, and the guts to never give up, was what pushed him to strive to get stronger and better. In the past, Naruto's worst jutsu was the Shadow Clone Jutsu. However, due to his work ethic and persistence, he trained hard, and eventually, the Shadow Clone Jutsu had actually become his greatest asset, as this was the ability he was not only proficient in, but also heavily and frequently relied on it. But now, it seemed that Naruto had mastered another technique, or possibly a transformation of some sort. The question that was still present in everyone's mind resurfaced again in Sakura's consciousness. What was that silver chakra? Come to think of it, Naruto had never used that technique during the start, or even in the middle of his battle against Niji. Could it be that? Sakura mumbled to herself, as she began to theorize that the transformation Naruto had exhibited moments ago to secure his win against the Hyuga may have been something even he wasn't aware of and had done it at the spur of the moment. Could Kakashi-sensei or any of the Jonin know what that was? She then glanced around her surroundings and quickly recognized a few Jonins here and there scattered around the arena seats. Most of them were sitting, but some of them were standing straight up, most likely because they were in utter awe at what they had witnessed moments ago. Naruto's power had clearly left a shock to everyone, so much that some people were still standing, frozen in disbelief, or possibly even fear. Sakura noticed one of the Jonin sitting around 3 rows to her right having a petrified look on his face. Judging by his headband, it looked like he affiliated with another village. With this observation, it became very clear. Even the Jonin had no idea what Naruto had just done. Sakura looked back at Naruto, who was still running around the arena and taking in the praise from the audience, and thought to herself with a surprised look on her face, "I'm going to have to ask Naruto about technique had he used when I get the chance." As everyone was cheering for Naruto, Shikamaru leaned over the rusted metal railing of the observation balcony high above the arena floor. The elevated platform, tucked against the concrete walls of the Chunin exam tower, offered a clear view of the battleground below. Dim overhead lights cast a soft glow across the industrial interior, highlighting the wear on the metal bars beneath his grip. With a slight frown on his face and arms resting on the railing, he stared down at the arena, still processing what he had just witnessed. "I can't believe it! Not only did Naruto win, but he even displayed a jutsu I've never seen before," he then sighed. "I thought he was the same as me in terms of not getting anywhere." Shino was standing beside Shikamaru with his hands tucked in his pockets, glanced at his partner and said, "Not getting anywhere? Now people are squealing for Naruto. Looks like he's part of the group who gets to progress in life. Maybe I couldn't beat him. This is really bad, it kinda depresses me." His shoulders and head slumped down in defeat. In another area in the spectator seats, Kurina Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi had shocked looks on their faces while still in their seats. "That was Naruto?" Asuma said in disbelief. Kurina's lips parted as she stared at Naruto, who was still celebrating, in shock. "That wasn't the 9-tailed fox's chakra, was it?" Asuma shook his head, still shocked. "No. His chakra had this strange sense of calmness, nothing compared to the fury of the demon fox." He then paused for a moment, before continuing. "His chakra was so powerful that it emitted a visible aura. On top of that, it was emitting heat that I could feel all the way here." He then paused for a moment, before narrowing his eyes at the winner of the match all the way from his seat and muttered, "And his movements." Kurinai nodded in agreement, still in awe at what Naruto had done, and said, "I've never seen a ninja fight the way Naruto had. That taijutsu is... no doubt about it. His taijutsu exceeds that of a Kage," Asuma stated with a serious look on his face as he folded his arms. Do you think Kakashi may have taught Naruto some sort of new jutsu? No. I don't think even Kakashi could teach something like that. There might be something else going on that we don't know about. He said his last sentence with a slightly proud smile. Although Naruto wasn't his own student, he was still a ninja from the Hidden Leaf, along with the blonde ninja also being friends with one of his students, Shikamaru Nara. But right now, the main question that stirred in his head was how had Naruto achieved such a jutsu, and who could have had possibly taught him this state of flow? Asuma raised his eyebrows as he slowly realized something and thought to himself, wait a minute. That silver aura, is that even a jutsu? A theory began to creep into his mind as he took in all the facts into considerations. Naruto was only a genin so far. Sure, he did have large reverses of chakra within him, that had easily allowed him to create many shadow clones, but even with such vast chakra, he shouldn't have been able to execute such swift movements. In fact, even Asuma, who was a jonin himself, couldn't keep track of Naruto's movements once he had achieved the state during his battle against Neji Huga. Kakashi himself wouldn't be able to keep up with such speed. Therefore, the theory of Naruto's sensei being the one to teach him was out the window. These were simply one of three theories that Asuma had formulated in his head. The first theory of this being taught to Naruto by Kakashi was highly unlikely. The second theory he had was that whatever this was, Naruto had somehow accidentally tapped into it, rather than intentional. One of the key skill of being a ninja were to also decipher a situation or person. Although ninjas were more apt to this skill during battle, Asuma at times had a good read on people. Even during the battle, when Naruto had a calm and collected demeanor against Niji after attaining he could tell that Naruto most likely had accidentally tapped into this power. After all, if Naruto had the ability to use that, then he would have used it from the start against Niji. And even if he didn't use it at the start of the battle, he wouldn't have prolonged his fight against Niji to the point where he would use the at the last moment. This was Asuma's second theory, that Naruto had most likely accidentally awakened some sort of power potentially not known to the ninja world. And the third and final theory he currently had was that the so-called or wasn't even a jutsu to begin with. Usually, jutsus required the usage of a combination of hand seals. Of course, there were powerful jutsus that were exempt from this rule, such as the legendary Sannin Jiraiya's Rasengan. Therefore, Asuma began to suspect that whatever radical change Naruto Uzumaki had undergone, it was a result of some sort of transformation, or a technique. The nuance wasn't exactly clear. However, seeing it action was way more impressive. For a state like as Asuma would like to call it for now, he strongly believed that describing the transformation Naruto had used through words itself wouldn't do justice. Only when the state was seen in action, that anyone witnessing it would be compelled to drop their jaw in awe. The fighting style Naruto had exhibited was graceful, his body and limbs dancing through the battlefield with high precision. Asuma was sure of it. He was sure that Naruto had already surpassed Guy in terms of hand-to-hand combat. Hell, the moment he transformed into he had clearly skyrocketed past Hokage levels of strength. While his graceful movements were appreciated for its beauty and swift blows, Asuma fixed his eyes at Naruto, who was still running around the arena, and taking in all the cheers from the crowd while giving them flying yes. But there was also another thing that was blatantly noticeable. Kurenai looked surprised as she still watched Naruto celebrating and asked, earlier, Naruto was serious and calm. But now, he's back to being a hyperactive kid. Asuma nodded silently. After Naruto had defeated Niji and dropped out of he had returned back to his original cheerful personality. But the ninja he was just before that was something entirely different. Calm and collected. As Naruto was still celebrating, the proctor for the exam walked over to Niji's fallen body and stopped near him while placing his hands in his pocket. Niji was still on the ground, groaning in pain. He couldn't even lift a muscle due to the beating he had taken from Naruto. Even after trying to surpass his limits by going for the 8 teardrams, 128 palms technique, he had still lost. Just, what the hell is he? The proctor smirked while looking at Niji. Even a bird who gets caught, once it learns how, will open the lid of its basket with its own beak. He won't give up, for he wants to fly freely in the sky again. This time, you've lost. He then glanced at Naruto with a serious look on his face. However, This is way more unexpected than I anticipated. Referring to Naruto's sudden display of power, the Proctor narrowed his eyes at Naruto not with suspicion, but rather simply trying to gauge or potentially figure out how did Naruto pull off such a trick from his sleeve. Was that some sort of trump card? Or had he somehow pulled off something he never intended in the first place? As the Proctor was lost in his train of thoughts, the sound of footsteps approaching brought him back to reality. Looking to his right, he saw a group of battlefield medical personnel walk ahead while carrying a stretcher together. They moved with practiced urgency, kneeling beside Niji's unconscious form without hesitation. One of them quickly checked his vitals, while another gently lifted his arm and placed it across his chest. With coordinated efficiency, they slid their arms beneath him, one at the shoulders, another at the waist, and the last at his legs, then lifted in unison. The Proctor stepped aside as they carefully transferred Niji onto the stretcher, securing him with straps to keep him stable. The white cloth beneath him was soon tinged with the dust and grime of the arena floor. Without a word, the team hoisted the stretcher and carried it swiftly toward the infirmary, their figures disappearing behind the stadium walls as the crowd slowly settled from the shock of the match's outcome. As Niji was being taken away on the stretcher, he saw a bird circling in the sky above him. Since the Hyuga's damaged body was currently laid flat, his line of sight directly led to the sky. Seeing the bird soar freely in the sky, Niji found it intriguing that just moments earlier, the Proctor gave a brief speech about birds soaring in the air, and now that was exactly what he was seeing in the sky. It was almost as if fate, or some higher up the world didn't know about, was trying to emphasize what the Proctor had said. Of course, the defeated Hyuga knew deep down that it was a mere coincidence. A strange coincidence, however. Later, inside the Chunin exams infirmary, 2 medical experts had just performed their diagnosis on Niji's body. They had used a chakra diagnostic monitor to assess his vital signs and chakra flow. A chakra imaging sheet had been activated from a scroll to project a full internal scan of his muscles and organs. They had also used a handheld chakra analyzer to examine his ribs and spine for internal damage. Upon completing the scan, one of the medical ninjas was jotting down notes in his notepad. Near him was his colleague. Once he had finished writing down on his notepad, that was attached to a clipboard, he looked at his partner and said, "It's okay. There's no damage to his internal organs." The other medical expert nodded. "It seems like his chakra is almost used up." Next to them was a hospital bed with a white bed sheet, where Niji was laid there. The Hyuga stared at the ceiling as Naruto's words from earlier echoed in his mind. Flashback begins. Niji continued to maintain his smirk. "It's futile. I have already blocked the chakra points." He then shook his head and grinned arrogantly. "Why do you try to go against your destiny that much?" As Naruto's hands and fingers were trembling due to him struggling to extract the fox's chakra, he slowly opened his eyes before revealing, "Because I was called a failure. I'll prove them wrong." Flashback ends. Back to present. As Niji continued to stare at the ceiling above him while in deep thought, the sound of a doorknob opening was heard. This caught the attention of the 2 medical staff, as they looked to their left at the door present in the room that served as an entrance. A man bearing resemblance to Niji had opened the door and entered inside. He had long, black hair and featureless white eyes. He wore a traditional, loose-fitting robe with a long-sleeved, brown haori. This was none other than Hinata's father, Hiashi Huga, the medical ninja, who was responsible for finishing up Niji's diagnosis on his notebook, looked at the man with a surprised look on his face. "Lord Huga." Upon hearing what one of the medical ninja had just said, Niji raised his eyebrows, surprised, and craned his head upwards slightly off the bed, just enough to see who had entered. He then saw Hinata's father standing inside near the door. Hiashi looked at the medical staff with a serious look on his face and requested, "I'm sorry, but could you step out for a moment?" But the medical ninja hesitated. "It won't take long," Hiashi assured. "Why, yes." Deciding to listen to the Hyuga senior and respect his wishes, both medical staff took one last quick glance at Niji, before walking ahead towards the door. Once they had exited the room and closed the door behind them, Niji groaned as he managed to tilt his upper body till it was straight, which led to settle in a form of sitting position, although he had to struggle a bit to sit upright due to the pain he was still feeling. He then shifted his body to the left till his legs went over the side edge of the hospital bed he was resting on. Although he had done that, his feet still hadn't touched the ground, purely because the bed's height was tall. Niji placed his hands on his knees and looked at the ground. He then asked, "What do you need from me?" "That day," Hiashi began. Niji glanced to his right at Hiashi with a serious look on his face. As Hiashi continued, "I came to tell you the truth about that day." "That day." Hiashi nodded with a somber look on his face, and stared at the ground that was a few feet ahead of him. After a moment, he then looked at Niji and revealed with a sad look on his face, "At that time, I had intended to die." Niji displayed an angry and irritated look on his face as he gritted his teeth. What are you talking about?" "That day, my father, he was killed as your body double." Hiashi was quiet for a moment, before he dug his hand into his waist-level fold and took out a scroll. He then walked towards Niji before stopping near him. Extending his right hand that held the scroll forward, he said, "The truth of that day is here." Niji looked ahead, averting his gaze from the scroll. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and said, "This is probably an excuse made for the convenience of the family head." Hiashi took a step towards Niji's bed before placing the scroll on the bed, next to Niji's right side. He then looked at the young Huga and said, "The person you are now should be able to understand." Niji glanced to his right at where the scroll was placed. That's when he noticed something on it, and widened his eyes in shock. This writing. There were words written on the scroll, and it so happened to be that the handwriting belonged to his father. Realizing that this could potentially be something written by his father, he took the scroll from the bed before unfurling it. He then began to read the contents of the scroll. Letter contents, Niji. I only have little time left. I want to use that limited time to convey something to you. That was the first part of the message he had read so far. He narrowed his eyes at the message and thought to himself, convey something to me? He could tell that this message was written by his father. But what could have his father possibly kept hidden from his before his death? Niji realized he had to read more to find out. The head of the ninjas from the Land of Lightning, who were trying to kidnap Miss Hinata, was killed by Lord Hiashi. But the Land of Lightning didn't acknowledge the abduction of Miss Hinata, and made only the death of the head ninja a problem, and had ended up making unreasonable demands. Flashback begins, the day before the death of Hizashi Huga, inside a traditional Japanese house style in the Huga complex, in the living room, with Hiashi, the third Hokage, and other Huga clan members. The discussion of meeting the ruthless demand from the Land of Lightning was currently ongoing as Hiashi stared at a Huga senior who was in front of him. Next to the senior was the third Hokage and other Huga shinobis. With a pensive look on his face, Hiashi said, "It can't be helped. With my one life, the village can be saved." The third Hokage stared at the ground in contemplation at what Hiashi had just said. "Wait, Hiashi. Don't be hasty," the senior warned. He wore an identical robe to what Hiashi was wearing. The Hyuga's Kekkai Genkai is an important strength of this land. It is the duty of the head family to protect it forever. Hiashi frowned. However, for the sake of that duty, if we involve our land in a desperate war, I understand that. That's why. Hiashi raised his eyebrows, as the Hyuga senior continued, "Isn't that why we have branch families? Hizashi's corpse will be handed over as your double body." Hiashi widened his eyes in shock as his jaw fell open at the revelation he had just heard. Just to the side behind the senior, Hizashi, his twin brother, was standing still while listening to the conversation. But what caught his attention the most was the solemn expression on his face. It was almost as if Hizashi was prepared for this fate. No, it was definitely that he was willing to die to prevent war and safeguard not only the Leaf Village, but the Hyuga clan as well. The senior continued, "Hizashi understands this situation." Hiashi stared at his brother's eyes. He could tell his sibling was unwavering in his decision to sacrifice his life. Even so, Hiashi could not simply accept his brother being offered as a corpse to the Land of Lightning. However, what they want is the secret of the Byakugan, Hiashi argued. He then took 2 steps forward before continuing, "The point in time that Hizashi becomes a corpse, the power of the Byakugan will be sealed. I don't believe that the Land of Lightning would consent to that." The senior narrowed his eyes at Hiashi and grumbled a bit at his reluctance. "I'm sure that is the Land of Lightning's true intent. But the condition by them was to only hand over Hiashi Huga's dead body. We pretend that we agree to their terms, and hand Hizashi, who is identical to you, over. Hizashi walked ahead as the senior continued, and they won't be able to pursue or negotiate any further than that. But... Hiashi protested. Hiashi. The time has come. Your predecessors have done the same to protect the power of the Huga clan. Even siblings have the heart to write each other off. This is the fate of the head family, and this is the destiny of the ones born into the Huga clan. Hiashi gritted his teeth with a conflicted look on his face. Sadness, fear, and anxiety emerged. Those emotions surged from his incapability of preventing this situation from happening. Or no. Maybe he could still prevent this if he persisted hard enough. Hizashi noticed his brother's inner turmoil and smiled. Where has Lord Hiashi, who is always bullish, go? He was merely trying to cheer his brother up. But with death on the horizon, Hiashi looked at Hizashi with a tense look on his face and protested. The scale of this issue is different from the ones in the past. It's not that easy. Suddenly, Hizashi shot forward and slammed his palm onto Hayashi's stomach, doubling him over. Hayashi's body grew weak due to the attack he had just sustained as he fell face first onto the ground. Everyone except the third Hokage and the senior gasped with surprised looks on their faces. Hiashi staggered while moving his head to the side till he could see his brother while looking up with gritted teeth. Hizashi. You! Hizashi stared down at his brother and said with a serious look on his face, please. Let me go. But... why you have Niji. Hiashi said weakly as his stomach was still in pain. Why do you choose death? For the head family. That's not so. Hiashi widened his eyes with a surprised look on his face. Hizashi continued with a somber expression on his face. I have been resenting the head family. To tell the truth, even now I'm bitter. That's why. I want to die protecting you as my brother, and not as the head of the family. It's the first time I've had the freedom to choose. I've only shown Niji my ugly side. He then turned around before walking ahead. However, now I've come here and finally know my intentions. He then stopped in his tracks, before glancing behind his shoulder at his brother with a smile on his face. So please tell Niji that I wasn't killed to protect the head family, but to protect my sibling, family, and the land. By my own will I choose death. He then looked forward once again. To choose death, you call that freedom? He said while finally managing to stagger to his knees. Hizashi once again glanced behind his shoulder at his big brother with a smile and said, Big brother. Once. Just this once, I wanted to defy the fate of the Huga. He then looked back ahead and began walking forward. I wanted to choose my own fate. When he reached the Fusuma that was present in the room, he gently placed his fingers into the recessed finger pulls. That's all. With that, he slid the wooden doors apart smoothly. Flashback ends back to the present with Niji. Niji read the last bit of contents in the message. Contents, last part. Overcome your own fate, Niji. Fate is something you work out with your own hands. Niji's body began to tremble, subtly at first, then steadily, as if his sorrow was coursing through every fiber of his being. His shoulders quivered, and his clenched fists rested tightly on the fabric of the scroll. His teeth were gritted, not from anger, but as though he was struggling to contain the sobs that threatened to escape. Even his eyes, wide with disbelief, began to glisten and waver, not from fear, but from the ache of truth sinking in. A silent storm of grief raged within him, and though he remained upright, his form looked as though it could collapse under the sheer weight of the emotion that now engulfed him. Father, he said with his voice trembling. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Niji caught a glimpse of movement. He turned his head slightly to the right, and froze. There, kneeling on the floor with his head bowed low in a deep, solemn prostration, was Hiashi Huga. This is the truth, Hiashi declared, his voice firm yet heavy with remorse, still bowing low in a deep, solemn prostration. Niji's eyes shot wide open, his breath catching in his throat as his jaw parted slightly in disbelief. For a moment, he was frozen, staring in utter shock. The proud head of the Huga clan was kneeling before him, offering not commands or pride, but an apology. I'm sorry! Hiashi apologized while still in that very same position. Niji continued to stare at him, stunned into silence. His eyes, wide and unblinking, trembled faintly, caught between disbelief and a wave of unspoken emotion. Then, slowly, the tension in his gaze began to ease. The sharpness faded from his expression, giving way to something softer. He then looked on the ground in front of his body before closing his eyes. Please, raise your head. Later on, Hiashi left the room to give Niji some space as well as some time to think and contemplate after hearing the truth. Currently, Niji was still sitting on his bed in the same position. However, this time, a nostalgic-like smile had etched on his face. Even though his eyes were still closed, tears began to glisten, before streaming down. Father, I wonder if a person's destinies is only a floating cloud in a fixed current, or is a person able to ride on the current he chooses? I don't understand it well. Whichever, the end point might still be the same. Just when the choice is the latter, people turn towards the goal of living and working hard towards it. And those who hold that are really strong. I feel like I finally understand through this battle. He then rose quietly from the bed. Reaching up, he loosened and removed his forehead protector, revealing the faint, cross-shaped Huga seal etched into his skin. With the headband now lowered to his side, he stepped to his left, slowly making his way around the foot of the bed. Though he didn't complete the circle, his path curved in a quiet half-arc. And, Father, I have only one goal. He then looked up at the window near the bed, his expression calm. A faint smile played on his lips, soft and nostalgic. His pale eyes, still glistening with lingering tears, reflected the soft light pouring in through the glass, as though he was looking at his father who was currently residing in heaven. I want to become stronger, so that I won't lose to anyone. That's how I feel now. He then noticed a bunch of birds flying in the sky through the window. With his smile still on, he thought to himself, Father, I see many birds flying. And they seem to be enjoying themselves. The crowd was currently buzzing with excitement as they waited for the next match to start. With the last match being Naruto vs Niji, the next match was scheduled to be Sasuke vs Gaara. However, the problem that lay ahead was that the lone Uchiha member had not arrived in the area to initiate the next battle in the first place. Sasuke Uchiha had been training with Kakashi in order to perform better not only in the Chunin exams, but also for the rest of his shinobi endeavors. Of course, that training was supposed to come to an end once the final stage of the Chunin exams began, but Sasuke had still not returned from his training. On top of that, even Kakashi wasn't present, which indicated that the Jonin was still busy training Sasuke. Even at a time like this, when the final stage of the Chunin exams had already commenced, high above the bustling arena, perched on the broad, sweeping terrace of the Grand Pavilion, stood an observation deck, a place reserved for the village's most esteemed leaders and honored guests. The tiled roof above was a vibrant, sun-baked orange, its elegant, upturned corners reaching skyward in the traditional style of the Hidden Leaf Village's architecture. Beneath its sheltering eaves, the air was crisp and tinged with the faint scent of old wood and fresh paper. The floor of the terrace was smooth stone, carefully swept and maintained, with sturdy wooden railings protecting those who looked out over the expanse below. Tall, white pillars lined the edge, their shadows cutting sharp lines across the floor as the sun shone bright overhead. From this vantage point, every corner of the arena could be surveyed, making it the perfect seat of authority. In the center of the balcony, several seats were arranged, each one draped with fine cloths bearing the crests of their respective villages. Here, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat in quietly as he had observed the events that had took place earlier. Beside him, the Kage, gazed down with sharp eyes. Flanking the leaders were trusted Jonin and advisors, their posture alert, ever watchful for any sign of trouble. Behind them, on the back wall, a wooden plaque was mounted above the doors, inscribed with elegant kanji, symbols of authority, tradition, and unity. The Kage chuckled. It's buzzing. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Yes. That's because it was a good battle. The Kage directed his eyes towards his right side till he could see Hiruzen without turning his head. Certainly that too. But, HM? Hiruzen looked to his left at the Kage. It's likely that, for the curious heads of the ninja and the feudal lords, there is no match they look forward to more than this next match. Hiruzen looked away from the Kage and back at the scene ahead, as the latter continued, by the way, it seems that he wasn't seen at the opening ceremony. He has arrived here already, hasn't he? Hiruzen looked back at the Kage and was silent for a moment, unsure on how to respond to the question posed by him. As the anticipation in the stadium grew, one of the third Hokage's trusted advisors, a shinobi dressed in the standard Konoha flak jacket and forehead protector, approached Hiruzen quietly. He had dark hair neatly kept beneath his headband. He had 2 metal rings on his right ring and little finger. He leaned in close. Placing a hand to his mouth, he whispered directly to the Hokage's ear, "There's been no news of Sasuke. And there's the issue of Orochimaru. Before everyone starts complaining, we should disqualify him." Hiruzen let out a slow, weary sigh, the wrinkles around his eyes deepening as he mulled over the advisor's words. The logic was sound, devoid of sentiment. The rules of the Chunin exams were absolute, designed to forge shinobi who understood punctuality and discipline as matters of life and death. To bend them for one prodigious Uchiha, no matter how promising, would set a dangerous precedent. The weight of his responsibility, as Hokage, settled heavily on his shoulders. With a heavy heart and a grim set to his jaw, he gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. The decision was made. Sasuke Uchiha would be disqualified. Fine. Disqualify Sasuke Uchiha. I wouldn't be so hasty, Lord Hokage, a silken voice interjected, smooth yet laced with a subtle, chilling authority. The Kage had not moved, his gaze still fixed on the arena below, yet his words cut through the tense silence on the balcony. He turned his head slowly, a faint, unreadable smile playing on his lips. Think of the esteemed guests, the feudal lords who have traveled from far and wide. They have heard whispers of the last Uchiha's prowess. To deny them the spectacle they have so eagerly awaited, it would be a poor show of hospitality, wouldn't you agree? His eyes glinted with something more than just casual observation, a hidden pressure behind the polite suggestion. The crowd craves this fight. Let us not disappoint them. Down in the sun-drenched arena, the Proctor, Genma Shiranui, chewed on his senbon, his head tilted back as he scanned the increasingly agitated stands. The initial buzz of excitement had curdled into a low, rumbling wave of discontent. Shouts and complaints began to pepper the air, distinct and impatient. "What's the hold-up?" a merchant bellowed from the lower seats. "Are they going to fight or not?" another shinobi yelled. Genma's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked back up towards the Kage booth, his expression impassive, but his posture betraying a sliver of impatience. The order had to come from above, but the sentiment from below was growing dangerously loud. Back on the terrace, the Kage's words hung in the air, weaving a compelling argument that Hiruzen could not easily dismiss. He looked from the demanding crowd to the unnervingly calm Kage, and then to his waiting advisor. The stability of the village and its relationships with the other nations rested on such seemingly small moments. Disqualification was the rule, but politics demanded flexibility. There was another way, a compromise. Hiruzen's expression cleared, his resolve hardening into a new decision. He turned to his advisor, his voice firm and clear, carrying the unmistakable weight of command. "We will not disqualify him. Postpone the match. Inform the Proctor immediately. Sasuke vs. Gaara will take place after the next scheduled fight has concluded." Meanwhile, in another spectator area, leaning against the metal railing of the elevated standing platform with his right arm, Shikamaru looked baffled. With his hair pulled back into its familiar spiky ponytail, and a single hoop earring glinting from his left ear, his profile was sharp and unmistakable. His brows were drawn together as he said, "That guy. What in the world is he doing? Is he planning not to show up?" Standing to his right, Shino continued to stare at the arena with his hands in his pockets. A wise man never courts danger. A wise judgment, is it? Naruto, who had earlier joined up with Shikamaru and Shino, was already leaning on the railings too on the left side of Shikamaru, his arms draped casually across the top bar and his hands loosely gripping the edge. The railings themselves were painted a muted reddish-brown, their finish slightly worn from years of use. With his chin resting on his forearms, he was also peering at the arena. Still leaning against the railing with his arms folded across the top bar, Naruto shifted his head to the right, a serious look settling over his face as his eyes fixed on Gaara. Gaara and his siblings, Kankuro and Temari, were present as well, standing together further down the same platform. Like Naruto, Shikamaru, and Shino, Gaara's group kept close to one another, but a noticeable gap of empty space separated the two teams. While Naruto stared intently at Gaara and his siblings, the three remained focused on the arena below, seemingly unaware of his gaze. Naruto then looked at Shino with his serious expression still present, and said, "What are you saying?" Shikamaru looked to his left at Naruto. As the latter continued, "He'll definitely come." Naruto lifted his head from where it had been resting on his arms, but kept his hands draped over the railing while smiling confidently. After a moment, he let his head sink back down onto his crossed arms, his expression growing serious as he glanced to his right, his gaze settling on Gaara. Gaara shifted his head only slightly to the left, his pale eyes sliding toward Naruto from the corner of his gaze. Without turning his whole body, he met Naruto's stare with an equally serious expression, his face as intense as ever. After listening to what the Hokage had commanded, the advisor affirmed, "Yes, Lord Hokage." His voice was a level baritone, calm and utterly professional, carrying the weight of the order without a hint of personal opinion. The confirmation was absolute. The command was now his mission. In the next instant, he was in motion. Pushing off from the smooth stone floor of the area he was in, he vaulted over the railing in a single, fluid arc. For a moment, he was suspended against the vast blue canvas of the sky, a silent, falling figure. The roar of the crowd below seemed to rush up to meet him, a wave of sound and pressure. He controlled his descent with practiced mastery, his limbs held in a precise configuration to cut through the air with minimal resistance. The world spun from the high vantage point of the Kage's perch into the sun-baked reality of the arena floor. He landed nimbly on the ground, his feet sinking slightly into the loose dirt. Bending his knees to absorb the full impact of the multi-story drop, he rose to his full height without a single wasted movement, not so much as a speck of dust staining his uniform. He now stood beside the Proctor, Genma, his sudden appearance so swift and silent it was as if he had materialized from the very air itself. He leaned in close, his head turned towards Genma, creating a small bubble of privacy amidst the vast, open arena. The advisor's words were spoken in a murmur, a rapid but perfectly clear stream of information detailing the Hokage's revised decision to postpone the match. Genma remained impassive, his head tilted slightly as he listened. The only sign of his acknowledgement was the subtle shift of the samban stick he chewed, rolling it from one side of his mouth to the other. He processed the command, his gaze flickering for a fraction of a second up towards the Kage's booth before returning to the advisor. There was no need for questions. The order was official. Genma gave a short, sharp nod, a definitive gesture of understanding and compliance. His task complete, the advisor took a half-step back. He coiled his legs, gathering his chakra in a visible surge of energy that momentarily disturbed the air around him. With an explosive burst of power, he launched himself vertically into the sky. He ascended even faster than he had dropped, a green and blue blur shooting straight up. The crowd below gasped, many only just now noticing the silent exchange that had taken place. He cleared the railing of the observation deck with ease, landing with the same controlled silence as before, his feet finding their exact previous position on the stone floor. He straightened up, folded his arms, and resumed his post beside the third Hokage. Just as Genma opened his mouth to relay the Hokage's new decree to the restless stadium, a blinding streak of light tore through the sky. It descended with the terrifying velocity of a meteor, a chaotic blend of white and brilliant blue energy that slammed into the arena floor roughly 20 feet in front of the startled Proctor. The impact was immense, shaking the stadium. It blasted a shallow crater into the hard-packed earth and threw up a massive, swirling cloud of dust and debris that instantly engulfed the center of the field, obscuring everything from view. A wave of shocked silence washed over the entire stadium, 1,000 gasps caught in 1,000 throats, before erupting into a cacophony of panicked shouts and confused murmurs. What the? The third Hokage exclaimed, lurching forward in his seat, his knuckles white as he gripped the railing. His aged eyes were wide with disbelief and alarm, all composure momentarily shattered. Beside him, the Kazekage's feigned calm evaporated. He leaned forward as well, his eyes narrowed to sharp, analytical slits as he stared intently at the billowing smoke, his mind racing to comprehend the unforeseen intrusion. This was not part of his plan. The crowd reeled from the spectacle. Panic rippled through the stands, but for many, the shock quickly morphed into a different kind of excitement. "Is that him?" someone yelled. "What an entrance! That has to be the Uchiha." The assumption spread like wildfire. Who else but the prodigious Sasuke Uchiha would make such a flamboyant, earth-shattering return? On their platform, Naruto, Shino, and Shikamaru stared, utterly flabbergasted. Naruto's jaw hung open, his confident smile replaced by a look of pure bewilderment. "What's going on?" he yelled to no one in particular, his eyes glued to the dust cloud. Shikamaru's usual lazy expression was gone, replaced by one of intense concentration and concern. This was no flashy entrance. This was something else entirely. Slowly, agonizingly, the thick gray smoke began to dissipate. The churning cloud thinned, revealing two silhouettes standing calmly in the center of the newly formed crater. As the last wisps of dust settled, the figures came into sharp focus, and a new, more profound sense of confusion fell over the crowd. Standing there was not a Leaf shinobi. One was a tall, slender, blue-skinned individual with pristine white hair, holding a long staff. Beside him stood a lanky, purple, cat-like being dressed in what looked like foreign royalty's attire. They seemed utterly unharmed and unfazed by their own cataclysmic arrival. Naruto squinted, his mind struggling to process the impossible sight. The sheer alien nature of the duo was beyond anything he had ever encountered. His brain seized on the most identifiable feature, his confusion bubbling out in a single, muttered word. "A cat?" The purple being, Beerus, ignored the collective bewilderment. His eyes scanned the arena, sweeping over the Proctor, the crowd, and the Kage booth with an air of supreme disinterest. A predatory smirk slowly spread across his feline features as his gaze finally settled on the crowd. "I'm looking for the ninja boy named Naruto Uzumaki." On the Kage's balcony, Hiruzen Sarutobi was on his feet, his age-worn hands gripping the wooden railing so tightly his knuckles were white. "Who is that?" He had a feeling that this was potentially some sort of enemy. Beside him, the Kazekage, Orochimaru in disguise, leaned forward. A flicker of disbelief was visible on his face. The blue-skinned attendant, Whis, took a graceful step out of the crater, his shoes making no sound on the displaced earth. He surveyed the thousands of frozen faces, the banners, and the Proctor who stood paralyzed mid-sentence. My, Whis said, his voice calm and melodic. "It appears we have interrupted a tournament of some sort here, my lord." Beerus, the purple being, let out a short, amused scoff. The irony was not lost on him. He, who was scouring the universe for a final warrior to compete in the Universe 7 vs. Universe 6 tournament, had just crashed another type of tournament. The cosmic joke was almost enough to improve his previously sour mood. He had Goku and Vegeta, a pair of scions who had managed to attain divine ki. But he needed more. While Goku would likely nominate his usual band of Earthling friends, Beerus wanted an ace up his sleeve, a wild card. The sudden, explosive signature of a mortal brushing against the divine state of Ultra Instinct was a call he could not ignore. "So it would seem," Beerus replied to Whis, his gaze finally landing on Naruto. "Let's hope this one is more interesting than the rabble." From where Naruto was standing, he noticed Beerus staring at him, and the Uzumaki widened his eyes with a surprised look on his face. "The cat staring at me?" Hiruzen followed Beerus' line of sight, and widened his eyes in shock. "He's staring at Naruto? Is this thing after the Nine Tails chakra?" The crowd began to get confused, as the collective theory of this being Sasuke Uchiha's dramatic entrance dissolved, leaving a vacuum that was quickly filled by a rising tide of confusion. A low murmur started in the upper decks and cascaded down, a buzz of questions replacing the stunned silence. "That's not the Uchiha," a shinobi observed aloud, his statement a pebble that started an avalanche of speculation. He narrowed his eyes at Beerus as he was currently trying to comprehend this new turn of event. The murmur grew louder, more insistent, weaving through the stands. "Then who are they?" a merchant asked the person next to him, who could only gesture with open palms in bafflement. "Are they dignitaries? I don't recognize their attire." Another wondered. "Look at the tall one. Is that some kind of summoning jutsu?" A genin asked his teammate, his voice filled with curiosity. ANBU! Hiruzen quickly shouted as he shot up to his feet. In an instant the air flickered. A dozen figures in white porcelain masks and black cloaks materialized from the shadows of the stadium, on the rooftops, along the railings, and on the arena floor, forming a perimeter around the two intruders. Kunai were drawn, their edges glinting under the harsh sun. Identify yourselves, the Hokage demanded, his voice amplified with chakra to carry across the entire stadium. You have invaded the sovereign territory of the Hidden Leaf Village. State your purpose, or you will be met with force. The crowd gasped, as one of the ninjas in the crowd shouted, What the hell is going on? Beerus simply raised an eyebrow. He slowly lifted a single, slender finger. The air around him grew thick, heavy, and impossibly dense. The ANBU, elite shinobi famed for their speed and resolve, found themselves frozen solid. It wasn't a paralysis jutsu. Their limbs simply refused to obey. Their breath hitched in their lungs, and a cold, primal fear, the fear of an ant before a boot, gripped their very souls. Gai-sensei, standing in the crowd, felt a cold sweat bead on his brow as he widened his eyes in shock. This pressure, he gritted out, his muscles straining against the unseen force. For some reason, there is this powerful pressure coming from him. Asuma, next to Kurinai, could only stare at the scene in shock. What the hell is going on? Beerus's gaze swept over the struggling ANBU with utter contempt. Force? He mused, a cruel smirk spreading across his face. He flicked his finger. Raising his finger up, Beerus materialized a purple divine energy, orb of destruction, before shooting it towards the wall far behind the Kage's booth. There was no explosion, no grand sound. The wall, that was made of solid stone and reinforced concrete, simply ceased to exist. It didn't crumble or break. It was erased, leaving a perfectly smooth, circular hole that looked out onto the village beyond. The only thing that was visible in the aftermath was traces of purple god of destruction ki. Hiruzen glanced behind his shoulder in shock. What the? The Kage glanced behind his shoulder as well and gritted his teeth in anger. No! What's happening? This isn't part of the plan. He then looked at Beerus and Whis with a glare plastered on his face. Who are these people? Whis sighed, tapping his staff gently on the ground. Perhaps a more civil approach is in order, Lord Beerus. We are guests, after all. He then glanced around his surroundings. I don't think it was wise to frighten them. A collective gasp sucked the air out of the stadium, followed immediately by a wave of confused murmurs that rippled through the stands. Down in the arena, the shinobi reacted instantly. What the hell is going on? A jonin shouted, his voice cutting through the rising noise. Who are those two? Another yelled from across the field. In a flash, they all dropped into defensive stances, kunai glinting in the sunlight, their eyes locked on the two bizarre newcomers who just crashed their party. Ignoring the commotion, Beerus let his long, slender tail sway lazily behind him, its tip idly tracing patterns in the dirt. A menacing smirk stretched across his feline features, though it held no true malice, only the casual confidence of a being who knew no equal here. We are in a bit of a hurry, Whis, he stated. He then looked far up ahead at where Naruto was standing, and smirked. So it's you, huh? The mortal who had exhibited divinity moments ago. Whis followed Beerus' line of sight and spotted Naruto. It would seem so, my lord, he said with an amused smile. It's been unheard of for a mortal to use autonomous ultra instinct with such precision upon first achieving it. Beerus nodded, his eyes still fixed at Naruto as he smirked. Yes. That ninja boy. He should be able to motivate Goku and Vegeta with his strength alone. Shikamaru gulped, the sound loud in the sudden silence. He instinctively shuffled behind Naruto, using his friend as a partial shield from the unnerving purple cat. Okay, Naruto, what's the deal? He muttered, trying and failing to keep his voice steady. Friend of yours? Because I'm getting a really bad feeling from this one. What? No! Naruto insisted, waving his hands defensively. I've never seen him in my life. Shino pushed his sunglasses up the bridge of his nose. Though his expression was hidden, his analytical mind was racing. A bipedal feline, he concluded calmly. And it can talk, Shikamaru added grimly, as the creature's previous words echoed in his mind. This was getting more troublesome by the second. This is such a drag. The Sand siblings watched from a short distance, their own guards up. What is that thing? Temari hissed, her hand instinctively going to the giant fan on her back. Kankuro just stared, baffled. That ain't human. Not even close. Utterly unimpressed by the ninja's reactions, Beerus stretched languidly. Whis, he said, his voice laced with authority. I believe it's time we formally introduced ourselves to the boy with the whiskers. His attendant, Whis, simply bowed his head. Of course, Lord Beerus. All right then, let's greet him. Whis's polite agreement, of course, Lord Beerus, seemed to hang in the air for a moment before Beerus gave a slight push off the balls of his feet, preparing to glide effortlessly towards the group. He hadn't even cleared the ground when a sphere of tightly packed sand materialized inches from his nose. Before anyone could blink, it exploded outward into a vicious barrage of hardened spikes, each one aimed with lethal precision. Everyone in the arena was shocked as they looked at Gaara, who for some reason had an enraged look on his face. Gaara! Temari's voice was a sharp cry of disbelief. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Kankuro yelled, his face pale with shock. Stop! Ignoring his siblings' frantic cries, Gaara propelled himself off the platform with a wave of sand. He landed with a soft thud on the ground between the strange visitors and the Konoha ninja. His arms crossed and his turquoise eyes narrowed into a cold glare. The dust from the attack slowly settled. To Gaara's astonishment, Beerus and Whis stood exactly as they were, completely unscathed. Not a single scratch marked their skin, not a thread on their clothing was torn. Beerus blinked slowly, his expression one of mild annoyance rather than pain or anger. He casually flicked an invisible speck from his shoulder, then sighed. Well, that was rather rude, he said, his voice flat. He looked down at his loose-fitting pants and frowned. And now you've gotten sand in my trousers. Do you have any idea how difficult that is to get out? A tremor of shock ran through Gaara, but it was swiftly consumed by a rising tide of fury. His gaze locked onto the strange being, his voice a low, guttural demand. Who are you? The question was filled with rage. Who are you? Who are you? With each repetition, his control frayed, the sand around him beginning to stir with his agitation. An unfamiliar, primal rage shook him to his core. Something tells me, he hissed, his hand rising to cover his face, fingers splayed just enough for his glacial left eye to glare through, that you should die, right here and now. Beerus blinked, genuinely taken aback by the intensity of Gaara's glare. He tilted his head, then looked over at Whis with a puzzled expression. Hey, Whis. He's looking at me funny. Is there something on my face? Whis glided closer, humming thoughtfully as he inspected his deity. No, nothing to warrant such a reaction. Unless he's noticed your rather charming bed hair? Beerus yelped, swatting at his own head. Are you kidding me? Stop fooling around, Whis laughed melodically. Forgive me, my lord. But there is one little strand that has refused to cooperate this morning. Answer my question right now. Gaara shouted in rage. Temari from the platform she was standing on shouted, Gaara! What are you doing? Shimakaru widened his eyes in shock. What a drag. Gaara has snapped. Shino looked shocked. Things are getting out of hand. Naruto looked surprised. Why is Gaara angry at the cat? Something about the humanoid cat seems to be troubling Gaara. Shikamaru guessed. Beerus sighed at Gaara with exasperation. You there, state your name. Gaara's glare intensified as he introduced, Gaara, of the Sand Village, and the one to put an end to you. As Gaara continued to seethe with rage, his body trembled for some reason. Sweat dropped from his forehead. Earlier, when Beerus had arrived, his instincts were screaming that the humanoid cat was some sort of threat. He wasn't sure himself why he had decided to attack Beerus other than the fact that his instincts told him to kill him. Or maybe it wasn't his instincts. Deep inside his mind, a voice shouted, kill him. Gaara knew that voice all too well. After all, the beast was sealed inside him. Baki widened his eyes in shock as he watched the scene unfold while already in a standing position. He began to wonder what the hell Gaara was trying to do here. Why had he suddenly attacked the newcomer? He then glanced to his right far up ahead at where the Kage was sitting. Lord Kage, what do we do? He thought to himself. While saying that in his mind, his facial expression displayed a look of worry. But Orochimaru, who was disguised as the Kage, hadn't noticed Baki's concerned and tensed face. Instead, his own eyes were fixed on the current scenario, specifically Beerus. The disguised Orochimaru narrowed his eyes at Beerus and thought to himself, "Seems like we have someone not related to our plan enter the fray. We'll have no choice but to begin the Leaf Village crush right away. We can take advantage of the current distraction here." He then gripped the sides of his seat tightly. "But I still wonder. Who is that creature? This uninvited guest better not be a foil to my glorious plan. An alien-looking humanoid cat with the capability to speak." His clothing looked ancient, and it felt like to Orochimaru that the mysterious individual was exuding some sort of divine authority. Of course, Orochimaru didn't truly believe he was someone divine. But his overall aura and commanding presence gave that impression in his mind. Someone who had absolute control over other people. That part was at least evident when for some reason, Leaf Village masked ninjas trembled in fear when they had surrounded Beerus. Temari gritted her teeth in anger. "Damn it! Gaara is ruining the plan." Shino had heard what Temari had said and glanced to his right, eyeing her. "Plan," he thought to himself. Suddenly Beerus disappeared, and instantly reappeared in front of Naruto with his hands behind his back, shocking the blonde ninja in the process. What the? Naruto took a step away from Beerus, alarmed. Shikamaru looked at Beerus in shock. What just happened? He appeared in front of Naruto so fast. Was that teleportation, or his speed alone? He thought. In the crowded stands overlooking the arena, away from the Kage's booth and the unfolding chaos on the ground, the low murmur of the audience continued. Here, amidst the civilians and lower-ranked shinobi, a different kind of tension was brewing. Seated together were two ordinary-looking men and a cloaked figure, their presence unassuming until now. On the left sat a man with his dark hair pulled back into a neat, practical top knot. He wore a simple, light green, long-sleeved shirt, his expression a mixture of curiosity and concern as he watched the bizarre confrontation below. To his right, another man, a Chunin, was more visibly tense. He had short, spiky brown hair, partially covered by his Leaf Village headband worn with pride. His beige, collared jacket was typical shinobi attire. His jaw was set, and his eyes were narrowed, trying to make sense of the intruder's overwhelming power. Between them, shrouded in a dark, hooded cloak, sat the figure from the image, still and silent. His face was entirely concealed by a white porcelain mask, reminiscent of the ANBU, but with a simple, stylized red emblem over the mouth area. This was Kabuto Yakushi, Orochimaru's most trusted spy, perfectly embedded in the crowd, a viper waiting for the signal to strike. The partial view of his dark hair was the only feature visible beyond the cloak and mask. As the tension in the stadium reached a fever pitch with Beerus's sudden appearance before Naruto, Kabuto made his move. His movement was subtle, almost imperceptible. He lifted his right hand and gently placed it on the left shoulder of the man in the green shirt. There was no struggle, no sound. The man's eyes, which had been wide with a mix of fear and awe, immediately glazed over, and his body went limp as a profound, unnatural slumber claimed him in an instant. With the first thread of his plan woven, Kabuto brought his hands together in front of his chest. He didn't form an elaborate sequence of seals. Instead, he simply clasped his fingers together, a focused calm emanating from him. He molded his chakra, channeling it into a wide-scale, insidious genjutsu. Suddenly, a pristine white feather drifted down from the clear sky, twirling lazily before landing softly on the arena floor. Then another followed, and another, until a gentle, snow-like cascade of white feathers began to descend upon the entire stadium. The crowd, already on edge, looked up in bewilderment. The feathers were beautiful, ethereal, and utterly out of place. A sense of tranquility, thick and cloying, washed over the stands. The panicked shouts and confused murmurs died down, replaced by yawns. A shinobi, kunai still in hand, slumped against the railing, his weapon clattering to the ground. A merchant, moments ago speculating wildly, now snored peacefully, his head resting on his neighbor's shoulder. One by one, then in waves, the thousands of spectators and shinobi alike succumbed. Their eyes drooped, their bodies relaxed, and they fell into a deep, inescapable sleep, victims of Kabuto's Temple of Nirvana technique. the Konoha crush had begun. A flicker of annoyance crossed Beerus's features as the first white feather drifted past his nose. His eyes, sharp and perceptive, scanned the stadium, noting the unnaturally swift and silent descent of the crowd into slumber. The gentle cascade of feathers was a stark, almost insulting contrast to the potent, sleep-inducing chakra saturating the air. Humph. A rather gaudy and inefficient method for a lullaby, Beerus commented, his tone dripping with disdain. He remained utterly unaffected, the genjutsu washing over him like a harmless mist. A wide-scale illusion, my lord, Whis observed calmly, tapping his staff once on the ground. A faint, invisible pulse of divine energy emanated from it, creating a small, undisturbed bubble around them, quite potent for this world's standards. It seems the planned festivities are finally beginning. Naruto, however, was not so fortunate. A wave of exhaustion hit him with the force of a physical blow. His eyelids felt like they were weighted with lead, and the world began to swim out of focus. The determined shouts and the tense energy of moments ago dissolved into a hazy, dreamlike drone. "Wah, what's going on?" he mumbled, his knees buckling. "So sleepy, can't." His vision blurred, the image of the purple cat-like being wavering as if seen through water. Just as his consciousness was about to slip into the abyss of the enforced slumber, a single, slender finger tapped him sharply on the forehead. It wasn't a forceful blow, but it sent a jolt of pure, untainted energy through his entire system. In an instant, the magical drowsiness evaporated like morning fog under a blazing sun. Naruto's eyes snapped wide open, clarity and adrenaline returning with a gasp. He looked at Beerus, who was now retracting his finger with an air of utter nonchalance. The genjutsu was still in full effect all around them, yet Naruto stood perfectly awake, an island of consciousness in a sea of sleep. A look of genuine surprise flashed across Naruto's face, the last remnants of drowsiness banished by sheer confusion. What did you just do to me?" Beerus retracted his finger, looking down his nose at the boy with an air of supreme boredom. "A temporary fix. I had to keep you awake," he stated, as if explaining something obvious to a simpleton. "After all, I have need of you for a tournament." Naruto's jaw went slack. "Wait, a tournament? What are you even talking about? We can discuss the particulars later." Beerus waved a dismissive hand. But before that, he was cut short by a roar of pure, animalistic fury. "You will not ignore me!" Gaara screamed, his voice distorted and guttural. The sand gourd on his back shattered, unleashing a torrent of chakra-infused sand that surged towards Beerus like a tidal wave. It was faster, denser, and far more malevolent than his earlier attack, shaping itself into a massive, clawed appendage intent on tearing the strange intruder to pieces. The shinobi still conscious gasped, but Beerus didn't even turn his head. He merely sighed, a sound of profound disappointment. How utterly tedious. He lifted a single, lazy finger. A minuscule, bead-sized orb of violet energy materialized at its tip, crackling with an aura so immense it seemed to bend the very air around it. It didn't radiate heat or light, but an unnerving sense of nothingness. As Gaara's giant sand claw swept in, Beerus flicked the orb forward. There was no grand explosion. The moment the orb touched the wave of sand, a perfect sphere of the attack was simply gone. Erased from existence. The sand didn't crumble or get blown away. It ceased to be, leaving a gaping hole in the monstrous appendage. The violet energy continued unabated, striking Gaara's absolute defense, the hardened shell of sand protecting his body. For a split second, the defense held. Then, with a sickening crunch that echoed in the silent arena, it shattered like glass. The remnants of the destruction energy slammed into Gaara, not with enough force to kill, but to simply damage him to an extent. The red-haired Jinchuriki was flung backward like a discarded toy, tumbling end over end through the air before crashing heavily against the far stadium wall, where he lay motionless in a heap of his own now inert sand. Beerus slowly lowered his hand, his eyes narrowing with cold fury as he stared at the defeated boy. He let the silence hang for a moment before his voice cut through it, low and menacing, each word dripping with the weight of cosmic law. "I consider myself to be a rather flexible deity. And though I try to shrug off the constant shortcomings of the witless masses, there is one thing I absolutely cannot tolerate," he proclaimed, his voice resonating with power that made the very stones tremble. And that is the callous arrogance of those who do not pay a destroyer the respect he is due. Naruto staggered back in shock. One moment, Gaara, the terrifying and seemingly invincible monster of the sand, was launching an all-out assault. The next, he was swatted away like a fly. Naruto's mind struggled to process it. The sand, Gaara's ultimate weapon, hadn't just been broken, parts of it had been erased. The casual, almost lazy way the purple cat had done it sent a tremor of dread straight through him. This is beyond troublesome, Shikamaru said in shock. Nearby, Shino stood unnaturally still, his dark glasses hiding his eyes. Though his face remained impassive, his gloved hands were clenched into tight fists at his sides. Beneath his coat, his colony of Kikachu insects buzzed in a state of high agitation, sensing a predator so far up the food chain they dared not even emerge. Every one of Shino's well-honed analytical instincts screamed a single, clear command: do not move. Do not engage. Do not even breathe too loudly. To make a move would be suicide. From the stands, two horrified cries tore through the stunned silence. Gaara, Temari and Kankuro stared in utter disbelief, their faces pale with shock. They had witnessed Gaara's rages, seen him crush his opponents without mercy, and always believed his defense was impenetrable. To see him, their younger brother, so utterly and contemptuously defeated was a sight their minds refused to accept. Fear for his life warred with the sheer terror inspired by the being standing calmly in the center of the arena. While the terrifying display of divine power froze the conscious shinobi in the arena, a different, more calculated betrayal was unfolding in the Kage's booth. Hiruzen Sarutobi, his aged face grim, turned sharply towards his fellow Kage. The feathers of the sleep-inducing genjutsu were now beginning to drift into their private viewing box, a clear signal that this was a coordinated assault. His eyes, hard with a lifetime of experience, narrowed at the man from the sand village, Lord Kazekage. Hiruzen's voice was low and dangerous, cutting through the tension. What is the meaning of this? An attack on Konoha during the Chunin exams? This is an act of war. Explain yourself? The ANBU guards protecting the Hokage moved instantly, creating a shield around Hiruzen while others prepared to counter the genjutsu. The Kazekage remained seated, his face hidden in the shadows of his wide hat. He let out a soft, airy chuckle that was chillingly out of place. The meaning is simply that the time is ripe, he said, his voice beginning to shift, losing its gravelly tone and becoming smoother, silkier, and filled with a familiar venom. Before the ANBU could react, the Kazekage lunged forward with inhuman speed. It wasn't an attack on Hiruzen, but on the two ANBU guards closest to him. In a flash, they crumpled to the ground, not dead, but incapacitated. The Kazekage straightened up, holding a kunai to the third Hokage's throat. It has been a long time. Sensei, the figure hissed. Hiruzen's eyes widened in horror and recognition as the Kazekage's face seemed to melt away, the skin peeling back to reveal the pale, serpentine features and golden, slit-pupiled eyes of his own treacherous student, Orochimaru. Hiruzen breathed, a mix of fury and anguish in his voice. At that exact moment, as if triggered by a single, silent command, shinobi hidden throughout the stadium sprang into action. The insignias on their headbands weren't just from the sand. Many bore the musical note of the village hidden in the sound. They leaped from the stands, raining kunai and explosive tags down upon the sleeping forms of the Konoha ninja. From the roof of the arena, 4 of Orochimaru's elite, the sound 4, materialized at the corners of the Kage booth's roof. They slammed their palms down in unison, and a shimmering, purple wall of energy erupted, forming a barrier that sealed the rooftop off from the rest of the world. The invasion had begun. The Hidden Leaf Village was under attack from its own allies. The invasion began not only as a strategic maneuver, but also as a visceral, chaotic eruption. The air, once thick with the tension of the tournament, was now choked with the acrid smoke of paper bombs and the metallic tang of blood. Steel screamed through the sky as a storm of kunai and shuriken rained down from the upper tiers, unleashed by shinobi whose headbands now marked them as traitors and invaders. The festive banners of the Chunin exams were torn asunder by blossoming explosions. The Leaf Village was under siege from within, a brutal betrayal unfolding in a spectacle of violence. Yet buried deep beneath the pandemonium, Gaara knew nothing of this. He was buried, encased within a dense sphere of his own sand. Here, the world outside was a muted, distant roar, a meaningless tremor against the walls of his defense. This was his sand sphere, the absolute dark where almost nothing could reach him, where he was one with the will of his mother. But this time, the silence was broken. An alien sensation, a foreign signal in his body, began to pulse from deep within his left shoulder. It started as a dull, unfamiliar warmth, a low throb that he initially dismissed. But it grew, intensifying with an alarming speed. The warmth became a biting heat, as if a smoldering coal had been pressed against his flesh, beneath the layers of his sand armor. It was a feeling his sand had never allowed. The pain sharpened, evolving into a searing, needle-like point of agony that seemed to mock his impenetrable defense. Mother! He thought, his mind reeling with confusion. What is this feeling? This fire? Why do you let it burn me? There was no answer, only the relentless, searing pain. He felt the sand around the wound almost recoil. It was as if his mother, for the first time, had encountered something it could not crush, could not smother, could not heal. It was a sensation of failure, of helplessness, that was even more terrifying than the pain itself. Driven by a rising tide of panic, he commanded the sand to part. The grains flowed away from his body, spilling onto the ravaged arena floor and revealing him to the horrifying tableau of the invasion. He ignored it. His entire world had shrunk to the searing point of agony in his shoulder. With a trembling hand, he reached across his chest to touch the source of the torment. His fingers met not the smooth, hardened texture of his sand armor, but the bare skin of his shoulder, and something else, something slick, wet, and unnervingly warm. He pulled his hand back slowly, bringing it into his line of sight. His turquoise eyes, usually cold and merciless, widened into perfect circles of disbelief. His palm, his fingers, his very skin, it was all painted in a vibrant, obscene crimson. The color was so vivid against his pale flesh it seemed to pulse with a life of its own. It was his blood. For a long, silent moment, he could only stare, his mind utterly broken. The boy who was a force of nature, the demon whose body was a fortress, was looking at proof of his own mortality. A low, strangled gasp escaped his lips. It was the sound of a universe collapsing. The gasp was then consumed by a scream, a raw, guttural, piercing shriek that tore from his throat, filled not with rage, but with the pure, uncomprehending terror of a powerful shinobi discovering it can bleed. As the scream ripped through the air, the memory flashed in his mind, sharp and clear, the lanky, purple creature, its bored expression, the almost imperceptible flick of its finger, as it casually deflected his sand. There had been no effort, no malice, not even acknowledgement. The attack that had just shattered his entire existence had been nothing more than an afterthought to his assailant. With Hiruzen and Orochimaru battle on a rooftop, high above the spreading chaos, the rooftop had become an isolated stage for a tragedy 60 years in the making. The heat radiating from the orange clay tiles was immense, creating a visible shimmer in the air. Below, the sounds of the invasion, the distant clash of steel, the muffled thuds of explosions, and the rising crescendo of screams, served as a grim orchestra for the standoff. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, felt the cold, sharp edge of a kunai pressed against his throat, held by the hand of the student he once loved like a son. Orochimaru's words, a venomous hiss of it has been a long time. Sensei, echoed in the stifling air, sealing the moment in a sheath of betrayal. There were also other figures present at the scene. To the north, the hulking form of Jirobo crouched, his massive frame radiating brute strength. To the west, the fiery-haired Tayuya stood with an impatient scowl, her flute held at the ready. To the south, the two-headed form of Sakan and Yukon smirked with shared malice. They were the lock, the key, and the bars of the prison being erected. But it was the figure at the eastern corner who seemed to relish the moment the most. This was Kidamaru of the Sound Four, and he settled into his position with the predatory grace of a spider taking its place at the center of a new web. His long, dark hair was bound in a spiky, defiant ponytail, held back by a dark cloth forehead protector worn low, like a bandana. The metal plate, bearing the musical note of the Sound Village, was defiantly scratched, a symbol of contempt for all other nations. His attire was a simple, tan-colored sleeveless tunic, leaving his toned, dark-skinned arms exposed, save for the black arm guards that accentuated his muscles. A thick, twisted purple rope, the signature of Orochimaru's elite guard, was tied firmly around his waist. What was most unsettling about his appearance was the unnatural width and bulk of his torso. He had 4 arms. A cruel, knowing smirk spread across his face as his dark, intelligent eyes drank in the scene. The trapped Hokage, the triumphant master. "It's finally time to come to the scene," Kidamaru announced, his voice cutting through the tense silence. It was not a shout, but a clear, confident declaration. A wide grin spread across Sakan's face, the second, dormant head of his twin, Yukon, peering maliciously over his shoulder. "We were cramped holding that transformation for so long," Sakan drawled, cracking his knuckles with a series of sharp pops. "I'm more than ready to stretch our legs." Across the rooftop, Tayuya met his eagerness with pure contempt. She stood with a lazy, defiant slouch. One hip jutted out to the side as if the gravity of the situation was nothing more than a personal annoyance. Her head was tilted, and from beneath the curtain of her long, pinkish-red bangs she scanned her comrades with disdain. "Tch," she spat, her voice dripping with her usual scorn. "You guys all smell sweaty. Come on now, we are all comrades, aren't we?" Jirobo said with a smirk plastered on his face while glancing behind his shoulder at Tayuya. With Orochimaru's kunai still cold against the weathered skin of his neck, Hiruzen's gaze swept across the rooftop, his eyes cataloging the grim tableau. The 4 figures were from the Sound Village. Sound ninjas, he thought to himself. Just beyond the rooftop's edge, a group of ANBU arrived with their usual white porcelain masks. They landed with the silent grace of ghosts on an adjacent rooftop, their cloaks snapping in the heated wind. The captain, distinguished by the intricate crimson markings arcing across his mask, stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the shimmering, violet distortion that was rapidly encapsulating the Hokage and his captors. "A barrier," the ANBU captain's voice was low and gravelly, filtered through his mask. It was a statement of fact, but laced with a weary frustration. With a fluid motion, he drew a kunai from the pouch at his waist. With just a flick of the wrist, a glint of steel sliced through the air. The kunai met the barrier not with a clang, but with a silent, hungry hiss. Before it could even make contact, it was consumed by licking red flames, disintegrating into a wisp of black smoke that curled and vanished into nothing. The air around the barrier pulsed, a low hum that vibrated in the teeth. The captain's shoulders sagged almost imperceptibly. "Just as I feared," he muttered to the operative at his side. "This is no ordinary formation. It's a 4-pillar prison jutsu. Brute force is useless." He stared at the trapped form of his leader, a cold dread settling in his gut. They were witnesses to a caging, and the beast was on the inside with their Hokage. Meanwhile, on the arena grounds, the ambush had devolved into a maelstrom of desperate, close-quarters combat. A fresh volley of kunai and shuriken, launched by traitorous Sand and Sound shinobi from the upper balconies, rained down upon the clusters of sleeping spectators. But before the deadly steel could find its mark, a figure blurred into existence. Asuma Sarutobi met the attack head-on using his signature trench knives. With each precise, economical movement, he deflected the projectiles, the sharp clang-clang-clang of metal on metal. Sparks flew like angry fireflies, tracing fiery arcs in the smoky air. "Good thing I broke out of that genjutsu when I did," he thought, his eyes sharp and focused, darting across the arena, assessing the unfolding situation. His focus on the ranged threat was so absolute that he failed to sense the one closing in from his flank. "You're mine, leave me!" The snarl was guttural, fueled by bloodlust and the promise of a high-profile kill. Asuma's head whipped around. A Sand shinobi, his face contorted in a ferocious grin, was already mid-lunge, less than a meter away. The glint of his kunai was aimed squarely for the gap in Asuma's flak jacket, a fatal strike to the kidney. There was no time to fully turn, no space to parry. Asuma braced himself, twisting his body in a desperate, last-ditch effort to turn a mortal wound into a merely grievous one. But the blow never came. A verdant flash and a booming, impossibly enthusiastic voice shattered the immediate chaos. Dynamic kick! An emerald green leg, radiating an almost visible aura of youthful energy, sighed through the air, connecting with the Sand ninja's ribs with a sickening crunch of bone and cartilage. The would-be assassin was launched sideways, tumbling through the air like a discarded toy before crashing into the far stadium wall, leaving a spiderweb of cracks in the stone as he slid, unconscious, to the ground. "I owe you one, Guy," Asuma said, his voice a low, gravelly note of genuine gratitude. Guy didn't turn to face him. His sharp gaze was already scanning the upper tiers, tracking the dark shapes of their enemies moving through the smoke. His usual boisterous persona was gone, stripped away to reveal the hardened steel of a master shinobi in his element. "No need to thank me," Guy stated. "There can be no lapses in our guard. Our mission is to shield these people until they can be evacuated." A flicker of profound, almost personal annoyance crossed his features as he clenched a fist. "TSK. And where in the world is Kakashi? Of all the times for my rival to be fashionably late, back with Beerus and the others." A cluster of sand and sound shinobi, seeing an opening in the chaos, broke from the main fray. Their target was clear, the three genin, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Shino, who were still trying to make sense of the pandemonium. With synchronized snarls, they leaped forward, a dozen kunai aimed for the seemingly vulnerable boys. Naruto's eyes widened, and Shikamaru muttered a curse. But before they could even flinch, Beerus, who had been observing the bedlam with a look of profound boredom, let out an irritated sigh. "Such noisy, bothersome pests," he grumbled. He didn't move from his spot. He simply lifted his foot and tapped it on the ground. It was not a stomp. It was a light, almost dismissive tap, the kind one might make to get dust off a shoe. But from the point of contact, a wave of pure, violet energy erupted outwards. The purple key spread in a perfect, silent dome, a shockwave of divine power that warped the very air it passed through. The charging shinobi, their weapons, and their jutsu all slammed into this invisible wall. Their momentum was instantly reversed. With wide, terrified eyes, they were flung backwards as if shot from a cannon, sailing helplessly through the air and crashing into the far walls of the stadium with bone-jarring force, leaving them in a crumpled, unconscious heap. The wave of ki dissipated as quickly as it had appeared, leaving behind only a faint purple shimmer that hung in the air for a moment before vanishing. A few feet away, a separate group of invaders had swarmed Whis. They moved with lethal intent, a flurry of kicks, punches, and flashing steel. Whis, however, was a picture of unflappable grace. With his hands clasped calmly behind his back and a gentle smile on his face, he moved with an effortless fluidity that defied logic. A kunai thrust would find only empty air as he swayed his head a mere inch to the side. A sweeping kick would pass harmlessly under his elegantly lifted foot. It was almost like as if he was dancing through their assault. As one particularly aggressive sound ninja lunged past him, Whis, in a motion too fast to be seen, took out a marker from his pocket and drew a perfect, swirling circle on the front of the man's tunic. My, Whis chirped pleasantly as the ninja stumbled past, bewildered. "You're putting far too much thought into your attacks. It makes your movements so very stiff. You should try to be more fluid, like a gentle stream." The ninja, utterly confused by the advice and the strange news symbol on his front, crashed into his own comrade, toppling them both. For a moment after Beerus's display, there was a pocket of absolute silence around the three genin. Naruto was the first to break it, his jaw hanging open and his blue eyes wider than dinner plates. He slowly lowered a trembling finger to point at the epicenter of the non-event. What? What was that?" he screamed, his voice cracking with a mixture of terror and utter, unrestrained excitement. He just tapped his foot. Did you see that? That was so cool." "Cool isn't the word for it," Shikamaru breathed, his usual lazy demeanor completely shattered. There were no hand signs. No chakra build-up. Nothing. An attack with zero warning and zero effort that neutralized a dozen shinobi instantly. What a total drag. He slumped. Shino took a step back. "It looks like he's on our side." Meanwhile, Kankuro and Temari had already jumped all the way onto the middle of the arena, before running towards where Gaara was currently at. "Gaara!" Temari called out, her voice tight with a fear she rarely showed. She skidded to a halt a few feet away, her giant fan held defensively. "Are you all right?" Kankuro, his face paint unable to hide the deep concern in his eyes, took a cautious step closer. "Gaara, your shoulder," he began, his gaze fixed on the unnatural crimson stains spreading across his brother's pale skin and black attire. "You're bleeding." "How is that even possible?" Gaara didn't respond. He didn't even seem to hear them. His head was bowed, his turquoise eyes fixed on the blood that coated his trembling hand. It was an anomaly. The sand shield, the ultimate defense gifted by his mother's will, had been pierced. The pain in his shoulder was a searing fire, but it was nothing compared to the cold, existential terror that was extinguishing the last embers of his sanity. "It hurts." The thought was a child's whimper in the vast, empty cavern of his mind. "Mother, why does it hurt?" You promised nothing would ever touch me." A low, guttural sound began to escape Gaara's lips. It wasn't a word, but the sound of a dam breaking, of control shattering into a million pieces. His body began to twitch, his head snapping back as a horrifying, raspy laugh tore from his throat. Hee. Ha ha. "It hurts. It hurts." Temari's face went pale. "Oh no. Kankuro, get back. It's happening." It was too late. Gaara's body contorted. Sand erupted from the gourd on his back and swirled around him. Dark, blue-black markings, the cursed seals of the demon within, spread like ink blots across his skin, crawling up his neck and over his face. "If Mother won't protect me!" Gaara shrieked, his voice distorting, becoming deeper, sandier, layered with a malevolent consciousness. "Then I'll crush everything myself." His form swelled, the human boy disappearing within a monstrous, roiling tsunami of sand. The ground groaned and split as a colossal, clawed hand, larger than a cart, slammed down where Gaara had stood. More sand gathered, coalescing with terrifying speed. A massive, tan-colored body took shape, covered in the same dark, cursed markings. A thick, powerful tail whipped through the air, demolishing a section of the stadium wall as if it were made of parchment. Finally, a horrifying, canine-like head rose above the arena, its mouth agape in a silent roar. One eye was slitted and golden, blazing with manic glee, while the other was blacked out, with 4 points surrounding a single, tiny, yellow iris. In the center of the behemoth's forehead, the top half of Gaara's body emerged, his eyes wide and bloodshot, a maniacal grin plastered on his face as he controlled the monster from within. The one-tailed Shikaku had been unleashed upon the Leaf Village. The ground trembled as the monstrous tan beast fully formed, letting out a silent, soul-shaking roar that was felt more than it was heard. Naruto stumbled back, his feet catching on the uneven, debris-strewn ground. His mind, which had been buzzing with the adrenaline of Beerus's earlier display, went utterly blank. He saw the colossal sand creature, the maniacal eye, the thick, destructive tail. But most of all, he saw the figure embedded in its forehead. He saw Gaara. He saw the dark, cursed markings, the unhinged glee on Gaara's face. He saw a monster. And in that monster, for the first time, Naruto saw a terrifying mirror image of himself. He's like me, Naruto thought to himself. The whispers and glares he had endured his entire life, the hatred from the villagers, the word they always used for him, demon, it all came rushing back. Gaara was a vessel for a tailed beast, just like him. But where Naruto fought to be seen as himself, Gaara had completely succumbed, becoming one with the monster inside. Shikamaru widened his eyes in shock at Shikaku. "This is too much." Shino narrowed his eyes at the beast. A tailed beast? Beerus, however, remained utterly unmoved. He didn't even seem impressed. With an air of irritation, he glanced from the rampaging Shikaku back to the stunned genin. "More and more problems, eh?" He sighed, cracking his neck as if preparing for a mild inconvenience. His golden eyes then settled on Naruto, pinning him in place. "Naruto Uzumaki, can you fight that monster over there?" The question was so casual, so blunt, it shattered Naruto's horrified trance. He snapped his head towards Beerus, his expression a comical mask of disbelief. "Huh? Me?" he squawked, jabbing a trembling thumb at his own chest before flinging his hand out towards the 50-foot-tall sand demon. "Fight? Fight that thing? Are you crazy? It's a monster. It'll crush me in a second." "He's not wrong," Shikamaru interjected. "That thing's on a completely different scale. Sending a genin against it isn't a plan, it's suicide." This is such a drag. Beerus simply flicked a bit of dust from his shoulder, unimpressed by their panic. Of course it will crush you if you fight it like that, he said dismissively. Your current level is pathetic. An appetizer, but you're not going to fight it with your usual flailing and shouting. He paused, letting the weight of his gaze settle on the boy. You're going to use Ultra Instinct. Naruto blinked. The words were alien, a language he didn't understand. Ultra, what now? What kind of jutsu is that? I've never even heard of it. It is not a jutsu, Beerus said, his voice taking on a rare, instructive tone, as if a master was begrudgingly teaching a toddler. It's a state of being. The ultimate state. Autonomous Ultra Instinct. Autonomous. Naruto repeated, the word feeling clumsy and foreign on his tongue. It means your body moves on its own, Beerus explained, his voice cutting through the distant sounds of destruction. It is a state where you cease to think. Your consciousness is excised from the equation. Your body will dodge, parry, and attack on pure reflex, on instinct alone. It is a realm that even I struggle to master. He then smirked. And you, boy, have already touched upon it. Naruto's mind went blank again. Me? When? During your little tournament match, Beerus stated plainly. Against the boy with the white eyes. For a while, you had stopped thinking. You stopped trying. And your body moved on its own. It dodged an attack that should have been impossible to avoid and delivered a blow that your opponent never saw coming. Naruto widened his eyes in shock as he began to remember what Beerus was talking about. But I don't even know how I did that or what that even was. And how did you even know that I did that? Were you watching me? Naruto questioned. Beerus sighed while swaying his tail behind him. That is irrelevant. Stay on topic. Shikamaru blinked in confusion. What? Shino looked at Beerus. Ultra Instinct? Sounds like it's the highest form of taijutsu. Naruto looked surprised. What I did earlier was called Ultra Instinct. I don't even know if I can do that again. He then paused for a moment, before asking, or can I? Of course you can't, you dunce. It isn't a switch unless you've mastered it, Beerus retorted, his patience wearing thin. It is a state achieved when you shatter the shell of your own self-consciousness. That sandbrat over there is running on a twisted, broken version of instinct, raw, chaotic, and destructive. To defeat an instinct that has gone mad, you must answer with one that is pure and absolute. The god then took a step forward. So, this is your choice, Naruto Uzumaki. You can stand here and whine about what you can't do, while that thing destroys this village and everyone in it. Or you can shut your mouth, clear your head, and try to find that quiet place you stumbled into before. He gestured lazily towards Shikaku. Either you fight it, or I will. And if I have to get involved, I can't promise I'll be neat about it. I might just have to erase the monster, the stadium, and this entire village just to make sure the job is done. Beerus's apocalyptic ultimatum hung in the air, thick and heavy as the smoke choking the sky. The weight of it pressed down on Naruto, a physical force that made his lungs feel tight and his limbs leaden. He stared, unblinking, at the rampaging Shikaku. The beast let out another roar, a wave of pure sonic force and malevolent chakra that kicked up a storm of dust and debris. The sound barely registered. Naruto's world had narrowed to the impossible choice before him and the monstrous, sand-colored mirror of his own cursed existence. Into this tension, Whis reappeared. There was no flicker of movement, no sound of approach. One moment, the space beside Beerus was empty. The next, Whis was there, holding a steaming, oversized bowl of ramen. A pair of chopsticks was held delicately in his other hand, and the rich, savory aroma of pork broth and noodles cut through the acrid smells of battle with an almost offensive pleasantness. He took a long, appreciative slurp of noodles, his eyes closing in bliss. Delightful, he chirped, dabbing his mouth with a napkin. Lord Beerus, you simply must try this. I located a most charming little establishment called the Ichiraku Ramen just on the edge of the village. The chef was quite startled by the commotion, but he was more than happy to prepare a bowl to go. The texture of the noodles is simply divine. Beerus glanced at the bowl, his nose twitching. He plucked a single noodle from Wiss's bowl with his claws and tasted it, his expression shifting from irritation to mild surprise. Not bad, he conceded, a rare note of approval in his voice. This planet continues to be full of surprises. To think that this alternate Earth also has a sophisticated culinary scene like in Goku's planet. It almost makes me feel bad about the possibility of having to destroy it. The casual, matter-of-fact way he spoke of destroying their home was what finally snapped Shikamaru out of his stupor. The gears in his brilliant mind, which had been grinding against the impossible problem of Shikaku, now latched onto a new, even more confounding variable. Hold on a second, Shikamaru said, his voice sharp with intellect despite the sheer exhaustion on his face. He took a half-step forward, his gaze fixed on the purple cat-like being. What do you mean, this planet? And you mentioned an attendant before. You're not from around here. You're not from another village, are you? Are you aliens? The word hung in the air, sounding utterly absurd in a world of jutsu and shinobi. Beerus looked down at him, an eyebrow raised in amusement. Alien? What a crude term. It implies we are merely visitors from another celestial body. He let out a short, condescending laugh. No, boy, we are not aliens. He puffed out his chest slightly. I am a god. The silence that followed was absolute. Even Whis paused his eating, a noodle dangling from his lips, to gauge the boy's reactions. Shikamaru's face scrunched up, not in disbelief, but in intense, frustrated analysis. A god, he repeated slowly, testing the word. People in this world throw that word around. The first Hokage was called the god of shinobi for his power. Is that what you mean? That you're just an incredibly powerful individual who has adopted a title? It was the only logical box his mind could fit this into. A self-proclaimed deity, another Kage-level threat with delusions of grandeur. It was arrogant, but understandable. Do I look like a shinobi to you? Beerus scoffed. Do not compare my station to that of your jumped-up village chiefs. Their power is a flickering candle. Mine is the inferno of a dying star. I am not a god, I am the god of destruction. Shino, who had been silent until now, adjusted his dark glasses. A fascinating claim, he stated, his voice a low, analytical monotone. The concept of a god of destruction implies a system. A purpose. Destruction is a natural part of any ecosystem, necessary for rebirth and renewal. Are you claiming your existence is a fundamental component of the universe's life cycle? Whis beamed, swallowing his noodle with a happy gulp. Oh my! What an exceptionally perceptive young man! You've grasped the essence of it far quicker than most mortals. That's precisely right. Lord Beerus's role is to destroy planets and civilizations to maintain the balance of the universe. It's a very important, if thankless, job. Shikamaru felt a wave of dizziness. This was going too far beyond his comprehension. Maintain balance? You destroy planets? Plural? His mind was struggling to even visualize the scale of such a thing. All his strategic genius, all his understanding of politics, warfare, and power dynamics, was confined to this single world. These beings were talking about a cosmic game board he never even knew existed. That's impossible. It defies every law of physics and chakra we know. Your laws are not my laws, boy, Beerus said, his voice losing its amused tone and taking on a chilling seriousness. I am the one who sets the curve. My energy, which you felt earlier, is not your chakra. It is the energy of destruction itself. It's called divine ki. Ki, Shino murmured, piecing it together. The term Whis-sen used for Naruto-kun's power was ultra instinct, a state of the body. The energy you wield is different. It doesn't belong to a biological system. It's an external, authoritative force. He looked at Beerus, his shaded eyes trying to perceive the imperceptible. So, you are not a life form in the traditional sense. You are a living embodiment of a universal principle. A walking, talking natural disaster. A very eloquent way of putting it, Whis complimented, beginning to work on the broth. You three are quite interesting people. So much more mentally stimulating than the usual screaming rabble Lord Beerus deals with. Shikamaru rubbed his temples, a massive headache forming. What a drag, a god of destruction, an angelic attendant, a universe in balance, a secret power called Ultra Instinct. He looked over at Naruto, who hadn't moved a muscle. The blond boy was still locked in a silent staring contest with the rampaging tailed beast. His fists were clenched so tightly his knuckles were white, his whole body trembling with an unseen, internal war. Beerus followed Shikamaru's gaze. "He's running out of time," the god of destruction stated coldly. Shikaku, in its rage, swiped a colossal claw at a section of the stadium stands, obliterating it in an explosion of sand and stone. "Your friend over there is getting antsy. All that raw, unrestrained instinct is messy. It has no focus, no grace. It's an offense to the very concept." Naruto looked at Shikaku, 100-foot-tall hurricane of sand and fury, and saw only a tidal wave of death. He couldn't fight that. He was just Naruto, a genin who knew a couple of decent jutsu and had more guts than sense. Then, his eyes locked onto the figure embedded in the monster's forehead. He saw Gaara's face, twisted in a mask of manic glee, but behind the madness, he saw the eyes. They were the same eyes Naruto saw in the mirror on his worst nights, eyes that screamed of a loneliness so profound it had curdled into hatred. "He's like me," the thought cut through the panic. Gaara had no one. He had been given a monster, sealed inside him, and was left to drown in the silence. Naruto had Iruka. He had Kakashi. He had Sakura and Sasuke. He had found people who pulled him back from that same abyss. Gaara had only his monster. And now, the monster was all that was left. Destroy the village, or fight him. "I'll do it." The words were quiet, barely a whisper, but in the suffocating tension, they rang out like a temple bell. Shikamaru and Shino stared at him, their faces pale with shock. "Naruto, you can't be serious!" Shikamaru hissed, grabbing his arm. "This isn't a bluff. Look at him. He's not a shinobi, he's a natural disaster. You can't fight that thing." "He's right," Shino added, his voice strained, his insects buzzing in a panicked frenzy beneath his coat. "The logical conclusion here is to retreat and allow the Hokage's forces to handle this. Your survival probability is statistically non-existent." Naruto shook his head, pulling his arm free. He didn't look at his friends. His gaze was still locked on Gaara. "It's not about winning," he said, his voice gaining a sliver of its usual steel. "It's because I have to. I won't let you destroy him, or my village." He turned to face Beerus, his blue eyes holding the god's gaze with a terrifying, newfound resolve. "I'll fight him. So back off." Beerus smirked, a flicker of something that might have been respect, or perhaps just morbid curiosity, in his eyes. "Brave words, boy. Very well. The stage is yours. Try not to make a mess of it before you die." With a nod, Naruto turned away from them all. He took a deep breath, the air still tasting of smoke and ozone. He needed to find that place again. The quiet place. "Cease to think," Beerus had said. "Let your body move on its own." How? How did you just stop thinking? His mind was a mix of fear and an aching empathy for the monster he had to face. He closed his eyes, trying to force it all out. He then pictured the fight with Niji to remember the feeling he had before. Shikaku, meanwhile, was growing bored of mindless destruction. Its massive golden eye swiveled, scanning the arena until it fixed upon the Jonin. Asuma, Guy, and Kurinai stood ready, their faces grim. With a guttural roar that was part insane laughter, Shikaku raised a colossal clawed hand, intending to squash them flat. "Scatter!" Asuma yelled. They leaped in different directions. But Guy, in his assessment of the beast, had misjudged its speed. The shadow of the descending hand fell over him. He was a master of taijutsu, but he couldn't outrun a moving mountain. Suddenly, a swirl of crimson leaves appeared beside him. Kurinai, her eyes sharp with resolve, grabbed the back of his flak jacket. "Demonic illusion, tree-binding death," she yelled, not at the beast, but as a trigger for a high-speed body flicker, yanking Guy out from under the point of impact just as the sand hand slammed down. The ground shattered, sending a shockwave that threw them both through the air. They landed hard, skidding to a halt near Temari and Kankuro, who were watching their brothers rampage with expressions of pure horror. "Thanks, Kurinai," Guy grunted, getting to his feet. "My youthful spirit almost got snuffed out." "Focus, Guy," she commanded, her gaze locked on the monster. "We need to buy time, but what for?" Their question was answered by a sudden, inexplicable change in the atmosphere. Back in the center of the arena, Naruto stood with his eyes closed. The chaos, the screams, Shikaku's rampage, he let it all wash over him, trying not to fight it, but to find the center of it. It wasn't working. His thoughts were too loud. What if I can't do it? What if Beerus destroys everything? Why did this have to happen to Gaara? Then, another thought cut through the noise. A memory of his own. Sitting on a swing, alone, after another day of being shunned. The gnawing emptiness. The hollow feeling in his chest. That was a kind of silence, too. A painful, lonely silence. He had fought his whole life to fill that silence with noise, with laughter, with friends. Maybe I'm going about this the wrong way, he thought. Maybe it's not about getting rid of the noise. Maybe it's about accepting it. All of it. He stopped trying to block out the fear. He let it in. He acknowledged the terror he felt. He accepted the anger at the invaders. He embraced the deep, painful empathy he felt for Gaara. He let every emotion, every thought, every sensation flood his senses. He stopped fighting the storm inside him and instead simply let it be. And in that moment of absolute acceptance, he found it. A profound stillness settled over him. It wasn't emptiness. Instead, it was a state of perfect fullness, a serene equilibrium. The world, which had been a chaotic blur, snapped into hyperfocus. He could feel the slight shift in the wind caused by Shikaku's tail. He could hear the individual grains of sand grinding against each other in the beast's colossal form. He could sense the spike of alarm in his friends' hearts and the cool, analytical curiosity from Beerus and Whis. He opened his eyes. Sakura, who had been watching with Ino from a relatively safe distance, gasped. Naruto. His eyes were no longer the vibrant cerulean blue she knew. They were silver. Calm, placid, and utterly devoid of emotion, like pools of liquid mercury. A faint, shimmering silver aura, like heat haze on a winter morning, rose from his body. His blonde hair, caught in a non-existent breeze, seemed to be infused with incandescent light, catching and refracting the dim sunlight with a distinct, silvery sheen. His chakra signature, the bright, boisterous sun that every sensor type knew, had simply vanished. What happened to him? Ino stammered with a shocked look on her face. It's that form again, Shikamaru said in shock. On the other side of the arena, Guy's eyes were wide, his jaw slack. That stance, that presence. There is no wasted energy. No thought. No intent. It's perfect. A form of taijutsu more sublime than anything I have ever witnessed. It's that form again. Beerus's lazy smirk widened into a genuine grin. Ho, so he did it. He found the entrance. Indeed, Whis said, finally placing his empty ramen bowl down. To think a mortal boy, so unrefined, could stumble upon the threshold of the gods not once, but twice. He is a most fascinating anomaly. Shikaku sensed the change, too. The insignificant pest that it had ignored was suddenly the most profound presence in the arena. It tilted its massive head, its golden eye narrowing as it focused on Naruto. It couldn't sense any malice, any chakra, any killing intent. It could only sense a void, a perfect calm that was anathema to its very being of rage and sand. With a furious roar, it swiped its arm, sending a tidal wave of sand and debris hurtling towards Naruto. It was an attack that could pulverize a battalion of shinobi. Naruto didn't flinch. He didn't brace himself, but rather made his move. His body flowed like water. He took a single step to the left, his body tilting at an impossible angle as the torrent of sand passed him by, not a single grain touching his clothes. He weaved through a volley of giant sand bullets, his movements so fluid and economical they barely seemed like movements at all. Not only was he dodging, but he was also inhabiting the spaces between the attack, occupying the infinitesimal pockets of safety that shouldn't have existed. He flowed forward, closing the distance to the colossal beast with an unhurried, graceful stride that seemed to warp the space around him. Shikaku, enraged by this effortless evasion, brought its other claw down in a crushing blow. Naruto didn't look up. His body simply leaned back, the massive sand claws missing him by a hair's breadth, the wind from the blow not even rustling his hair. He was inside the beast's guard. With a single, fluid motion he leaped, his body tracing a perfect arc through the air. He ran up Shikaku's arm, his feet finding purchase on the shifting, grinding sand as if it were solid ground. He's untouchable. Asuma widened his eyes in shock. Incredible. Kushina whispered with widened eyes. Shikaku roared in frustration, trying to shake him off, but Naruto's movements were perfectly synchronized with the beast's. From its perspective, he was like a ninja whose movements he couldn't track. Naruto reached the monster's shoulder and launched himself towards its face. Shikaku fired a massive blast of compressed air from its mouth, a wind-style, sand buckshot powerful enough to level a forest. This time, Naruto didn't dodge. His hand came up, palm open. A small, shimmering dome of silver energy flickered into existence, and the cataclysmic wind blast struck it, parting around the dome like water around a stone, completely neutralized. He's not just dodging anymore, was observed with keen interest. His body is beginning to understand how to attack and defend. He's learning at an explosive rate. The move, however, had taken a toll. The silver aura around Naruto flickered violently. A jolt of pain, like 1,000 volts of electricity, shot through him. The calm was shattered by the agony of wielding a power his mortal body was not ready for. He gasped, his silver eyes flickering back to blue for a split second. It hurts, Naruto thought to himself. Shikaku seized the opening. Its massive tail, a battering ram of solid sand, swung around and slammed into Naruto's side. The impact was immense. The silver aura shattered completely. Naruto was sent flying like a cannonball, tumbling through the air and crashing into the far wall of the stadium with enough force to shatter the stone and leave a deep crater. He fell from the wall, landing on the ground in a crumpled heap, unmoving. Naruto! Sakura screamed with terror. For a moment, everyone froze. The miraculous display was over. Reality had reasserted itself. Gaara, from his perch on Shikaku's forehead, let out a cackling, insane laugh. Hee hee! Is that all? No one can touch me. No one! Beerus sighed, shaking his head. A shame. He touched the power, but his body is too fragile to wield it. He allowed his thoughts, his pain, to interfere. He let the instinct break. What a disappointment. He raised a hand, his index finger beginning to glow with a tiny, sunbright spark of purple energy. Well, I gave him his chance. But as the dust settled around the crater, a faint light began to glow. It started as a soft, white flicker, then intensified, pulsing with a steady beat. From within the crater, Naruto slowly, painfully pushed himself to his feet. His jacket was torn, his body bruised and battered. But the pain was secondary. In that moment of impact, in the flash of agony, something inside him had broken. The final wall. The fear of pain, the fear of failure, the last vestiges of conscious thought that had been holding him back. It all burned away, consumed by a purpose that was now terrifyingly simple. He had to save Gaara. Not by thinking, not by trying, but by doing. A column of energy, silent and impossibly dense, erupted from him, shooting straight up into the sky. It wasn't the wild, chaotic red of the Nine-Tails chakra. It was a torrent of pure, incandescent silver-white light, calm and majestic. The heat radiating from him was immense, shimmering the very air around him. His blonde hair, no longer just sheened with light, now lifted and transformed, each strand turning a brilliant, luminous silver. When he looked up, his eyes were the same solid silver, but now they burned with a serene, focused intensity. The silver aura returned, no longer a gentle shimmer but a blazing, roaring inferno of divine ki. Beerus's hand froze midair. His eyes were wide, his jaw slightly agape. A slow, incredulous smile spread across his face. He began to chuckle, a low, rumbling sound of pure, unadulterated excitement. Oh my! Would you look at that? He breathed, his voice filled with a reverence no one present had ever heard from him. He spoke as if narrating a sacred text, the heat of it all clashing, then breaking its shell, rising from the self-moving principle into its glorious, divine state. His grin widened, revealing his sharp teeth. There it is. Autonomous Ultra Instinct. In all its glory, Naruto took a single step out of the crater. There was no sound, but the ground for 20 feet around him cracked and splintered under the sheer pressure of his presence. He looked at Shikaku, and for the first time, his body prepared not just to dodge, but to strike. Shikaku, sensing a threat on a completely different existential plane, panicked. It unleashed its ultimate attack, a volley of hundreds of giant shuriken made of hardened, chakra-infused sand. Naruto vanished. He didn't flicker or blur. He was simply there one moment, and gone the next. He reappeared directly in front of the colossal beast's chest, having moved through the storm of projectiles without disturbing a single one. He drew his right arm back. A sphere of brilliant white-silver energy, swirling like a miniature galaxy, formed in his palm. He thrust his palm forward. There was no earth-shattering explosion. There was only a clean, pure impact. The sphere of energy touched Shikaku's chest and expanded, not with a bang, but with a wave of absolute power that traveled through the beast's entire body. The curse markings covering its form glowed brightly, then shattered like black glass. The sand that made up its body lost all cohesion, no longer held together by Gaara's hatred and the demon's chakra. The 50-foot monster crumbled. It didn't explode, it simply dissolved, the sand cascading down onto the arena floor like the emptying of a giant hourglass, until nothing was left but a mountain of ordinary sand. From the top of the dissipating form, Gaara's body, now free of all demonic markings, fell limp, tumbling towards the ground. Before he could hit the sand, Naruto was there, appearing beneath him in another silent flash of movement, catching him gently and lowering him to the ground. The silver aura receded. The brilliant hair slowly faded back to its familiar blonde. The divine ki vanished as if it had never been. Naruto swayed on his feet, the immense toll of the power hitting him all at once. He was bruised, battered, and more exhausted than he had ever been in his life, but he was standing. He looked down at Gaara, who was unconscious, but breathing peacefully. The entire stadium was silent. The Jonin, the Genin, the god, everyone stared, unable to process what they had just witnessed. After a moment, Gaara's eyelids fluttered open. He looked up, his turquoise eyes hazy and confused, and saw Naruto standing over him. "Why?" Gaara rasped, his voice weak. "Why are you not landing the killing blow?" Naruto looked down at him, his own exhaustion etched on his face. He knew this feeling. The loneliness. The pain of being a monster. "Because you're the same as me," Naruto said, his voice soft but clear. "You were alone, weren't you? I know that feeling. The pain of being alone, it's unbearable, isn't it? I get it. I really do." He crouched down, bringing himself to Gaara's eye level. There was no pity in his eyes, only a profound and absolute understanding. "But I have people who are precious to me now. They saved me from that loneliness. They saved me from myself." He offered a small, tired smile. "That's why. I'll never let them get hurt. And I won't let them hurt my friends either. Even if I have to stop you." Tears began to well up in Gaara's eyes, the first tears he had shed since he was a small child. They weren't tears of pain or rage, but of a broken dam of sorrow and a flicker of something he didn't recognize. "Hope. The ones who are precious to you," Gaara whispered. Naruto nodded. "Someday, you'll understand. You'll find them too. Friends, companions, love." Across the arena, Sakura watched, tears streaming down her own face. "Naruto," she whispered, her heart aching with a mix of pride, awe, and a little bit of fear for the boy she thought she knew. "Unbelievable," Guy said in shock. "He achieved a state of combat that shouldn't be possible." Beerus yawned, stretching his arms over his head as if waking from a satisfying nap. "Well, that was a decent show. He actually pulled it off." He looked at Whis. "I suppose we can hold off on destroying this planet. Their food is good, and their entertainment is, for the moment, top-notch." Whis smiled serenely. "As you wish, my lord." Naruto swayed, a wave of exhaustion so complete it felt like his very bones were dissolving, washing over him. The divine energy had left him bruised, battered, and hollowed out, as if his soul had been stretched to the breaking point and then snapped back into place. He looked down at the unconscious boy in his arms. Gaara, stripped of his monstrous sand shell and cursed markings, looked small and fragile. With a grunt of effort that took every last ounce of his strength, Naruto gently shifted Gaara's weight, draping the other boy's arm over his shoulders and hoisting him to his feet. Gaara's head lolled against his shoulder, his breathing shallow but steady. Naruto, Sakura's voice, filled with frantic relief, was the first to break the spell. She rushed forward, her pink hair fanning out behind her, Ino close at her heels. She skidded to a halt a few feet away, her eyes wide as she took in the scene. Naruto, looking more battered than she had ever seen him, supporting the very monster they had all feared would kill them. "Are you all right?" she asked as she looked at Naruto's injuries. "I'm okay," Naruto managed, his voice raspy. "Just really tired." Shikamaru and Shino approached more cautiously. Shikamaru's face was pale, his usual lazy expression replaced by one of shock. He looked from the mountain of inert sand, to the two boys leaning on each other, to the purple cat-like being who was now meticulously inspecting his fingernails. "What a complete and utter drag," Shikamaru muttered, though the phrase lacked its usual annoyance. "The fallout from this, the reports we'll have to file," Shino sighed. "That would be so, yes." Before anyone else could speak, a blur of movement resolved into the forms of the Jonin. Guy, Asuma, and Kurinai landed softly nearby, their faces a mixture of awe, relief, and grave concern. From another direction, Temari and Kankuro rushed in, their initial fear for their lives now replaced by a desperate need to check on their brother. They stopped short when they saw Naruto supporting him, their expressions turning to stunned confusion. "Gaara," Temari whispered, her giant fan held loosely at her side. She looked at Naruto, then back at her brother's peaceful, unconscious face. She didn't understand what she was seeing, but she knew it was a sight she had never thought possible. Asuma lit a cigarette with a slightly trembling hand, taking a long drag. "Well, I'll be damned," he breathed, smoke curling from his lips. He looked around the arena, at the dozens of unconscious sand and sound shinobi scattered about like discarded dolls. "Catman, you certainly did a number on the invaders in here." He then looked towards the stadium exits, his brow furrowing as the sounds of battle from the village proper reached them. "But it sounds like the party's still going strong out there. This is far from over." His words sobered everyone. The immediate, monstrous threat had been neutralized, but the village was still under siege. It was Guy who spotted it first. His eyes, sharper than most, narrowed as he looked past the arena towards the Hokage monument. "Look!" he commanded, pointing. "The Hokage's tower." All eyes followed his finger. There, shimmering against the sky like a heat haze, was a distinct, pulsating purple barrier. It warped the light around it, a clear sign of a powerful and malevolent jutsu. Inside that cage of chakra, they could just make out tiny figures on the rooftop. "A four-pillar prison," Kurinai said, her voice tight with dread. "Someone has the third Hokage trapped. And I've got a good idea who," Asuma growled, his expression hardening as he thought of Orochimaru. The cigarette between his fingers snapped. "We have to get up there. We have to help him." "Right," Guy declared, his battle spirit instantly reignited. "We will storm the rooftop with the full power of our youth and—" He was cut off by the whisper-soft sound of two figures landing behind them. "It seems we missed the main event." The voice was calm, lazy, and utterly familiar. Everyone spun around. There stood Kakashi Hatake, his single eye taking in the entire, impossible scene with a swift, analytical sweep: the destroyed arena, the mountain of sand, the defeated Jinchuriki, his exhausted students, the formidable Jonin, and two beings near the center of it all that his senses couldn't even begin to classify. Beside him was Sasuke Uchiha. His hair was longer, his face leaner, and his eyes burned with a dark fire. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. He saw the state of the arena. He saw Gaara, the unstable monster he had been so eager to test his new power against, defeated and being supported by him. The dead last, the loud-mouthed idiot. An ugly, bitter wave of jealousy and confusion washed over him. He had been training with Kakashi, mastering the pinnacle of lightning-natured chakra, the Chidori. He was supposed to be the one who had ascended to new heights. Yet, looking at the scene before him, he felt as though he had been left impossibly, infuriatingly far behind. "Kakashi-sensei!" "Sasuke!" Sakura cried out, a wave of relief washing over her. Kakashi's visible eye curved into its usual crescent shape, but it didn't reach his posture, which was coiled as tight as a spring. "Yo," he said, his voice deceptively casual. "Sorry we're late. Got held up by a few uninvited guests on the way." He took a step forward, his gaze meticulously cataloging every detail. "Mind giving me a quick summary of what we missed? And try to start with the part that explains the 50-foot sand monster that's no longer here," Asuma quickly briefed him. "Orochimaru started the invasion. He's on the roof with the old man now. That barrier is his doing." "And Gaara?" Kakashi asked, his eye flicking to the two boys. "He lost control. Turned into the full Shikaku," Guy supplied, his voice filled with a strange awe. "And Naruto?" "Naruto defeated him." Kakashi's eye widened almost imperceptibly. He looked at Naruto, truly looked at him, and saw the profound exhaustion that went beyond a simple chakra drain. He saw the new weight in his student's posture. "Defeated the full One Tails? How?" Sasuke pushed past him, his steps sharp and aggressive. He stopped directly in front of Naruto, his dark eyes boring into him. "What happened here, Naruto?" he demanded, his voice low and laced with a frustrated anger he couldn't contain. "What did you do?" Naruto looked up, his gaze meeting Sasuke's. The old fire, the need to shout and prove himself, was gone, replaced by a deep weariness. "I did what I had to do, Sasuke," he said simply. The quiet, straightforward answer was more infuriating to Sasuke than any boast could have been. "What you had to do?" Sasuke pressed, his voice rising. "Look at this place. This wasn't a normal fight. I can feel it. What jutsu did you use?" Before Naruto could answer, Shikamaru stepped forward, rubbing the back of his neck. "Actually, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, it's more complicated than that. And a whole lot more troublesome." He gestured with his head towards Beerus, who was watching the exchange with a bored expression, and Whis, who was observing with a polite, curious smile. Kakashi's gaze followed, and for the first time, he focused entirely on the two anomalous beings. His Sharingan, hidden beneath his headband, could feel no chakra from them at all. Not a drop. That was impossible. Every living thing had chakra. To have none meant they were either masters of a suppression technique so advanced it was unheard of, or they weren't living things in the way he understood them. His entire body went on high alert. These two were infinitely more dangerous than the rampaging Jinchuriki had been. "And who might you be?" Kakashi asked, his voice losing all its previous laziness, replaced by the honed edge of an elite jonin. "You don't seem to be with the sound or the sand. We had come here for Naruto Uzumaki." "Of course, we didn't come here to harm him," Beerus said with a yawn. "Kakashi-sensei, this is going to sound insane," Shikamaru cut in, deciding to just rip the bandage off. "But they're the reason most of the enemies in here are unconscious. And they claim to be gods," Sasuke scoffed. "Gods? Don't be ridiculous, Shikamaru." "He is not being ridiculous," Shino stated, his tone flat and factual. "He is merely repeating their assertion. The being known as Beerus refers to himself as a god of destruction. His attendant is Whis. Their energy signatures are not chakra. They operate on a principle we cannot comprehend. To engage them would be illogical." Kakashi processed this information with stunning speed. An unknown power source. A claim of godhood. The ability to neutralize dozens of shinobi without effort. He, however, had a feeling that Beerus and Whis were not their enemy. He put a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. "Sasuke, stand down," he ordered, his voice low but firm. Sasuke bristled but reluctantly obeyed, though his glare never left Naruto. Kakashi turned his attention back to the jonin. "The Hokage is the priority. Guy, Asuma, Kurinai with me. We'll break through that barrier. We need to end this at the source." "What about us?" Sakura asked, gesturing to the genin. "Get these two somewhere safe," Kakashi said, nodding towards Naruto and Gaara. "Naruto, you're in no condition to fight. Sasuke, you're with me. I might need your Chidori." "Chidori?" Naruto looked confused. Guy widened his eyes with a surprised look on his face. "Wait, the Chidori?" Sasuke's eyes lit up with a flicker of pride, but it was quickly extinguished as he glanced back at Naruto. Even being called upon for his elite technique felt like a hollow victory. Naruto, however, shook his head, finding a new reserve of strength. No. I'm going to. Naruto, you can barely stand, Kakashi argued. The old man is in trouble, Naruto insisted, his voice regaining some of its familiar stubbornness. He looked at Gaara, then at the tower. I'm not done yet. I can still fight. Beerus let out a soft chuckle. The boy has spirit, I'll give him that. Even if he is a fool. The lines were drawn. The teams were assembling. High above them, on the rooftop, the real battle for the fate of the Leaf Village was about to reach its climax, and a new, unpredictable set of players were about to join the game. Currently, on top of a lookout built into a massive wall, 2 Leaf ninjas stood guard. The wall bore a prominent red symbol, a stylized version of the Japanese hiragana character, which is pronounced Hi. The shinobi on duty were 2 members of the village's guard, as they recently got tasked for it due to the ongoing Chunin exams. They both wore the standard attire of a Konoha Chunin, which consisted of a dark blue long-sleeved shirt and matching pants, covered by a green flak jacket. Each wore a forehead protector engraved with the Leaf Village symbol, maintaining a watch over the wall to make sure no intruders or potential disturbances made their way through. Although their job was to keep a watch, they were currently conversing amongst each other. After all, they weren't robots to devote 100% of their energy and focus on merely keeping a watch. One of the ninjas were currently facing his partner on the lookout platform area and admitted, I wanted to watch the Chunin exams too. His partner placed his left hand on his left hip and smiled. Stop fussing. The Chunin exams take place twice a year. You'll have many more chances to see it, but this year, the kid from the Uchiha clan is taking part, right? And I won't have a chance to see that. He then smiled and said jokingly, I won't be able to die peacefully. Suddenly, a loud crash was heard as the ground far below them rumbled. Now on high alert as they widened their eyes in shock, they looked to their left from the railing at what could have caused the crash. What's that? One of the ninjas wondered with an alarmed look on his face. In the distance, emerging from the heart of the dense forest that stretched out before them, a massive plume of white smoke billowed upwards into the sky. The smoke churned and rose with an unnerving speed. The 2 shinobi leaned forward against the railing, their earlier casual conversation completely forgotten. Their eyes were fixed on the disturbance, a sense of foreboding washing over them. This was no ordinary fire. The smoke was too concentrated, too pure in its white color. It looked like the aftermath of a powerful jutsu, one far beyond the scale of anything that should be occurring outside the controlled environment of the Chunin exam stadium. An attack? An invasion? Deep within the village's borders, this close to the main populace? Meanwhile, deep within the forest at the heart of the disturbance, the true nature of the event was far more sinister. In a wide, hidden clearing, a massive and intricate summoning circle had been etched into the earth, its geometric lines glowing with a faint glow. Positioned strategically at key points around the circle's perimeter stood several sand ninjas. Their focus were absolute as their hands flashed through seals, channeling immense amounts of chakra into the forbidden jutsu. From the very nexus of the glowing circle, the dense column of white smoke continued to erupt, surging into the sky. Clamped firmly between the teeth of several of these ninjas were large scrolls, held fast as a crucial component of the complex summoning jutsu. Overseeing the complex ritual was a stern-faced man who was clearly in command. His head was wrapped in layers of white bandages, from which long, bone-white hair fell over the high collar of his gray jacket. His face was all sharp angles and severe lines, with narrow, calculating eyes set under heavy brows. The forehead protector of the Sound Village was tied over his bandaged head, its musical note symbol identifying his allegiance. His expression was one of cold authority, as he gave the final order. It's time! He commanded, his voice sharp and clear. Begin! One of the sand shinobi at the edge of the formation on one knee, head slightly bowed. In his mouth, clutched between his teeth, was a tightly rolled scroll. His gloved hand came up and plucked the scroll from his mouth in one smooth motion. Without hesitation, he lowered it and placed it flat against the earth just beyond the edge of the glowing circle. The scroll's paper caught the glow immediately, as though the ground itself was pulling at it. A faint, high-pitched hum rose in the clearing as seals on the scroll began to shimmer to life, their ink lines glowing a pale red. The sand shinobi didn't move from his kneeling position, His palm lingered on the scroll for a moment longer, as though anchoring it, before he finally drew back and rose to his feet. Suddenly, from the very heart of the intricately drawn ceiling pattern, an immense, violent eruption of pure white smoke exploded upwards with an ear-splitting roar. The smoke burst into existence like a sudden storm, swirling and churning as if it were alive, rapidly expanding outwards and upwards to swallow the clearing entirely. Its appearance was instant and overwhelming, blotting out every inch of visibility for a fleeting moment. The summoning circle beneath glowed fiercely, crimson lines illuminating the churning cloud from below, casting shadows onto the faces of the shinobi standing around the perimeter. At the edge of the ritual area, the shinobi commander, the man wrapped in white bandages with stark white hair cascading down his back, stood calmly watching the eruption of smoke. His narrow eyes glinted with satisfaction as the intensity of the chakra and the subsequent smoke eruption indicated a successful summoning. A smirk crept onto his lips. "The summoning jutsu has been completed," he declared coldly, his voice steady and unwavering despite the chaotic storm raging mere feet away. Barely had the commander's words faded when the rumbling intensified dramatically. The ground itself seemed to scream in agony, buckling and cracking violently as something beneath the ground was trying to break free. Dirt and grass began to lift, first subtly, then rising and swirling in wild spirals around the edge of the smoke column. Massive chunks of earth ripped from the forest floor, trees splintered and cracked, pulled from their roots with terrifying ease as the unseen creatures beneath surged upward. From their distant vantage point, atop the lookout platform on Konoha's massive protective wall, the two-leaf shinobi watched the unfolding disaster with disbelief and dread. Their knuckles whitened as they gripped the railing as they widened their eyes in shock. "What's going on?" one of them shouted, his voice panicked, unable to tear his gaze away from the catastrophe unfolding deep within their village's borders. His companion didn't answer, jaw slack and silent horror. Back within the forest, the earth finally gave way completely, erupting upwards like a volcano. A colossal explosion of dirt, rock, and splintered trees surged into the sky, engulfing the already chaotic smoke with a massive wave of muddy brown dust and debris. Trees snapped like twigs, their trunks spinning violently through the air before crashing down at random in the nearby forest. The explosion sent tremors reverberating outward, felt even as far as the distant village walls. Then, from the heart of the swirling dust cloud, something massive began to move. Dark shapes, enormous and sinuous, twisted and writhed within the debris-filled air. Slowly and terrifyingly, 3 gargantuan forms emerged from the dust, rising higher and higher into the open sky. They were gigantic snakes, each large enough to dwarf entire buildings, their bodies thick and powerful, rippling with cords of muscle beneath sleek scales. The snakes rose steadily, their forms gradually becoming clear as they slithered from the smoke and dust. Their scales were dark as obsidian, shimmering with a sinister luster in the daylight, catching and refracting it into faint, oily rainbows. These scales were not smooth but textured, each large, diamond-shaped scale fitting perfectly against the next, creating armor-like protection that rippled fluidly as the massive creatures moved. Their heads were monstrous, shaped like vast, flattened wedges, each crowned by prominent horns protruding sharply backward like deadly blades. Their eyes glowed fiercely, burning amber red with an eerie intelligence and malicious intent, scanning the surroundings coldly, devoid of any mercy or hesitation. Each of the snakes opened its massive jaws, revealing rows upon rows of enormous, gleaming fangs, saliva dripping ominously as their thick, forked tongues flickered from their cavernous mouths, tasting the air hungrily. The ground trembled with every slight motion of their enormous bodies, their colossal tails whipping through the smoke-filled air behind them, slicing through what remained of the trees like massive, living whips. They moved with dreadful grace, every action smooth, displaying an effortless strength that hinted at how truly catastrophic these creatures could be. The sand shinobi around the circle were forced to shield their faces with their arms as debris and dust flew everywhere, buffeting them fiercely. As the dust began to slowly settle, the snakes paused briefly, their towering forms casting immense, dark shadows across the ruined forest floor. The sunlight filtering through the disturbed trees and lingering smoke only heightened the ominous mood, casting stark patterns across their bodies, accentuating their terrible grandeur. The commander of the Sand and Sound Shinobi, his face still bearing that cold smirk, took a single step forward, utterly unafraid. His presence radiated power and authority, and even these colossal serpents seemed momentarily aware of him, their massive heads swiveling to regard him silently. Finally, after a long pause that seemed to hang heavily in the air, the commander lifted one gloved hand sharply, signaling the beginning of their next move. "Go now," he commanded firmly, his voice chilling in its detached cruelty. "Destroy Konoha." The snakes hissed loudly, their enormous, scaled heads rearing back as their bodies prepared to launch into action. The sound echoed throughout the devastated clearing like a chorus of impending doom, a harbinger of disaster poised to strike the heart of Konoha. From the distant lookout point, the two-leaf shinobi could only stare in stunned disbelief, realizing the grim truth of what they had witnessed. "It's an invasion," one finally murmured hoarsely, voice barely audible, eyes wide with horrified realization. And with a sudden, bone-shaking motion, the three massive snakes surged forward, their colossal bodies slithering with terrifying speed and destructive force through the forest, carving a path of ruin towards the village walls. Each movement crushed trees, pulverized boulders, and shook the ground violently, an unstoppable tidal wave of destruction. The shinobi in the forest clearing stood momentarily transfixed, watching the monsters they had summoned charge toward their targets. Some wore uneasy expressions of doubt, others barely masked excitement, while their commander's face remained emotionless, his eyes burning coldly as he watched his instruments of chaos unleashed upon the village. The snakes tore through the forest with devastating efficiency, toppling century-old trees like fragile saplings, leaving behind trails of ruin. Their great heads, driven by single-minded purpose, moved with precision, seemingly guided by an instinctual knowledge of exactly where they needed to strike. Their bodies moved with frightening fluidity, slithering rapidly across the ground and occasionally rearing up, casting shadows so vast they covered entire clearings in darkness. They struck swiftly and mercilessly at anything in their path, their enormous jaws snapping violently, crushing anything caught within their terrible bite. "Giant snakes!" one of the shinobi at the lookout shouted, his voice shaking with dread as he watched the monstrous serpents barreling toward the village. His partner whipped around, eyes wide with alarm. "Quickly! Alert Lord Hokage immediately!" Before the two-leaf shinobi at the lookout could move, an immense shadow loomed over them, blotting out the sunlight. Their eyes widened in horror as they turned their gazes upward, confronted by the terrifying reality of the three giant snakes towering over them. The serpents' bodies stretched impossibly high, their massive silhouettes casting the entire lookout area into an oppressive darkness. "Move!" one of the shinobi cried, but his voice was cut short by the deafening sound of destruction. With a devastating surge of strength and a coordinated strike, the snakes crashed down violently upon the watchtower. Massive bodies slammed through stone, wood, and metal alike, effortlessly obliterating the lookout post and sending chunks of debris raining down in all directions. A violent explosion of brown dust and smoke erupted from the point of impact, billowing outwards in thick, choking clouds that consumed everything in its path. The village wall itself shuddered under the force of the blow, large cracks forming swiftly before entire sections collapsed inward with a deafening roar. Trees were flattened instantly, splintering like brittle sticks as the enormous serpents' bodies tore through them without resistance. On the now partially destroyed wall bridge, three Konoha shinobi stood with determination etched on their faces, their gazes fixed upon the colossal boas looming dangerously close. Determination glinted in their eyes as they swiftly pulled kunais from their weapon pouches, each blade rigged with explosive paper bombs. "Now!" shouted one of the shinobi, giving the signal to attack. Simultaneously, all three hurled their kunai with pinpoint accuracy. The blades cut swiftly through the air, spinning rapidly as they struck the serpent's enormous head, embedding themselves deeply between the scales. A heartbeat later, a series of powerful explosions erupted, shrouding the snake's head in a fiery blaze. Smoke and sparks flew wildly, the concussive force echoing sharply through the air. For a fleeting moment, hope flashed across the faces of the shinobi. Yet, as the smoke cleared, their expressions swiftly fell. The serpent remained utterly unaffected, its armored scales barely scorched, its giant form unscathed. Slowly and menacingly, the massive snake turned its head towards the three shinobi. Its enormous, glowing amber eyes fixed upon them with a malevolent glare, the pupils narrowing dangerously. Despite the monstrous threat before them, the shinobi held their ground, unwavering. One of them stepped forward defiantly, kunai gripped tightly, eyes fierce with determination. "We won't let you inside the village!" he shouted boldly. Without hesitation, the ninjas jumped ahead from their spots and towards the snakes. Determined to protect the village at any cost, each ninja drew another volley of kunai from their weapon pouches, the explosive paper bombs fluttering as they raced through the air. "Hit it again!" shouted the shinobi in command, his voice fierce and unwavering. As they leaped from the wall, soaring fearlessly toward the monstrous serpents, the kunai struck home. Another series of violent explosions erupted, fire and smoke briefly enveloping the snakes' massive heads. But as the flames faded once again, the snakes emerged completely unharmed, their impenetrable scales glistening ominously beneath the smoke. Before the ninjas could react, one snake lunged forward with terrifying speed. Its enormous jaws snapped shut, capturing one unfortunate shinobi in a vicious, merciless bite. A horrific crunch echoed through the air as the snake bit the shinobi cleanly in half, silencing his agonized scream instantly. The remaining two shinobi narrowly evaded the deadly attack, somersaulting desperately through the air before landing roughly near a building inside the village walls. Without losing another precious second, one of them turned urgently to his partner and commanded, "We need reinforcements immediately." "Hurry!" The other shinobi nodded swiftly, determination etched deeply into his face. "Yes, sir," he responded, immediately jumping away towards the village's inner sectors, urgently racing to gather more shinobi to face the sudden invasion. The shinobi sprinting desperately to summon reinforcements had barely covered a few meters when, from out of nowhere, 3 kunai shot through the air with deadly precision. The blades whistled sharply, slicing across the open sky, each one perfectly aimed at their unsuspecting target. In rapid succession, the kunai plunged into his back, one embedding deeply into his left shoulder, another into his right, and the final blade burying itself squarely in the middle of his spine. His body jerked violently in midair as the blades struck home. A pained cry tore from his throat, raw and agonized. His momentum was halted instantly, and his limbs went limp, losing control as gravity took hold. He plummeted swiftly, crashing heavily to the ground below in a cloud of dust and debris. His lifeless form lay still, blood pooling steadily beneath him, staining the earth. The remaining shinobi, who had been giving the orders moments earlier, stood rooted in shock and anger, his eyes blazing with rage as he spun swiftly around, tracing the trajectory of the deadly projectiles back to their source. His heart sank with disbelief and fury at the sight awaiting him. Standing boldly atop a building were sand ninjas, the sand shinobi met his furious gaze calmly, expressions impassive and unfeeling, revealing neither remorse nor hesitation. Among them were those who had performed the deadly summoning ritual, though the leaf shinobi had no way of recognizing them specifically. All he knew, in that devastating moment, was the bitter sting of betrayal and the heavy burden of facing the overwhelming enemy forces now invading his beloved village. Without a moment of hesitation, the sand shinobi atop the ruined village wall surged forward in unison. Their movements were swift and synchronized, their agile forms slicing through the air with disciplined grace. The bright daylight gleamed sharply from their metal forehead protectors, each emblazoned with the sand village's unmistakable symbol. Each shinobi had cold, unfeeling eyes, their expression stony and resolute, fully committed to their mission of devastation and betrayal. Facing them alone stood the solitary leaf shinobi. His earlier rage at the betrayal and the sudden, brutal loss of his comrades now fueled every muscle in his body. A blaze of determination ignited within him, a fierce, unyielding resolve to defend Konoha to his very last breath. He tightened his grip on the kunai in his hand, fingers flexing instinctively against the familiar wrapped handle, feeling its reassuring solidity. His chest rose and fell with carefully measured breaths as adrenaline surged through him, sharpening his senses and quickening his pulse. He prepared himself mentally for the onslaught, knowing he had mere seconds before the enemy would reach him. "Come then!" he roared, challenging them boldly. His voice echoed defiantly across the ruined section of wall, cutting through the cacophony of destruction unfolding around them. "I'll take as many of you traitors down with me as I can." With a resounding clash of metal and swirling cloth, the first group of sand shinobi descended upon him. Their initial attack was ferocious, each shinobi maneuvering fluidly to flank him from multiple angles. Blades flashed swiftly, kunai spinning dangerously through the air towards him. The leaf shinobi reacted with remarkable speed and precision. He ducked and pivoted sharply to evade the first barrage of attacks. His kunai danced expertly through the air, deflecting enemy blades with resounding metallic clangs. With a swift, calculated strike, he swept his leg outward, catching an incoming sand shinobi in the ribs and sending him tumbling violently to the ground. Without pausing, he spun low, using his momentum to propel himself toward another attacker. He drove his kunai upward in a powerful thrust, catching the enemy ninja by surprise and embedding the blade deep into the assailant's chest. The sand shinobi's eyes widened in shock and agony, before the leaf ninja ripped the kunai free, blood trailing behind in a gruesome arc. Yet the fight was far from over. As quickly as he dispatched one attacker, 3 more took his place, relentlessly closing in around him. The sand shinobi attacked with brutal efficiency, coordinating their strikes to overwhelm him from all sides. He felt the cold sting of a blade slice past his shoulder, narrowly missing his neck. Pain flared sharply, searing through his nerves. Ignoring it, he retaliated instantly, throwing a sharp elbow backward that struck one attacker squarely in the jaw, sending him staggering away in a daze. His breath began to come in heavier, rapid gasps. His muscles burned with exertion as he fought desperately to keep his attackers at bay. Despite his impressive skill, the sheer numerical advantage of the enemy was beginning to wear him down. Every second he blocked one attack, another struck from behind or the side, forcing him into a desperate, reactive rhythm of survival. Gradually, a shadow of fear crept into his heart, not fear of death, but fear of failing his village. The shinobi gritted his teeth fiercely, shaking away the intrusive doubt. He refused to yield, refused to allow despair to cloud his mind. Gathering every ounce of willpower, he pressed on, forcing his tiring body beyond its natural limits. Suddenly, a powerful kick landed squarely into his stomach, driving the air violently from his lungs. He staggered backward, fighting to maintain his balance as pain blossomed outward through his abdomen. Before he could recover fully, another blow struck him sharply in the side of the head, snapping his vision sideways in a blur of colors. He stumbled heavily, the world spinning chaotically around him as his knees buckled slightly beneath him. Another strike crashed mercilessly into his back, knocking him face first onto the cold, cracked stone surface of the damaged village wall. Blood pooled warmly against his lips, dripping slowly from the fresh wound on his temple. Around him, the circle of sand shinobi closed in tighter, their weapons raised, preparing to deliver the killing blow. He strained desperately to rise, limbs trembling violently beneath him, but his battered body refused to obey his commands. For a heartbeat, hopelessness flickered briefly in his eyes. But then, as suddenly as his despair had risen, hope surged back fiercely into his heart. From somewhere behind him echoed a chorus of fierce shouts, punctuated by the unmistakable sound of rushing footsteps. Reinforcements, Leaf Shinobi, had finally arrived, emerging swiftly from within the village streets, racing fearlessly to his aid. The lead reinforcement shinobi, a tall, muscular figure with a commanding presence, threw several shurikens simultaneously, their lethal edges spinning through the air in a deadly arc. The sand shinobi immediately scattered, evading the sudden surprise attack with startled movements. The lead shinobi landed protectively in front of his fallen comrade, eyes blazing fiercely with protective fury. "You're not alone anymore," he declared firmly. "Rest for now. We'll handle them." The wounded leaf shinobi nodded weakly, collapsing back against the cold stone, breathing heavily but gratefully. From every direction, more leaf shinobi poured onto the scene, quickly engaging the sand ninja in a furious battle. Weapons clashed and chakra surged. The newly arrived reinforcements fought with fierce determination and relentless energy. Every shinobi present understood clearly the stakes of this battle. They were fighting for their homes, their comrades, their very lives. The leader moved expertly, cutting a precise path through enemy ranks. Each strike was measured and decisive, each movement honed by years of disciplined training and combat experience. He deflected enemy attacks effortlessly, spinning, leaping, and retaliating with lethal precision, his face hardened into a mask of unwavering focus. Around him, the battle raged furiously, shinobi from both sides locked in desperate combat. Screams and shouts filled the air, mingling with the ringing of steel on steel and the crackle of explosive tags detonating. One leaf shinobi conjured a massive gust of wind chakra, blowing several enemy shinobi off their feet and creating an opening for his allies to strike. Another summoned earth-based walls from the ground, temporarily isolating groups of attackers to better control the battle's tempo. One sand shinobi ducked beneath a vicious swipe of his enemy's blade, pivoting swiftly and countering with a sharp jab aimed at his opponent's ribs. The leaf shinobi reacted instantly, catching the blow on the edge of his forearm before retaliating with a powerful spinning kick that forced the attacker backwards several paces. The two paused only for a heartbeat, their narrowed eyes locked in fierce concentration, before launching back into battle. Nearby, a squad of leaf shinobi moved with remarkable coordination, their teamwork honed through rigorous training and countless missions. One shinobi sprinted forward, throwing a volley of kunai rigged with explosive tags. The projectiles soared with lethal grace, embedding deeply into the ground just before detonating in rapid succession. The resulting explosions erupted violently, forcing several sand shinobi to scatter, temporarily disrupting their formation and breaking their rhythm. However, the sand shinobi swiftly regrouped, showing disciplined composure. They retaliated immediately, launching their own barrage of kunai, each blade slicing through the dust-filled air with deadly precision. A leaf shinobi urgently shouted a warning to his teammates, as he swiftly formed hand signs. Earth-style, Earth Dome Jutsu. The ground rumbled and surged upward in response, forming a protective barrier around his comrades mere moments before the deadly kunai impacted. Each projectile embedded itself harmlessly into the sturdy earthen shield before exploding with muffled thuds, shaking the barrier yet failing to penetrate its solid walls. As the smoke cleared, the dome crumbled purposefully, revealing the shinobi safely shielded within. Without hesitation, the protected shinobi surged forth, re-engaging the enemy with renewed vigor. Their taijutsu was a spectacle of controlled violence, each movement meticulously planned and executed. Powerful punches, sweeping kicks, and agile evasions were woven seamlessly into a graceful, lethal dance. The sand shinobi, despite their earlier composure, found themselves pushed back under the relentless assault. Yet, even as their formation strained, their resolve remained intact. Their commanders barked orders clearly over the din, rallying their forces, determined not to allow the momentum to shift decisively. Amid this fierce conflict, several sand shinobi began exchanging frustrated glances. Something crucial was missing from their calculated attack, someone they desperately relied upon. Amidst dodging a particularly fierce attack, one of them briefly turned to his comrade, shouting over the clash of steel and the roar of exploding tags. "Where the hell is Gaara?" he demanded urgently, frustration evident in his voice. His companion swiftly blocked a strike aimed at his throat, shoving the leaf shinobi back before turning slightly. "I saw him earlier. He had already transformed," he replied breathlessly, sweat streaming down his brow. But then, he reverted back to his normal state. The Shikaku wasn't visible from afar for some reason. "Something's wrong." "Impossible!" growled the first shinobi, ducking a kunai hurled toward him. "Without Gaara and the Shikaku, our attack." His words were abruptly cut short as another explosive tagged kunai struck the ground at his feet. He leaped away instinctively, somersaulting through the air as flames erupted violently below, narrowly escaping the blast radius. Across the battlefield, leaf shinobi pressed their advantage aggressively, exploiting the confusion and uncertainty that had begun to spread among their enemies. Their attacks intensified, growing increasingly bold and coordinated, aiming to overwhelm the already strained sand shinobi. Yet the sand shinobi, despite their uncertainty over Gaara's absence, refused to yield easily. They fought ferociously, channeling their desperation into every attack. A sand shinobi brandishing dual kunai dashed forward with impressive speed, confronting two leaf shinobi simultaneously. He twisted fluidly, deflecting an incoming strike from the left before swiftly ducking beneath an attack from the right. His movements were graceful. "Enough of this!" he shouted angrily, unleashing a flurry of sharp, calculated strikes, each blow precise and lethal. He managed to slash across one leaf shinobi's thigh, causing his opponent to stagger momentarily, while narrowly evading a counterattack from the other. Nearby, another sand shinobi, skilled in taijutsu, confronted a leaf opponent equally adept. Their duel was an intricate and impressive display of hand-to-hand combat, each shinobi reading the other's movements with expert precision. Punches and kicks flew furiously, either shinobi able to land a decisive blow. Each dodge was narrowly timed, and every strike blocked at the last possible instant. The sand shinobi suddenly spun low, aiming a sweeping kick at his opponent's legs, but the leaf shinobi vaulted skillfully into the air, flipping gracefully overhead before landing behind his attacker. Immediately upon landing, the leaf shinobi spun swiftly, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his enemy's exposed back. Yet the sand shinobi anticipated the attack, pivoting expertly to intercept the strike with crossed arms. The impact was forceful, forcing him several feet backward, but his balance remained firm. Both combatants momentarily paused, breathing heavily, sizing each other up with mutual respect and determination burning fiercely in their eyes. Elsewhere, explosive tags continued detonating with deafening frequency, creating destruction that reverberated across the entire battlefield. Thick, choking smoke enveloped sections of the village, briefly obscuring the ongoing battles before drifting away to reveal shinobi locked in fierce, unending combat. Konoha shinobi, driven by a fierce desire to protect their village, rallied relentlessly, pressing their advantage with tireless resolve. Sand shinobi fought just as stubbornly, determined to fulfill their orders despite the increasingly dire circumstances. Neither side showed signs of backing down, each shinobi fighting with a stubborn tenacity born from pride, loyalty, and fierce determination. As the combat continued, the question of Gaara's mysterious disappearance weighed heavily on the minds of the sand shinobi. Without their trump card, without the power of the Shikaku, their confidence began to erode subtly, replaced by lingering uncertainty. Each battle, every clash of kunai, and every exchanged blow seemed to echo this growing unease. Still, the intense melee carried onward. Leaf shinobi hurled paper bomb-laden kunai, forcing enemy shinobi to dive and roll desperately for safety. Sand shinobi retaliated with their own explosive weapons, further devastating the already damaged battlefield. The soundscape was punctuated by screams, shouts, and the distinctive ringing clash of kunai meeting kunai, each impact sending tiny sparks scattering dramatically through the smoke-filled air. Taijutsu specialists continued their battles, engaging in dazzling sequences of strikes, counters, and evasions that seemed to defy the very laws of gravity and human capability. The leaf shinobi leader, continuing his precise and powerful assaults, suddenly caught sight of the wavering confidence among the enemy ranks. His eyes narrowed sharply in recognition of this subtle shift, instantly seizing upon the opportunity it presented. "Don't let up!" he shouted commandingly to his comrades, rallying their spirits further. "Push them back! They're beginning to crack!" Inspired by his words, the Konoha shinobi pressed forward with renewed vigor, redoubling their attacks and driving their enemies steadily back. The sand shinobi struggled fiercely, desperate to hold their ground, but the absence of Gaara and the growing internal doubt were beginning to clearly take their toll. Suddenly, more reinforcements arrived, ninjas associated with the Leaf Village, and a Jonin whose sharp eyes missed nothing, moved like the veteran he was. His name was Ryota, a man known less for flashy, high-level jutsu and more for a terrifying mastery of the fundamentals. His movements had no wasted steps, and no telegraphed attacks. He intercepted a sand shinobi's desperate lunge, his forearm deflecting the kunai with a sharp clang. He didn't follow with a wild counterswing. Instead, he pivoted on his heel, using the attacker's own momentum to spin him off balance, and delivered a precise, disabling palm heel strike to the man's solar plexus. The sand ninja collapsed, gasping for air, his fight over. "Form triads. Do not let them isolate you." Ryota's voice cut through the din. Chunin, maintain the front. Support teams, harry their flanks with ranged attacks. Do not give them a moment to cast complex jutsu. His orders were both commands and tactical anchors in the current battle. The Leaf shinobi responded instantly, their movements becoming more coordinated. 3 Chunin formed a defensive line, their kunai a flickering wall of steel that held back 4 advancing sand ninja. Behind them, 2 other Leaf shinobi unsealed scrolls, hurling a volley of shuriken that forced the enemy to break their attack and seek cover behind the shattered remnants of the wall. Amid the broader conflict, individual duels erupted, each a microcosm of the larger battle. A lithe and agile sand kunoichi, her face partially obscured by a cloth mask, engaged a stocky, broad-shouldered Leaf Chunin named Kento. She was all speed and grace, a whirlwind of high kicks and acrobatic evasions. Her taijutsu was fluid, almost dance-like, as she flipped and spun, her kunai aiming for momentary openings in Kento's defense. Kento, in contrast, was a rock. His stance was low and wide, his feet seeming to grip the very stone of the wall. He weathered her storm of attacks with powerful, efficient blocks. Her blade would flash towards his throat, and his arm would rise to meet it, the impact ringing with brutal finality. She feinted a kick to his head, then dropped into a low sweep. But he was already stamping his foot down, disrupting her balance and forcing her to roll away to avoid being crushed. "You're too slow, Leaf Neen," she hissed, her voice sharp as she launched herself off a piece of rubble, spinning through the air to deliver a powerful axe kick. Kento didn't try to meet the blow head-on. Instead, he shifted his weight at the last possible second, letting her heel slam into the ground where he had been standing. The stone cracked under the force of the blow. Before she could recover her footing from the jarring impact, he moved. He wasn't as fast as her, but his movements were explosive. He closed the distance in a single, powerful step. Her eyes widened in surprise as he drove forward. She tried to bring her kunai up to defend, but his hand shot out, not to strike, but to grab her wrist in a grip of iron. He twisted, leveraging her own body weight against her, and pulled her off balance. For a horrifying moment, she was airborne, her acrobatic skills rendered useless. Kento completed the motion with a flawless shoulder throw, slamming her down hard onto the unforgiving stone. The air rushed from her lungs in a pained gasp, and her head bounced off the ground, leaving her dazed and vulnerable. Kento didn't deliver a killing blow. Instead, a swift chop to the back of her neck rendered her unconscious. He was already turning, his eyes scanning for the next threat, his expression grim. Not far from the brutal taijutsu duel, the air crackled with the raw power of ninjutsu. A sand shinobi, his face contorted in concentration, completed a rapid series of hand signs, ram, boar, bird, wind style, great breakthrough. He roared, inhaling deeply before exhaling a tremendous, hurricane-force gust of wind. The attack wasn't aimed at a single person but at a whole section of the leaf line. Dust and debris were whipped into a blinding storm, and the sheer pressure of the wind sent several Chunin stumbling backward, their footing compromised. The howling gale tore at their flak jackets and threatened to rip the weapons from their hands. Facing this onslaught was a young leaf shinobi, her hair tied back in a tight ponytail that whipped wildly in the artificial wind. Her name was Akane, and while she looked barely out of the academy, her eyes held the calm focus akin to a powerful ninja. Seeing the wind jutsu forming, she reacted instantly, her own hands a blur of motion, serpent, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, fire style, phoenix flower jutsu. Instead of a single, massive fireball to counter the gust, Akane spewed forth a volley of smaller, individually guided fireballs from her mouth. It was a brilliant tactical choice. A larger flame might have been extinguished or blown back at her and her comrades by the sheer force of the wind. The smaller phoenix flowers, however, danced within the gale. The wind jutsu, intended to be a weapon, became a delivery system. The great breakthrough caught Akane's fireballs and fanned them, turning the volley into a wide, roaring inferno that surged back toward the surprised sand shinobi. The man who cast the jutsu had no time to react. The superheated air and flames washed over him and his nearby comrades. Screams of agony were briefly audible before being drowned out by the roar of the fire. Akane didn't pause to admire her work. She took advantage of the thick smoke now billowing from the combined techniques, a dense screen obscuring the enemy's vision. "Now! Press the attack!" she yelled to the Chunin who had been forced back. They surged through the smoke, their kunai finding unprepared targets. The sand shinobi, blinded and disoriented by the sudden, fiery counterattack, fell quickly. Akane stood back, her chest heaving slightly, controlling her breathing as she watched her comrades secure the advantage she had created. The faint smell of burnt cloth and ozone hung heavy in the air. The sand shinobi's cohesive attack was crumbling into isolated pockets of resistance. Their initial numerical superiority on this section of the wall had been neutralized by the swift arrival of reinforcements, and the Leaf's disciplined teamwork was systematically dismantling their formation. The confusion over Gaara's absence had now blossomed into full-blown frustration and anger. "Useless! He was our key to this entire invasion!" A sand jonin snarled, parrying a thrust from a leaf ninja before kicking him away. He was a tall, severe-looking man with a scar that cut through his left eyebrow. His name was Kazuro, and he was the acting commander of this platoon. Without the Shikaku's rampage, we're just fighting a battle of attrition. His lieutenant, a man with a puppet gourd strapped to his back, blocked a flurry of shuriken with a chakra-infused arm guard. Commander Kazuro, our momentum is lost. The Leaf's defenses are too coordinated here. We should have breached the inner sectors by now. Kazuro's eyes glinted with a cold, desperate light. He watched Ryota moving through the battlefield, a linchpin holding the entire Leaf defense together. Every time a section of the Leaf line wavered, Ryota was there to reinforce it. Every time the Sand Ninja tried to mount a coordinated assault, Ryota's tactical shouts and precise interventions broke it apart. That one, Kazuro growled, his gaze fixing on Ryota. He is their commander. If we break him, their entire formation will shatter. All units, concentrate your fire on the Jonin with the dark hair. Break their leader, and you break their will. The tide of the battle shifted. The scattered Sand Shinobi, hearing the command, began to reorient themselves. Kunai and Shuriken, once spread out among the Leaf defenders, now converged on a single target. Ryota, who had just disarmed another opponent, suddenly found himself the focus of a dozen attackers. He moved with blinding speed, a whirlwind of motion. A kunai whistled past his ear. He ducked under a wide sword slash, the wind from the blade ruffling his hair. He deflected 3 shuriken with a single, perfectly timed swipe of his own kunai, the metallic shing barely audible over the chaos. He was a master of evasion, a leaf on the wind, impossible to pin down, but the assault was relentless. It wasn't about landing a single, clean hit. It was about overwhelming him, forcing an error. A paper bomb attached to a kunai landed at his feet. He leaped backward, the explosion kicking up a cloud of stone dust and smoke. As he landed, 2 Sand Shinobi burst through the cloud, their blades aimed at his heart. He crossed his arms, reinforced with chakra, blocking their strikes in a shower of sparks. The force of the double impact drove him back a step, his sandals scraping against the stone. It was the first time he had been forced to give ground. He grunted, shoving them back with a surge of strength, but he knew this couldn't last. He was one man against a concerted effort to bring him down. Kazuro saw his chance. While Ryota was pinned down, he barked a new set of orders. Puppet Corps, restrain him. Ninjutsu Squad, prepare the jutsu. We will turn this wall into their tomb. The Sand Ninja with the gourd on his back leaped onto a higher piece of rubble. Your movements are impressive, Leaf Jonin, he called out, but let's see how you handle this. His fingers twitched, and thin, almost invisible chakra threads shot from his fingertips, attaching to the gourd. The lid popped open, and a grotesque puppet, vaguely humanoid with multiple bladed limbs, leaped out. I am a student of the person I look up to. Kankuro. Simultaneously, 3 other Sand Shinobi broke away from the main fight, forming a triangle a short distance away. They began to weave a complex, synchronized series of hand signs, their chakra flaring visibly. Ryota's eyes widened. He recognized the pattern. A combination jutsu. And he had never seen a puppet like the one the Sand Shinobi currently had. The puppet shot forward, its movements jerky and unnatural. Its limbs spun like a buzzsaw, forcing Ryota to fall back, his kunai a blur as he deflected the flurry of poison blades. He couldn't afford a single scratch. While he was occupied with the deadly puppet, the chakra from the 3 shinobi in the triangle began to pool, sinking into the very stone of the wall. Now! Kazuro roared. Earth style, drowning earth prison. The 3 shinobi chanted in unison. The world seemed to tilt. The solid stone wall beneath the feet of the Leaf Shinobi suddenly lost its integrity. It rippled and softened, its texture changing from hard rock to thick, viscous, sinking grit. It wasn't sand, but the very nature of the stone had been altered, transformed into a quagmire that clung and pulled. Cries of alarm erupted from the Leaf ranks. Shinobi who had been standing on solid ground a moment before now found themselves sinking up to their ankles, their movements sluggish and heavy. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank. The tactical advantage of their solid footing was gone, replaced by a terrifying environmental trap. The Sand Shinobi, prepared for the jutsu, had already moved to the few remaining stable sections of the wall or leaped onto the rooftops of the adjacent buildings. Now looking down on their struggling foes, Ryota felt the ground beneath him give way. He drove chakra to his feet to keep from sinking, but it was like standing in thick, wet cement. The puppet, unaffected, lunged forward, one of its sickle-like arms slashing towards his neck. He threw himself to the side, landing clumsily in the shifting stone, the blade grazing his flak jacket. Panic began to creep into the edges of the leaf formation. Their disciplined lines were broken, their movements hopelessly encumbered. Kazuro stood on a stable precipice, a cruel smirk on his face. "It is over, Konohanin. Surrender now, and we may grant you a swift death." Ryota pushed himself up, his arms straining against the pull of the jutsu-infused ground. His mind raced. He was trapped, his comrades were sinking, and the enemy held the high ground. Despair was a luxury he could not afford. His gaze flickered from the struggling leaf shinobi to the 3 sand ninja who were maintaining the jutsu, their hands still held in the final seal. The casters. Break the jutsu at its source. He took a deep breath, ignoring the puppet that was recalibrating for another attack. He slammed both of his palms onto the semi-solid ground in front of him. This was a gamble. It would take almost all of his remaining chakra. He molded it, not for a fire or water jutsu, but for one that spoke the language of the ground itself. His hands flashed through the signs for his own powerful technique: snake, rat, boar, tiger, earth style, earth and wave. Instead of trying to solidify the ground, Ryota forced it to move. A massive ripple, a wave of solid rock and semi-liquid stone, erupted from where his hands lay. It didn't travel across the surface, but through it, like a soliton wave. The entire area of the drowning earth prison heaved violently. The 3 sand ninja maintaining the jutsu cried out in shock as the very ground they were controlling buckled beneath them. Their concentration shattered. The complex chakra link between them broke, and the prison jutsu dissolved instantly. The ground solidified with a jarring thud, returning to its normal state, though now cracked and uneven. The leaf shinobi, suddenly freed from the trap, found their footing. A cheer went up from their ranks. Kazuro's smirk vanished, replaced by a mask of furious disbelief. Impossible! He countered a combination jutsu by himself. The puppet user was equally stunned. In that moment of hesitation, Ryota acted. He formed a new seal, a single one, the seal of confrontation. A log appeared where he had been standing, and the puppet's blade shredded it to splinters. Ryota reappeared directly behind the puppet master, his kunai already at the man's throat. "Your show is over," Ryota said, his voice dangerously low. The puppet master froze, and the puppet clattered to the ground, its chakra threads now limp. Kazuro let out a roar of pure rage. "You will pay for that." He leaped down from his perch, brandishing a large, serrated trench knife in each hand. He ignored the other shinobi, his entire being focused on Ryota. "I will kill you myself." Ryota shoved the now captured puppet master towards his own men. "Secure him," he commanded, never taking his eyes off the charging Kazuro. The final confrontation had arrived. The 2 commanders met in the center of the ravaged wall section, and the fight continued. Kazuro fought with frenzied, rage-fueled power. His trench knives were brutal weapons, designed for ripping and tearing. He slashed and stabbed, forcing Ryota into a desperate defense. The clang of kunai against serrated steel was a frantic, high-pitched rhythm. Ryota was patient, a master of defense, but the ferocity of the assault was immense. Kazuro's blade slipped past his guard, slicing a deep gash across Ryota's left arm. Pain, hot and sharp, flared through him. He gritted his teeth, hissing as blood welled from the wound and dripped onto the stone. He faltered for a half-second, and Kazuro pressed the advantage, driving him back with a vicious series of slashes. "You've grown tired, Leaf Jonin. Your village will burn." Ryota felt his strength beginning to wane. The earthen wave jutsu had taken its toll, and his wound was bleeding freely. He looked past Kazuro and saw his shinobi, his comrades, pressing their advantage, inspired by his stand. He saw the wounded shinobi Kento had saved, now being tended to by a medic Nin, but with a look of fierce pride in his eyes. He thought of the village, the peaceful streets just beyond this wall, the children who would be playing in them. That thought was a wellspring of new strength. Kazuro lunged, aiming a powerful stab directly at Ryota's heart. It was a killing blow, delivered with all of his strength and hatred. Ryota's movements became a blur. At the last possible microsecond, he used a body flicker technique, not to escape, but to move inside Kazuro's guard. The Sand Commander's lunge carried him forward, his blade punching through empty air. He found himself suddenly overextended, his side completely exposed. Ryota didn't use his kunai. His wounded arm hung limp, but his right hand was a weapon of its own. He drove his palm forward, channeling the last of his focus chakra into a single, devastating point. The strike connected with Kazuro's ribs with a sickening crack. It wasn't just a physical blow, the chakra surge disrupted Kazuro's internal systems. The Sand Jonin's eyes bulged. The air was driven from his lungs in a choked gasp. He dropped his knives, his entire body convulsing, before collapsing to his knees, utterly defeated. The fall of their commander was the final nail in the coffin for the current Sand platoon. However, there were still more Sand ninjas invading other parts of the village. Seeing Kazuro on his knees and the puppet master captured, the remaining Sand ninjas at the current battlefield hesitated. That hesitation was all the Leaf Shinobi needed. With a final, unified war cry, they surged forward, their movements swift and sure. Some Sand Shinobi, seeing the hopelessness of their situation, turned and fled, leaping from the wall and disappearing into the forest. Others, trapped and surrounded, threw down their weapons in surrender. Within minutes, the fighting on this section of the wall ceased. The air, once filled with the screams of combat and the roar of jutsu, was now heavy with the groans of the wounded and the panting breaths of the exhausted victors. Ryota stood tall, his left arm dripping blood onto the stone, his chest heaving. He looked out over the scene, at his comrades, at the captured and defeated invaders. They had held the line. He walked over to the first shinobi who had been wounded in the battle, the one he had saved with the arrival of the reinforcements. The young man was sitting up now, his back against a chunk of rubble, his wounds bandaged. "You fought well," Ryota said, his voice raspy. The young shinobi looked up at his commander, his eyes filled with awe and gratitude. "Sir, you saved us all." Ryota simply nodded, placing a hand on the young man's shoulder. "We all saved each other today. Rest now. You've earned it." He turned his gaze inward, towards the heart of the village. The sounds of destruction still echoed from deeper within. The three colossal snakes were still a monstrous threat, and Orochimaru himself was with the Hokage. This battle was won, but the war for Konoha had only just begun. A grim resolve settled over him. They had won the first battle. And they would win the next one too. For the will of fire burned brightest in the darkest of nights. With Naruto and the others, Chunin Exam Stadium, Beerus, arms folded with an impatient frown etched into his face, surveyed the chaos with weary eyes. Whis stood beside him, casually observing with his usual smile, seemingly amused by the mortal conflict unfolding before them. Baki arrived breathlessly, eyes wide with disbelief. He stared at Naruto in shock. "You actually defeated Gaara in his Shikaku form, by yourself." Gaara had lost control completely. "I had to step in to bring him back." "Shikaku won't be an issue for now," Naruto said with a serious look on his face. Beerus sighed loudly, clearly agitated by the ongoing chaos. "Such troublesome mortals," he muttered irritably, shaking his head. "This invasion is becoming tiresome." "Whis, remind me why we came here again?" Whis chuckled softly, amused at Beerus's characteristic irritation. "To observe the mortal who awakened Ultra Instinct, my lord. Naruto Uzumaki, specifically, and of course, to recruit him for the tournament against Universe 6, Beerus grumbled, glancing toward Naruto again with mild curiosity. Yes, the boy. Yet here we are, trapped watching their meaningless squabbles. Shino narrowed his eyes at Beerus and Whis. Tournament? Shikamaru stepped forward cautiously toward Beerus, carefully assessing the situation. Recognizing Beerus as a being whose strength vastly outclassed anyone present, he asked tentatively, "Lord Beerus, if you're tired of this chaos, maybe you could help us end it quickly?" Whis looked intrigued. "Oh my! It is indeed correct to address Lord Beerus with proper respect." Beerus raised an eyebrow at Shikamaru, irritation clear on his face. Me? Interfere in mortal matters? Don't be absurd, he scoffed dismissively. My role is observation for now, nothing more. Mortal conflicts don't interest me. Shikamaru sighed quietly, clearly disappointed yet unsurprised. He turned back to Naruto, a mix of uncertainty and hope evident in his expression. Then I suppose it's down to you, Naruto. Think you can handle this Orochimaru and end this? Naruto nodded confidently. Don't worry, Shikamaru. With Ultra Instinct, Orochimaru doesn't stand a chance. I'll end this invasion myself. Ultra Instinct? Naruto, what exactly is that? Explain yourself? Sasuke demanded. Naruto faced Sasuke and explained, it's not a jutsu. It's more like a state you reach when you stop thinking entirely. Your body moves on its own, responding instinctively to any danger or threat. No hesitation, no fear, just pure instinct. Kakashi widened his eyes with a surprised look on his face and commented, that would be the highest form of taijutsu. He then thought to himself, Naruto seems a lot more mature all of the sudden too. I see a lot of the fourth Hokage in him, even more than before. Sasuke's eyes narrowed thoughtfully, processing Naruto's words with intense concentration. So it's an advanced form of battle awareness then? Naruto nodded and smiled. Yep, maybe. And I'm glad to see you back, Sasuke. It took you long enough. Sasuke, however, remained quiet for a moment, his analytical mind quickly unraveling the mysteries of Naruto's new power. Beerus, overhearing their exchange, smirked slightly. Interesting explanation, Naruto Uzumaki. Perhaps you're wiser than you appear. Naruto widened his eyes comically. Wait. What does that mean? The implication was understood clearly as Beerus was implying that Naruto was smarter than he looked. Whis watched the entire exchange quietly, his gentle smile unwavering. Turning toward Beerus, amusement twinkled in his eyes. It seems your visit to this realm has grown far more intriguing than anticipated, my lord. Beerus sighed deeply, though a faint smirk tugged at his lips. Indeed, Whis. Perhaps these mortals are worth watching after all. Baki's eyes, still wide from the shock of Gaara's defeat, narrowed as he finally focused on the two outlandish figures standing nonchalantly amidst the chaos. And just who are you two? He demanded, his voice sharp with suspicion. You are not from the Leaf. That is none of your concern, Sannin, Beerus replied with a dismissive wave of his hand, not even bothering to look at him. Whis, however, offered a serene smile. We are simply impartial observers, you might say. The blatant disregard for the gravity of the situation only served to agitate Baki further, but before he could press the issue, Kakashi stepped forward, his single visible eye fixing Baki with a cold, hard stare. Their identities are less important right now than yours, Kakashi said, his voice deceptively calm but laced with steel. Your village betrayed our trust, Baki. You launched an unprovoked attack on an ally. The accusation struck a nerve. Baki's posture stiffened, his expression shifting from suspicion to indignant defense. Betrayal? We were following the orders of the Kage. This was his plan, his command. He told us this was the only way to protect our village's future. Genma Shiranui, the Proctor, landed near the group. Sorry, I was dealing with a few sand ninjas. He then looked at Beerus and Whis. But I had overheard your conversation earlier. The Kage, he then muttered, his eyes wide with a dawning horror. That's right. On the roof, when the invasion started. Lord Third confronted the Kage. But something was wrong. Kakashi's focus sharpened, the pieces beginning to click into place. The Sound Village is working with you, he stated, his gaze boring into Baki. Their leader is Orochimaru. Sasuke, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, his voice tight with hatred. That snake. He can wear people's faces. He did it in the Forest of Death. Shikamaru's eyes darted between Baki, Genma, and Sasuke, his mind racing at 1,000 miles per hour. Wait a minute, he said, the entire conspiracy unraveling before him. What a drag. The sound and the sand attack at the exact same time. Baki says he was following the Kage's orders. Genma says the Kage was acting strange. And Sasuke confirms Orochimaru can use a disguise jutsu. He looked directly at a stunned Baki, spelling out the horrifying conclusion. It wasn't the Kazekage giving those orders. It was Orochimaru, disguised as him. The revelation hit Baki like a physical blow. The color drained from his face, his confident defiance crumbling into utter disbelief. No. That's impossible, he stammered, shaking his head. Lord Kazekage would never. We saw him just before the finals. The grim reality of the situation settled over the group like a funeral shroud. Kakashi's voice was low and somber as he posed the dreadful, unspoken question. If Orochimaru has been posing as your leader Baki, then what happened to the real Lord Fourth Kazekage? The implication hung heavy in the air. Regicide. Deception. An entire village manipulated into a war under false pretenses. Baki stared into the distance, the full weight of Orochimaru's treachery crashing down upon him. His mission, his loyalty, the lives of his shinobi, all spent serving the very serpent who likely murdered their leader. Whis nodded with a serious look on his face. Given all the information, that is the likely possible conclusion. Your Kazekage is most likely dead, Beerus scoffed. So this Orochimaru is the main threat to you ninjas. He seems like a cunning individual. Naruto's earlier confidence was gone, replaced by a cold, simmering anger. He looked from the horrified expression on Baki's face to the determined look in Sasuke's eyes, understanding the true evil they were up against. Orochimaru. He won't get away with this. Naruto growled. The Hokage is the priority, Kakashi said. Guy, Asuma, Kurinai with me. We'll break through that barrier. Asuma raised his trench knife-style blades near the front of his chest and smirked. Let's put an end to Orochimaru. Kurinai nodded grimly. Yes. Although, fighting a legendary Sannin is going to be a problem. Suddenly, a loud crashing sound was heard, followed by a loud rumbling. Everyone except Beerus and Whis widened their eyes in shock. What the hell was that sound just now? Turning behind towards the source of the voice, the group saw a ginormous boa emerging from outside the stadium, and now staring at them. Sasuke widened his eyes in shock. What the hell? The current situation had gone from bad to worse, as a towering giant was currently hissing at Naruto and the others. Already, they had to deal with the rampage of Shikaku, and although Naruto had ended up defeating Gaara and his tailed beast, there was still yet another unexpected battle to begin, a giant snake. Giant, however, would be an understatement, as the creature was easily taller and thicker than two large buildings combined. Is that? Sasuke let his words trail off due to the shock he was currently feeling while looking at the giant snake. Naruto widened his eyes in shock at the creature. Is that Orochimaru's? He began to remember how back in the Forest of Death, a giant snake, although not as big as the current one, had swallowed him. The only reason Naruto had escaped was because he had used the Shadow Clone Jutsu to multiply himself so many times in the snake's stomach. When the number of clones kept increasing beyond the capacity of the snake, its body exploded into 100 pieces, with its blood and organs showering over the area Naruto was in the Forest of Death. But this time, he knew for certain that merely getting into its mouth and multiplying his clones wouldn't work, is what Naruto thought at first. But ever since attaining autonomous Ultra Instinct, he had a feeling inside him, or rather, a surge of chakra swirl in his body. His chakra reserves were now much higher than before, giving Naruto the ability to make way more clones than before. Kakashi looked at the snake with a serious look on his face. This is bad. Kurinai gritted her teeth in anger at the snake. That damn Orochimaru. Asuma shifted into his battle stance, with his trench knives ready by his side. We'll have to strategically deal with this problem. He then glanced over at Naruto. A thought struck him. Could Naruto use Ultra Instinct and defeat the snake? No, Naruto was currently exhausted. From the look on Naruto's weary expression, it looked like he was currently out of chakra. At least, on the outside, he did look fatigued. However, to his surprise, Naruto took a step forward and placed his hand on his left shoulder. With a serious look on his face, he stated, I'll deal with it. What? Guy said in shock. Are you serious, Naruto? Do you still have enough chakra? Naruto looked at Guy and smiled. Even though I'm almost out of chakra, I can still use Ultra Instinct. This power seems to not use chakra for some reason. Whis placed his hands behind his back and smiled. Why, yes. That's because Ultra Instinct has Divine Ki, which is completely separate from the power source you ninjas seem to use. Beerus glanced at Naruto with an intrigued look on his face, as the destroyer was currently standing diagonally right behind Naruto. Can you once again tap into Ultra Instinct? Because if yes, he closed his eyes for a moment, before reopening them and revealing, then it would mean that you can use Ultra Instinct at your own will. Sasuke glanced at Naruto for a moment as he thought to himself, is he going to show the power he used against Gaara? The Uchiha also wanted to have a look at Naruto's display of power. Whatever power Naruto had used, he wanted to witness it right now. Naruto took a few steps forward, before coming to a stop while still staring at the snake. The creature opened its jaws wide, and hissed. Due to the size and power of the snake, its hiss created loud sound waves and reverberations that reached even beyond the Chunin exam stadium. It's a summoning jutsu, Kakashi stated with a serious look on his face. Beerus glanced at Naruto once again and asked, well? Can you tap into Ultra Instinct once again? Naruto nodded with a serious look on his face, his fists clenched. Yeah, Beerus. I got the feeling of how to use this power. I should be able to pull it off anytime. Gai-sensei and the other Jonin widened their eyes in shock upon hearing what Naruto had just said. To be able to access power that far surpassed Kage level was something of a great achievement for the blonde ninja. Sakura gasped. Ah, really, Naruto? Naruto looked at Sakura and smiled. Yeah. And I'll stop this invasion. I promise, on my ninja way. He then flashed the pink-haired Kunoichi a thumbs up. Sakura beamed happily. I believe in you, Naruto. Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger as he watched the exchange between Naruto and Sakura and thought to himself, damn it, Naruto. That's when he suddenly realized something. Narrowing his eyes at Naruto, he asked, hold on. Even though you mastered this state called Ultra Instinct, that wouldn't explain how you managed to gain enhanced strength and speed of this degree. Beerus walked toward Naruto before stopping just inches in front of him. The Destroyer God didn't say a word at first. Instead, he slowly raised his hand and grabbed Naruto's wrist, inspecting it carefully. He turned Naruto's palm upward, examining the muscles. Then, without warning, he poked Naruto's shoulder, back, and even prodded around his ribs and chest with his clawed fingers. Naruto flinched. Hey! What are you doing? That tickles. Be quiet, Beerus said calmly, still analyzing. I'm checking something. Whis chuckled softly in the background, amused by the scene. I remember you doing something similar to Goku in the past, Lord Beerus. I'm sensing something strange, Beerus murmured. Ultra Instinct, even in its Saiyan form, is powerful, but the way you fought Gaara, the sand brat, and overwhelmed the so-called Shikaku, that was far more than it should have been. Everyone stood quietly, watching Beerus inspect Naruto like a rare artifact. Even Orochimaru's monstrous serpent remained momentarily still, as if it too could sense the shift in attention. After a few more seconds, Beerus stepped back and crossed his arms. Strange, he muttered. Your power, your base strength, isn't anywhere close to what it should be to handle that level of Ultra Instinct, and yet you wielded it efficiently. Naruto tilted his head. So, is that bad? Not bad, Beerus said, narrowing his eyes. Unnatural. Sasuke frowned. Unnatural how? It's like this, Beerus explained. Ultra Instinct is a divine state. Most mortals, even gods, struggle for centuries to tap into it. He then pointed at Naruto. But you activated it instinctively, without training, during an emotional high. And worse still, your body shouldn't be strong enough to contain it. Yet you didn't break apart, didn't burn out, didn't die. Beerus then sighed and continued, I do find it strange that this mortal was able to exhibit that much level of power at his current strength level. He crossed his own arms, tapping a claw against his bicep thoughtfully. Even with Ultra Instinct, it shouldn't have been this powerful. The state provides the ultimate technique for dodging and reacting, and a significant boost in power, yes. But for a boy with this physical foundation, the sheer destructive force he unleashed against that sand demon was disproportionate. It's as if another immense power was being catalyzed by the divine ki, amplifying it far beyond its normal limits. Whis added, your chakra network seems to have adapted unnaturally well to divine ki. That's unheard of. Kakashi stepped forward, his eye narrowed. Are you saying Naruto's body evolved somehow? Whis nodded gently. That is one theory. But if that's the case, then something, or someone, might have triggered it. Naruto looked confused, glancing at his own hands. So, what does that mean for me? Beerus raised an eyebrow. It means, Naruto Uzumaki, that there may be more to you than just being a talented ninja. He turned toward the massive serpent that had begun slithering forward again, baring its fangs. But we can ponder all that later. You've got a snake to deal with. Naruto took a deep breath and slowly stepped forward, silver strands of light starting to flicker faintly around his body. Right. He then transformed into perfected Ultra Instinct as a silver aura glowed around him, around with his hair turning silver, and his irises turning silver, with his pupils being black. Sasuke's Sharingan, his birthright, his eyes that saw through all deception, screamed a silent, useless alarm. It was looking at a tear in the world. An error, a glitch in reality where Naruto Uzumaki was supposed to be. There was no surge of chakra to read, no telltale gathering of energy. There was only nothing. And then everything. A light, a sickeningly pure silver light, bleached the world of color. It erupted without sound, a visual scream that assaulted the senses. The air grew heavy, thick, and suffocating. Naruto's hair, once the color of a loud, annoying sun, was now a cascade of silent, mocking silver. His eyes, those stupid blue eyes, were gone, replaced by mercury pools that reflected a world Sasuke was no longer a part of. Incredible. Naruto. The voices of Guy and Kakashi were distant echoes, the buzzing of flies in a room where a bomb had just gone off. They didn't matter. Nothing mattered but the impossible figure standing before him. What is that? Sasuke thought to himself. The thought wasn't a question. It was a crack forming in the foundation of his mind. What is that? 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 Sasuke thought. This couldn't be real. A genjutsu of some impossible scale. But his Sharingan, even as it failed to comprehend the power, saw no illusion. This was real. This impossible, nonsensical, maddening reality was real. A bitter, hot bile rose in Sasuke's throat. He could feel the slimy, parasitic presence of Orochimaru's curse mark on his neck, a desperate, dirty power he had accepted to climb higher. A borrowed strength, a stain, and Naruto had this. This power wasn't earned through pain or sacrifice. This power was something else, a joke played at Sasuke's expense. The loser, the clown, the dead last had been handed the heavens, while he, the prodigy, the survivor, was left crawling in the mud with a cursed brand on his skin. No, 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 it's impossible. The gap between them wasn't a gap anymore. It was a cruel joke. He had run, and fought, and bled, and dedicated his entire being to chasing a goalpost, only to watch Naruto be teleported to a finish line that wasn't even in the same dimension. He watched the silver ghost turn its head, its empty gaze falling upon the giant snake. In that moment, the snake, a creature of immense terror, seemed like nothing more than an insect, and Sasuke, for the first time since that night, felt a despair so profound it eclipsed even his hatred. His teeth ground together, a dry, grating sound in his own ears. The world had made a mistake. Fate had chosen wrong. How? The scream was silent, a hopeless, pathetic sound trapped in the cage of his skull. Beerus eyed Sasuke as he had noticed his inner turmoil and said with an authoritative tone, "You there? Your name was Sasuke, was it?" Sasuke looked at Beerus with a serious look on his face. "Sasuke Uchiha?" he answered. Beerus smirked. "Sasuke Uchiha? That mark on your neck, it's a cheap imitation of power. A parasite. You reek of desperation." Sasuke looked surprised. "What would you know about it?" "You know about the curse mark?" "Oh, please. I didn't know specifically if it's a curse mark, or whatever you ninjas label it as, but I can tell it was most likely given by the Orochimaru fellow." He then looked at the distance, and saw Hiruzen and Orochimaru on the rooftop far ahead. "Yes. It matches up, the Ki signatures coming from both Sasuke's mark, and the man over there confirms it." Sasuke and the others ninjas except Naruto were surprised and followed Beerus' line of sight. However, they saw nothing but buildings ahead beyond the broken stadium wall. Seeing the confusion, Whis smiled and revealed, Lord Beerus has a good eyesight when he channels his divine ki into his eyes. From what I can assume, my lord can probably see something of interest. Beerus nodded. That's correct, Whis. I see an old man in a confrontation with someone who I think is most likely this Orochimaru fellow. He then narrowed his eyes at the distance with a serious look on his face. He moves like a serpent. He then looked back at Sasuke. I know everything about power. I know that true power, the kind that can erase worlds, isn't begged for, or borrowed from some slithering reject. He took a slow step towards Sasuke, his feline eyes narrowing. The divine pressure he exuded was a physical weight, making the very air around the Uchiha feel heavy and charged. You think your rage makes you strong? You think that pathetic curse on your skin is a key to greater heights? Beerus scoffed, a dry, humorless sound. That isn't power. It's a chain. It's a leash held by another. He stopped, standing over Sasuke, much like he did with Naruto moments before, but the energy was entirely different. Look at him. Beerus gestured with his head toward the silver-haired Naruto, who stood perfectly still while watching the snake. He's not driven by the past. He's not shackled by hatred. Right now, in that state, his mind is empty of everything but the moment. That is why the universe itself moves for him. Beerus then leaned in closer and said, Your mind, on the other hand, is a cacophony of useless noise. A mind so cluttered can never be a vessel for true power. All it can do is obsess over what it's lost. Sasuke widened his eyes in shock. Beerus took a step back and smirked. I can tell by just looking at you that the main driving goal for your current strength is revenge? What? Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger. It's obvious by the look on your face. In addition, I am a god, and I know that look quite well. Have seen it in a bunch of brutes before I destroyed them. So, what then? Sasuke spat out, his voice thick with a rage that was slowly being eclipsed by a horrifying sense of inadequacy. I should just forget everything? Forget? No, he said, his tone shifting again, becoming almost instructional. You must let it consume you, the pure, unadulterated desire for destruction that whatever your revenge had spawned. A power that isn't about justice or vengeance, but is solely focused on obliteration. A state where your only thought is to erase what's in front of you. He paused, letting the words sink in. A mind solely on destruction is unbound. There is no ceiling to that kind of power. Meanwhile, the snake had already drifted its attention away and went somewhere else due to a group of ninjas distracting it. With everyone now ready to end the invasion, their first target was to stop the rampaging giant snake. Kakashi looked at Naruto, still in awe. His divine form had surprised him a lot. Magnificent silver aura, along with silver hair and silver irises with black pupils. The form looked majestic and divine. To him, Naruto looked like the pinnacle of a ninja. Or perhaps he already was. After all, he had already surpassed everyone in the entire village. No, the entire world potentially. I'm so proud of you, Naruto. The fourth Hokage would be proud too, Kakashi thought to himself with a look of awe on his face. Sakura took a step forward towards Kakashi with a serious look on her face and said, Kakashi-sensei, I'll help too. I am part of Team 7, after all. Ino nodded with determination. Don't think that I can back away from a fight like that. And plus, if my rival is so eager, then I should join in too, Shikamaru sighed. This is such a drag. But as long as Lord Beerus and Whis are here, we should be fine to go together. Although Beerus had said earlier that he wouldn't be helping them defeat Orochimaru, his analytical mind had a feeling that he would at least offer some sort of protection. That, however, was only his guess. Beerus narrowed his eyes at Shikamaru and commented, Everything is a drag for you, isn't it? I can somewhat relate. Mortals are sometimes a thorn on my side, after all. Shikamaru looked side again, this time with exasperation. I'd rather just sit, relax, and laze around all day, if I'm being honest, Lord Beerus. But the current situation calls for action. Shino nodded. I agree with Shikamaru. A bunch of insects hovered over his left shoulder. Guy turned to his left to face Baki, who was standing 10 feet away from him. And you? I know that the Sand Village has betrayed the Leaf, but given the circumstances, and the possible fate of the real Kage, would you take this opportunity to team up with us to not only save the Hokage, but to also deal with Orochimaru? Baki clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white with rage. If Orochimaru has truly stolen the identity of our Kage, then I'd like to confirm it for myself. Before anyone could suggest a reckless plan to break through the barrier, Whis offered a serene smile. Oh, there's no need for such a perilous journey of confirmation. One can simply take a peek from here. The shinobi all turned to look at him, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Even Kakashi's visible eye widened. What do you mean? Sakura asked, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Beerus simply let out a lazy yawn, utterly unconcerned. Whis paid their surprise no mind. With a gentle, almost musical thump, he tapped the bottom of his long staff onto the ground. A translucent sphere of light materialized in the air above them, shimmering like a heat haze. In seconds the light coalesced into a clear, three-dimensional moving image, projected for all to see. The scene within the hologram was stark and grim. There, on the main castle roof, was a figure wearing the Kage's robes and distinctive hat, but he had peeled back the skin of his face like a grotesque mask, revealing the pale, serpentine features of Orochimaru underneath. He held the frail third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, in a deadlock, the gleaming edge of a kunai pressed firmly against the old man's wrinkled throat. The entire scene was enclosed in the ominous, purple-tinged barrier they could see in the distance. At the four corners of the roof were 4 sound ninja, their hands held out as they channeled the chakra to maintain the prison. A sharp intake of breath was audible from Baki. His face, already pale, lost all remaining color. It's true, Lord Kage. That monster! The confirmation was absolute, a dagger of truth twisting in his gut. Whis narrowed his eyes at the hologram with a serious look on his face. Deception and betrayal seemed to be the order of the day. Beerus scoffed as he placed his hands behind his head, cracking an eye open to glance at the hologram. Humph. To be brought to your knees by such simple theatrics. Mortals are so fragile. A flick of a finger would solve this entire mess. Shikamaru, who had been observing the staff with intense focus, finally broke his silence, his usual lazy tone laced with undeniable curiosity. That staff of yours, what is it exactly? It can project events from a distance, right through a powerful barrier. What a drag to even comprehend. Whis smiled, turning his gaze from the hologram to the young Nara. This? Oh, this is merely a tool of my office. It allows me to observe nearly any event in this universe, among other, trivial things. Barriers and mortal constructs are of little consequence to it. Asuma looked surprised. That would be very useful for us. Kurenai looked surprised as well as she blinked at the staff. Yeah, you're right. Guy displayed a serious look on his face. Then let's waste no more time and save the Hokage. Gaara was currently slung over Kankuro's shoulder, but the latter clenched his free fist in anger. Damn it. I can't believe we were fooled so easily. Temari gritted her teeth in anger. Orochimaru will pay. Beerus yawned and then said, then it's settled. You ninjas finish this mess. Afterwards, I have some business with Naruto. Naruto looked at Beerus and sighed. I don't know what business exactly you have with me, but right now, protecting the village is what currently matters. Beerus smirked. Yes, of course. Once you're done with this mess, we'll have a talk. Normally, I hate waiting. But, he closed his eyes for a moment, before then reopening them. I'll get the opportunity to witness a mortal use autonomous Ultra Instinct once again. After all, such an opportunity is very rare. Shikamaru furrowed his eyebrows. Lord Beerus, I know you had said that you weren't going to help us, but on the off chance that someone had attacked you, what would you do then? Beerus smirked. I would destroy them then, of course. Shikamaru looked at the ground and thought to himself, I see. So I could use an opportunity to trick an enemy into attacking Beerus, and they'd be swiftly dealt with. It was a smart strategy. If Shikamaru could lure an enemy, like Orochimaru, into attacking Beerus, then he'd be destroyed for sure. Considering the fact that Beerus wasn't ready to interfere in their katas, despite the grave situation at hand, Shikamaru could at least use this tactic. It was clear to the young Nara that Beerus was the type to dismiss the suffering of others unless it was something of the gods' business. In other words, Beerus wouldn't care if every single human being on the planet died. What a drag, Shikamaru thought to himself with a look of exasperation. Note to self, do not irritate this god of destruction. I've got a giant snake to put an end to, Naruto said with a serious look on his face. He then crouched a bit down, before suddenly jumping far ahead. The impact of his feet kicking off the ground alone created a mini crater as a shockwave spread around the arena, causing the ninjas to shield their eyes with crossed arms in front of their faces. They could feel the pressure from the shockwaves hit their body. Just a mere jump itself had produced so much force. Sasuke looked through the gaps of his crossed arms and widened his eyes in shock, his Sharingan activated. Far ahead above in the sky, Naruto was in the air, his momentum from jumping ahead earlier still taking him through the air. He can jump that high. To Sasuke Uchiha, the power gap was now much more clear to him. Naruto had achieved a type of power that exceeded his expectations. Kakashi displayed a shocked look on his face, and put his hands down as the shockwaves simmered down. I've never seen a ninja jump that high into the air. Far above the battlefield, Naruto's silver aura shimmered like a second sun against the war-torn sky. For a split second, everyone, shinobi and invader alike, froze in collective anticipation, all eyes drawn upward. The giant snake hissed and reared back, its massive body coiling protectively. It bared its fangs, eyes locked on the approaching threat that was Naruto. Is that really Naruto? He's moving faster than I can even track, Sasuke thought. In one fluid motion, Naruto tucked his knees, twisted in midair, and angled himself toward the monstrous serpent. The silver aura around him intensified, forming ripples that danced off his skin. As he descended, a gust of wind howled through the stadium, sending debris and loose tiles scattering. The snake lunged, jaws wide, only for Naruto to blur past the fangs with an afterimage. He cocked his right fist back, channeling his entire will into the punch. A heartbeat later, he struck. The blow connected with the snake's skull, not with a thunderous boom, but with a soundless impact. The air itself seemed to freeze, folding inward for a single, terrifying instant. Then reality caught up. A shockwave erupted outward in all directions, flattening trees, shattering stones, and sending enemy shinobi flying backwards in the wake of the unleashed power. The stadium itself trembled. The snake's entire body convulsed, eyes rolling back as its titanic bulk crashed to the ground with earth-shattering force. A crater sprawled beneath the place Naruto landed. The snake's massive form now sprawled, unmoving, its head buried several feet into the earth. Naruto stood in the center of the devastation, utterly calm. His silver aura flickered and shimmered, undisturbed. He dusted off his hands with a faint, almost embarrassed smile. The silence that followed was deafening. What did I just witness? Sakura thought, jaw slack in disbelief. Even Beerus raised an eyebrow. That's more like it, he muttered, the ghost of a smile on his lips. Every pair of eyes, from the elite jounin of the leaf to the terrified invaders from the sand and sound, was locked on the solitary figure standing in the heart of the crater he had created. Naruto Uzumaki stood with an unnerving tranquility amidst the carnage. The silver aura that clung to him was not a raging inferno but a serene, steady luminescence, like starlight given form. The colossal corpse of the three-headed snake, a beast that had promised untold destruction moments ago, was now little more than a grotesque landmark, its central head driven deep into the earth. That? Kakashi breathed, his single visible eye wider than it had been since the day he'd lost his teammate, Obito. He was a prodigy, a man who had seen and analyzed thousands of jutsu. He understood power. He had stood before the fourth Hokage's yellow flash, witnessed the third's mastery of all 5 elements, and fought alongside the legendary Sannin. This was different. This wasn't just a higher tier of power, it was a different category of existence altogether. Minato-sensei, if you could see him now. He's not just surpassed you, he's surpassed the very concept of what a Hokage is meant to be. Sasuke stood frozen, his Sharingan still activated, trying to process the residual energy, the sheer wrongness of what it was seeing. It couldn't track the initial jump. It had perceived a blur, a silver streak, and then an afterimage where Naruto had been. The punch itself had registered not as a movement, but as a sudden, violent correction of reality. The snake was there one moment, and utterly obliterated the next. Even Beerus, the god of destruction, shifted his posture slightly. He brought one hand down from behind his head, tapping a clawed finger against his chin. Well now? That was a proper punch. Minimal wasted energy, maximum effect. The principle of autonomous ultra instinct is to let the body act as a perfect conduit for intent. He intended for the snake to be gone, and his body executed that command with divine efficiency. Still sloppy, but a fine display for a mortal whelp, Whis said happily with an excited smile. Indeed, my lord. His control is growing more refined by the second. It's quite the spectacle. Beerus smirked while pacing his hands behind his back. Goku and Vegeta better catch up soon. The spell of silence was finally broken by the Sand Ninja. They were scattered, many of them having been knocked off their feet by the shockwave alone. They looked from the dead snake to Naruto, and back again. Their invasion, so meticulously planned, had hinged on this beast causing chaos and breaking the Leaf's defenses. It had been one of their trump cards, and it had been eliminated in less than 5 seconds by a single teenager. A Sand Jounin, a veteran with a scarred face and a look of grim determination, got to his feet, rallying the men nearest to him. Don't just stand there. He's only one kid. He can't be everywhere at once. We press the attack. For the Kage. For the sand. His voice, meant to inspire courage, sounded thin and reedy in the face of the silent, silver-haired boy. Yet shinobi were soldiers. They followed orders. With a collective roar that held more fear than ferocity, a wave of perhaps 30 sand ninja surged forward. Wind style, scythe dance, one shouted. Kunai barrage, yelled another. A storm of steel and sharpened wind blades descended on Naruto's position. They flew from all angles, a meticulously coordinated attack designed to overwhelm any defense, to force an opponent to dodge into another, more lethal projectile. Naruto didn't move. He stood in the center of the crater, his silver eyes half-lidded, as if he were bored. The onlookers tensed. Naruto, move! Sakura screamed, her voice raw. But he didn't need to. As the first kunai, a paper bomb tied to its hilt, came within inches of his face, his head tilted a fraction of a centimeter to the left. The blade sailed past, missing him by a hair's breadth. A wind scythe aimed for his neck was avoided by a slight backward lean of his torso, so subtle it was almost imperceptible. The battle began. The Sand Ninja closed in, their taijutsu specialists leading the charge. A Chunin threw a punch aimed at Naruto's jaw. Naruto's body seemed to flow around the fist like water. His right hand came up, not to block, but to gently guide the incoming arm, turning the ninja's own momentum against him and sending him stumbling into the path of his comrade. Another came from behind, swinging a trench knife and a vicious arc. Naruto, without looking, took a single step to the side. The blade sliced empty air. As the attacker tried to recover, Naruto's elbow shot backwards in a short, sharp jab that connected with the man's solar plexus. The man's eyes went wide, the air left his lungs in a silent gasp, and he crumpled to the ground, unconscious before he even hit the dirt. He's not even looking at them, Temari stammered, her own giant fan feeling utterly useless. It's like his body is reacting on its own. That's exactly what's happening, Shikamaru muttered, his mind racing, trying to comprehend the strategic implications. This wasn't a technique. It was a state of being. You couldn't predict it, you couldn't outsmart it, because there was no thought process to analyze. There was only perfect action and perfect reaction. Fighting him is a complete drag. It's like trying to punch the wind. A group of 4 Sannin tried to corner him. They were a well-oiled machine, moving in sync, their attacks designed to leave no escape. One swiped at his legs, another aimed a palm strike at his chest, while the other 2 threw a volley of shuriken to box him in. Naruto became a blur of silver. He ducked under the palm strike, his body so low to the ground he was almost parallel to it. As he came up, his legs swept out in a gentle arc, tapping the feet of the ninja who had gone for his legs, unbalancing him. He flowed between the other 2, his hands moving in a graceful, almost lazy dance. A soft chop to the side of one's neck. A precise two-fingered poke to a pressure point on the other's shoulder. Both slumped, their nervous systems temporarily overloaded. The shuriken they had thrown clattered harmlessly against the ground where he had been moments before. It was a divine dance of devastating grace. Every movement was efficient, precise, and utterly final. He wasn't using overwhelming force anymore. He was using the exact amount of energy required for each action, and no more. A jab here, a palm heel there, a simple leg sweep. He moved among the 30 shinobi like a surgeon in an operating theater, calmly and methodically disabling each one. He was a silver leaf on the wind, impossible to catch, his path dictated by the currents of the battle around him. The scarred Jounin captain watched in growing horror. His men, his proud shinobi of the sand, were being dismantled. It wasn't even a struggle. They were children flailing at a master. Impossible. No one can have a defense that perfect. With a roar of fury and desperation, he drew a large scimitar from his back, channeling his chakra into the blade until it glowed with a faint green light of wind nature energy. He charged, pouring all his speed and strength into one final, decisive strike. Die! Naruto turned to face him, his silver eyes for the first time showing a flicker of focus. As the glowing scimitar cleaved down, aimed to split him in two, Naruto raised his left hand. He didn't meet the blade with a block. He met it with his open palm. Naruto caught the blade with his palm. The scimitar stopped dead, inches from Naruto's face, held effortlessly in his grasp. The green chakra coating the blade sputtered and died, unable to penetrate the silver aura surrounding his hand. The Jounin's eyes bulged with disbelief. He tried to pull his weapon back, but it wouldn't budge. It was as if it were encased in solid rock. He tightened his grip. Cracks spiderwebbed across the enchanted steel of the scimitar. With a final, sharp crunch, the blade shattered into 1,000 pieces. Naruto's other hand shot forward, fist closed, and then punched the Jounin on his forehead. The man's eyes rolled back into his head, and he felt like a puppet with its strings cut. From the remaining group of attackers, one particularly desperate ninja, hidden behind the chaos, made his final play. He had seen that direct attacks were futile. He pulled out his last resort, a high-yield paper bomb, larger and more potent than the standard issue. With a desperate scream, he hurled it directly at Naruto. He'll have to dodge that, the ninja thought, a spark of hope igniting in his chest. No one can tank an explosion of that magnitude. The paper bomb arced through the air, landing directly at Naruto's feet. Kakashi's body tensed, ready to shun Chunin, an instinct he knew was utterly pointless. Beerus just watched, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Let's see how he handles this. Will he dodge, or will he endure? Naruto didn't move. He stood his ground, his expression unchanged, as the paper bomb's fuse hissed its last. Boom! A tremendous explosion ripped through the center of the stadium. A roiling fireball of orange and black smoke engulfed Naruto completely. The shockwave powerful enough to crack the stadium walls and send another cloud of dust and debris into the air. The ground shook violently, and the sound was deafening. For a moment, there was only the roar of the flame and the plume of thick, black smoke. The sand ninja who threw the bomb stared, panting, a wild, triumphant grin spreading across his face. I got him! I got him! Sakura's heart plummeted. Naruto! The smoke was thick, obscuring everything. The triumphant grin on the sand ninja's face began to waver as the smoke started to part. An eerie silver light began to shine from within the cloud. Slowly, the smoke cleared. It was not blown away, but seemed to dissolve, repelled by the serene aura emanating from its center. There stood Naruto. He was in the exact same spot, in the exact same posture. His clothes were not burned, not even singed. There was not a single speck of soot on his skin. His silver hair drifted gently in the breeze created by the dissipating heat. The ground around him was scorched black in a perfect circle, but the spot where he stood was untouched, pristine. He had not endured the explosion. He had simply ignored it. The silver aura around him had acted as a perfect, absolute shield, negating the fire, the heat, and the force completely. He raised his head, his silver eyes with their black pupils locking onto the last attacker. The man's triumphant grin had long since vanished, replaced by an expression of pure terror. He dropped to his knees, his weapon clattering to the ground. Hope was gone. Courage was gone. All that remained was the certain knowledge that he was in the presence of something beyond his comprehension. The remaining handful of sand shinobi who were still conscious saw this. They saw their captain defeated, their ace weapon destroyed, their strongest jutsu and tools rendered utterly worthless. They saw their final, desperate gambit negated without a flicker of effort. Naruto looked at the captain and said, "Give it up." The sand ninja was silent, but he then suddenly smirked. Hopping back to his feet, he charged towards Naruto while taking out a kunai, and had managed to already close in front of Naruto, intending to stab the Uzumaki in the heart with his weapon. Kakashi widened his eyes in shock. "Naruto! Look out!" However, Naruto simply stood there, even though he saw the attack coming. The captain struck his kunai onto Naruto's chest. However, the kunai shattered instantly upon coming in contact with Naruto's left chest. The only thing that occurred was the formation of a small hole on Naruto's clothing from where the kunai had struck. The captain staggered a few steps in shock as he had witnessed his kunai not able to pierce the boy's skin. What? Beerus smirked as he watched the scene from all the way from the arena through the destroyed arena wall. Ultra Instinct has the ability to harden its body. Which is why that mere blade had no effect on him. Kakashi widened his eyes, surprised. So it's not just dodging, but can also tank attacks. Are you serious? Shikamaru said incredulously as he witnessed the fight. Suddenly, Naruto shot forward in a blur, before appearing in front of the leader. Reeling his fist backwards, he delivered a swift punch to his enemy's gut, doubling them over and making them cough out saliva in the process. The attack had then almost instantly rendered the leader of the current invasion squad unconscious as he crumbled onto the ground. More sand ninjas ran ahead. As the shinobi charged, far behind them, reinforcements had arrived. Sound Village Nin. Most of them currently had sinister excited-like expressions on their faces as they charged towards Naruto. While charging, one of the sound ninjas commented while holding his kunai at the ready. "What's up with this kid?" He then licked his lips. "Silver chakra? Doesn't matter. I'll still kill him." However, Naruto simply stood still with a calm look on his face. It wasn't long before all of them reached the Ultra Instinct ninja, and delivered a series of punches, kicks, and kunai slashes. However, somehow, Naruto dodged every single one of them by simply dodging, and moving his head to the side, as his body barely left the spot he was standing on. The ninjas were shocked. While they were still maintaining their focus on attack, they could clearly see that not even one of their blows or kunai slashes hit Naruto. A ninja from afar even threw a bunch of shurikens, only for Naruto to easily evade that too by sidestepping. What? The sound ninja who had thrown the series of shurikens said in shock as his line of sight followed where the shurikens had hit a rocky boulder, obviously missing its target in the process. Suddenly, Naruto disappeared from the spot, before reappearing in front of the sound ninja who had thrown the shuriken. Crouching downwards, he delivered a swift punch to his enemy's gut, doubling him over and making him cough out blood. Ugh! The ninja's eyes convulsed in pain as he held his stomach while in a bent forward-like position. He gawked in pain, before walking a few steps forward. The pain was too much for him to handle, and he fell face first onto the ground. The sand ninjas widened their eyes in shock as one of them shouted, "I am possible. We didn't know the Leaf Village had such a powerful ninja." Before he could finish his sentence, Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him and delivered a roundhouse kick, sending him flying and crashing towards a nearby building. More sand and sound ninjas jumped into the fray, circling around Naruto, before grabbing him from all sides. However, the Uzumaki simply stood there calmly, and to the ninja's surprise they were somehow not able to make him budge at all. Pulling, pushing, and even throwing punches to Naruto's face didn't help as he stood still like a statue. Then, Naruto arched his back forward a bit, before unleashing a divine roar. His silver aura flared up, and all the ninjas were sent flying away into the sky from all different directions. Sasuke still had his Sharingan activated, but he couldn't detect any of Naruto's movements. Impossible. Too fast. With most of the sand and sound ninjas within the current battlefield blown away or rendered unconscious, one remaining sand ninja staggered backwards in shock. He couldn't believe what he had witnessed. A mere genin itself had so much power to defeat even some of the top-level jonin from the sand. It was inconceivable to him. Suddenly, Naruto reeled his fist backwards, before shooting his fist forward in the air in front of him. However, as soon as he did that, a shockwave bullet headed straight ahead that left long streams of shockwaves behind it. It then hit directly towards the last remaining sand ninja, sending him flying and slamming towards a nearby building wall. The impact alone caused his body to slam so hard into the wall that cracks spiderwebbed from the point of impact. It was not long before the last remaining ninja fell unconscious. With Naruto now done with the current enemy group, he looked up at the distance ahead, and saw a rooftop with a barrier on top of it. Narrowing his eyes at it with a serious look on his face, he knew that he needed to save Hiruzen. Back with Hiruzen. Well. We planned to take Sasuke while Gaara stirred up chaos, Orochimaru said with a smirk, his kunai still pressed against the third Hokage's throat. But things don't always go as planned. Hiruzen clenched his jaw, refusing to meet Orochimaru's gaze. I see. Is that so? He muttered. Then, shifting his eyes just enough to catch a glimpse of his former student from the corner of his vision, he added, so the Leaf Village and Sasuke were your true targets. Orochimaru let out a low, sinister chuckle. You make it sound so grand. Do you really think the Leaf is such a prized catch? His eyes narrowed dangerously. Though if Gaara wakes up, I might just get to show you something far more entertaining. His expression eased, returning to that cold, confident grin. But alas, your stubbornness has led the Leaf right into our hands. It's my win now, Hiruzen scoffed. Nothing is ever decided until the very end. I thought I taught you that. Orochimaru. He closed his eyes for a brief moment. I always knew this day would come, but, his eyes snapped open, sharp with resolve, you won't take my head so easily. Orochimaru's smile widened, twisted with malice. I warned you, didn't I? It would be wise to choose the fifth Hokage soon, third, because today will be your last. He slowly raised the kunai to his mouth and dragged his unnaturally long tongue across the blade, savoring the moment. Orochimaru slowly lowered the kunai and gazed off into the distance. Strangely, a few tears welled up in his eyes, even as a faint smile crept across his face. Hiruzen noticed and smirked. Are you crying out of joy, or is there still a sliver of sorrow in you? Perhaps some part of you regrets killing your own teacher? For a moment, Orochimaru's lips parted, his expression unreadable, then he smiled darkly. No. Without warning, he brought the kunai close to Hiruzen's face and swiftly moved. But instead of striking, he stopped short, his right hand now outstretched before the Hokage's face. Then, in a sudden motion, Orochimaru stabbed his own palm, blood beginning to drip freely. He let out a casual yawn with his left hand. I was feeling a little drowsy, needed to wake myself up. Hiruzen smirked again. Just as I expected. Suddenly, a blazing streak of silver light shot through the sky like a comet before crashing onto the rooftop with a thunderous impact. The force cracked the tiles beneath it, sending a shockwave through the barrier. Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and the Sound Four maintaining the jutsu all turned in stunned disbelief. Standing at the center of the impact was Naruto, his divine silver aura still radiating around him, hair gleaming like starlight, eyes sharp and resolute. He quickly assessed the scene, a kunai held near Hiruzen's face, blood dripping from Orochimaru's hand. Though it looked as if Hiruzen might have struck him, Naruto's gaze calmly locked onto Orochimaru. It's over, Orochimaru, he said, voice steady and absolute. It was officially the second time that Naruto had come across Orochimaru. The first time he did was in the Forest of Death. Even in his red-eyed nine-tailed state, he wasn't able to defeat him, as the villain had caught him with ease, before delivering a five-pronged salto him to disrupt his chakra. Naruto was sealed with Minato's 8-trigram seal, an even-numbered seal, which connected Naruto's chakra with Kurama's and allowed controlled access to the Nine-Tails chakra. Orochimaru had then forcefully applied the 5-pronged seal, an odd-numbered seal, over it. This odd-over-even seal interaction destabilized the original seal's balance. As a result, Naruto nearly lost both his ability to use Kurama's chakra and control his own. He suddenly struggled with even basic chakra control, like walking on water. However, later, Jiraiya had discovered this problem, and removed the seal from Naruto, allowing him to use chakra freely once again. Even during his battle with Niji, he was able to freely use the Nine Tails chakra. And now, Naruto was currently in his Ultra Instinct transformation. His silver hair swayed a bit by the wind as he stared at Orochimaru with a serious look on his face. Orochimaru let out a low, sinister chuckle. "So, you've regained control over your chakra," he said, eyes narrowing with interest. It must have been him, wasn't it? His thoughts momentarily flicked to Jiraiya, the only one skilled enough to remove the seal Orochimaru had placed. Returning his gaze to Naruto, a twisted smile crept across his face. "During your match with the Hyuga boy, you unleashed a power far beyond anything I've seen from you before." His tone darkened. "Tell me, Naruto, what was that?" Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief. "Naruto, what happened to you?" Naruto's gaze softened as he eased his expression. "Autonomous Ultra Instinct," he said calmly. "It's a state where my body moves without thought. Instinct guides everything." "It has a name?" Hiruzen muttered, stunned. Orochimaru slowly pulled the kunai from his bloody palm, more crimson dripping onto the rooftop. A grin curled on his lips. "Is that so?" he mused, voice laced with amusement. "Sounds like quite the power." He tilted his head slightly. "Why not show me what it can do, if you think you can break through this barrier?" His laughter slithered through the air like poison. Naruto turned his eyes to the glowing barrier that held the third Hokage and Orochimaru within, his expression unreadable. Jirobo grunted, his hand steady in the seal. "Don't even bother, punk. This barrier's built to withstand monsters. You're not getting through." Kidamaru chuckled arrogantly. "Heh. You wouldn't even make it flicker," Tayuya scoffed, eyes narrowed with disdain. "TCH, what a waste of chakra. Why don't you go cry in a corner and watch your old man die like a good little brat?" Sakan, sharing a grin with his twin brother Yukon, added coldly, "Try anything, and we'll rip you apart before you even blink. You're out of your league." Despite their taunts, Naruto didn't flinch. His silver aura continued to shimmer calmly, his eyes focused on the barrier. Despite their taunts, Naruto didn't flinch. His silver aura continued to shimmer calmly, his eyes focused on the barrier. Without a word, he began to walk forward, his steps silent on the roof tiles. There was no aggression in his posture, no buildup of chakra that the shinobi present could sense. He moved with an unnerving grace, like a leaf carried on the wind. "What's he doing?" Jirobo muttered, his brow furrowed in concentration. "The idiot is just gonna walk into it? Let him," Tayuya snarled. "He'll be fried to a crisp." Naruto stopped just an inch from the crackling violet wall of chakra. He slowly raised his right hand, not into a fist, but with an open palm. The sound tensed, bracing for an impact that never came. He didn't push. He didn't strike. He simply touched it. The moment his fingertips made contact with the four violet flames formation, a sound like sizzling water filled the air. But there was no explosion, no violent struggle of opposing forces. Instead, something far stranger happened. Where Naruto's fingers rested, the violent purple chakra seemed to quiet down. The angry, roaring energy lost its cohesion, its intricate weave unraveling as if its very purpose had been forgotten. A silver light spread from his hand like ripples on a pond, flowing across the surface of the barrier. The violet flames didn't shatter, they dissolved. They broke down into harmless motes of light that flickered and vanished into the air. "What?" Kidamaru's 6 eyes widened in shock. "Our chakra. It's just disappearing, GHK." Jirobo grunted as the energy link snapped, the sudden backlash sending a jolt through his system. All 4 of them were thrown backward, stumbling away from their positions as their ultimate defense technique was undone not by overwhelming power, but by a quiet, absolute negation. The barrier dissolved into nothingness in less than 3 seconds. Silence fell upon the rooftop, broken only by the wind. The Sound Force stared, utterly dumbfounded. They had poured their chakra and concentration into a jutsu taught by Lord Orochimaru himself, a technique designed to hold the Kage, and this boy had dismantled it by touching it. Inside the now open space, Hiruzen's jaw was slack with awe. He had witnessed the power of Hashirama Senju, the speed of Tobirama Senju, and the genius of Minato Namikaze. He had never seen anything like this. It wasn't a jutsu breaking another jutsu. It was as if Naruto had instinctively understood the very fabric of the technique and simply untied the knot. Orochimaru's amused grin had vanished completely. His golden, slitted eyes were wide, fixed on Naruto with an intensity that bordered on worship. The kunai in his hand was forgotten. His tongue slowly snaked out to lick his lips, a gesture not of amusement, but of pure, predatory desire. Incredible, the Sannin breathed, his voice a hoarse whisper filled with avarice. To not shatter the jutsu, but to simply undo it. You didn't overpower it. You convinced the chakra it no longer needed to exist. Naruto lowered his hand, his silver eyes turning from the space where the barrier once stood to Orochimaru. His expression was placid, his voice devoid of emotion. Now it's your turn. This was not the loud-mouthed brat he'd toyed with in the forest. This was something else entirely. A being that operated on a different plane of existence. Yes, Orochimaru said, a true, venomous smile finally returning to his face. He let the bloody kunai drop with a clatter, its purpose served. From his mouth, the hilt of a new blade began to emerge, the legendary sword of Kusanagi. It is. He drew the long, ethereal blade, its edge humming with power. Now Orochimaru hissed, his body coiling like a snake ready to strike. Let the real experiment begin. A heavy silence descended upon the rooftop, thick with ozone and disbelief. The four sound ninja, who moments ago were the picture of arrogant confidence, now stood frozen, their minds struggling to process the impossible event they had just witnessed. Their ultimate containment jutsu, a prison for gods and monsters, had been unraveled like a cheap sweater. Inside the now violated space, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, felt a tremor of hope warring with profound shock. He looked at the boy standing before him, the boy he had watched grow up, the pariah, the prankster, the vessel of the nine tails. But the person there now felt like he was none of those things. The shimmering silver aura, the unerringly calm silver eyes, the sheer, effortless presence. It was as if Naruto Uzumaki had been replaced by a celestial arbiter. He saw Orochimaru's expression shift from amusement to a deep, chilling avarice, and his old heart hammered against his ribs. He knew that look. It was the same look Orochimaru had when he unveiled his grotesque experiments, the look of a man who had found a new, priceless specimen for his collection. No, Hiruzen thought, his weary muscles tensing. I will not let you have him. His duty as Hokage, his promise to Minato and Kushina, his own guilt over Naruto's lonely childhood, it all coalesced into a single, defiant resolve. Naruto, get back! Hiruzen commanded, his voice strained but firm. He slid into a defensive stance, his eyes locked on the Sannin. This is my fight. Do not interfere. Orochimaru's gaze flickered to Hiruzen, a cruel smirk twisting his pale features. Still playing the noble protector, sensei? How tiresome. Your time is over, old man. The future, he said, his golden eyes sliding back to Naruto, is far more interesting. Ignoring Hiruzen entirely, Orochimaru decided to test the trigger for this new power. Was it a conscious transformation, or a reactive, defensive state like what was shown during Naruto's fight with Niji? He needed to know. With a speed that belied the casualness of his posture, he lashed out. Not at Naruto, but at the weakened Hokage. It wasn't a killing blow, but a vicious, bone-shattering punch aimed directly at Hiruzen's face, designed to provoke a reaction. The air ripped apart with the force of the strike. To Hiruzen, the fist seemed to cross the distance in an instant, a pale blur of death he was too slow to counter. He braced for the impact, for the end. It, however, never came. There was no sound of shifting feet, no blur of movement, no flicker of a substitution jutsu. One moment, Naruto was standing several feet away, observing. The next, he was directly between Orochimaru and Hiruzen, his back to the Hokage. His open palm had intercepted Orochimaru's fist, stopping its terrifying momentum dead. The only evidence of the force unleashed was a sudden, violent gust of wind that erupted from the point of impact, blasting outward, kicking up dust and making the sound force stumble back another step. Naruto hadn't moved a single inch. His arm hadn't even trembled. He simply held the punch. Orochimaru's eyes widened, the smirk finally faltering into raw disbelief. He felt the kinetic energy of his own strike, a force that could pulverize solid rock, being perfectly absorbed and nullified. It wasn't blocked by brute strength. It felt as if his fist had struck an entity that existed outside the laws of physics he understood. Hiruzen stared at the small, silver-haired back in front of him. He hadn't seen Naruto move. He hadn't even felt a draft until after Naruto had appeared. It was faster than Minato's flying Raijin. It wasn't teleportation. It was a level of speed so absolute, so perfect, that it seemed like a violation of reality itself. How? Sakan whispered, his voice trembling. Yukon, sharing his body, was utterly silent, a rare sign of true fear. Did you see that? Tayuya hissed, her usual vulgar bravado completely gone, replaced by a note of panic. He was just there. Naruto's silver eyes, completely empty of fear or anger, stared into Orochimaru's. He slowly curled his fingers around the Sanin's fist, his grip seemingly gentle, yet inescapable. A flicker of frustration crossed Orochimaru's face, quickly replaced by a surge of manic excitement. The experiment was yielding results beyond his wildest dreams. Physical force was meaningless. Then what about a weapon that transcended the physical? You are truly, Orochimaru hissed, his voice dripping with a mix of fury and delight, a magnificent creature. With a grotesque wrenching motion, he dislocated his own arm, pulling it free from Naruto's grasp with a sickening pop. In the same fluid movement, his neck began to stretch, elongating like a serpent's body, his head rocketing towards Naruto from a new, unexpected angle. His mouth opened impossibly wide, and the glistening, purple hilt of the sword of Kusanagi shot out, the legendary blade extending to its full length with a piercing hum. The sword of Kusanagi. A blade of legend, said to be able to cut through anything. It was the ultimate extension of Orochimaru's will, a weapon that could extend and retract at his thought, striking from impossible angles with lethal precision. It wasn't just a sharp piece of metal. It was a mythical artifact, imbued with Orochimaru's own chakra and venom. The blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at Naruto's neck. It was a classic Orochimaru maneuver, distracting with a frontal assault while delivering the true killing blow from an unforeseen direction. To any other shinobi, it would be an inescapable checkmate. Hiruzen's blood ran cold. He knew that blade. He had seen it cut through solid steel as if it were parchment. Naruto, dodge it! He screamed, his voice cracking with desperation, but Naruto didn't dodge. He didn't flinch. He didn't even seem to register the warning. As the humming edge of the Kusanagi blade closed the final inch to his throat, his other hand moved. It wasn't a panicked block or a desperate parry. His motion was serene, economical, and impossibly precise. His fingers, the same fingers that had dismantled the Kage-level barrier, closed around the edge of the blade itself. The world seemed to fall silent. The expected sound of flesh being severed, of blood spraying through the air, never came. Instead, a single, clear, high-pitched shimmering out across the rooftop. It was the sound of a perfectly forged bell, a sound of absolute purity against absolute malice. Orochimaru's elongated neck froze. His golden eyes, wide with the thrill of the kill, were now locked on the sight before him, and his battle-honed mind short-circuited. Naruto was holding the sword of Kusanagi. Not the hilt. Not the flat of the blade. He was holding it by its razor-sharp edge. His fingers were wrapped firmly around the humming, chakra-infused steel, and there was no blood. There wasn't even a mark. The shimmering silver aura around his hand seemed to pulse gently, meeting the legendary blade not with resistance, but with a form of absolute, unyielding harmony that denied its very purpose. The blade, which could extend its length to pierce a diamond, was stopped cold. The edge, which could slice a mountain, could not break the skin of the boy holding it. This was the moment that broke Orochimaru's understanding of the world. Jutsu, chakra, bloodlines, power, these were all variables in a grand equation he had spent his life trying to solve. But this was not part of the equation. This was a new form of math entirely. Impossible. Orochimaru breathed, the words barely a whisper. The Kusanagi blade, an extension of his own soul, felt inert. Tamed. It was like a viper whose fangs had been met not by a shield, but by a hand that simply told it, "You will not bite," and the viper had obeyed. From his vantage point behind Naruto, Hiruzen was shocked. "Lord Orochimaru," Kidamaru stammered, his analytical mind failing him. "The Kusanagi," he caught it. Jirobo just gaped, his mouth hanging open. Tayuya took an involuntary step back, then another. This was beyond their comprehension. This wasn't a ninja, it was a demon, a god, something they had no name for. Their mission was to contain the Hokage and kill any interference. Their new, unspoken mission was to simply survive. Naruto's silver eyes remained locked on Orochimaru's. He held the legendary sword as if it were a child's toy. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion that seemed to carry the weight of a glacier, he began to apply pressure. Not to break the blade, but simply to push it back. Orochimaru, for the first time in decades, felt a sensation he had long forgotten, true primal fear. It wasn't the fear of dying, he had conquered that long ago. It was the fear of the unknown, the fear of a power so absolute that it rendered all of his knowledge, all of his power, all of his ambition, utterly meaningless. With a grunt of effort, he tried to retract the sword, to pull it back into his mouth. But he couldn't. Naruto's grip was perfect. It held the blade in a state of physical paradox, and it would not be moved. Slowly, inexorably, Naruto pushed the blade back. Orochimaru's elongated neck was forced to retract, his head pulling back towards his body until it receded with a wet squelch. He was now back in his original position, staring at Naruto, who still held the tip of his ultimate weapon. Naruto's gaze didn't waver. His expression didn't change. His body moved without thought, guided by an instinct that was now wholly focused on the threat before him. The Sannin, the genius, the immortal seeker of power, was nothing more than an obstacle to be neutralized. An autonomous ultra instinct was the most efficient, most absolute neutralizer the world had ever seen. Naruto held the tip of the legendary sword of Kusanagi, his simple grip disarming a weapon of myth. The pressure he exerted was not immense, but it was absolute. With a final, inexorable push, he forced the blade back towards its owner. Orochimaru, his mind a maelstrom of disbelief and scientific curiosity, had no choice but to let his neck retract, the sword sliding back into his gullet with a wet, gagging sound. He was whole again, but the psychological damage was immeasurable. His ultimate weapon, his symbol of lethal precision, had been treated like a toy. For a moment there was stillness. It was the deep breath before the plunge. Then Naruto moved. He released the tip of the now sheathed sword, and in the same nanosecond, his left hand clenched into a fist. The movement was a study in flawless mechanics, a perfect transfer of potential to kinetic energy. Before Orochimaru's synapses could even fire a command to dodge, Naruto's fist buried itself into the Sannin's gut. It was not a chakra-enhanced punch like Tsunade's, which would have sent Orochimaru flying through a dozen buildings. It was something far more insidious. The impact was sharp, concise, and focused on a single point. It didn't feel like a fist, but like a perfectly aimed piston designed to rupture everything inside. Orochimaru's golden eyes bulged. All the air in his lungs vanished in a silent, agonizing rush. He felt his internal organs slam against his spine. The bioengineered resilience of his modified body screamed in protest, but the force was too pure, too focused. A spray of blood erupted from his mouth, not from the impact itself, but from the catastrophic shockwave that pulsed through his system. But Ultra Instinct was not finished. It was a state of continuous, optimized combat. As Orochimaru doubled over, Naruto's body was already transitioning into the next movement. A knee, driven by the same inhuman efficiency, snapped upward, catching the Sannin directly under the chin. The crack of bone was sickeningly loud as Orochimaru's jaw shattered and his head was thrown back with violent force. He staggered backward, his brilliant mind clouded by a fog of pure agony. His Sharingan-enhanced reflexes, his decades of combat experience, were useless. He couldn't predict movements that were not born of thought. He was trying to read a book whose pages were blank, written in a language that was only revealed at the exact moment of impact. This form. Orochimaru wheezed, his body already working to knit his broken jaw back together, the flesh slithering and reforming. It's sublime, His praise was cut short as Naruto flowed forward again. It wasn't a run or a charge. He seemed to glide across the rooftop, his feet barely touching the tiles. A right kick swept out, striking the back of Orochimaru's knee and buckling it. As he fell, a left hook caught him on the temple, spinning him around. An axe kick from above slammed him face first into the roof, the tiles cracking and splintering under the force. Each strike was perfect. A jab to the solar plexus. A chop to the brachial plexus nerve cluster at the neck, deadening his arm. A side kick to the floating ribs. Naruto's body was a weapon, and instinct was its master. There was no rage, no hatred, no joy in the assault. There was only the cold, hard logic of dismantling an opponent. From the sidelines, Hiruzen watched, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs. He had seen countless battles, participated in wars that had shaped the world. He had never seen a taijutsu display like this. It was more than taijutsu. It was a dance of destruction, so fluid and graceful it was almost beautiful, were it not so terrifyingly one-sided. Orochimaru, the prodigy who had mastered 1,000 jutsu, the snake Sannin who could contend with a Kage at his peak, was being systematically taken apart. Enough! Orochimaru roared, forcing his battered body into action. As Naruto closed in again, the Sannin's mouth stretched wide once more, the sword of Kusanagi shooting out like a viper's tongue, not to stab, but to create distance. This time, Naruto didn't catch it. The blade was a feint, a tool. Ultra Instinct knew this. As the blade passed harmlessly by his head, Naruto's body twisted, his right hand shooting out. He didn't grab the blade. He slapped it. The sound was a flat, metallic clang. The force of the deceptively simple slap, applied at the perfect vector against the blade's weakest structural axis, was catastrophic. Microfractures, invisible to the naked eye, shot through the legendary steel. Orochimaru felt a horrifying vibration travel up the blade and into his very soul. He tried to press the attack, thrusting the sword forward one last time, aiming directly for the center of Naruto's chest. He poured his chakra into the weapon, willing it to pierce, to kill, to prove its worth. The tip of the Kusanagi connected with Naruto's sternum. For a breathless instant, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like shattering crystal, the sword of Kusanagi, the unbreakable blade, the pride of the snake Sannin, crumbled. It didn't just break in two, it disintegrated into 1,000 shimmering shards that rained down onto the rooftop before dissolving into dust. Orochimaru froze, his head still thrown forward, his mouth agape, now empty. The symbol of his power, the culmination of his research into weaponry, was gone, broken against the chest of a boy who wasn't even trying. The sight was the final crack in the dam of Orochimaru's composure. The scientist, the observer, was consumed by the cornered beast. You! He shrieked, a sound of pure, unadulterated fury. He abandoned taijutsu and darted backward, his hands flying through seals. Wind style, great breakthrough. A hurricane-force gale erupted from his mouth, a torrent of wind powerful enough to flatten a forest. It wasn't aimed at Naruto. It was an area of effect blast designed to obliterate everything on the rooftop. Naruto's response was simple. He took a single step to the side. The gale, for all its immense power, had a point of origin. Instinct had calculated its trajectory, its cone of effect, and moved his body just outside of it. The wind roared past him, tearing at his silver hair and the shredded remains of his jacket, but his body remained untouched, an island of calm in a sea of chaos. Before Orochimaru could launch another attack, Naruto made a single hand seal, a perfect cross. Poof! 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 4 shadow clones appeared around him. But these were not the boisterous, yelling clones of the regular Naruto. They were silent, their eyes the same impassive silver, their bodies radiating the same shimmering aura. They moved in perfect unison, their instincts linked. He can even use ninjutsu in that state. Hiruzen breathed, his shock reaching new heights. The 5 Narutos blurred into motion simultaneously. Orochimaru found himself surrounded. It wasn't a clumsy encirclement. It was a perfect sphere of impending doom. He spun around, trying to track them, but they moved with a synchronized, ghostly grace. Then came the barrage. Uzumaki. Barrage, the thought, the name of the technique, perhaps echoed in the dormant part of Naruto's mind, but no words were spoken. It began with 5 simultaneous kicks from 5 different directions, all landing at the same instant. Orochimaru's body seized up as his equilibrium was destroyed. Before he could even begin to fall, a flurry of punches and kicks rained down on him from all sides. A fist to the kidney, a kick to the spine, an elbow to the back of the neck, a palm strike to the chest. Each clone struck a different target, their movements weaving around each other in a flawless, overlapping pattern. There were no wasted motions, no openings, no escape. Orochimaru was trapped in a whirlwind of silver fists and feet. He tried to fight back, lashing out with snake-like strikes, but his arms were slapped aside. He tried to use a substitution, but a perfectly aimed kick would disrupt his chakra flow just before he could complete the jutsu. His legendary regeneration was working at a frantic pace, but he was taking damage faster than he could heal it. His flesh knit back together only to be torn apart again a moment later. The final blow came from the original Naruto. As the clones launched Orochimaru into the air, a broken, bloody mess, the real Naruto appeared above him, his body inverted. Both fists clasped together, he brought them down like a war hammer, slamming Orochimaru into the rooftop with enough force to shatter the concrete and send him crashing down to the floor of the building below. The clones dispersed into smoke. The rooftop fell silent once more, now bearing a gaping, smoldering hole. Naruto landed softly beside it, his silver aura unwavering, his breathing perfectly even. He had just delivered a beating that would have killed any other shinobi 10 times over, and he didn't even seem winded. For a long moment, the only sounds were the distant screams from the village and the ragged breathing of the 4 shinobi who had been Orochimaru's honor guard. The sound 4 watched the fight unfold with shocked looks on their faces. Their master, a being they considered an untouchable god of the shinobi world, had been utterly and completely humiliated. He had been toyed with, beaten, and broken. Taiya's knuckles were white where she gripped her flute. Her mind, which was usually a torrent of curses and insults, was eerily quiet. She was a specialist in sound and genjutsu, in controlling the minds of others. But how do you control something that doesn't seem to have a mind to control? Kidamaru, the strategist, was rapidly cycling through every possible scenario. His multi-limbed form and spider-like abilities made him a master of unconventional warfare, of traps and long-range assassination, but his analytical brain could find no solution here. The target's defense was absolute. Its offense was perfect. Its speed was untraceable. There were no exploitable weaknesses. The conclusion was simple and terrifying. They were outmatched to a degree he hadn't known was possible. Jirobo, the powerhouse, felt his own immense strength seem like a child's. He relied on overwhelming physical force and powerful earth-style ninjutsu, but he had just watched a man get smashed through a reinforced concrete roof. His strength was irrelevant. Sakan and Yukon felt a shared cold dread. Their unique Kekkei Genkai allowed them to merge with and break down an opponent's body from the inside. It was the ultimate close-quarters assassination technique, but it required them to attack their opponent. To get close. The idea of trying to get close to the Silver Phantom that had just dismantled Orochimaru was not just suicidal, it was absurd. But their fear of Naruto was now being eclipsed by another, more immediate fear, the fear of failure. Orochimaru had given them a mission. They were his elite. To stand by and do nothing while he was defeated was a death sentence in itself, and likely a far more painful one. We have to help him, Sakan growled, his voice lacking its usual confidence. Are you insane? Taiya spat back, her voice a harsh whisper. Did you not just see what that thing did? Lord Orochimaru couldn't even touch him, and what do you think he'll do to us if we run? Kidamaru countered, his many eyes wide with grim logic. Our only chance is to attack together. Overwhelm it with different strategies from different angles. It can't defend against everything at once. It was a desperate hope, a flawed piece of logic born of terror, but it was all they had. Jirobo slammed his fists together, a determined scowl on his face. For Lord Orochimaru, with a collective roar of desperation, the Sound Four leaped into action. They didn't charge Naruto head-on. They executed Kidamaru's desperate plan, fanning out to attack from 4 separate directions. Kidamaru was the first to act. Leaping high onto the edge of a neighboring roof, he inhaled deeply. Ninja art, spider web unrolling. From his mouth, he expelled a massive, thick, sticky web. It wasn't the fine, chakra-laced wire he might use for traps. This was a huge, encompassing net, reinforced with chakra to be as strong as steel and as sticky as glue. It soared through the air, intending to completely envelop Naruto, to immobilize him through sheer mass and adhesion. Naruto, still standing by the hole in the roof, didn't even look up. As the web descended, his body moved. He didn't jump or dodge. He simply flowed backward, a single, fluid step that seemed to defy momentum. The leading edge of the massive web landed exactly where he had been standing an instant before, sticking to the roof with a wet, slapping sound. It was a perfect shot that had missed by a hair's breadth because its target had moved with impossible prescience. Kidamaru's eyes widened. Before he could react, he saw Naruto's hand flick. A single shard of broken roof tile, no bigger than his thumb, shot from Naruto's fingers. It wasn't thrown with great force, but its trajectory was perfect. It spun through the air like a shuriken and struck one of the main anchor strands connecting the web to Kidamaru's mouth. The strand, already under tension, snapped. The entire web lost its integrity and collapsed into a useless, sticky heap. While Kidamaru was still reeling from the failure of his ultimate binding technique, Taiya made her move. She brought her demonic flute to her lips, her fingers dancing over the holes. "You're finished, you freak!" she shrieked. "Let's see how your instincts handle this." Demonic flute, phantom sound chains. A melody poured from the flute. It was a discordant, haunting tune that seemed to claw at the very air. This was no ordinary sound. It was a Kage-level genjutsu, a sonic illusion that attacked the victim's mind directly, bypassing the eyes and ears to induce a vivid, paralyzing nightmare. In this nightmare, the victim would feel their limbs bound by phantom chains, their bodies slowly melting away, leaving them helpless and insane. It was a technique that had broken the minds of powerful jonin. The sound waves washed over Naruto. They passed through his silver aura, through his body, and nothing happened. Taiya's eyes widened in horror. She could feel the connection, her chakra seeking a mind to ensnare, but it was like throwing a net into an empty space. There was no conscious thought to latch onto, no fear to exploit, no ego to twist. Ultra instinct was a state of pure being, a mind as clear and still as a mountain lake. Her genjutsu, for all its power, had no purchase. Naruto didn't even acknowledge it. His head turned, and his silver eyes, completely clear, completely lucid, locked onto hers. The sight of those eyes, so unaffected by her ultimate technique, shattered Taiya's will to fight. That was her ace in the hole, her greatest weapon. And it had been utterly, completely useless. At that moment, the other two made their move. Jirobo, bellowing with effort, slammed his palms on the roof. Earth release. Earth mausoleum dumpling. The roof beneath Naruto erupted. The concrete and steel tore apart as a massive dome of rock and earth surged upwards, intending to trap and crush him inside a tomb of his own making. Simultaneously, Sakan and Yukon, moving as one, blurred forward, aiming to get close while the target was distracted by the earth jutsu. But there was no distraction. As the earth dome rose, Naruto was already in the air. He hadn't jumped. He had used the upward momentum of the rising earth itself, a gentle push-off that launched him silently into the sky. He hung there for a moment, silhouetted against the afternoon sun. Sakan and Yukon, their attack path now clear, charged directly at the airborne Naruto. "You're ours!" Sakan snarled. Their speed was impressive, but to Ultra Instinct, it was like watching stones sink in water. Naruto's body rotated in midair. He dropped down, not away from them, but towards them. His descent was faster than their ascent. He passed between the two charging shinobi. As he did, his hands shot out to either side. He didn't punch. He didn't chop. He performed a simple, open-palm push on the back of each of their heads. The force was minimal, but the timing was perfect. It was just enough to alter their trajectories, causing the two charging powerhouses to smash headfirst into each other with the full force of their own momentum. The crack of their skulls colliding was audible even to Hiruzen. Sasuke and Yukon dropped from the air like stones, unconscious before they even hit the roof. Naruto landed without a sound. One threat remained. Jirobo, seeing his 3 comrades defeated in the span of 5 seconds, let out a roar of rage and fear. He activated his curse seal to its second state, his body swelling, his skin turning reddish-brown, his power increasing tenfold. "You monster!" he bellowed, charging forward, his fist cocked back, ready to deliver a blow that could level a building. Naruto stood his ground. He didn't brace for impact. He didn't even raise his arms to block. As Jirobo's massive, empowered fist swung towards his face, Naruto's head tilted to the right by a mere 3 inches. The punch, carrying an astronomical amount of force, sailed past his ear, the wind from it fluttering his hair. Jirobo's momentum carried him forward, his attack wildly overextended. Before he could recover, Naruto's index and middle fingers jabbed forward. They struck a precise point at the base of Jirobo's thick neck. It was a gentle tap, almost delicate. Jirobo froze. His eyes went wide. The immense power flooding his body from the curse seal vanished as if a switch had been flipped. His muscles went slack. A look of complete confusion crossed his face before his eyes rolled back into his head, and he collapsed to the ground, a mountain of inert flesh. Naruto had struck a nerve cluster so precisely that he had instantly knocked the giant unconscious, bypassing his monstrous durability entirely. The battle was over. The Sound 4, Orochimaru's elite guard, lay defeated around him. Not one of them had managed to land a single blow. Not one of them had even made him take a second breath. Naruto stood in the center of the devastation, the picture of deadly tranquility. His silver eyes now turned back to the gaping hole in the roof. From below, a wave of malevolent chakra surged, and with a slithering, grotesque sound, Orochimaru pulled his broken body out of the chasm. He looked even worse than before. His clothes were shredded, his body a canvas of bruises and cuts. He was regenerating, but much slower now. He had expended a tremendous amount of chakra just to survive the Uzumaki barrage. He looked at his defeated Sound 4, then back at Naruto, and a low, guttural laugh escaped his throat. It was not a laugh of amusement. It was the laugh of a man who had been pushed past the brink of sanity, and had found something new and terrifying on the other side. "Subarashi, truly, truly wonderful," Orochimaru hissed, his voice raspy. "I have sought immortality. I have sought to learn every jutsu in the world. But this is something new." It was then that Hiruzen Sarutobi finally moved. He walked forward, his old but steady gaze fixed on his former student. He positioned himself beside Naruto. "It is over, Orochimaru," Hiruzen said, his voice resonating with the authority of the Hokage and the sorrow of a teacher. "Your ambitions end here. I will take care of my student." The words were heavy with a lifetime of regret. He was not just speaking of Orochimaru, but to him. It was a final plea, a final declaration of his responsibility. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. "You, sensei? You would only get in the way of this beautiful dance." Naruto's head tilted slightly, his silver eyes glancing at the old man beside him. A flicker of something, perhaps a trace of the boy beneath the instinct, registered the Hokage's presence. The state of autonomous ultra instinct was pure combat efficiency. It processed all variables. Hiruzen was a Kage. His experience, his jutsu, his presence, they were not a liability. They were an asset. A single, quiet word escaped Naruto's lips, his voice calm and clear, yet feeling as if it came from a great distance. Together, Hiruzen's eyes widened slightly. He looked at the boy and saw a flicker of the determination that had always defined Naruto Uzumaki. A slow, weary smile touched the old Hokage's lips. He had come here to protect Naruto. Now they would fight as equals. As comrades. "So be it," Hiruzen said, turning his full attention back to Orochimaru. He planted the end of his staff on the ground. "Then let us finish this." Orochimaru's gritted his teeth in anger. "D-damn you all!" The declaration hung in the air, a promise sealed in grim determination. Hiruzen bit down hard on his thumb, drawing a smear of blood across it. His old, wrinkled hands, which had signed countless treaties, moved through a series of hand seals with a speed that defied his age, boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. He slammed his bloody palm onto the cracked roof tile beside him. Summoning Jutsu. Kuchios no Jutsu. A large cloud of smoke erupted with a concussive poof. From within, a powerful figure emerged, landing with a heavy crouch. He was covered in white fur, with wild, flowing hair and piercing eyes that held an ancient, cantankerous wisdom. He wore a Konoha forehead protector stylized with horns. It was Monkey King, Enma. Enma surveyed the scene in an instant. The defeated Sound 4, the gaping hole in the roof, the monstrously regenerating Orochimaru, and the silent, silver-glowing boy standing next to his master. Humph. You always call me for the worst parties, Hiruzen, Enma grumbled, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. He glanced at Naruto. And what in the sage's name is this? There is no time to explain, old friend, Hiruzen said, his breathing heavy but his voice firm. I need your strength. Enma let out a sharp sigh, a cloud of vapor in the tense air. When do you not? Very well. This one, he said, nodding toward Orochimaru, has long overstayed his welcome in the world of the living. A new cloud of smoke enveloped the Monkey King. Transformation, adamantine staff, henge, Kongo Nai. When the smoke cleared, Enma was gone. In his place, gripped firmly in Hiruzen's hand, was a black, sturdy staff of indeterminate length. Gripping the familiar weight of his partner, Hiruzen felt a surge of strength return to his weary limbs. He planted the end of the staff on the ground with a resounding thud. Orochimaru's grin widened into a predatory sneer. Relying on the monkey again, sensei? Some things never change. 2 flies instead of 1. It makes no difference. Come. Show me more of this divine power. The final battle began. Hiruzen made the first move, not with an attack, but with a tactical maneuver. He slammed his staff down. Earth style, earth flow river. The rooftop beneath Orochimaru turned to mud, a rushing torrent that sought to sweep him off his feet and rob him of his footing. It was a simple, classic jutsu, but its purpose was clear: control the battlefield. Orochimaru sneered, easily leaping out of the mud river's path, but the move had been a feint. As he was airborne, Hiruzen's hands were already a blur. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. A massive, roaring dragon of fire erupted from Hiruzen's mouth, soaring towards the suspended Sannin. It was a powerful, all-consuming attack. But Orochimaru was a master of evasion. With a snake-like twist of his body, he prepared to dodge. He never got the chance. The instant Hiruzen had launched his fire dragon, Naruto vanished. He reappeared directly in Orochimaru's intended path of evasion, his fist cocked back. There was nowhere to run. Orochimaru was caught between 2 absolutes, a dragon of fire and a god of combat. He chose the fire. With a hiss of pain, he twisted his body to take the brunt of the fire dragon on his back. The flames engulfed him, searing his flesh, his agonized scream muffled by the roar of the inferno. He was sent crashing back down to the roof, a smoking, charred heap. But he was already healing, the blackened skin sloughing off to reveal new, pale flesh underneath. He rose to his feet, panting, his eyes blazing with fury. Is that all you have, old man? Not even close, Hiruzen retorted, his hands already forming new seals. He was a professor of jutsu, and his arsenal was vast. The fight became a deadly symphony of 2 distinct styles. Hiruzen was the composer, directing the flow of the battle. He used large-scale jutsu to shape the terrain, to restrict Orochimaru's movement, to create openings. He unleashed torrents of earth, walls of fire, and projectiles of superheated mud, forcing Orochimaru onto the defensive, making him react. And in every single moment of reaction, in every split second that Orochimaru was occupied, Naruto struck. Hiruzen would force him to leap left, and Naruto would appear there with a devastating kick. Hiruzen would force him to duck under a wave of shuriken, and Naruto would be there with a knee to the spine. It was a perfect storm of strategy and execution. The professor and the prodigy. The will of fire and the body of a god. Orochimaru was overwhelmed. It was no longer a dance. It was a brutal, systematic dismantling. He couldn't focus on Naruto, because Hiruzen's relentless assault demanded his attention. He couldn't focus on Hiruzen, because Naruto's instantaneous attacks were a constant, lethal threat. Hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru roared, dozens of snakes shooting from his sleeves, a writhing torrent of fangs and venom aimed at both of them. Hiruzen responded instantly, slamming his hands down. Earth-style, mud wall. A thick, towering barrier of earth rose to intercept the snakes. But it wasn't just a defense. As the snakes struck the wall, Naruto was already moving. He ran up the vertical surface of the wall, his silver aura flaring, and launched himself over the top. He descended on Orochimaru from above, his heel aimed at the crown of his head. Orochimaru was forced to throw himself backward, tumbling through the mud to evade the strike. He came up sputtering, only to find Hiruzen already there, his adamantine staff swinging in a wide, powerful arc. The numbers game was catching up. It wasn't 2 versus 1. It was experience and wisdom creating opportunities for a power that was absolute and inescapable. Orochimaru's regeneration, miraculous as it was, required chakra. His reserves were not infinite. Every blow from Naruto, every jutsu he had to counter from Hiruzen, was draining him. The fatigue was setting in, not just in his body, but in his mind. The cold dread was returning. He was being beaten. He, Orochimaru, was truly, incontrovertibly, losing. He let out another shriek, this one of pure, unadulterated desperation. This could not be the end. He had come too far, sacrificed too much. If raw power and ninjutsu were not enough, then he would unleash his final trump card. He would show them the true meaning of a monster. His body began to contort, to swell. A massive, 8-headed serpent of pure white began to emerge from his back, a titanic explosion of flesh and chakra. The Yamata no Jutsu, his most powerful, most monstrous technique. The rooftop began to crumble under the sheer weight and pressure of the transformation. The sky darkened as the 8 massive heads of the Hydra-like beast rose, each one roaring a challenge to the heavens. Hiruzen stared up at the monstrosity, his face grim. Naruto stood impassively, his silver eyes reflecting the 8 heads of the beast, his body poised, ready. The Yamata no Jutsu was not merely a summon, it was Orochimaru's very life force and chakra given monstrous form, a technique fabled to be the pinnacle of snake-based ninjutsu, rivaling the power of a tailed beast. The rooftop, already a ruin of shattered tiles and broken concrete, groaned and buckled under the sheer mass of the transformation. The 8 heads of the titanic white serpent, each one larger than a full-grown man, rose towards the sky. Their scales shimmered with an unnatural, pearlescent light, and their eyes, glowing with a malevolent red, were pits of bottomless hunger. From within the central body of the beast, Orochimaru's upper torso emerged, fused with the monstrous flesh, his face a mask of triumphant agony and maddened power. Each of the 8 heads let out a deafening, discordant roar that was part hiss, part shriek. The sound wave alone was a physical force, blasting outward and forcing Hiruzen to dig his heels in, his adamantine staff held before him as a shield. The pressure was immense, a palpable aura of death and destruction that seemed to drain the very warmth from the air. Hiruzen, this is bad, Enma's voice rumbled from the staff, his tone stripped of its usual gruffness and replaced with genuine alarm. This is his life force technique. He has poured everything he has into this. Its power is immense. Hiruzen's face was grim, his mind racing through every jutsu, every strategy he had ever learned. He knew what he was facing. This was the technique Orochimaru had used to survive confrontations with other legendary figures. It was a calamity given form. I know, old friend, he breathed, his knuckles white on the staff, but we have no choice. We must face it. Yet, as Hiruzen prepared for what was likely to be his final, desperate stand, Naruto remained utterly still. His silver aura, which had been a calm, shimmering cloak, now seemed to intensify, burning with a silent, white-hot energy. The sheer pressure emanating from the Yamata no Jutsu, which was enough to make a Kage and his legendary summon tremble, washed over him without effect. To the perfect instinct of his body, the size and scale of the threat were irrelevant variables. Threat was threat. And it had to be eliminated. In this form, I am invincible. Orochimaru's voice boomed, echoing with the combined resonance of his own throat and the 8 monstrous ones behind him. This world, your village, and you, Naruto-kun, It will all be consumed. This is the pinnacle of power. One of the massive serpent heads lunged forward, its mouth gaping wide enough to swallow a carriage. It moved with deceptive speed, a white blur of death intent on erasing Naruto from existence. Hiruzen screamed a warning, "Naruto!" But Naruto didn't dodge. He didn't leap away. As the colossal fangs, dripping with a venom that could liquefy stone, descended upon him, he moved forward. Just one step. His left foot slid forward, grounding him. His right fist, clenched so tightly the air around it seemed to warp, drew back to his hip. It was not a grand, theatrical wind-up. It was a simple, biomechanically perfect motion, gathering every iota of his being into a single point. The silver aura around his fist condensed until it was no longer a gentle flame, but a star-bright point of blinding light. The serpent head was inches from him. Time seemed to stretch and slow. Hiruzen could see the individual scales on its snout, the malevolent gleam in its red eye. Then, Naruto punched. He didn't aim for the head. He didn't aim for the fangs. He struck the very air an inch in front of his own chest. The punch itself was silent. There was no sonic boom, no grand explosion. There was only the release of a force that did not belong in their dimension. A shockwave, perfectly focused and utterly devastating, erupted from his fist. It was not an expanding sphere of energy, but a concentrated, invisible spear of pure kinetic force. This spear pierced the descending serpent's snout. For a split second, nothing happened. The serpent's momentum continued, its eye wide with predatory glee. Then, a web of fine, silver cracks appeared on its scales where the force had impacted. The cracks spread, racing across its entire head in a heartbeat. With a sound like a mountain shattering, the first head didn't explode outward, it imploded, collapsing in on itself before vaporizing into a cloud of dissipating chakra and white dust. The chain reaction was immediate and catastrophic. The force of the punch didn't stop. It traveled through the vaporized head, into the central body of the Yamata, and struck the core of Orochimaru's jutsu. It was a virus entering a computer system, a single, perfect command that read, "Cease to exist." The other 7 heads froze, their roars cutting off into strangled gurgles. Their red eyes flickered and dimmed. One by one, they began to crumble, the same silver cracks racing across their bodies. They disintegrated from the inside out, their massive forms turning to ash and scattering on the wind. The titanic beast, a creature of myth and a tailed beast equivalent, was being unmade by a single, perfectly placed blow. From his position fused with the beast, Orochimaru's eyes were wide with a terror so profound it transcended sanity. He felt the power leaving him, the life force he had poured into the jutsu being violently, utterly nullified. It was like having his very soul scoured from existence. No. No, it can't. My power. My ultimate form. He shrieked, his voice filled with disbelief and agony. The central body of the Yamata was the last to go. It shuddered, convulsed, and then dissolved into nothingness, leaving only Orochimaru's own battered, broken body to fall from the sky. He crashed onto the rooftop with a sickening thud, landing in a heap of torn clothes and twisted limbs, no longer a god monster, but just a man. A broken, defeated man. The rooftop was silent. The immense pressure was gone. The sky was clear. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood with his mouth agape, the adamantine staff feeling impossibly heavy in his hands. He had been prepared to sacrifice his life, to use the Reaper Death Seal and take Orochimaru with him to fight that monster. And Naruto had ended it. With one punch. It wasn't just the power that shocked him. It was the sheer, impossible efficiency of it. It was like watching a master calligrapher erase a masterpiece with a single, flawless brushstroke. Naruto lowered his fist. His silver aura receded slightly, the intense brightness fading back to a calm shimmer. He looked down at the crumpled form of Orochimaru, his expression as placid and unreadable as ever. The threat was neutralized. The battle was won. Orochimaru lay in a pool of his own blood and grime, his body twitching. Every bone felt shattered. His chakra coils were in chaos, not from exhaustion, but from the violent backlash of having his ultimate jutsu dismantled while he was still connected to it. He coughed, a thick glob of blood spattering on the tiles. He had lost. The realization settled in his mind, cold and sharp. He had been defeated. Not by his old master, not by the might of a tailed beast, but by the very boy he had deemed a mere vessel. He had unleashed his full power, his life's work, his very being, and it had been swatted aside like a fly. Rage, pure and undiluted, burned through the pain. A humiliation this complete could not be borne. If he could not possess this power, if he could not defeat it, then he would drag it down into hell with him. He would burn the entire village to the ground, using its own legends to do so. His primary goal of obtaining Sasuke's body could wait. His secondary goal, the destruction of Konoha and the torment of his former master, now took precedence. A final, desperate act of spite. With a surge of adrenaline and a will forged in pure malice, Orochimaru forced his broken fingers to move. His hands, trembling and slick with blood, began to form a sequence of hand seals. They were slow, sloppy, but the intent was unmistakable. Hiruzen saw the movement, his eyes widening in horror as he recognized the forbidden sequence. No! Orochimaru, don't you dare! This was a jutsu that defiled the dead, a crime against nature itself. Summoning, reanimation, kuchios, Edo Tensei. You took everything from me, sensei, Orochimaru rasped, a bloody, insane grin splitting his face. You denied me the title of Hokage. Now, I will make the Hokage deny your very existence. He slammed his palms onto the rooftop. The black, intricate formula of the reanimation jutsu spread out from his hands, glowing with a sickly, purple light. From the ground, 3 large, wooden coffins began to rise with a groaning, splintering sound. They stood upright, their front panels marked with the kanji for first, Shodai, second, Nidai and fourth, Yandai. Hiruzen's heart stopped. The first and second were expected, a tragedy he had prepared for. But the third, the fourth. Minato. His successor. Naruto's father. The one soul he had hoped would always be allowed to rest in peace. No! Hiruzen roared, his body moving on pure, desperate instinct. He hurled a volley of kunai, each one aimed perfectly to disrupt the seals on the third coffin, to stop the summoning before it could complete. But Orochimaru was ready. Even in his broken state, his cunning was absolute. A thick, white snake shot out from his sleeve, moving with impossible speed. It coiled in the air, its body becoming a fleshy shield. The kunai thudded uselessly against its tough scales, clattering to the ground. The summoning was complete. The lids of the 3 coffins creaked open and fell forward with a loud thud, kicking up clouds of dust. As the dust began to settle, 3 figures stood within. On the left was a tall man with long, dark hair, clad in ancient, crimson samurai-like armor. His face was stern but held a deep, underlying warmth. His very presence seemed to radiate a powerful life force, even in this state of undeath. Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, the god of shinobi. In the middle stood a man with shaggy, white hair, his face etched with sharp, severe lines. He wore blue armor, and his crimson eyes, the mark of the reanimation, scanned the area with cold, analytical precision. Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, creator of countless jutsu, including the very one that now bound him. And on the right, the figure that stole the breath from Hiruzen's lungs. A tall, lean man with bright, spiky blonde hair and calm, blue eyes. He wore the iconic white Hokage coat with red flames licking its bottom edge, the kanji for 4th Hokage, Yandame Hokage, written vertically on the back. He looked around, his expression not of malice, but of calm, intelligent confusion. Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash of the leaf. The 3 legendary leaders, the pillars of Konoha, were now puppets, standing on a ruined rooftop, brought back to fight against the very village they had sworn to protect. What is this? Hashirama murmured, looking at his own gray, paper-strewn hands. This feeling. Edo Tensei? Brother, look, Tobirama said, his voice sharp. His gaze was fixed on Orochimaru. It's that boy. Hiruzen's student. He mastered my forbidden technique. His eyes then narrowed in fury. The insolence! Hiruzen felt tears welling in his eyes, his body trembling with a grief so profound it overshadowed all his physical pain. First Sama. Second Sama. Minato. Forgive me, Minato's gaze swept the scene. He saw his old master, Hiruzen, aged and wounded. He saw Orochimaru, the perpetrator, broken but triumphant. He saw the defeated Sound 4, and then, his eyes landed on the boy with the shimmering silver aura. Naruto had not moved. He was still in his Ultra Instinct state. His mind, or what passed for it in this form, processed the new arrivals. It registered their immense chakra signatures, far greater than the Sound 4, on par with Orochimaru at his peak. His silver eyes, impassive and analytical, met Minato's. For a long, silent moment, the two of them just looked at each other. The reanimated father and the transfigured son. Minato felt a strange, inexplicable pull, a sense of profound familiarity that his reanimated mind struggled to place. Then, he realized what was going on. Naruto. He pushed a kunai with a seal tag into the back of each of the Hokage's heads, his movements slow and deliberate. "Don't worry about memories," he hissed, his voice thick with malicious glee. "You have no need for them. Your will is mine now." The light of confusion and recognition in the Hokage's eyes dimmed, replaced by a cold, empty obedience. Their bodies tensed, shifting into combat stances. Minato's gaze left Naruto, now empty of all emotion save for the command of his summoner. He, Hashirama, and Tobirama stood shoulder to shoulder, a united front of Konoha's greatest legends, their power now aimed at its heart. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the Hokages. The previous Hokages. The battle against Orochimaru seemed to be coming to its climax, as Naruto and Hiruzen stood side by side with serious looks on their faces. The latter at first had a somber look on his face, but he quickly got back into his battle mindset, as it wasn't the time to fret about the current situation. The first, second, and fourth Hokage had been brought back to life via the reanimation jutsu, and Hiruzen had failed to stop it. He had at least tried to stop the fourth Hokage from appearing through Orochimaru's jutsu, but unfortunately for him, his student had prevented his intervention by deflecting the third Hokage's kunai throws. However, that last bit of attempt to deflect the kunai throws had drained quite a bit of chakra from his already depleted reserves. From what Hiruzen understood, Orochimaru had briefly used a modified body flicker technique to quickly deflect the kunais. And because of that effort alone, the fourth Hokage was now standing before them. Glancing to his right, Hiruzen looked at Naruto and thought to himself, "This is bad. If Naruto finds out that the fourth Hokage is his father, then he may not take it well." While it wasn't a problem exactly for Naruto to discover who his father is, the secret of Minato being the father of Naruto would cause problems in the village. After all, the Uzumaki would surely become a target for other threats. But would that even matter for someone like Naruto, considering the fact that he had achieved a state of autonomous movement? While those worries crept in Hiruzen's mind, Naruto Uzumaki stared ahead at the Hokages with a serious look on his face. His gaze then fell on Orochimaru, who had multiple wounds visible on his body due to the beating he had taken from him and the third Hokage earlier. It was evident that Orochimaru's stamina had depleted severely, and this was his last resort. However, this issue didn't bother Naruto, as it wasn't an issue. His mind was focused on the present moment, which was a key factor of autonomous Ultra Instinct. Right now, his priority was simply defeating the Hokages, and putting an end to Orochimaru's schemes. A sinister, sibilant chuckle slithered through the tense air, cutting through the silence like a poisoned blade. It emanated from Orochimaru, whose pale face was twisted into a mask of triumphant glee, despite the grievous injuries that marred his form. Blood trickled from the corner of his lips, but his golden, serpentine eyes gleamed with an unholy light. He. Hiruzen-sensei, he hissed, his voice a rasping whisper that carried an unnatural weight. You look so forlorn. Is it the sight of your predecessors? Or perhaps, it is the sight of your successor, the hero of the village, standing before you as my puppet? He flicked his tongue out, tasting the chakra-rich air. Such a masterpiece, wouldn't you agree? The three greatest shinobi this village has ever produced, all dancing to my tune. Hiruzen's jaw tightened, his aged face a carving of grim determination. Orochimaru, to defile the dead, to use our heroes as your personal playthings. You have fallen further than I could have ever imagined. Fallen? Orochimaru's laugh grew louder, more unhinged. No, sensei. I have ascended. I have surpassed the petty limitations of life and death that you and your predecessors clung to so dearly. They are mere concepts, and I am the one who defines them now. His gaze shifted, locking onto Naruto. The boy's serene, almost detached focus seemed to irritate and fascinate the Sannin in equal measure. And you, Naruto-kun, that curious state you're in. It's magnificent. A power that even I have not seen. It will be a true pleasure to dissect it, after my Hokage have torn you limb from limb. With a final, dramatic flourish, Orochimaru's hand snapped into a single sign. A surge of malevolent chakra, dark and oppressive, flowed from him into the four reanimated figures. The dull, lifeless look in their eyes sharpened, replaced with focus. The air itself seemed to grow heavy, saturated with the legendary power of four Kage-level shinobi. Now Orochimaru commanded, his voice echoing with authority. Show them the true power of Konoha's history. Eliminate them. The world exploded into motion. It was not a blur. A blur implies something that is merely too fast for the eye to track. This was something else entirely. A flash of brilliant yellow, and Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, was gone from his spot. In the same infinitesimal sliver of a second, he reappeared directly behind Naruto, a flying Raijin kunai already tracing a deadly arc towards the boy's neck. It was the technique that had earned him the moniker the Yellow Flash, a maneuver so swift that by the time you saw the flash, you were already dead. Hiruzen's heart seized in his chest. Naruto! He roared, his body tensing to move, knowing full well he would be an eternity too late. He had witnessed that speed countless times, but Naruto didn't even flinch. Without turning, without any preparatory motion, his head simply tilted to the right. It wasn't a frantic jerk, or a desperate dodge. It was a fluid, economical movement, as graceful and inevitable as a leaf detaching from a branch. The razor-sharp edge of the kunai, humming with lethal intent, sliced through nothing but the air where his neck had been a microsecond before. It missed by a scant millimeter. Minato's reanimated eyes widened fractionally. It was the only sign of surprise his puppet body could muster. His instincts, honed over a lifetime of high-speed combat, screamed that the attack should have connected. There was no wasted motion, no telegraphing. It was a perfect strike. And yet it had failed. He didn't hesitate. Twisting his body in midair, he aimed a lightning-fast kick at Naruto's exposed side. Again, the impossible happened. Naruto's torso swayed backwards, a gentle, rippling motion that seemed to defy the laws of physics. The kick swept past his stomach, the wind from its passage barely rustling his jacket. He hadn't jumped back. He hadn't leaped away. He had simply moved the necessary part of his body the precise distance required, and no more. It was as if his body knew the trajectory, velocity, and intent of the attack before it was even fully launched. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared, his mind struggling to comprehend the spectacle. He dodged it, he thought, the concept so staggering it felt alien. He dodged the yellow flash, twice, at point-blank range, without looking. While Minato was the tip of the spear, the rest of the legends were not idle. As Minato disengaged, creating space, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, flashed through a series of hand seals with blinding speed. Suiton, Suryuden no Jutsu. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. The very air shimmered as ambient moisture was gathered and compressed. A colossal dragon of swirling, high-pressure water erupted from the ground, its roaring maw aimed squarely at Naruto. The sheer volume and force of the jutsu could pulverize solid rock. Simultaneously, from the other side, the god of shinobi himself, Hashirama Senju, slammed his palms onto the ground. Mokuton, Jukai Koten. Wood style, deep forest emergence. The battlefield groaned as the rooftop was torn asunder. Countless massive, thick trees erupted from the tiles, growing at a terrifying rate. They didn't just grow upwards. They grew towards Naruto, their branches twisting and intertwining like monstrous serpents, creating a cage of living wood designed to crush and impale him from all directions. It was a perfectly coordinated pincer attack. One side offered a torrent of crushing force, the other an inescapable, all-encompassing prison of wood. There was nowhere to dodge, nowhere to run. It's over, Orochimaru cackled, his eyes wide with sadistic delight. No one can escape the combined might of the first and second. For the first time, Naruto moved from his spot. As the water dragon bore down on him, he didn't try to block it or leap over it. Instead, he took a single, gliding step to his left. The movement was serene, unhurried. The monstrous head of the water dragon, wide as a carriage, thundered past him. He had positioned himself in a sliver of space where the attack's main body would miss, allowing only the chaotic spray and mist to wash over him. His jacket darkened with moisture, but he was utterly unharmed. The dragon crashed into the oncoming wave of trees, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of steam and splintered wood. But the forest did not stop. The trees continued to erupt, sealing off any escape. Branches as thick as a man's torso shot towards him like spears. Naruto's placid expression remained unchanged. He began to move, but it wasn't a sprint. It was a dance. He flowed through the deadly, ever-changing labyrinth of wood. As a branch lunged for his head, he would duck under it with a motion that was already transitioning into a sidestep to avoid another branch shooting up from the ground. He weaved through the gaps, his feet never seeming to touch the ground for more than a fraction of a second. He wasn't breaking the branches or fighting the jutsu's momentum. He was using it, moving in the fleeting pockets of empty space that existed between the attacks. To Hiruzen, it looked like a leaf caught in a hurricane, yet somehow navigating it without being torn apart. The initial combined assault had been neutralized with an unnerving, almost insulting ease. The reanimated Hokage regrouped, their faces impassive masks. Under Orochimaru's control, they felt no frustration, only the cold directive to attack. This time, they came together. Minato and Tobirama, the two masters of teleportation jutsu, began to flicker around the battlefield. One was a flash of yellow, the other a blur of motion that was Tobirama's own version of the body flicker technique, so fast he was often mistaken for a teleporter himself. They appeared and disappeared in a dizzying sequence, launching kunai and senbon from dozens of vectors simultaneously. The air became a web of shimmering steel. For any normal shinobi, even a Kage, tracking one of them would be a monumental task. Tracking both, while also dealing with the legendary first Hokage, was suicide. Hashirama didn't remain idle. He formed a new set of hand seals, Mokuton, Makujin no Jutsu. Wood style, wood golem technique. The ground trembled violently as a colossal humanoid figure, even larger than the previous trees, rose from the earth. It was a golem made of incredibly dense, interlocking wood, with a fearsome Oni-like face. A smaller, wooden dragon coiled around its torso like a living sash. With a deafening groan of straining timber, the wood golem lumbered forward, its every step shaking the very foundations of the clearing. It was a strategy designed for absolute annihilation. High-speed, multidirectional attacks to confuse and pin down the target, followed by an overwhelming, titanic blow to obliterate them. Hiruzen felt a cold knot of dread in his stomach. This was the power that had carved out the ninja world. This was the might that had ended wars. Naruto, despite his incredible state, was still just one boy. The rain of kunai descended. Naruto stood perfectly still in the eye of the storm. His arms blurred, moving with a speed that defied belief. He didn't catch the projectiles. He didn't block them. With the tips of his fingers, he tapped each kunai and senbon as it came within range. Each tap was precise, infinitesimally small, yet it was enough to alter its trajectory just enough to miss his body. The kunai thrown by Minato from his right was deflected to whistle past his ear, while the senbon launched by Tobirama from behind was nudged to skim harmlessly over his shoulder. It was the ultimate display of defensive minimalism. Then, the wood golem struck. Its fist, the size of a small house, descended with the force of a meteor. It blotted out the sky, casting Naruto in a deep shadow. The sound of its descent was a roaring hurricane of displaced air. This, Naruto did not dodge. As the fist plummeted, he bent his knees slightly, sinking his stance. The silverish, ethereal aura of autonomous ultra instinct seemed to shimmer more intensely around him. He raised a single, open palm to meet the cataclysmic attack. Hiruzen's eyes widened in horror. No! He can't take that head on. The impact was apocalyptic. A thunderous boom echoed across the landscape, and a massive shockwave of wind and dust erupted outwards, flattening the remaining trees and cracking the earth. Hiruzen threw up his arms to shield his face from the blast. Orochimaru watched, a thin smile returning to his lips. Foolish child. To think you could block the first Hokage's power with your bare hands. But as the dust began to settle, a sight that defied all logic and reason was revealed. The wood golem's colossal fist was stopped, frozen in midair, inches from the ground. And holding it there, with one hand, was Naruto. His arm wasn't even trembling. He wasn't being driven into the ground, he had simply caught it. The ground beneath his feet was cratered, but he stood firm, a single, unmovable point against an unstoppable force. A collective, unspoken gasp seemed to hang in the air. Even the reanimated Hokages, puppets though they were, seemed to pause. A flicker of something, was it astonishment, crossed the first Hokage's wooden face. Naruto's serene eyes gazed up at the golem. Then, with a fluid motion, he shifted his weight. It wasn't a push. It was a redirection. Like an Aikido master redirecting an opponent's momentum, he guided the immense kinetic energy of the golem's punch. He twisted his body, and the golem, completely unbalanced, was heaved sideways. The titanic creature stumbled, its own immense weight becoming its undoing. It crashed to the ground with a world-shaking tremor, shattering into a mountain of inert timber. Silence. A profound, deafening silence descended upon the battlefield. Orochimaru was no longer smiling. He was staring, his mouth slightly agape, his scientific mind racing, failing, and then racing again. He was witnessing a living paradox. The boy possessed a defense that was absolute, a reactive ability that bordered on precognition, and now, a strength that could halt the god of shinobi's ultimate creation. What are you? Orochimaru gritted his teeth in anger. Hiruzen slowly lowered his arms, his old heart pounding against his ribs like a war drum. He looked from the shattered remains of the wood golem to the calm, untouched figure of Naruto. He saw the way Minato and Tobirama had paused their high-speed assault, now hovering at a distance, their puppet-like directives seemingly short-circuited by the sheer impossibility of what had transpired. He thought of the prophecy of the great Toad Sage, of a child of destiny who would bring about a great revolution. He had always thought it might be Naruto, but he had imagined it through hard work, guts, and the power of the Nine Tails. He had never, in his wildest dreams, imagined this. His gaze fell upon the fourth Hokage, who stood watching Naruto, his reanimated face unreadable. Hiruzen's earlier worry resurfaced, but now it was tinged with something else, a profound sense of irony and sorrow. Minato, he thought, his throat tightening, you see this? This is your son, the boy you gave your life to protect, the boy you entrusted to the village. He has surpassed all of us. He has surpassed you. He is fighting his own father, a hero he has never known, and he doesn't even realize it. And his power, it is so absolute that he feels no anger, no hatred, no sorrow, only the moment. Naruto, for his part, remained in his state of tranquil combat. His internal world was not one of thoughts or emotions, but of pure sensory input. He felt the shift in the air pressure as Tobirama considered another jutsu. He felt the faint tremor in the earth as Hashirama began to draw on more of his vast chakra reserves. He felt the sharp, focused intent of Minato as a new flying Raijin kunai was subtly palmed. He felt Hiruzen's awe and Orochimaru's obsessive stare. It was all just information, flowing into him and through him, processed not by a mind, but by instinct. There was only the attack, and the perfect response. The path of least resistance, the most efficient movement. Orochimaru's shock began to morph, twisting back into a familiar, venomous ambition. This power, this state, it was more desirable than the Sharingan, more incredible than the first Hokage's cells. It was perfection. It was a state of being that could not be touched, could not be harmed. He had to have it. He had to understand it. More. Orochimaru hissed, his voice trembling with a mixture of rage and avarice. He performed another hand seal, pouring more of his own dwindling chakra into the reanimated Kage, pushing the jutsu to its absolute limit. This isn't over. You cannot defy history itself. He focused his will entirely on the first Hokage. Hashirama. Do not hold back. Show him the power that earned you the title of God. Use that. A new, immense pressure slammed down on the battlefield. It was different from before. The air grew thick and heavy, tasting of ozone and rich earth. Natural energy began to pour into Hashirama Senju's body from the world itself. Red markings began to form around his eyes and on his forehead, the unmistakable sign of a perfect sage mode. The ground around his feet cracked under the sheer density of his chakra. His reanimated eyes, though still under Orochimaru's control, seemed to blaze with a terrifying, primordial light. Hiruzen felt true fear grip him. The first Hokage's sage mode was a thing of legend, a power that could reshape landscapes and bring even-tailed beasts to their knees. He had combined it with his wood style to create jutsu on a scale that had never been replicated. Naruto stood unmoved, unfazed by the crushing presence of Hashirama Senju's perfect sage mode. A tsunami of natural energy roared around the first Hokage, swirling visibly in the air as a dense green aura. With a voice deep and commanding, Hashirama invoked his ultimate technique, Senpo Mokutan Shinsa Senju. Sage art, wood style, true several thousand hands. The earth shattered violently as an enormous wooden Buddha emerged, towering over everything on the battlefield. Its countless arms stretched skyward, creating a shadow that blanketed the entire arena in darkness. Orochimaru's eyes widened with delight, a frenzied grin splitting his face. Yes. This is the pinnacle of your power. Crush him, Hashirama. Hashirama directed his monumental attack downward. Thousands of colossal wooden fists descended simultaneously, each large enough to obliterate buildings. Hiruzen, desperate to assist Naruto, felt his body lock up from sheer awe. Yet Naruto remained completely serene. His silver aura intensified subtly, shimmering like liquid moonlight. As the thousand fists drew near, Naruto took one step forward, raising a single hand calmly upward. A surge of unseen force erupted from him, creating a massive shockwave that blasted outwards, halting every wooden fist mid-air. They trembled and cracked under the pressure, splintering before shattering completely into harmless dust. Hashirama's sage mode-enhanced eyes widened fractionally. Before he could react, Naruto vanished from sight, reappearing directly before the first Hokage in an instant, moving at speeds surpassing even Minato's flying Raijin. With a swift, effortless strike, Naruto drove an open palm into Hashirama's chest. The blow released an explosive wave of energy, launching the legendary shinobi backward, causing his wooden armor to splinter and break apart. Orochimaru staggered backward in disbelief. Impossible. Hashirama defeated with one blow? Without pausing, Naruto pivoted smoothly as Minato and Tobirama instantly appeared beside him, launching synchronized attacks. Minato's kunai slashed through the air with blinding speed, and Tobirama's hands rapidly formed seals for a devastating water-release jutsu. Naruto's form became ethereal, his movements transcendent. Minato's kunai strikes repeatedly sliced through nothing but air, each attack dodged with impossible precision. Tobirama's high-pressure water jet, Suetun, Suedanya, water style, severing wave, sliced cleanly towards Naruto, aiming to cut him down. But Naruto moved through it as if it weren't there, his body bending gently at angles defying human capability, evading every drop of water with flawless fluidity. Within an instant, he appeared behind Tobirama, delivering a swift strike to the base of his spine. Tobirama's body jerked violently, dropping him helplessly to the ground. Minato continued his relentless assault, flickering in and out of reality around Naruto in rapid succession. Yet each time he reappeared, Naruto was already positioned perfectly to deflect or evade. Finally, catching Minato's arm mid-attack, Naruto gently but firmly twisted it, breaking the fourth Hokage's hold on his kunai and forcing him into submission. Minato's reanimated eyes met Naruto's calm, silver gaze briefly, a flicker of unspoken acknowledgement passing between them, even as puppets under Orochimaru's control. Naruto released Minato's arm, stepping back into a ready stance. All around him lay the remains of the Hokage's ultimate techniques, shattered and ineffective. Hiruzen felt a profound awe, watching history itself rewritten. Orochimaru trembled visibly, his face contorted in shock and fury. No! This can't be! How can you defeat them so easily? Orochimaru shouted desperately. Naruto settled into a low stance, and the serene silver aura around him erupted into a roaring inferno of divine ki. The air crackled with raw power, and the fractured rooftop groaned under a pressure so immense it felt as if gravity itself had intensified tenfold. He threw his head back, and a guttural roar tore from his throat, a sound that was two things at once: the defiant cry of a young shinobi and the primal, soul-shaking bellow of some sort of beast. A tremor of pure, instinctual fear shot through Orochimaru. He staggered back, his regenerative abilities and scientific mind useless against the raw, existential dread that flooded him. This pressure, it's evolving! He gasped, his voice a strangled whisper. The roar climaxed, and Naruto vanished. The space that had separated him from the Sannin collapsed in a heartbeat. He reappeared directly in front of Orochimaru, his fist a silver comet. The punch connected with a soundless, sickening crunch that seemed to warp the very air. Orochimaru's face caved in as he was launched backward like a stone from a catapult, a human missile that tore through the sky before smashing into a distant tower with cataclysmic force. The tower exploded in a shower of stone and mortar. A billowing cloud of brown dust marked the point of impact, the structure groaning as it threatened to collapse entirely, burying the Sannin under tons of rubble. For a moment, there was silence. Then, the cloud of debris was blasted outward as Orochimaru, a broken and twisted mockery of his former self, launched himself back into the air. He landed heavily on the rooftop, his body knitting itself back together with a grotesque, slithering sound, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated hatred. Naruto didn't seem to register his enemy's resilience. He simply extended his hands, palms open. A shimmering, ethereal shroud of silver energy shot forth, not like a projectile, but like a net of light being cast over reality. The god bind enveloped Orochimaru, freezing him in place, his struggles utterly useless against the divine paralysis. With a casual flick of his wrists, Naruto pulled the Sannin through the air, drawing him closer. Effortlessly, he levitated Orochimaru's immobilized body high above his head, positioning him for a final, decisive blow. Naruto's body then coiled like a spring, gathering the last vestiges of his divine power for an ultimate, finishing strike. With his foe suspended helplessly in the divine lock, Naruto's body coiled, every muscle tensing like a compressed spring. The silver inferno of his aura surged violently, coalescing behind him into the spectral, shimmering visage of a titanic fox with 9 flowing tails, its form crafted from pure, starlight energy. "This is the end," his voice echoed calmly. With a sound like the world cracking in two, the rooftop beneath him disintegrated as he launched himself upward. His fist, now a condensed star of pure, white-hot ki, connected with Orochimaru's midsection. The impact wasn't a piercing explosion, but a deep, soul-shaking thump that seemed to absorb all sound. For an instant, a sunbright flare of silver light consumed Orochimaru's form. This wasn't a force of physical destruction, but one of absolute negation. The divine ki flooded his system, overwhelming his corrupted chakra, short-circuiting his nervous system, and searing away the forbidden power that anchored his immortality. His serpentine eyes widened in a final, silent scream of agony and disbelief as the very foundation of his being was overloaded. The grotesque markings of his jutsu flickered and vanished. The unholy regeneration ceased. His body went completely limp, all power extinguished. Released from the god bind, Orochimaru's inert form plummeted from the sky like a stone, crashing heavily onto the ruined rooftop below. He lay motionless, not dead, but defeated so completely that it was a state beyond mere unconsciousness. He was a shell, his connection to his vast and terrible power severed. Naruto landed softly beside him, the silver aura receding into his body, leaving him standing in the quiet aftermath. The battle was over. Orochimaru lay broken on the shattered rooftop, a puppet with its strings cut. He coughed, a wet, rattling sound, and a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his lips. His brilliant mind, which had always seen power as a puzzle to be solved, was now faced with an equation that had no answer. What is this?" he rasped, his voice barely a whisper. Naruto stood over him, his silver aura having settled into a calm, quiet shimmer around his form. But as Orochimaru spoke, the aura flared to life once more. It did not rage, it expanded, rising from Naruto's body like a silent, silver flame. The light grew, stretching upwards, outwards, taking on a colossal, humanoid shape. In seconds, a titanic effigy of shimmering, translucent silver energy towered over the battlefield. It was a perfect, giant replica of Naruto himself, its features serene and its form radiating a pressure that was both crushing and utterly tranquil. Its placid silver eyes, vast as moons, slowly lowered, their gaze falling upon the broken Sannin below. Using the last of his strength, Orochimaru craned his neck to look up. He had witnessed the first Hokages with Golem, a creature of myth. This was something else entirely. That form, he wheezed, the words catching in his throat. It is like the Uchiha Susanoo. His voice was a faint, disbelieving whisper. No. Different. So very different. There is no burning hatred, no rage fueling it. A dry, rattling breath escaped his lungs. It was the sound of a lifetime of ambition shattering against an absolute truth. He had sought to become a god by mastering all the world's jutsu, but nothing so far compared to Naruto's ultra instinct. The fight drained from his eyes, replaced by a weary, hollow acceptance. He let his head fall back against the cold, cracked tiles, his gaze leaving the impossible sight above him. D-damn you! Naruto! Naruto stared at Orochimaru for a moment, before powering down back to his base form. His silver hair now turned back to his usual blonde, and his eyes returned back to its blue color. The aura dissipated as well. He then displayed a serious look on his face and said, "You'll never have Sasuke. It seems the reanimation jutsu has been released." The voice was calm and analytical, cutting through the lingering dust of the battlefield. Naruto turned towards the source of the voice. Standing beside his brother, the first Hokage, was Tobirama Senju, his posture rigid. The second Hokage's arms were crossed, his eyes fixed intently on Naruto with a piercing gaze. "You," Tobirama's tone was sharp, leaving no room for argument. "What was that transformation? And who are you?" A flicker of surprise crossed Naruto's face before it broke into a wide, irrepressible grin. He jabbed a thumb confidently at his own chest. "The name's Naruto Uzumaki. And I'm going to be Hokage, believe it!" The declaration hung in the air for a moment before Hashirama erupted in a hearty, booming laugh. "Ha! I like your spirit, kid! You'd make a fine Hokage." Tobirama gave a single, sharp nod of agreement. "Indeed," he conceded, though his expression remained severe. "But that is a matter for the future." His gaze shifted, dismissing Naruto and locking onto the other blonde man standing nearby. "Our present circumstances are more pressing. You're Minato Namikaze, aren't you?" Caught by the direct question, Minato simply offered a small, knowing smile. He turned slightly, allowing the white haori he wore to shift. Emblazoned on the back in bold, red kanji were the words that said everything, "Fourth Hokage." "Yes, Lord Second." Tobirama narrowed his eyes slightly in recognition. "So you did become the fourth Hokage after all?" Minato nodded again, his tone composed as he answered, "I did." Tobirama turned his attention back to Naruto, taking a moment to process what he had witnessed during the battle. "That boy, your son?" Minato smiled faintly, pride subtly radiating from his expression. "Yes. That's Naruto." Naruto blinked, his posture stiffening ever so slightly. His eyes widened, caught between confusion and realization, as the weight of Tobirama's words finally sank in. His lips parted slightly, his voice coming out in a quiet, uncertain breath. "Wait. Son?" Naruto was baffled and surprised. Hashirama looked surprised. "Based on the boy's reaction, it would seem that you perished sometime after your son was born. After all, he doesn't seem to remember you." Naruto stood frozen in place, eyes wide with disbelief, staring at Minato as if truly seeing him for the first time. His body trembled slightly, overwhelmed by emotions too intense to fully comprehend. The man standing before him, calm, composed, and gentle, was the fourth Hokage, the hero he had always admired. Yet now, there was another truth that Naruto had never even dared imagine. "You're my dad?" Naruto's voice shook, laced with confusion and hurt. He took a hesitant step forward, staring up into Minato's gentle, blue eyes that mirrored his own. Minato offered a soft, almost apologetic smile, nodding quietly. "Naruto, I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you. The calmness of Minato's voice seemed to unleash something within Naruto. His confusion melted swiftly into anger, raw, burning, and desperate. Without warning, he surged forward, his fist colliding heavily with Minato's gut. Minato made no effort to dodge or block the blow, allowing himself to absorb all of Naruto's anguish. He, however, did double over slightly and groaned in pain. Naruto's shoulders heaved as tears gathered rapidly in his eyes, his anger giving way to profound sadness and pain. Why did you seal that monster inside your own son? Naruto demanded, his voice breaking as tears streamed down his cheeks. Do you know how lonely I've felt? Do you know how much everyone hated me, treated me like an outcast because of that? Minato slowly straightened, his eyes reflecting his deep sorrow. He reached out gently, placing a comforting hand on Naruto's shoulder. I sealed the 9 tails inside you because I was forced to, Minato admitted softly, a hint of sorrow entering his voice. On the night you were born, a masked man attacked the village, threatening everything we cared about. I believed in you, not just because you are my son, but because I knew that if anyone could handle the immense burden placed upon you, it would be you, Naruto. Naruto looked away sharply, shoulders trembling harder now. But I was alone. All those years I had nobody. Do you have any idea how hard it was? I do, Minato replied gently, his voice steady and sincere. I had faith that you could endure it. But even so, I'm sorry. As your father, I failed you. Naruto turned back slowly, eyes red and swollen, but filled with a desperate, aching hope. His mind raced, momentarily distracted by Minato's mention of a masked attacker. Who could that person have been? But the confusion quickly gave way again to pain, and Naruto's voice trembled as he spoke. I wanted someone there for me. Someone to tell me it would be okay. Why couldn't that person have been you? Minato knelt slightly, bringing himself level with Naruto, sincerity radiating from his eyes. You're right, Naruto. You deserved a father who could be there for you, but I made a choice as Hokage, believing you were the only one who could overcome this burden. And look at you now, look at how strong you've become. I'm proud of you. Naruto's breath hitched, and fresh tears spilled freely down his cheeks. He had dreamed of this moment countless times, a father who could tell him he was proud, a father who understood his pain, and now, despite all his grief and anger, it was real. Dad? Naruto whispered, voice thick with emotion, barely audible above his sobs. Minato smiled warmly, gently pulling Naruto into a comforting embrace, letting his son finally release years of buried sorrow. Minato closed his eyes briefly, memories of the masked man's cruel assault flashing through his mind, reinforcing the depth of his regret for the pain his son had endured. I'm here now, Naruto, even if only for a little while. You've done more than I ever could have imagined. Thank you for being my son. The emotional silence was gently interrupted as Tobirama cleared his throat softly, catching Minato and Naruto's attention. With a firm yet respectful voice, he began carefully, forgive us for intruding on your reunion. However, this masked attacker you mentioned, who exactly was he? Hashirama, standing beside Tobirama with a deeply thoughtful expression, added, so Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto's gaze quickly darted from Tobirama to Hashirama, confusion evident on his face. Jinchuriki? What's that? Minato turned toward Naruto, his tone calm and gentle as he explained, a Jinchuriki is someone who has a tailed beast sealed within them. In your case, the Nine Tails. Naruto nodded slowly, understanding settling over him. So, that's what it means. Minato offered a reassuring smile, nodding slightly to affirm Naruto's understanding. Meanwhile, Hashirama and Tobirama exchanged concerned looks, clearly troubled by Minato's revelation about the masked attacker, a threat even they hadn't known during their lifetimes. Hiruzen, who had silently observed the emotional reunion between father and son, finally stepped forward, moving closer to Minato. His footsteps were slow and deliberate, carrying the weight of countless memories. As he reached Minato, Hiruzen placed a gentle hand on his former successor's shoulder, eyes softened with a mix of relief and remorse. Minato, Hiruzen began quietly, a faint smile forming on his aged face. It's good to see you again, even under circumstances like these. I'm sorry I couldn't protect the village better, or your son. Minato shook his head gently, returning Hiruzen's smile with quiet reassurance. Lord Third, you've done more than enough. I'm grateful to you for watching over Naruto all this time. Hiruzen sighed softly, regret etched into his features. If only I could have done more. The brief reunion lingered warmly before Hiruzen's expression slowly grew serious, his gaze sharpening as he recalled Minato's earlier words. Minato, he began cautiously, breaking the gentle silence. This masked attacker, did you learn anything about who he might have been? Minato's eyes darkened slightly, and his voice dropped lower as memories of that tragic night resurfaced. Yes. He was an Uchiha. He possessed the Sharingan. At these words, Tobirama stiffened visibly, his jaw tightening. An Uchiha. It's as I always feared. Even after my death, their clan continues to cast a shadow over the village. Hashirama quickly stepped in, raising a calming hand toward his brother. Tobirama, let us not rush to judgment. Not every Uchiha is our enemy, but still, the fact remains troubling. Naruto, who had been intently following the conversation, finally spoke up, confusion mixed with growing determination clear in his voice. An Uchiha? But that would mean... His voice trailed off briefly before firming again. I thought the Uchiha clan was massacred, except for Sasuke. Tobirama's expression shifted from suspicion to shock. His arms slowly lowered to his sides as he turned to face Hiruzen directly, his voice low and tight with restrained intensity. The Uchiha clan was massacred? He repeated, the words hanging in the air like a crack of thunder. Then it must have been a strategic order. Was it sanctioned by the Hokage? His eyes narrowed, filled with calculation and buried tension. You wouldn't allow something like that to happen without reason. So tell me, Hiruzen, why? Naruto stepped forward, brows furrowed, trying to make sense of what he was hearing. Wait a minute, sanctioned by the Hokage? He said aloud, turning toward Tobirama. But I heard it was Sasuke's older brother who did it. Itachi Uchiha. He's the one who wiped out the entire clan. There was a brief silence. Then, Hiruzen let out a heavy sigh, his expression aging even more as he lowered his head. It's true. Itachi was the one who carried it out, he admitted solemnly. But he didn't do it out of hatred. He was given the order, by the village. It was a decision made in secret, one I allowed. At the time, the Uchiha clan was preparing a coup against the village. The situation had reached a point where war was inevitable, and Itachi chose the path that would protect Konoha. Hashirama's face fell, his cheerful demeanor vanishing instantly. To think it came to that. That an entire clan, one of our founding families, was wiped out from within. What have we become? His voice was soft, weighed down by sorrow. I created this village to stop that kind of bloodshed. Tobirama remained silent for a long moment, his jaw clenched. His sharp eyes remained fixed on Hiruzen. I feared their growing discontent, yes, Tobirama said at last. But I never intended for the clan to be eradicated. Surveillance, yes. Containment, perhaps. But extermination? He looked away, his voice quieter. That was not my vision for Konoha's stability. Naruto stood there, frozen. The words that had just been spoken, wiped out, given the order. Itachi, they echoed in his head like shards of glass rattling inside a hollow container. He didn't move. He couldn't. His mind screamed for clarity, but all he felt was noise. He thought of Sasuke. He thought of the lonely boy who sat in the classroom with cold eyes and a silence heavier than any mission scroll. The boy who lost everything. And now, Naruto knew why. His fists clenched at his sides, trembling not with rage, but disbelief. Betrayal. Confusion. His voice came out rough, cracked, barely his own. What the hell is going on? He demanded, eyes wide, staring at Hiruzen like he didn't recognize him anymore. Why would the village, why would you, allow something like that to happen? The rooftop fell silent once again, but this time the tension was different. Heavier and personal. Hiruzen closed his eyes, inhaling slowly, as if steeling himself against the weight of the truth. Because the alternative was civil war, he said quietly, his tone solemn and tired. The Uchiha clan was planning a coup. We had surveillance in place, and Itachi, he came to us first. He pleaded for peace, but there was none to be had. He opened his eyes again, and the sorrow in them was unmistakable. He chose to sacrifice his entire clan, to save his brother, to save the village. And I let him. Because I thought it was the only way. Naruto shook his head, slowly at first. But why him? He was just a kid, because he was the only one who could do it, Hiruzen answered, voice barely more than a whisper. He loved his clan, and he loved Konoha. And that love was the reason he bore the sin alone. Naruto looked down at his hands. He didn't know what he was feeling anymore. Anger? Sadness? Pity? Respect? All he knew was that this world he was in, it was so much more broken than he had ever imagined. Naruto's breathing was shaky, his gaze still lowered, lips pressed together in silent turmoil. Then he felt a hand rest gently on his shoulder. Warm. Steady. Familiar. Minato stood beside him, his expression calm, but not indifferent. There was sorrow in his eyes too. I didn't know the full truth either, Minato said softly, his voice like a breeze trying to soothe the storm. Not until now. He turned his gaze toward Hiruzen, then to the ground, lost in thought for a moment. To make such a decision, to ask that of a child. I can't pretend I would have chosen the same, he continued, his voice growing more serious. If I had been alive, I would have tried to find another way. He turned fully to Hiruzen now, his eyes no longer just sorrowful, but resolute. I understand the weight of leading a village. I know that sometimes, choices are made with no perfect answer. But the eradication of an entire clan? He shook his head. That was a failure, not just of leadership, but of hope. Minato's gaze drifted skyward for a brief moment, as if remembering a world that could have been. There had to be another path. One where we listened. One where we reached out. I would have done everything in my power to stop the coup before it reached that point, and protect the Uchiha village. He looked back to Hiruzen, his expression steady. If I had been alive when tensions with the Uchiha began, Minato said steadily, I would have done everything in my power to prevent that outcome. I wouldn't have treated them as enemies. I would have met with them, listened to their grievances, and worked to rebuild trust. They were part of the village, founders of it, like the Senju. Turning our backs on them was a mistake. Hiruzen didn't respond immediately. He stood in silence, Minato's words weighing down on him like lead. His shoulders, already bent by age, seemed to sag even further. The sorrow in his eyes deepened into regret. I was the Hokage, he murmured, his voice barely audible. I was supposed to protect all of them, the village, the clans, the children. He looked toward Naruto, then Minato, then finally down at his own hands. They trembled slightly, but in the end, all I did was make choices that left behind ghosts. Itachi, the Uchiha, even you, Naruto. Hiruzen closed his eyes. I'm not sure I ever deserved the title of Hokage. Naruto looked surprised. Old man. That's not true. Hiruzen looked up, surprised by Naruto's defense. Naruto. Don't say that, old man. Naruto's voice was firm, cutting through Hiruzen's self-pity. You made hard choices, yeah, but you were always there. You looked after me when nobody else would. You're the Hokage. You believed in me. Before the heavy emotional weight could settle further, the air was filled with the sound of multiple, near-simultaneous arrivals. In a series of shunshin and sand-propelled movements, a crowd of shinobi landed on the fringes of the destroyed rooftop. Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and Guy landed first, their eyes widening in disbelief. Before them stood not only a grieving Naruto and a guilt-ridden Hiruzen, but the impossible figures of the first 4 Hokages. Kakashi froze, his single visible eye locked on Minato. Sensei. He breathed, the name a fragile ghost on his lips. Sakura and Ino also arrived at the scene as well. Moments later, the sand contingent arrived. Baki and Temari stood protectively near Kankuro, who was supporting a conscious but weakened Gaara. Gaara's teal eyes, no longer burning with manic hatred but filled with a quiet, profound confusion, scanned the scene. He saw the boy who had defeated him, the one who spoke of bonds, standing beside the legendary 4th Hokage. What in the world is happening here? Shikamaru muttered, landing beside the others, his mind already racing, trying to process the impossible tableau. Just as questions began to form on everyone's lips, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The air grew still. The oppressive chakra signatures of the Kage, the simmering emotions, the dust in the air, everything seemed to freeze. Two figures appeared. One was a tall, slender man with pale blue skin and white hair, holding a long staff. The other was a lanky, purple, cat-like being who looked utterly bored. My, the blue-skinned man, Whis said with an amused, placid smile, his eyes sweeping over the scene. It seems you've made quite a mess, Naruto-san. Your control over the fundamentals is improving, I see, very economical with your movements. However, he tapped his staff lightly on the ground, that final roar was rather unrefined. A bit too much emotion bleeding through. We'll have to work on that. Beerus, the cat-like god of destruction, yawned, showing a row of sharp teeth. He glanced at the four legendary Hokage, then at the broken form of Orochimaru, and finally at Naruto. So these are the gods of shinobi, he said, his voice dripping with condescension. They seem rather flimsy. You took far too long to tidy this up, Naruto. I was beginning to get peckish. Minato, Hashirama, and Tobirama stared at Beerus and Whis, a deep, instinctual caution in their reanimated forms. They recognized power that was not of their world. Lord Beerus, Whis-sensei, Naruto said, bowing his head respectfully, his previous emotional turmoil momentarily suppressed by their arrival. I've dealt with the immediate threat, so we see, Whis replied cheerfully. He then turned his gaze to the reanimated Hokages, who were beginning to glow with a faint, ethereal light as their souls prepared to depart. Ah, it seems your time here is at an end. How fascinating, this reanimation jutsu. A rather vulgar and troublesome technique, wouldn't you say, my lord? Beerus just grunted, more interested in picking at his ear. Hashirama stepped forward, his form shimmering. He looked at Hiruzen, his expression kind but firm. Hiruzen, you have carried a heavy burden. Do not let regret consume you. Learn from the past, but do not be chained by it. The will of fire is about protecting the future generation, the king. It seems you have found a worthy one. His gaze fell on Naruto, and he gave a broad, warm smile. Tobirama nodded curtly. The village is a complex entity. Stability requires difficult choices. But remember, Hiruzen, a village that sacrifices its own people out of fear is already beginning to rot. Do not let that happen again. His sharp eyes flicked towards Naruto, then to the newcomers. And be wary of power you do not understand. As their forms grew more transparent, Minato turned to Naruto for the last time. He placed a fading, translucent hand on his son's head. Naruto, he said, his voice filled with pride and love. I can't stay. But know this, I will always believe in you. You have already surpassed me. Don't let the hatred of this world change you. Your mother, and I will always be watching over you. I'm so proud to be your father. He then looked over at Kakashi, offering a small, sad smile. Kakashi. I'm sorry for everything. Look after him for me. Kakashi couldn't speak, he could only nod, his visible eye clenched shut as a tear escaped. With final, warm smiles, the souls of the first, second, and fourth Hokages ascended, dissolving into motes of light that scattered into the wind. Silence returned to the rooftop, leaving the living to contend with the monumental revelations and the impossible presence of two cosmic beings. Whis clapped his hands together lightly. Well then, with the exposition out of the way, I believe it's time for lunch. All this talk of coups and family drama has worked up an appetite. Naruto-san, is there anywhere in this village that serves a decent strawberry shortcake? The question hung in the air, so mundane and so utterly alien that it fractured the solemn atmosphere into a million pieces. Strawberry shortcake. After a battle that had decided the fate of the village, after a reunion that had spanned life and death, after revelations that had shaken the very foundations of Konoha's history, this god wanted cake. For a moment, no one knew how to react. Gai-sensei's fist, which had been clenched in emotional solidarity, slowly uncurled. Asuma almost dropped the cigarette from his lips. Kurenai simply stared, her mind unable to bridge the gap between the divine power she had just witnessed and the sheer triviality of the request. Shikamaru, for the first time in his life, felt the gears of his prodigious intellect grind to a complete halt. His brain, so adept at calculating probabilities, analyzing enemy tactics, and predicting outcomes, had no file for this. There was no strategy for dealing with a being who could silence a battlefield with a yawn, and then pivot to dessert cravings. It was a variable so far outside the realm of possibility that it broke the entire equation. What a drag, he thought, the phrase feeling woefully inadequate. Gaara watched from a distance, leaning on Kankuro. He had seen Naruto's impossible power. He had felt the crushing despair of his own defeat. But this was different. He saw Naruto, the boy who had screamed at him about the pain of loneliness, now interacting with these strange, celestial beings with a familiarity that was baffling. It was another layer to the enigma of Naruto Uzumaki, a piece that suggested his loneliness was perhaps not as absolute as Gaara had believed. He saw the grief on Naruto's face as his father faded, and now he saw the exhausted resignation as he addressed the blue-skinned man. Naruto had friends to support him during his hard time, but Gaara struggled, or so he thought. Gaara had his siblings supporting him the entire time. Looking at Kankuro, Gaara said softly, "Thank you." Kankuro was surprised as he looked at Gaara. I think the Yamanaka flower shop is next to a bakery," Naruto said, baffled. "They might have some." "Excellent," Whis chirped. "I'm not eating might have cake," Beerus grumbled, crossing his arms. His golden eyes narrowed, fixing on Naruto with an unnerving intensity. The playful, bored demeanor vanished, replaced by the cold appraisal of a true destroyer. "You did well enough, I suppose? Your movements were clean. You neutralized your opponents without excessive property damage. Well, mostly. Your mastery of the state is still rudimentary, a child taking his first steps, but it's progress." He paused, a flicker of something almost like satisfaction in his eyes. "Progress should be rewarded. It encourages further progress, which in turn provides me with better entertainment, and eventually, a worthy sparring partner." Hiruzen and the other Jounin tensed. The word reward coming from a being like this felt less like a gift and more like the prelude to some incomprehensible, world-altering event. Beerus flicked his wrist dismissively. "You seemed quite upset when that blonde man, your father, disappeared. It was all very noisy and emotional. Crying is unproductive." He pointed a clawed finger at the empty space where Minato had just been. "Whis. Bring him back." The world went silent. It was not the respectful silence of a funeral, nor the tense silence of a standoff. It was a complete, vacuum-like cessation of all sound, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. Every shinobi on that rooftop, from the grizzled third Hokage to the newly conscious genin, froze in place. Hiruzen widened his eyes in shock. "Bring him back?" he whispered, the words barely audible. He was the professor, a man who had mastered thousands of jutsu, who understood the intricate laws of chakra, life, and death that governed their world. He knew of the impure world reanimation, a jutsu that borrowed a soul and placed it in a vessel of dust and ash. He knew of Chiyo's life-giving technique that traded one soul for another. But what Beerus commanded, it was not jutsu. It was blasphemy against the natural order itself. Kakashi's body went rigid, his single eye wide with a desperate, terrified hope that he dared not acknowledge. He had just gone through the agony of losing his sensei a second time. To have that wound torn open again with this impossible promise was a cruelty beyond measure. "My lord?" Whis asked, raising an eyebrow. His tone was not one of defiance, but of clarification, like a butler confirming a particularly unusual dinner request. "A full resurrection? It has been some time. It is quite taxing, you know. And the rules are rather strict. I can't simply pull a soul from the pure land without a significant anchor in the mortal realm. It would be like trying to catch a fish in another ocean with a line that can't reach." Naruto stared, his blue eyes wide, his heart hammering against his ribs. "Wait, you can do that?" he asked, his voice trembling. He had accepted their power, their training, their otherworldly nature, but the power to truly, completely reverse death? "Don't be daft. Of course he can," Beerus said irritably. "He's an angel. It's what they do. Now, is there an anchor or not, Whis? I'm getting bored." Whis tapped his chin thoughtfully with one long, blue finger, his gaze turning inward. The soul's connection to this plane has only just been severed, so the path is still warm, and a significant portion of the fourth Hokage's chakra, yes. It was used to create the 8 trigram seal. His gaze drifted down to Naruto's stomach. It's a powerful, lingering remnant, an echo of his very being, left behind in his own son. Yes, that will serve as a sufficient anchor. It is unorthodox, but feasible. He smiled his serene, placid smile. Very well, my lord. As a reward for Naruto-san's progress, without any further ceremony, Whis raised his staff. The orb at its tip began to glow, not with the pulsing, aggressive energy of chakra, but with a pure, soft, white light that seemed to emanate peace. He tapped the base of the staff once on the rooftop. A soft hum filled the air, and a complex, glowing circle of silvery gold light appeared on the ground. It was not a summoning formula. It was a pattern of impossible geometry, lines and curves that seemed to fold in on themselves, representing concepts far beyond mortal understanding. Now, Naruto-san, Whis said calmly. This may feel a bit strange. The energy I am channeling will resonate with the chakra your father left inside you. Just try to relax. Naruto didn't need to be told. The moment Whis began, he felt it. A warmth spread from the seal on his abdomen, a gentle, pulling sensation. It wasn't painful or invasive. It felt more like a reunion. The 9 tails sealed within let out a confused, guttural rumble from the depths of his consciousness, and used to this divine energy that was so different from its own malevolent chakra. The light from the circle on the ground intensified, swirling upwards into a column of shimmering energy. It was beautiful, pure, and utterly terrifying to the shinobi watching. They were witnessing the fundamental laws of their existence being rewritten by a bored cat god and his polite attendant. As Whis focused, his serene expression tightened ever so slightly. Oh, now this is unexpected, he murmured, his voice laced with genuine curiosity. What a powerful, secondary signature, interwoven so deeply with the first, a different life, a different soul, but bound together within the seal by a bond of, well, it appears to be love. And a mother's protective instinct. How utterly fascinating, he looked at Beerus. My lord, it seems there are 2 for the price of 1. The 4th Hokage's wife, Kushina Uzumaki. Her chakra is also a key component of the seal. To pull one without the other would unravel the entire matrix. It seems I must revive her as well. Beerus waved a lazy hand. Fine, whatever. Just get it done. The more the merrier, I suppose. It doubles the value of the reward. Naruto's world tilted on its axis. Kushina. Uzumaki? My mother? He had never even known her name. He'd seen a ghostly image of his father, but his mother was a complete blank, a missing piece of his soul he didn't even know how to look for. And now, the column of light flared, becoming blindingly bright. The shinobi shielded their eyes. Within the light, 2 humanoid shapes began to coalesce, woven not from dust or clay, but from pure light and life force. The energy wasn't just creating bodies, it was summoning souls from the timeless expanse of the pure land, mending them, and seating them within perfected, living vessels. Slowly, the light receded, folding back into the orb on Whis' staff. Standing in the center of the now fading circle were 2 people. One was Minato Namikaze. He no longer had the pale, cracked skin of a reanimated corpse. His skin had warmth and color. His blue eyes, wide with utter shock, blinked, taking in the light. He looked down at his hands, flexing his fingers, feeling the rush of blood, the sensation of life, the steady beat of a heart that had been silent for over a dozen years. He was wearing the same Jounin flak jacket and blue shinobi attire he had died in. Standing beside him, looking just as bewildered, was a woman with the most beautiful, striking red hair Naruto had ever seen. She was tall, slender but strong, with violet eyes that were wide with a mix of confusion and wonder. She, too, looked down at her hands, then touched her own face, her expression one of complete disbelief. Minato. Kushina whispered, her voice trembling. What is this? Where are we? The last thing I remember was the claw and Naruto. Minato turned to her, and the raw emotion on his face was a sight to behold. All of his calm, Kage-like composure melted away, replaced by pure, unadulterated love and disbelief. He reached out, his hand shaking, and cupped her cheek. He felt its warmth, its life. "Kushina," he breathed. You're real. You're alive." Their reunion, however, was cut short. Kushina's gaze moved past Minato and fell upon the blonde-haired boy standing before them, his face streaked with fresh tears, his entire body shaking with emotions too powerful to name. She saw his bright blue eyes, so much like Minato's. She saw the whisker marks on his cheeks, a feature he'd had since birth. She saw the untamable shock of blonde hair. Her breath hitched. Her violet eyes, a perfect blend of her own and Minato's blue, filled with tears. Her own heart, miraculously beating in her chest, ached with 12 years of lost time. "Naruto?" she whispered, the name a sacred prayer on her lips. Naruto couldn't speak. He could only nod, a fresh wave of sobs racking his body. He had gotten his father back, only to lose him. Now, his father was back again, and with him, a woman with fiery red hair and a love in her eyes so potent it crossed the distance between them and wrapped around him like the warmest blanket in the world. That was all the confirmation Kushina needed. "Naruto!" She moved in a flash, closing the distance and enveloping him in a hug so tight it threatened to crack his ribs. But Naruto didn't care. He wrapped his arms around her, burying his face in her shoulder, and for the first time in his life, he felt the embrace of his mother. He inhaled her scent, a mixture of faint sunlight and something uniquely her, and he finally, truly, broke. The tough facade, the prankster's grin, the defiant shout, it all dissolved into the heart-wrenching sobs of a little boy who had finally come home. "You're so big, you know!" Kushina cried, her own tears soaking his jacket, her voice thick with her characteristic verbal tick that Naruto was hearing for the first time. "I'm so sorry! We're so sorry! We left you all alone! We never wanted to!" "Oh, my baby boy!" Minato walked over, his own eyes wet with tears, and wrapped his arms around both of them. He placed a hand on the back of Naruto's head, just as he had done when his soul was fading, but this time it was solid and warm. The Namikaze Uzumaki family, torn apart on the day of its creation, was whole again on a shattered rooftop, surrounded by stunned shinobi and 2 gods. Kakashi sank to one knee, his head bowed. The sight was too much. Minato-sensei. Kushina-san. Both alive. Both holding the boy he had sworn to protect. A wave of relief so profound it felt like a physical weight washed over him, absolving him of a guilt he had carried since he was a child. Hiruzen watched, a slow, genuine smile spreading across his old face. The regret didn't vanish, but it was joined by a sense of profound wonder. Tobirama's warning about powers they didn't understand echoed in his mind, but looking at the crying, laughing family, he couldn't find it in him to be afraid. This was not a violation of the natural order, this was a correction. Hiruzen then looked at Beerus and Whis. "And who are you two?" Shikamaru sighed with exasperation. "Lord Hokage, this may sound crazy, but they are gods." Lord Beerus and Whis. Hiruzen was surprised at first, but he then shook his head with a smile. "At this point, after everything that has happened so far, I'm not too surprised." Beerus began tapping a claw against his chin, his golden eyes narrowing in concentration. "Wait a moment," he said, a slow, dangerous growl in his voice. Cake, there was something else, something important. The reason we came to this backwater planet in the first place." Whis paused, his staff hovering. "My lord? The tournament!" Beerus snapped, his memory suddenly returning with the force of a thunderclap. He whirled around, his gaze locking onto Naruto, who was still wrapped in his parents' embrace. "That's it! I almost forgot in all this excitement. We're not just here for a progress report, boy. We're here to recruit you." The Uzumaki Namikaze family hug loosened, all 3 of them turning to look at Beerus, their faces a mixture of tear-streaked joy and fresh confusion. "Recruit me?" Naruto asked, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. "This is far more important than your remedial lessons. This is a matter of universal pride. And food. Mostly food," Beerus said comically. Naruto exchanged a baffled look with his parents. Minato, ever the analytical one, stepped forward slightly, placing a protective hand on Naruto's shoulder. His expression was polite but firm, the calm authority of the fourth Hokage naturally reasserting itself. "Forgive my intrusion, Lord Beerus," he said, his voice steady despite the fact that he had been alive for less than 10 minutes. "But you've mentioned a tournament before. Perhaps you could elaborate on what it entails." Beerus seemed momentarily surprised that the resurrected man was speaking to him with such composure. He gave Minato a quick up and down glance. "Humph. You've got more backbone than I expected. Fine. It's simple enough for you mortals to understand." He began to pace, his tail twitching irritably. "There are 12 universes in total. This one is Universe 7. There is a corresponding twin universe, Universe 6, which is run by a fat, lazy, and utterly insufferable version of me named Kampa. He's my brother," Beerus added, the word dripping with familial disdain, "and we have a bit of a rivalry." Shikamaru's eyes widened. Universes? Plural? The scope of their reality was expanding at a rate he couldn't process. The world's secret history was nothing compared to the secret history of existence itself. "Kampa and I," Beerus continued, "have decided to settle our latest squabble with a tournament. 5 of my best fighters against 5 of his. If I win, I get to use the Super Dragon Balls, planet-sized wish-granting orbs, to claim the Earth of his universe, which is said to have even more delicious food than this one. And if you lose, my lord?" Whis chimed in, a twinkle in his eye. "That won't happen," Beerus snapped. "But if it did, Kampa would get our Earth. A truly unacceptable outcome." He stopped pacing and jabbed a claw at Naruto. "I already have 2 of my fighters, a pair of ridiculously powerful scions named Goku and Vegeta. They're strong, but they're idiots. I need another powerhouse, someone with a unique skill set. Your strange, instinctual fighting style fits the bill. It's different. It might even be enough to surprise them." Naruto's head was spinning. "Scions? Other universes? Super Dragon Balls? Wait, so you want me to fight in a tournament against people from another universe? To win you a planet with better food?" "Essentially, yes," Beerus said, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. "The fate of this planet's culinary future rests on your shoulders. Don't mess it up." While this drama unfolded, the reality of the failed invasion began to settle over the rest of the rooftop. The Sand Village shinobi, who had arrived at the scene, and who had been poised for a battle to the death, now stood in shocked, directionless groups. Their initial disbelief at the sight of the resurrected Hokages and Naruto's overwhelming power had given way to a dawning, sickening horror. A Sand Jounin, his face pale under his turban, landed heavily beside Baki. "Baki-sama, we've found him." Baki, who had been watching the scene with a grim, unreadable expression, turned slowly. "Lord Kazekage?" The Jounin shook his head, his eyes downcast. "He's gone. His body was found on the roof of the main arena building. The ANBU who found him said, it looked like he was killed some time ago." Before the invasion even began, the pieces clicked into place with horrifying clarity. Orochimaru's flawless impersonation. The order to attack. The utter chaos that had ensued. It had all been a lie, a monstrous manipulation from start to finish. They hadn't been invading Konoha as proud shinobi of the sand. They had been puppets, their strings pulled by the very man who had murdered their leader. Their Kage, a man they had followed and respected, had been a corpse long before the first kunai was thrown. The shame and fury of it was a bitter poison. Baki closed his eyes, his fists clenching at his sides. The weight of his failure, of being so completely duped, was immense. He had led his village's forces into a dishonorable trap, betraying an alliance and sacrificing his own men for the scheme of a madman. Slowly, deliberately he walked forward, stepping into the space cleared by the departed Hokages. He stopped before Hiruzen, and with a gesture that shocked every sand and leaf shinobi present, he dropped to one knee, bowing his head to the ground in the deepest, most formal apology. "Lord Hokage," Baki's voice was rough, choked with shame. On behalf of Sunagakure, I offer our most profound and sincere apology. We have been deceived. Our Kazekage was murdered, and we were manipulated by Orochimaru into committing this unforgivable act of aggression. There is no excuse for what we have done. We have betrayed your trust, violated our treaty, and brought death and destruction to your village. I will accept any punishment you deem fit for myself and for my village." Hiruzen looked down at the kneeling Sand Commander. The anger he might have felt was gone, replaced by a deep, weary empathy. He, too, had been deceived by that same man. He, too, had made decisions that led to death. Who was he to cast the first stone? He looked over at Orochimaru's inert form, lying crumpled and powerless on the rooftop. The ANBU were cautiously approaching, ready to bind him with chakra-suppressing seals. The old Hiruzen, the one from an hour ago, would have ordered his death without a second thought. An eye for an eye. It was the shinobi way, but he had heard Minato's words. That was a failure, not just of leadership, but of hope. He had heard Tobirama's warning. A village that sacrifices its own people out of fear is already beginning to rot. Extermination. Eradication. Killing a problem to be rid of it. That was the path he had allowed with the Uchiha. It was the path he had been ready to take with Orochimaru. It was a path that led only to more ghosts. "Rise, Bakidano," Hiruzen said, his voice quiet but firm. The Sand Ninja looked up, surprised. "Vengeance will not bring back the dead, for either of our villages. We have both been victims of Orochimaru's poison. Today, Konoha has bled, but so has Suna. You have lost your Kage. We have both lost good shinobi. Punishment will only breed more hatred." He turned to the ANBU surrounding his former student. "Take him," Hiruzen commanded, his voice gaining strength. "Do not kill him. He is to be taken to the deepest cell in the containment sector. Full chakra suppression. Constant surveillance. I will not make the mistake of underestimating him again." He looked back at Baki. "He will answer for his crimes. But his death will not be the answer to ours." It was a decision born of a new, painful understanding. A chance, however slim, for something other than the endless cycle of violence. It was a choice Minato would have made. It was a choice born of hope. Amidst the political fallout and cosmic revelations, a quieter, more personal conversation was taking place. Gaara, with Kankuro and Temari supporting him, had slowly made his way closer to Naruto. He had watched the family reunion with an aching emptiness in his own chest. He, too, was a Jinchuriki. He, too, had known a loneliness so profound it felt like a physical part of him. But his father had not sealed a beast inside him to save a village. His father had seen him as a weapon, a disposable tool. He had tried to have him assassinated multiple times. Seeing Naruto, the boy who had screamed at him, who had defeated him, who had somehow broken through the shell of his hatred, crying in the arms of the parents who had clearly loved him, stirred something new in Gaara. It wasn't envy, but rather understanding. Naruto, having finally pulled back from his parents, though still holding his mother's hand as if his life depended on it, noticed Gaara approaching. His own emotional storm began to calm as he saw the look on the Sand Ninja's face. The manic killing intent was gone, replaced by a quiet, questioning vulnerability. "Naruto Uzumaki," Gaara said, his voice a low rasp. Naruto nodded. "Gaara." There was a long silence as the two Jinchuriki stared at each other. They were mirrors, reflecting different outcomes of the same cursed existence. "You said?" Gaara began, struggling to find the words. "You spoke of pain. Of loneliness. But you had them. Your parents. They loved you." Naruto looked at Minato and Kushina, then back at Gaara. He shook his head. "I didn't know them," he said softly. "Not until today. For my whole life, I was just me. The demon fox, the monster everyone whispered about. The kid with no parents." He looked down at his mother's hand holding his. "I didn't know what I was missing. But the hole was there. I just didn't know what was supposed to fill it." Gaara's eyes widened slightly. He understood that. The hole. The gnawing emptiness that he had tried to fill with fear, with sand, with the blood of others. "My father." Gaara's voice was barely a whisper. "He tried to kill me. He named me Gaara, the demon who loves only himself, because he saw me as a failed experiment." Kushina's grip on Naruto's hand tightened, her violet eyes flashing with a fierce, protective anger. What kind of man does that to his own son? She growled, the hot-blooded Uzumaki temper flaring to life. Minato placed a calming hand on her shoulder. Kushina, I thought that to prove my existence, Gaara continued, his gaze fixed on Naruto, I had to kill everyone else. To erase every other existence until only my own remained. That was my purpose. That was my bond. And look where it got you, Naruto said, his voice not accusatory but sad. Lying on the ground, beaten. Alone. He took a step forward. When you and I fought, I felt it. The same loneliness. It was like looking in a really messed up mirror. But I had people who dragged me out of it. Iruka-sensei. Kakashi-sensei. The old man Hokage. Sakura-chan, even Sasuke. They acknowledged me, they became my friends. He looked at Gaara, his blue eyes clear and direct. Having people who care about you, that's what makes you strong. Not killing. Not hate. Gaara looked at his own siblings. He saw the genuine worry on Temari's face. He felt the steady, supportive grip of Kankuro's hand on his arm. He remembered Kankuro's quiet thank you. A moment ago, a sign that he, too, was reevaluating everything. They weren't just his handlers. They were his family. He had just never known how to see them. Friends. Gaara repeated the word, as if tasting it for the first time. Yeah, Naruto said, a small, genuine smile finally breaking through his tear-stained face. It's not too late, you know. To start making some. He held out his free hand, the one not being clutched by his mother. We're the same. You and me. So maybe, we can start there. Gaara stared at Naruto's outstretched hand. It was a simple gesture. A handshake. But to him, it was a lifeline. It was an offer not of pity, but of kinship, an acknowledgement of his pain, and a promise that it didn't have to be his entire world. Slowly, hesitantly, Gaara raised his own hand. He felt his sand, which had always unconsciously bristled to defend him, remain calm and inert within his gourd. His fingers, which had only ever known how to crush and kill, brushed against Naruto's. He shook his hand. In that moment, a bond was forged. Not just between two Jinchuriki, or two villages, but between two lonely boys who had finally found someone else in the vast, cruel world who truly, completely understood. And for the first time in his life, Gaara felt the whole inside of him begin to fill with something warm. The sun peeked through the torn remains of the rooftop. In the center, the dust had mostly settled. Orochimaru lay unconscious in ANBU custody, and the shinobi of both Konoha and Suna were regrouping. The ANBU were also taking the unconscious Sound 4 by carrying them after tying enhanced chakra chains. Minato Namikaze stood quietly near the edge, his gaze lingering on the streets of Konoha below. The village had changed since his death, but the people were still the same, strong, proud, and hopeful, even amidst devastation. Hiruzen stepped up beside him, his hands behind his back, his expression unreadable. It's strange, isn't it? He began softly. To stand here again, after so long, and see the village still standing, still fighting. Minato nodded with a smile. You kept it alive. Hiruzen let out a tired sigh. I kept it breathing. But alive? That may be giving me too much credit. Minato turned toward him. You did what you had to. The same as I did. None of us ever get it perfect, Lord Third. There was a long silence before Hiruzen spoke again, more seriously this time. Minato, the people still remember you. They revere you. But more importantly, they need you now. Minato's brows furrowed slightly. The fourth Hokage died protecting the village, Hiruzen continued. But now, the gods themselves have returned you to life. This is a second chance. The people will rally behind you. The younger generation needs a leader who understands them, who can guide them into an era where shinobi no longer live in the shadows. Minato was quiet for a moment. Just then, another presence joined them. Kakashi stepped forward from the group below, mask still concealing his mouth but his single visible eye filled with emotion. He's right, Sensei, Kakashi said quietly. The world is changing. And you're the only one who can keep it from tearing apart. Minato looked at his former student, and then back at Hiruzen. What about you? You've been Hokage all these years. You've held everything together. Hiruzen smiled faintly. I'm tired, Minato. I've carried the will of fire for decades, but it was always meant to be passed on. I only stepped in because you were gone. But now you're here. This village is ready for a new beginning. And that beginning should be you. Minato turned back toward the village below. He watched the villagers slowly emerge from their shelters, the shinobi helping them regroup and recover. He saw the children who didn't understand what had happened, the exhausted Jonin and Chunin who had fought with everything they had, and the countless wounded. I didn't expect this, he admitted quietly. I didn't think I'd be coming back, but you did. And you're exactly what the village needs. Kakashi admitted. Minato took a deep breath, the warm wind brushing against his cloak. His mind returned briefly to Kushina and Naruto, to the chance to not only be a father, but once again a leader. He turned to them both and nodded. All right, Minato said. I will resume my role as the fourth Hokage. The affirmation from Minato Namikaze, I will resume my role as the fourth Hokage, hung in the air with the weight of history being rewritten. For Hiruzen, it was a burden lifted, a final act of passing the torch he had held for far too long. For Kakashi, it was the return of a guiding light, a sensei and a leader he thought was lost forever. A hesitant shuffling of feet on the rubble behind them drew their attention. Sakura Haruno stood there, her hands clasped nervously in front of her. Lord Fourth, is it really true? She asked, her eyes wide as she looked at Minato. You're going to be Hokage again? Minato offered her a gentle, reassuring smile. It was a smile that had inspired a generation of shinobi, and even now, it carried an incredible warmth. I am. The village needs to be rebuilt, and its people need to feel safe. I'll do my best. Sakura stared, her mind struggling to connect the legendary figure from the history books with the man standing before her. Then, another piece of the puzzle, a revelation, clicked into place with earth-shattering finality. Her gaze darted from Minato to the spot where Naruto had last stood in his godlike form. Then, it's really true, she said, more to herself than to anyone else. All this time. I never knew. I never knew you were Naruto's father. The words, spoken so simply, carried a profound weight that made the air heavy. Minato's smile softened, but a flicker of deep, paternal sadness crossed his features. Hiruzen looked down, the statement a fresh reminder of the secret he had kept, a secret intended to protect but which had ultimately isolated a young boy. For Sakura, it was like a physical blow. Her mind, already reeling from the invasion and the horrors she had witnessed, was now flooded with a torrent of memories, each one tinged with a new, painful understanding. She saw Naruto, covered in paint after a prank, laughing defiantly but with eyes that screamed for attention. She saw him sitting alone on the swings, watching other children go home with their parents. She remembered every time she had called him an idiot, every time she had dismissed him, every time she had punched him for being annoying. Never once considering the cavernous loneliness he must have been living in. He was not just an orphan. He was the son of the most celebrated hero the village had ever known, yet he had been treated like a pariah. The weight of that injustice, of her own complicity in his suffering, crashed down on her all at once. Ino walked ahead and stood near Sakura. Sakura. Suddenly, a dark shape descended from the sky, landing on the rooftop with a heavy thud that cracked the remaining tiles. It was Sasuke Uchiha. He rose to his full height, his body coiled with a furious, dark energy. The curse mark on his neck pulsed with a faint, malevolent light, and his eyes were a terrifying vortex of spinning red and black, the Sharingan, burning with a rage that seemed to poison the very air around him. He ignored Sakura and Ino. He ignored Kakashi. He ignored the legendary fourth Hokage. His entire being, his entire killing intent, was focused on one person. Lord Third, Sasuke hissed, his voice a low, shaking growl that was barely recognizable. You will answer me. Now. Hiruzen, who had aged a decade in the past hour, looked at the boy with a surprised look on his face. Sasuke, what is this about? Don't play the fool with me. Sasuke snarled, taking a menacing step forward. Itachi. My brother. You knew everything. You knew the truth about the Uchiha clan, and you let him take the fall. You let him become a traitor in the eyes of the world, in the eyes of his own brother. Why? Kakashi's visible eye widened in shock. Wait, what? He knows because I showed him. Whis' voice cut through the tension. The angel, who had been observing silently with Beerus, glided forward, his staff tapping gently on the roof. During the earlier confrontation, the young Uchiha here was consumed with a rather unproductive rage when he saw your discussion with the second Hokage. We had seen Naruto's battle against Orochimaru using my staff. To provide him with a more useful perspective, I used the same staff to allow him to see the truth of the events you were all a part of. He saw the Uchiha clan's planned coup d'etat. He saw Itachi's impossible choice. And he saw your role in it, Lord Third. All of it. The revelation left everyone speechless. Sasuke had been given a god's eye view of his own life's tragedy. All eyes turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi. The old Hokage seemed to shrink under the weight of their collective gazes. The strength he had summoned to fight Orochimaru, the resolve he had shown in passing the mantle to Minato, all of it drained away, leaving behind a frail, tired old man confronted by the ghosts of his most terrible decisions. He closed his eyes, a long, shuddering sigh escaping his lips. He is right, Sasuke, Hiruzen said, his voice barely audible, laced with guilt. He opened his eyes and displayed a serious look on his face. I gave Itachi the mission. The confession, simple and direct, was more damning than any accusation. I stood by as Danzo Shimura gave your brother an ultimatum, Hiruzen continued, his voice cracking. Either Itachi could slaughter his clan to prevent a civil war that would have destroyed Konoha from within, or the Uchiha's coup would proceed, leading to a war that would have left our village vulnerable and resulted in the clan's annihilation anyway. He was forced to choose between his clan and his village, and he chose the village. He chose to protect you. He looked directly at Sasuke. It was the darkest moment in the history of this village. I was a coward. I should have sought another way. I should have tried to foster peace, to broker a real solution. But I was weak, and I feared a civil war more than I feared the stain on my own soul. So I allowed it to happen. I allowed Danzo to use your brother, a boy of 13, to be the blade that cut out the Uchiha clan, even though it meant he would be seen as a monster for the rest of his life. Hiruzen's shoulders slumped. I condemned one of the Leaf's most loyal shinobi to a life of darkness, and in doing so, I condemned his younger brother to a life of hatred. There is no excuse for what I did, there is only the truth. It was a failure of leadership. A failure of heart. My failure. The confession washed over Sasuke, but it brought no peace. It only sharpened the edges of his pain, giving his formless rage a clear and definite target. His entire existence, his quest for power, his burning hatred for his brother, it was all a lie. A carefully constructed tragedy orchestrated by the very leaders who were supposed to protect him. He looked around at the village, at the shinobi working to rebuild, at the peaceful blue sky above. It all felt like a grotesque mockery. This peace, Sasuke thought, his fists clenching so hard his knuckles turned white. This village's smile is built on the grave of my family. On the honor of my brother. They walk on streets paved with his suffering. They call him a traitor, a villain, while the ones who gave the order are praised as heroes. Flashes of memory assaulted him. His kind mother. His stern, proud father. His brother, Itachi, poking him in the forehead, always saying maybe next time, Sasuke. The words were a knife in his heart. There would be no next time. Itachi had sacrificed everything, his family, his name, his life, for this lie. The curse mark on his neck throbbed with a searing heat. The rage was so immense, it threatened to swallow him whole. What was he supposed to do now? His life's purpose had been obliterated. The hatred that had fueled him was now a poison with no direction. Who should he hate? Hiruzen? This Danzo fellow? The entire village? Sasuke's eyes burned as he took another step forward. Danzo, he repeated coldly. Who is he? The name dripped with venom on his tongue, and his voice cut through the silence like a blade. Hiruzen's expression darkened. Danzo Shimura was once my comrade. One of the elders of the village. He led a secretive faction known as Root, an offshoot of the ANBU Black Ops. He believed that peace could only be maintained through absolute control, through sacrifices made in the shadows. Kakashi's hands clenched at his sides. He was the one who trained operatives to be emotionless, tools of war. Root was disbanded years ago, or so we thought. Danzo always believed the ends justified the means. He was obsessed with protecting the village, Hiruzen continued bitterly, even if it meant destroying the very ideals the village stood for. It was his influence that corrupted our response to the Uchiha situation. I should have stopped him. But I didn't. Sasuke's fists trembled. Where is he now? Sasuke's fists trembled. Where is he now? Hiruzen hesitated. He's still within the village. That answer made Sasuke's breath hitch, his rage sharpening like a blade. So he's here? After everything he's done, he still walks free? Kakashi's voice was low, uneasy. Danzo was one of the elders. Even among the higher-ups, his influence ran deep. He operated from the shadows, not even the Hokage could fully control him. He still has followers, Hiruzen admitted grimly. Former Root operatives, ones who remained loyal even after the division was disbanded. He's hidden behind politics and secrecy, and I allowed it. I tolerated his existence because I feared the instability his removal might cause. Sasuke's jaw clenched. So he hides behind your authority. Behind the village's silence. And the people have no idea what he's done. They don't, Hiruzen confessed, shame tightening his voice. Only a few know the truth. And even fewer are willing to speak it. A long silence followed. Sasuke stared at the ground, his shadow long in the light of the morning sun. When he spoke again, his voice was a razor's edge. Then I'll make them see it. He turned, Sharingan still blazing. Danzo will answer for what he did. And if no one else will hold him accountable, then I will. Minato's cloak fluttered gently in the breeze as he stepped closer, his eyes calm but firm. Sasuke, he said, his voice measured, I understand your pain, more than you know. But vengeance won't bring peace, not to you, and not to your brother's memory. Sasuke didn't even look at him. Spare me the lectures. You weren't there. No, Minato admitted. I wasn't. But I've seen the aftermath. I've seen how hatred eats away at good people. I watched my own village suffer because of secrets and silence. I won't stand by and watch another child be consumed by it. Sasuke's fists trembled. I'm not a child. And this isn't about peace. It's about justice. A moment of silence. Then, Naruto walked into the scene with a serious look on his face. Sasuke. Sasuke didn't turn around. Don't. Naruto took a slow step forward, his expression unreadable. I know what they did to your clan, he said quietly. I know about the coup. About Itachi's mission. About the sacrifice he made, for you. Sasuke's body tensed. I didn't see it through Whis' staff, Naruto continued, his voice even. I heard it directly. From Lord Third. They told me everything after the battle with Orochimaru. Finally, Sasuke turned slightly, just enough for Naruto to see the corner of his face, and the flickering fury in his eyes. Then you know, he said, voice low and sharp. You know the village made him a murderer. Naruto nodded slowly. Yeah. They did. They used your brother. Turned him into a scapegoat. And they made you live with a lie. Sasuke turned fully now, his expression wild with emotion. Then how can you stand there? How can you look me in the eye and not feel the rage I feel? How can you defend them? I'm not, Naruto said simply. Sasuke blinked, Naruto's hands clenched at his sides. I don't forgive what they did. I won't pretend it was okay. It wasn't. It was wrong. All of it. He looked directly into Sasuke's eyes, his voice firm. But I'm not going to try and take revenge on anyone. Sasuke snarled, stepping forward. You don't understand what it's like to lose everything. No, Naruto snapped, stepping forward to meet him, their faces inches apart. But I know what it's like to have nothing to begin with. The rooftop fell silent again. Naruto's voice softened. I grew up with no parents. No friends. No respect. The entire village hated me. Feared me. Treated me like garbage. And all this time, I never even knew my dad was the fourth Hokage. I found out just hours ago. Sasuke's rage faltered for a second. I get it, Sasuke. Our pain isn't the same. But it's pain. And it doesn't go away by burning down what's left of the people we lost it for. Sasuke looked away, his jaw clenched. You think talking will fix this? You think that makes things right? You're a fool, maybe, Naruto said, backing off just a step. But I know Itachi didn't want this for you. He didn't want you to throw everything away. Sasuke's fists trembled at his sides. You don't get to talk about him. He protected you, Naruto said, voice rising. He bore the hate of an entire world just so you could have a chance at something better. And now you're gonna spit on that? I said you don't get to talk about him. Sasuke roared, his Sharingan warping into the black, angular shape of the three tomo. The curse mark on his neck pulsed violently again. Apparently, his Sharingan had evolved from 2 tomos to 3 tomos. You don't know anything about him, you loser. But before another word could be spoken, a long, exaggerated yawn cut through the tension. My, Beerus drawled, stretching his arms languidly as if waking from a nap. He had been sitting on a ledge of the building, observing the drama with a detached amusement, but now he hopped down, his footsteps eerily silent. Are we quite finished with the melodrama? All this shouting is terribly exhausting to listen to. Every eye, including Sasuke's furious gaze, snapped towards the god of destruction. The sheer pressure of his presence was a physical weight, instantly dwarfing the shinobi conflict that had felt so monumental seconds before. Sasuke's teeth were gritted. This has nothing to do with you. Oh, but it does, Beerus said, waving a dismissive hand. He began to circle Sasuke slowly, his golden eyes scanning the boy as if inspecting a curious insect. I'm trying to enjoy a new planet, and all I get is one crisis after another. First the Snake Man, now this temper tantrum. He stopped directly in front of Sasuke, his expression shifting from boredom to a piercing, analytical glare. Your chain, Beerus stated simply. You think this rage is your own, but it isn't. You are chained by the actions of your clan, by the decision of your brother, by the orders of these old men. He gestured vaguely toward Hiruzen. Their choices, their sins, their sacrifices, you've wrapped them around yourself like a shroud and are calling it a purpose. Sasuke's fury was momentarily frozen, replaced by confusion. Do you know what that is, boy? Beerus leaned in closer. That's self-indulgence. You're not honoring your brother. You're not seeking justice. You are wallowing in a tragedy that wasn't even of your own making. You've allowed the ghosts of others to define your entire existence. Minato, Kushina, and Kakashi exchanged uneasy glances, recognizing the unnerving, alien truth in the god's words. You want to hunt down this Danzo, Beerus continued, straightening up and flicking a bit of dust off his shoulder. Fine. A decent enough hobby. But what happens after you kill him? Will that fix you, or will you just find another link in the chain to obsess over? The village elders? The whole system? You will forever be a slave to a story that someone else wrote. He turned his back on Sasuke, looking out over the damaged village. If you truly desire power, the kind that matters, the kind that can reshape your own fate, then you must do what is necessary. Beerus glanced over his shoulder, his eyes glinting with destructive intent. Destroy it. Sasuke stared, his breath caught in his throat. Destroy what? Everything, Beerus said with a sharp, predatory grin. Destroy Sasuke, the Avenger. Destroy Sasuke, the victim of the Uchiha massacre. Destroy the boy who lived in his brother's shadow and the boy who now lives in the shadow of his brother's sacrifice. Obliterate every last trace of the person that was built by others' actions. Whatever is left standing in the rubble after that, that will be you. For the first time, he let the words hang in the air, heavy and absolute. Until you do that, Beerus concluded, his voice turning cold and final, you are nothing. Just a puppet dancing on the strings of the dead. And puppets, I find, are exceptionally boring. Silence descended upon the rooftop. The curse mark on Sasuke's neck receded, its dark energy seeming to shrink away not from peace, but from the sheer, overwhelming scale of Beerus's philosophy. His blazing Sharingan faded back to its normal black color. His rage, which had been a supernova, was now a confused, flickering candle in the face of a cosmic hurricane. He looked at his trembling hands. Destroy himself? The idea was more terrifying than any enemy, more profound than any truth he had learned today. For his entire life, His identity had been forged in the fires of loss and hatred. Without them, who or what would he even be? Naruto stared, his own mind struggling to process the destructive deity's words. He didn't grasp the full, esoteric meaning, but he understood the core of it. Let go of the pain that other people gave you. It was a concept he'd been fumbling towards his whole life, a desperate, instinctual survival mechanism. To hear it articulated as a divine law, as a path to true power, was both validating and deeply unsettling. Into this profound stillness, Beerus snapped his fingers. The sharp crack shattered the silence like a stone through glass. Well then, the god announced, his tone shifting back to one of casual impatience, as if he had just finished commenting on the weather. Now that the life lessons are out of the way, it's time to leave. Whis, are our guests ready? The angel, who had been observing with a serene, unreadable smile, floated a few inches off the ground. Preparations are complete, Lord Beerus. We can depart at your leisure. The sudden, mundane shift in topic was whiplash for everyone on the roof. They were still grappling with the ghosts of the Uchiha clan and the nature of self, and now the god was talking about leaving as if he were simply concluding a visit for tea. Naruto, jolted from his stupor, took a step forward. The confusion on his face was replaced by a familiar, stubborn resolve. Wait a minute! Hold on! Beerus turned an unimpressed eye toward him. Is there a problem? I do dislike delays. A problem? Of course there's a problem. Naruto gestured wildly, encompassing the ruined arena, the city beyond, and the people gathered on the roof. You mentioned a tournament, but where are we going? And you can't mean right now. Look at this place. The village is a wreck, people are hurt. I can't just pack up and leave. His voice was thick with a newfound sense of duty. He wasn't just the village knucklehead anymore. He was the son of the fourth Hokage, the hero who had just saved them all. The idea of abandoning Konoha in its hour of need felt like a betrayal of everything he had just fought for, of the parents he had just regained. Beerus let out a sigh, the sound dripping with the exasperation of a being for whom mortal concerns were a tedious annoyance. You mortals and your sentimental attachments to rubble. It's quite baffling. He floated over to Naruto, the ground cracking slightly under the pressure of his aura as he landed. He was deceptively slender, but his presence felt like a mountain. Let me be clear, son of Minato, Beerus said, his voice dangerously low. Because I am only going to say this once. I, a god of destruction, have taken a personal interest in you, an interest, I might add, that has so far only benefited you. My attendant, at my discretion, meddled with the very laws of life and death to return your parents to you. A gift of immeasurable value. He held up one finger. Furthermore, he continued, holding up a second, while it was primarily for my own entertainment, I did provide a stabilizing presence during this little invasion. My being here prevented far more chaos than you realize. I have given, and given, and given. He leaned in, his golden, feline eyes locking onto Naruto's. The playful arrogance was gone, replaced by an unyielding authority. I have allowed you to keep your family. I have allowed you to keep your village. It would be monumentally unwise to now refuse the entity that has allowed you to have anything at all. You are not being asked to leave, Naruto Uzumaki. You are being summoned. There is a difference. The unspoken threat hung in the air, colder and sharper than any kunai. I can take it all away just as easily. Naruto felt a chill run down his spine, but his resolve didn't break. He clenched his fists, his heart a raging torrent of conflicting emotions. But my parents. I just got them back. And Sasuke, look at him, I can't just leave him like this. I can't leave anyone, Naruto. A firm, calm voice cut through his desperate plea. Minato stepped forward, placing a hand on his son's shoulder. His expression was serious, but his eyes were filled with a profound understanding. Behind him, Kushina had moved to his side. Her face was a mask of fierce, maternal protectiveness, her fists clenched so tight her knuckles were white. He's right, you know, Kushina growled, her violet eyes glaring at Beerus with a fire that even the god seemed to acknowledge with a slight twitch of his ear. You can't just show up, dangle a new life in front of my boy, and then try to snatch him away. He just got here. We just got here. He's staying, you know. Minato gently squeezed Kushina's arm. Kushina, please. He turned his gaze back to Naruto, his hand still firm on his shoulder. Listen to me, Naruto. Everything you're feeling, the duty to the village, the desire to stay with us, you're right to feel it. It proves you have the heart of a Hokage. It makes me prouder than you could ever imagine. Naruto's eyes widened, the praise from his father striking a deep, resonant chord within him. But Minato continued, his tone becoming graver. Lord Beerus is also right. This is not a request. We've just witnessed powers that are beyond anything this world has ever known. Orochimaru, a man we thought we understood, tapped into something forbidden and nearly leveled this village. And Lord Beerus and Whis, they operate on a level that we can't even begin to comprehend. The world, the universe, is infinitely larger and more dangerous than we ever knew. He looked from Naruto to the sky, then back again. Staying here now, to rebuild a few houses and patrol the walls, that is a short-term solution. The greatest service you can do for Konoha, for us, for your friends, is to go with them. To become so strong that no one, ever again, can threaten the people you love. This isn't abandoning your duty, Naruto. This is undertaking a new one. A mission of the highest possible importance, for the sake of the future. Kushina's fierce expression softened as she listened to Minato's words. The logic was inescapable. She was a Jinchuriki, a kunoichi of Yuzashio and Konoha. She understood the concept of sacrifice for the greater good better than almost anyone. Her own life had been defined by it. Her anger at Beerus was still simmering, but the fear for her son's future was stronger. She stepped forward, her hands now unclenched, and pulled Naruto into a hug so fierce it nearly cracked his ribs. She buried her face in his shoulder, her body shaking slightly. He's right, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. Your father is right. I want to be selfish. I want to lock you in a room and cook you food for the next 50 years and never let you out of my sight. She pulled back, holding his face in her hands, her eyes swimming with tears she refused to let fall. But that's not who you are. And it's not who we raised you to be, even when we weren't here. Her thumb gently stroked his cheek, right over his whisker marks. You have a fire in you, Naruto. The will of fire your father and Lord Third talk about, but also the fire of Uzumaki. It's wild and stubborn and it never, ever gives up. You have to let it burn as brightly as it can. Go, she said, her voice cracking but firm. Go and train. Get strong enough to make gods nervous. Get so strong that you can come back here and protect everyone with a single smile. She pulled him into another tight hug. Just promise me you'll be safe. And promise me you'll come back. You have to come back to us, you know. Naruto was overwhelmed. The logic of his father, the raw, powerful love of his mother, the silent, looming threat of the god, it all coalesced into a single, undeniable conclusion. He hugged his mother back, burying his face in her hair, inhaling the scent he'd only ever dreamed of. For a moment, he was just a son holding his mother, the weight of the world forgotten. He pulled away, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. He looked at Minato, who gave him a reassuring nod. He looked at Hiruzen and Kakashi, who watched with solemn approval. He looked at Sakura, whose wide, green eyes were filled with a mix of awe and worry. And he looked at Sasuke, who was still standing apart, a statue carved from confusion and shock. Naruto took a deep breath, his posture straightening. The goofy, unpredictable boy was gone, replaced by a young man accepting a mantle of great responsibility. He turned to face Beerus, his blue eyes clear and determined. All right, Naruto said, his voice steady and strong. I'll go. A rare, genuine smile touched Minato's lips. Kushina beamed with teary-eyed pride. Beerus let out a satisfied grunt. Excellent. A wise decision. It saves me the trouble of being more persuasive. He turned to leave, then paused, tapping a clawed finger against his chin as if a sudden thought had just occurred to him. He looked over his shoulder, his gaze landing directly on the still silent Sasuke. You know, Beerus mused aloud, a flicker of mischievous curiosity in his eyes. This could be an interesting project. Everyone tensed. The path of self-destruction is a lonely one, Beerus said, addressing Sasuke directly. And frankly, watching you stumble through it on your own would probably be rather dull. It requires a certain finesse, a guiding hand to make sure you're destroying the right things. He grinned. I think I'll train you. The announcement dropped like a bomb. What? Sakura gasped, her voice barely a whisper. Her head snapped from Beerus to Sasuke, her mind reeling. First Naruto, now Sasuke-kun too? Kakashi's visible eye widened in alarm. Lord Beerus, with all due respect, Sasuke is... He trailed off, unsure how to finish. Unstable? A flight risk? A boy consumed by a newfound rage against the very village we stand in? Minato's expression grew wary. He understood the logic of Naruto's training, but handing Sasuke, a boy who had just learned his entire life was a lie orchestrated by the village leadership, over to a god who preached a philosophy of destruction felt like handing a lit match to someone standing in a pool of oil. Sasuke himself looked utterly bewildered. He had just been psychologically dismantled by this being, and now that same being was offering tutelage? The offer was so bizarre, so far outside the realm of anything he could have anticipated, that he couldn't even form a response. He simply stared, his dark eyes reflecting a maelstrom of confusion. Naruto was just as stunned, but a different emotion quickly surfaced, a spark of hope. If Sasuke went with him, he could keep his promise to Sakura. He could watch over him. They could get stronger together. Maybe, just maybe, this was the only way to save Sasuke from the darkness that threatened to swallow him whole. It is not an offer, it's a decision, Beerus clarified, cutting off any further protests. He looked at Sasuke, his grin widening. Consider it a unique opportunity. I am the god of destruction. Who better to teach you how to tear down your old self and build something new from the ashes? Unless, of course, you'd rather stay here and marinate in your hatred until you do something predictably stupid. The choice was no choice at all. Stay and inevitably lash out at Danzo and the village, becoming the monster Itachi died to prevent him from being? Or go with a god to an unknown place for an unknown purpose, alongside his rival? Slowly, almost imperceptibly, Sasuke gave a single, stiff nod. It was less an agreement, and more a surrender to the absurd, overwhelming current of fate that had seized his life. The finality of it all settled over the rooftop. Both of them were leaving. Sakura felt a lump form in her throat. Her team, the team she had fought with, laughed with, and cried for, was being torn apart again, but in a way she could never have imagined. Team 7 was scattering to the cosmic winds. She looked at Naruto, her best friend, the anchor that had always, somehow, brought them back together. Then she looked at Sasuke, the boy she had loved for so long, now a stranger filled with a pain she couldn't comprehend, about to be taken to a place she couldn't picture. Her voice trembled as she spoke, addressing Naruto, but her eyes darting between him and Sasuke. You're both really going? Just like that? The feeling of being left behind was a hollow ache in her chest. Naruto saw the fear and sadness in her eyes. He walked over to her, his expression softening. The confident young man facing a god was gone, and for a moment, it was just Naruto talking to Sakura. Hey, he said gently. He saw her trying to be strong, to hold back the tears, and his heart went out to her. We'll be back, Sakura-chan, he said, his voice imbued with a quiet, unshakable certainty. He looked her directly in the eye, willing her to believe him. I promise. And when we come back, we'll be stronger, both of us. He glanced over at Sasuke, including him in the vow. Things will be different. I'll make sure of it. Sakura stared into his earnest blue eyes. It wasn't the loud, boisterous promise of the old Naruto. This was something deeper, more mature. It was a vow from the hero of the leaf, the son of the Hokage. She felt her own fear recede just a little, replaced by a fragile seed of hope. She managed a small, watery smile and nodded. Okay, Naruto. With the final goodbye said, Whis clapped his hands together once, a gentle sound that nonetheless drew all attention. If we are all in agreement, then it is time. Lord Beerus grows impatient. He glided over to the center of the rooftop, his staff materializing in his hand. Naruto-san, Sasuke-san. If you would please place a hand on my back. Naruto gave his parents one last, long look, a look that said everything he couldn't put into words. Kushina mimed a hug, mouthing the words, "Be safe." Minato gave him a proud, confident smile. Naruto turned and walked to Whis, placing his hand firmly between the angel's shoulder blades. Sasuke hesitated for a fraction of a second. He glanced at Kakashi, his sensei, who gave him a look not of pity, but of solemn trust. He saw Sakura, her expression fraught with worry. He was leaving it all behind. The village he now had a complex reason to hate, the people who were the last tethers to his old life. With a deep breath, he stepped forward and placed his hand on Whis' other shoulder. The fabric of the angel's attire was impossibly smooth, cool to the touch. As his hand made contact, Sasuke's practical, shinobi mind kicked in, a final attempt to grasp the situation. "Wait," he said, his voice low. "Where exactly are we going? And how are we?" Whis turned his head slightly, a calm, knowing smile playing on his lips. He cut Sasuke off with two simple words, "You'll see." And with that, there was no sound. No explosion. Just a sudden, violent sensation of pull. A column of brilliant, cerulean light erupted from Whis, engulfing the three of them. It shot straight up into the sky with impossible speed. For those on the rooftop, it was like watching a reverse meteor. One moment, Naruto, Sasuke, and the divine beings were there. The next, a streak of pure energy was piercing the sky, shrinking to a pinpoint of light in an instant before vanishing completely into the endless blue. The only evidence they had ever been there was the faint scent of ozone and the sudden, profound emptiness on the rooftop. Minato Namikaze stood beside his wife, his hand finding hers. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a long, weary sigh, the weight of his years and his choices settling back upon his shoulders. Kakashi stared at the spot in the sky where his two students had disappeared, his single eye wide with a mixture of hope and trepidation. Sakura stood frozen, her hand half raised in a wave she never got to make, Naruto's promise echoing in the silent air. The fourth Hokage was back, the village was saved, and Orochimaru was defeated. But two of Konoha's most promising sons, the last Uchiha and the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, were gone. They had been taken from the world of shinobi and thrust into the realm of the gods, on a journey that would either forge them into legends or shatter them completely. The rooftop felt very large, and the future of the world very, very uncertain. Outer space. The departure of the two young shinobi and their celestial escorts left a vacuum on the rooftop, an unnerving silence filled only by the whisper of the wind through the broken stadium. The world below, unaware of the cosmic drama that had just unfolded, continued its slow, painful process of healing. But far above the sky, beyond the thin veil of the planet's atmosphere, in the silent, unforgiving cold of deep space, another drama was about to begin. The ship was a monstrosity of function over form. It was not built for beauty or for exploration. It was a weapon, a mobile fortress forged from dull, charcoal gray alloys and designed for conquest and consumption. Its name was the Eradicator, and it hung in the void like a dagger poised over the world below. Its surface was pockmarked with the scars of past conflicts, the molten splatter of ki blasts, the deep gouges from asteroid fields navigated at reckless speeds, and the scoring of atmospheric reentries that had peeled away layers of plating like sunburnt skin. Thrusters, currently dormant, glowed with a faint, residual heat, and a network of pipes and conduits wrapped around its hull like exposed veins, pulsing with a low, almost subliminal thrum of power. On the command bridge, the atmosphere was menacing. The lighting was stark and utilitarian, casting long, sharp shadows from the banks of humming computer consoles and the figures who manned them. There were no creature comforts here, no signs of life beyond what was necessary for survival and warfare. The air, recycled 1,000,000 times over, carried the faint, metallic tang of ozone and the cool, sterile scent of polished steel. The only window to the outside world was a vast, panoramic viewport that dominated the forward section of the bridge, a great, crystalline eye staring out at the planet suspended in the blackness. It was a world of vibrant, swirling color. Great, uncontrolled oceans of the deepest blue were separated by continents of rich green, earthy brown, and stark white at its poles. Wisps of pearlescent cloud drifted lazily across its surface, a fragile membrane of weather and life. To an ordinary traveler, it was a jewel, a paradise of breathtaking beauty. To the man who stood before the viewport, it was simply fuel. Toes was a statue of coiled malevolence. He stood with his back to the crew, his arms crossed over the chest of his dark, form-fitting battle armor. His posture was one of supreme, unshakable arrogance, the relaxed stance of an evil man in his own territory. He was the mirror image of the hero Son Goku, yet where Goku's features were often open and kind, To's were sharp, cruel, and etched with a permanent, condescending smirk. His dark, spiky hair seemed to drink the light, and his eyes, obsidian pits of ambition, were fixed on the planet below. A long, brown scion tail was wrapped lazily around his waist, a coiled spring of latent power. He was thinking about fruit. Not the simple, mundane fruit that grew on common trees, but the fruit of the tree of might. The ultimate prize. A single bite could elevate a warrior to a level beyond comprehension, a taste of godhood that Frisia, with all his power and his empire, could only dream of. The tree was Toza's obsession, his magnum opus, the engine of his ascent. He was a cosmic Johnny Appleseed of the most twisted kind, sowing not life, but destruction, and reaping power from the ashes of dead worlds. His mind drifted, a river of scorn and memory. He thought of the Scion race, his race, squandered and enslaved by that preening lizard, Frisia. He thought of Prince Vegeta, a pompous fool who prided himself on a royal bloodline that meant nothing, a prince who bowed and scraped before a tyrant. Toz had never bowed. He was low class, a footnote in the Scion hierarchy, but he possessed something Vegeta never would, true, untethered ambition. Vegeta wanted to reclaim a throne. Toz wanted to build his own, one that would dwarf Frisia's empire and make the gods themselves take notice. He had gathered his followers, a motley crew of galactic thugs and outcasts, warriors strong enough to be useful but not so strong as to be a threat. He had found the seed, the key to his entire enterprise, and he had wandered the cosmos, from one forgotten quadrant to the next, searching for the perfect soil. A planet needed specific qualifications. It had to be teeming with life, its core humming with a potent, vibrant energy. The richer the planetary energy, the more potent the fruit. This world, designated simply as Planet 4032 Viridia by his ship's computer, was a prime candidate. The initial long-range scans had been astonishing. The life energy readings were off the charts, dense and complex, a veritable feast for the tree of might. It was a world ripe for the harvest, Lord Toz. The voice was deep and respectful, cutting through his reverie without startling him. Toz didn't turn. He knew the voice belonged to Amand, his second in command, a towering, broad-shouldered warrior with pale purple skin and a calm, professional demeanor that belied the brutality he was capable of. Report, Toz said, his voice a low, smooth baritone that resonated with casual authority. His eyes remained fixed on the blue-green marble in the viewport. Scans are complete, Amand stated, his footsteps heavy and measured as he approached from behind. The initial readings were correct. The planet's geothermic and biological energy is exceptionally high, perhaps the most fertile world we have yet encountered. The tree will flourish here, and the fruit it bears will be magnificent. A slow, cruel smile spread across Toz's face. Magnificent, he repeated, savoring the word. Yes. I can feel it from here. A world brimming with life, just waiting to be converted into power. My power. From across the bridge, a boisterous laugh erupted. Heh! Did you hear that, Cacao? Another world, another harvest. I'm getting bored just sitting around. I can't wait to stretch my legs and smash some of the local wildlife. The speaker was Daze, a muscular, green-skinned humanoid with a wild mane of blonde hair. He was cracking his knuckles, a wide, brutish grin on his face. Beside him, Cacao, a tall, cyborg-like warrior with dark red skin and a stoic expression, simply nodded. The mission's success is paramount. The strength of the inhabitants is irrelevant. Quiet, you two, Amand commanded without turning, his voice dropping a decibel. Lord Toz is considering our next move. Daze immediately fell silent, his boisterous energy shrinking under Amand's authority. Toz paid their exchange no mind. His crew was a collection of tools, each with its own function. Daze and Cacao were hammers, blunt and effective. The two smaller figures hunched over the main sensor array, the diminutive, twin-like beings Razin and Lacaci, were scalpels, precise and analytical. And Amand was the hand that wielded them all in his name. Lord Toz, Razin piped up, his voice a high-pitched, electronic-sounding warble. He swiveled in his chair, his large, goggled eyes blinking rapidly. "We have an anomaly to report." "An anomaly?" Tulz asked, a flicker of interest in his tone. He finally turned from the viewport, his dark eyes sweeping over the bridge. "The local fauna is more formidable than anticipated," Lakici, Rasen's near-identical counterpart, answered. "It is not a matter of formidable, my lord. It is strange. We have been monitoring the planet's energy signatures, specifically those of the dominant life forms. And?" Tulz prompted, crossing his arms again. Rasen pushed a few buttons on his console, and a holographic display shimmered into existence in the center of the bridge. It showed a wireframe model of the planet, with pulsing lights of various colors scattered across its surface. "As you know, my lord, we measure the power of living beings in quantifiable energy units. We call it Ki," Rasen explained, pointing a small, gray finger at the display. "Most of these inhabitants register at exceptionally low levels. Barely a flicker. Many are below 5 units, the standard for a non-combatant civilian on most civilized worlds. So they are weak," Tulz said with a dismissive wave. "This is hardly an anomaly. It is the natural state of most life in this pathetic universe." "Ordinarily, yes, my lord," Lakici interjected. "However, there is another energy source present within them. One that our systems are struggling to classify. It is intertwined with their biological functions, yet it behaves differently from Ki." Tulz raised an eyebrow. "Different how?" "Ki is the energy of the self, the spirit," Rasen elaborated, tapping his console again. The hologram zoomed in on a single, pulsing light. A complex waveform appeared beside it. "It is a pure expression of a being's latent power, and can be focused and amplified. This other energy, we have designated it chakra based on the phonetic translations of their languages we have managed to decrypt. It seems to be a fusion of two sources, a spiritual energy similar to Ki, and a physical energy drawn from every cell in their bodies. They can mold it, shape it." "Shape it?" Tulz echoed, a hint of scorn in his voice. "What kind of parlor tricks are we talking about?" Amon stepped forward, taking over the report with his usual tactical brevity. "My lord, Rasen and Lakici have spent the last rotation analyzing tactical data gathered from a recent major conflict on the largest continent. The results are unique." He gestured to the holographic display. "The inhabitants, who refer to themselves as shinobi or ninja, use this chakra to perform extraordinary feats. They weave it through a series of complex hand gestures, what they call seals, to produce specific effects. We have observed them generating elemental attacks from their own bodies, projecting fire, water, wind, and lightning without any technological assistance." The display flickered, showing a grainy, zoomed-in depiction of what was clearly a shinobi battle. A figure made a series of rapid hand movements, and a massive fireball erupted from his mouth. Daze let out a low whistle. "Ha! A glorified flamethrower. I could block that with one hand." "There is more," Amon continued, ignoring the interruption. "They can manipulate the earth, creating walls and projectiles from the ground beneath their feet. They can walk on vertical surfaces and on water. They can create tangible illusions to disorient their enemies." The display showed another clip, a shinobi disappearing in a puff of smoke, replaced by a log. Tulz watched, his expression unreadable. It was like watching a magic show. Primitive. Theatrical. And yet, there was a strange sophistication to it. "Their power levels are deceptive," Lakici chirped. "An individual might register at a power level of 20, but then, by molding this chakra, they can unleash an attack with the destructive force equivalent to a power level of several hundred. It is a temporary, focused spike. Inefficient, from a key user's perspective, but effective nonetheless. We also detected several extreme energy fluctuations during this conflict," Rasen added, his voice filled with scientific excitement. "One signature was colossal. It appeared to be a single entity composed of countless smaller ones, a consciousness of writhing serpents." Tulz scoffed. "Humph. Still sounds like a weakling." "And there was another," Rasen continued, oblivious to his lord's shift in mood. "A young individual. His base reading was unremarkable, but during the battle, his energy signature exploded. It became immense, primal, a vortex of raw, malevolent power that dwarfed everything else on the planet. For a few moments, his readings were approaching that of an Ozaru. The mention of the Great Ape transformation finally broke Til's detached composure. He unfolded his arms, a dangerous glint in his eye. An Ozaru? Are you certain? The raw power output was comparable, my lord, Lakasei confirmed. But the signature was different. Less stable. More sentient. And then, just as suddenly it vanished, replaced by two new, impossibly high-energy signatures that our sensors couldn't even lock onto before they departed the planet's atmosphere at transluminal speed. It was after their departure that we initiated this detailed report. The bridge was silent. The implications of what they had just witnessed settled in. This wasn't just a planet of weak farmers. It was a world of warriors with a completely alien power system, capable of generating unbelievable spikes of energy. A world where individuals could briefly touch the power levels of Scion elites. Toes turned back to the viewport, his mind racing. A world of ninjas. A world of chakra. It was absurd. It was fascinating. His initial plan had been simple: land, plant the seed, annihilate any resistance with overwhelming force, and then wait for the harvest. A routine operation. But this changed things. It made it more entertaining. So, Till said slowly, the cruel smile returning to his face, wider and more predatory than before. They are not just cattle waiting for the slaughter. They are ants who have learned to spit fire. They have their own system of power, their own warriors, their own monsters. He let out a low, dark chuckle. How utterly delightful. Amon stepped closer. My lord, their unorthodox abilities could present unforeseen complications. Their techniques are not based on raw power, but on strategy and what appears to be a form of elemental alchemy. A direct assault may still encounter surprises. Surprises? Tull scoffed, turning to face his crew, his presence dominating the bridge. Amon, you worry too much. What is a fireball to me? What is a wall of mud? They are children playing with matches in the shadow of a star. Their chakra is a finite well within their own bodies. My power is limited only by my will. The tree will drink their planet dry. It will absorb their precious chakra along with every other drop of life energy, and it will condense it all into a single, perfect fruit for me. He clenched his fist, the leather of his glove creaking. Let them have their tricks. Let them have their ninjas. It will make the harvest all the sweeter. The struggle of the planet's inhabitants only enriches the soil for the tree. Their desperation, their will to survive, their life force expended in a final, futile struggle, it all adds to the flavor. He looked at Daze and Cacao. You wanted to stretch your legs? You'll get your chance. This will be more than a simple extermination. This will be a hunt. He then looked to Razin and Lakasei. Monitor their energy systems. I want to know how this chakra works. I want to understand their most powerful techniques, not to defend against them, but to better appreciate their despair when they inevitably fail. Finally, he looked at Amand. Prepare the seed. Find me the location on this planet with the highest concentration of energy. A place that is sacred to them, a place where their life force is strongest. That is where we will plant our garden. Amand bowed his head. At once, Lord Tulls. The crew moved with renewed purpose, their quiet efficiency now charged with the anticipation of battle. Consoles beeped and chirped as Razin and Lakasei began their analysis. Daze pounded a fist into his palm, a bloodthirsty grin on his face. Tulls turned back to the great viewport one last time, a god gazing down upon a world he had already condemned. The beautiful, swirling planet no longer looked like a jewel. It looked like a feast laid out just for him. The thought of its strange, spirited warriors fighting back with their bizarre ninja arts only heightened his hunger. A ninja world, he mused to himself, his voice a low whisper that promised untold destruction. Let's see if they can dance. Far beyond the skies, in the vast emptiness of outer space, a silver comet tore through the stars, its speed unmatched by anything in the known universe. At the forefront of this streaking light was a glowing bubble of energy, gliding effortlessly through the void. Inside it floated Beerus, Naruto, and Sasuke. While Beerus hovered lazily with his arms crossed, completely at ease, Naruto and Sasuke were in visible shock. Their eyes darted around the strange enclosure, then locked onto the transparent walls, beyond which space itself stretched endlessly. What the hell is this? Sasuke blurted out. Where even are we? Naruto shouted, his voice high with panic. Calm down, mortals, Beerus said flatly. We're in outer space. Oh, outer space? Naruto sputtered. How am I supposed to calm down about that? Beerus narrowed his eyes at Naruto. TCH. You're breathing because Whis barrier is supplying oxygen. Try being grateful. That's not the point. Naruto shot back. I'm just freaking out because we're actually in space. Just then, a calm voice echoed from outside the bubble. You three should relax, Whis said, his voice somehow reaching them as he flew ahead of the comet-like trail, hands behind his back, staff gently spinning at his side. We'll arrive at our destination soon enough. Naruto and Sasuke turned toward the front, spotting the glowing silhouette of Whis effortlessly gliding through the cosmos like a phantom. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he looked over his shoulder. His breath caught. It's gone, he muttered. Naruto spun around to see what Sasuke meant. Where their planet had been just moments ago, Earth, the elemental nations, their home, it had already vanished from view, swallowed by the distance and the vastness of space. A stunned silence filled the bubble. Then Naruto spoke up, still staring into the dark infinity behind them. So, where exactly are we going? Whis smiled softly, his gaze still fixed forward as he drifted through the stars, his aura trailing like stardust. We're heading to an alternate Earth, he said casually. I must have mentioned it before, or perhaps not. Either way, it's home to two scions by the names of Goku and Vegeta. Naruto blinked. Wait, another Earth? Sasuke's eyes narrowed in confusion. There's more than one Earth? Beerus smirked, arms folded as he floated comfortably. Don't get any strange ideas. This one isn't like your little ninja world. That Earth is far more advanced. Their technology makes your scrolls and kunai look like toys. Almost. Naruto furrowed his brows. So, no ninjas? Sasuke turned his gaze back toward Beerus, curiosity piqued. You mentioned scions. What are they? Whis chuckled lightly, the sound floating through the space between them. Scions, he began, are a warrior race from a planet called Vegeta, though that planet no longer exists. Both Naruto and Sasuke listened intently as Whis continued, still gliding ahead like a celestial guide. They are known for their immense physical strength, battle instincts, and an incredible trait, the ability to grow stronger after recovering from near-death experiences. In short, the more they fight and survive, the more powerful they become. Naruto's eyes widened. What? So there are other aliens too? Whis smiled and continued, the two scions you'll meet, Goku and Vegeta, are among the strongest beings in the universe. They both surpassed limits that would have once been considered impossible, and they continue to evolve. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. And they live on this other Earth? Yes, Whis nodded. That world isn't governed by chakra or jutsu. Instead, it's filled with beings who manipulate a different kind of energy, called ki. Naruto tilted his head. Ki? Whis gave a small nod. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Beerus turned his gaze towards Sasuke, his golden eyes sharp. If you want to become stronger, he said, you'll have to start from the beginning. That means learning to use ki. The basics. No shortcuts. Sasuke frowned slightly but remained silent, listening. I'll let Whis handle that part, Beerus added, glancing at the angel ahead. He'll teach you the foundations. That includes you too, Naruto. Naruto blinked. Huh? Me? Beerus gave a lazy nod. You've already tapped into something far beyond chakra. Divine ki. But only when you're in that ultra instinct state of yours. Naruto's eyes widened. Wait, so when I used ultra instinct, I was using ki? Whis slowed his flight slightly, turning his head just enough to glance back at them with a small smile. Indeed. Not just ki, but divine ki, a refined, sacred form of energy that cannot be sensed by ordinary beings. He raised a finger with a gentle swirl of light around it. Your body instinctively accessed it when you awakened ultra instinct. But without proper understanding, it's like wielding a blade without knowing how to hold it. That's where your training begins. Sasuke clenched his fist slightly, his eyes sharp with determination. So, with this training, I will become stronger? Whis nodded with his usual gentle smile. Yes. If you commit to it, you'll unlock power beyond anything your chakra has ever allowed. But, he added, we only have a few days. The tournament will begin soon, and I must prepare you both before then. A few days? Naruto shouted. That's not enough time, Beerus grumbled, floating with a scowl. Yes, it's troublesome. He sighed, then added, originally, I had told you the winner of this tournament would get a planet with better food as a reward. That's technically true. Sasuke arched an eyebrow. Technically? Beerus looked away, muttering under his breath, the truth is, Kampa's the one who doesn't have an Earth. His universe's version of the planet was destroyed a long time ago, Whis chimed in, amused. And dear Kampa has grown quite jealous of the culinary wonders of our Earth. Beerus sighed dramatically. So now, he wants to win our Earth in the tournament. That's the real reason he proposed this idiotic contest. He just wants better food. Naruto blinked. Wait, all this is just because he's hungry? Sasuke looked off to the side. That's beyond petty. Beerus shrugged. You'd understand if you tried the deluxe strawberry cream parfait on our Earth. It's worth fighting over. He then casually floated backward, hands behind his head, and added with a smirk, and just to be clear, I'm talking about Goku's Earth. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance. But even if I did lose that Earth, Beerus continued, I'd still have your planet. Which means, technically, I wouldn't be completely out of options. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. So you're just collecting planets for food? Beerus grinned. Exactly. 2 Earths means twice the cuisine. Double the flavor, double the desserts. Naruto blinked. You're gonna fight an entire tournament just for snacks? Not just snacks, Beerus said, almost offended. Gourmet experiences. I intend to savor both worlds' delicacies to the fullest. Whis chuckled softly ahead. That's Lord Beerus for you. A god of destruction with the appetite of a critic and the patience of a toddler. Beerus grumbled as he glanced at Whis. Don't make light of me, Whis. Naruto twitched his eyebrows comically. This is insane. The Uchiha was then silent for a moment, staring out into the stars. Then he spoke, his voice calm but steeled with purpose. But if this training will make me stronger, so be it, he said quietly. I'll use it to avenge Itachi. At that, Beerus turned his head slightly, eyes narrowing. Avenge him, huh? He floated closer, his gaze sharp. Tell me, Uchiha, when you say avenge, do you mean the one who hurt your brother? Or the ones who ordered it? Sasuke's eyes flicked toward Beerus. Will you use your new strength, Beerus continued, to take revenge on the old men who orchestrated the Uchiha massacre? There was a pause. Sasuke's jaw clenched slightly, and he looked away for a moment, then turned back, his voice cold and steady. Yes. They'll answer for it. Naruto looked over, concern flashing in his eyes. Sasuke. But Sasuke didn't waver. Itachi carried their burden. He paid the price. The ones who made him do it. I won't let them hide behind their titles. Beerus gave a long, almost theatrical sigh, his tail flicking behind him. TCH. I already gave you my speech earlier, he muttered. About why that mindset will only chain you further. You're still clinging to the idea that revenge will set you free. He floated a little closer to Sasuke, his golden eyes gleaming like twin stars. Did you already forget what I told you back on the rooftop? You're still letting their sins define you. The old men. The clan. Itachi. You're not becoming stronger to forge your own path. You're just sharpening your blade for someone else's story. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, but he didn't speak. Beerus's voice lowered, but the weight behind it was unmistakable. You want real strength? Then you need to destroy more than just your enemies. You need to destroy the version of yourself that exists because of them. There was a long silence as those words sank in. Even Naruto had gone quiet, watching Sasuke closely. Whis smiled faintly as he drifted just ahead of them. That's the essence of what Lord Beerus believes in, destruction not as rage, but as transformation. The old must fall for the new to rise. Beerus floated a little higher, his voice suddenly low and serious. Let me give you something to remember, he said, glancing at Sasuke with a pointed expression. The sins of the past, they're not yours to carry. Your regret is a meaningless weight. Remove it. He let the words sink in, then added sharply, those who wallow in self-indulgence will never achieve true strength. Sasuke stiffened. Beerus crossed his arms. You want power? Then let go of the past. Or be crushed by it. Whis let out a soft chuckle as he continued gliding ahead. My. Lord Beerus, you're being uncharacteristically thoughtful today. Almost compassionate. Beerus scowled, crossing his arms tightly. TCH, don't get the wrong idea. Oh? Whis smiled slyly, not turning around. Then what idea should I get? Beerus grumbled, averting his gaze. I just don't want my fighters dragging their emotional baggage into the tournament and embarrassing me. That's all. The silver comet continued to soar through the endless void, slicing across the fabric of space like a divine arrow. Stars blurred past them, galaxies mere smudges of light in their wake. Beerus stretched his arms above his head and let out a groan. Ugh, all this talking about emotions and past trauma is making me hungry. He scowled. And I never even got to try the food on Naruto's planet yet. What a waste. Whis smiled. Not to worry, Lord Beerus. I took the liberty of informing Bulma about your arrival ahead of time. She's already prepared a delightful welcome, complete with her finest earth-made ice cream. Beerus's ears perked up. Oh ho? Now we're talking. Naruto tilted his head. Wait, who's Bulma? Whis glanced back at him. Bulma briefs. A genius inventor, one of the wealthiest women on Goku's Earth, and incidentally, Vegeta's wife. For a long while, neither Naruto nor Sasuke spoke. They simply stared out into the endless, stardusted void, the impossible reality of their situation slowly sinking in. Their home, their world, was now just a memory, shrinking behind them at an unimaginable speed. It was Naruto, predictably, who broke the silence. His stubborn optimism, even when faced with the literal emptiness of space, refused to be cowed. So he began, turning his gaze from the starfield to the serene angel guiding them. These guys were going to meet Goku and Vegeta. What are they like? Whis, without turning his head, answered with a pleasant hum. Son Goku is, well, he is remarkably like you, in some ways, Naruto-san. He possesses a pure heart, an insatiable appetite, and a love for battle that borders on obsession. He is a simple man who finds joy in pushing his limits. He is also, as Lord Beerus would say, a complete and utter idiot when it comes to anything besides fighting. An accurate assessment, Beerus grumbled from his floating position, arms crossed. The man has the intellect of a turnip. But he's strong. Annoyingly so. And Vegeta? Sasuke asked, his voice low and sharp. He wasn't interested in personalities, only in data. Ah, Prince Vegeta, Whis said, a hint of amusement in his tone. He is a far more complex individual. He is the prince of the fallen Scion race, and he carries that pride like a suit of armor. He is proud, arrogant, and relentlessly driven. He was once a villain, a conqueror, but through his rivalry with Goku and the life he has built on Earth, he has evolved. He fights to protect now, though he would likely never admit it so plainly. He's also a terrible cook, Beerus added dismissively. But his wife, Bulma, throws the most magnificent feasts. That alone is reason enough to keep their planet around. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. He processed the information, filtering out the trivialities. Pride, rivalry, a drive to surpass his limits. He understood those concepts far better than he understood friendship. How strong are they? He asked, cutting to the core of the matter. Strong? Whis repeated, finally turning his head to look at the two boys, his smile unwavering. That is a difficult concept to quantify for you. In your world, a Kage is considered the pinnacle of power. Correct? Naruto and Sasuke both nodded. Goku and Vegeta, Whis said simply, his voice losing its playful edge and taking on a tone of factual gravity, could destroy your entire planet with a casual flick of their wrist. And they wouldn't even consider it a warm-up. The statement landed with the weight of a physical blow. Naruto's jaw went slack. Destroy the planet? The whole thing? Sasuke said nothing, but a flicker of something, awe, shock, and a dawning understanding of the scale he was now playing on, passed through his dark eyes. The destruction of his clan, a tragedy that had defined his entire world, was less than a rounding error on the scale these beings operated on. Indeed, Beerus confirmed with a lazy smirk, enjoying their shock. They have both tapped into the realm of the gods, wielding divine ki much like the power you felt from Naruto's transformation. That is the level of ki control you are aiming for. That is the level of ki control you must aim for if you are to be of any use in this tournament. So, how do we do it? Naruto asked, his voice now serious. How do we get that strong? Your training begins now, Whis announced, his speed not faltering in the slightest. Your chakra is a powerful tool, but it is limited. It is molded, controlled by hand signs and physical focus. Ki is different. It is the energy of life itself, and it flows from your spirit. It is controlled not by your hands, but by your will. He continued, before you can wield it, you must first learn to sense it. You must become aware of the life force that exists in everything, from the smallest microbe to any large living being. It is a sense you have never had to use before. Sense it? Sasuke muttered, his Sharingan instinctively flaring to life. He scanned Whis, then Beerus, but noticed nothing. They didn't seem to have chakra that he could use genjutsu on. Your special eyes will not help you here, Sasuke-san, Whis said gently, as if reading his mind. This is not something to be seen. It is something to be felt. Close your eyes. Both of you. Naruto immediately squeezed his eyes shut with a determined look on his face. Sasuke, after a moment's hesitation, did the same, his expression one of intense concentration. Now, Whis' voice was a calm guide in the silent void. Reach out. Not with your hands, not with your chakra. Reach out with your consciousness. Feel for the life around you. Feel for my energy. Feel for Lord Beerus's. Feel for the energy of your companion beside you. And feel for the faintest spark still residing within yourself. Naruto gritted his teeth, trying to focus. I don't feel anything, you know, he grumbled in frustration. That is because you are trying, Whis corrected patiently. You are forcing it, like you would force your chakra. Ki is not to be forced. It is to be invited. Be still. Be empty. Beside him, Sasuke was silent, his brow furrowed. He was trying to sever his reliance on his senses on his mind. He tried to recall the feeling of Naruto's overwhelming pressure in his ultra-instinct state, that feeling of a void that was also an inferno. He sought that sensation, not with his eyes, but with a part of himself he never knew he had. For a fleeting moment, he thought he felt something, a tiny, warm flicker, separate from himself. And then it was gone. Beerus let out a loud, bored sigh. This is going to take forever. At this rate, the tournament will be over before they can even throw a proper punch. Whis nodded in agreement, as he looked ahead. Yes, my lord. A mere handful of days is a woefully inadequate window to prepare Naruto and Sasuke for a contest of this magnitude. He then glanced behind his shoulder to look at Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, I will concede, possesses a remarkable foundation. He has an instinctual grasp on the principles of ultra-instinct, allowing his body to react and defend without the cumbersome process of thought. It is still a raw, untempered thing, but it is a state that even some gods struggle their entire lives to attain. His gaze then fell on Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha, however, is another matter entirely. His energy is a fascinating, volatile blend, and his strategic mind is truly exceptional. But for all his unique ocular powers and tactical genius, his raw destructive output is wanting. His power has not yet matured to the point where he could effortlessly erase a mountain range with a single, focused blast. He would struggle to accomplish such a feat, and in this tournament, a moment of struggle is a fatal one. Sasuke widened his eyes in shock. What? Destroying mountains? Backwatals? In the silent, stardusted velvet of outer space, the Eradicator was a violation. It did not glide or soar, it hung. The ship was a monument to brutalist function, eschewing the graceful curves of exploratory vessels for a design that was raw, angular, and menacing. It looked less like a starship and more like a colossal shard of obsidian that had been violently splintered from a dead god's heart and hurled into space. Its shadow, a creeping stain of darkness, stretched across the vibrant blue and green curvature of the planet below, a world designated by its energy signature as Chakra Prime. Inside, the command deck was a cavern of quiet, humming malevolence. The air, recycled and sterile, tasted faintly of ozone and charged metal. Soft, rhythmic red lights pulsed against the gunmetal gray walls, casting long, dancing shadows that clung to the rows of alien technology. Consoles and monitors glowed with a predatory light, their screens blinking with torrents of streaming data, topographical analyses, gravitational variances, atmospheric compositions, and thousands of pinprick life signatures that coalesced into an ever-growing, intricate map of the strange world below. At the epicenter of this web of information stood Tulz. His arms were folded across the hard plate of his battle armor, the powerful muscles of his chest and back lending him an immovable, statuesque quality. His dark, wild hair framed a face set in an expression of patient, cruel amusement. A faint green light pulsed from the scouter over his left eye, feeding him a constant, silent stream of data. His deep purple cloak, a mark of his command, fluttered slightly in the artificial breeze cycling through the command deck's unseen air vents. He stared, unblinking, at the main holographic projection. It was a perfect, rotating three-dimensional model of the planet, rendered in breathtaking detail. The globe was overlaid with a shimmering, ethereal web of light, representing the world's unique energy field. Tulz watched as the AI highlighted regions of particular density. One area, a vast, northeastern expanse of jagged, towering mountain ranges, glowed with a particular intensity, outshining all other regions. This was the Nexus. Interesting. Tulz murmured, his voice a low, gravelly rumble that seemed to absorb the ambient hum of the ship. A smirk, thin and sharp as a scalpel, tugged at the corner of his lips. The highest chakra density is clustered around that mountain range. A veritable fortress of natural energy. He zoomed in the projection, the mountains rushing up to fill the holographic space. The scanner superimposed infrastructural data, or rather, a lack thereof. And yet, no advanced technology. No sprawling metropolises. No energy grid to speak of. Just primitive settlements, warriors living in the stone and soil. He found the paradox delicious. A world brimming with a power source potent enough to be felt from orbit, yet its inhabitants still fought with sharpened steel and tricks of the light. It was like finding a priceless gem being used as a paperweight. The potential for harvest was immense. The fruit from a tree of might planted in such soil would be unparalleled. With a lazy, almost dismissive flick of his wrist, Tulz activated a comms channel that piped his voice directly into the deployment bay deep within the ship's metallic guts. Razin. Lakasi. Cacao. Days, your vacation is over. Gear up and report to the infiltration shuttle immediately. We're starting reconnaissance. The comm crackled with 4 distinct, immediate acknowledgments. There was no hesitation, no questioning. There was only the perfect, practiced obedience of a predator's pack answering the Alpha's call. The main hangar of the Eradicator was less a storage bay and more a temple dedicated to conquest. Rows of polished energy cannons and plasma rifles lined the walls, each weapon were civilization's stolen genius. Reinforced containment capsules, large enough to hold a star skimmer, glowed with a faint, internal light, preserving exotic materials and dangerous fauna harvested from 100 different galaxies. The air was thick with the scent of lubricant, ionized air, and the cold, metallic tang of recycled fear. Within this grim arsenal, Tulz's elite enforcers, the Crusher Corps, moved with the practiced, lethal discipline of warriors who knew no other life. Razin was the first to stride into the shuttle bay, his arms crossed behind his back, a cruel, confident grin painted across his sharp features. His crimson hair, like a splash of fresh blood against his dark armor, seemed to absorb the hangar's dim light. He contemptuously adjusted the strap of the power amplifier slung across his back, a device designed to magnify his ki for wide-scale devastation. His twin, Lakasi, followed a half-step behind him, a mirror image in build, armor, and that same predatory smirk. Their synchronization was unnervingly perfect. Finally, Lakasi muttered, his voice a low rasp identical to his brother's. I was beginning to think the old man was going to let us die of boredom. We've been floating in this tin can for far too long. Razin chuckled. Patience, brother. Lord Tulz savors the hunt. He likes to study the prey before he permits the slaughter. Cacao, a being more machine than man, moved with a ponderous grace that belied his immense size. He towered over the others, his body a masterpiece of cybernetic augmentation. His footsteps, which should have boomed and echoed across the metal floor, were instead eerily silent, absorbed by sophisticated dampeners in his boots. With a flick of his fingers, a complex neurovisor slid down with a faint hiss of pneumatics, covering the upper half of his face. Mechanical plates shifted and locked into place over his already armored torso, and his single, glowing red optic began to pulse as it downloaded the mission parameters. He said nothing. His silence was his statement. Leaning casually against the control panel near the shuttle's entrance was Daze. Broad-shouldered and powerfully built, he projected an aura of bored nonchalance. He was flipping a small, deactivated energy blade between his thick fingers, the metal catching the faint red light. "About time we got our boots dirty," he muttered to himself, the words barely audible. He pushed himself off the wall, his movements deceptively fluid for a man his size. "I was getting tired of staring at all that blue and green. It's an ugly color for a planet." The infiltration shuttle stood ready. It was not a craft designed for comfort or transport, but for a single purpose: intrusion. Sleek and shaped like a sharpened dart, its hull was coated in a matte black alloy capable of absorbing and refracting sensor pings, making it nearly invisible to both radar and most forms of energy detection. Its twin engines thrummed with a low, barely there hum, their alien energy core prepared to punch through any planetary interference and deliver its deadly cargo unseen. As the four warriors boarded, their demeanors shifted. The casual boredom and impatience evaporated, replaced by a focused, professional readiness. The loading ramp hissed shut behind them, sealing them in the dim, blue-lit cabin and severing them from the Eradicator. Their hunt had begun. Back on the command deck, Toz remained in his observation chamber, watching the world spin below. He had no need to watch the shuttle's departure. Its success was a foregone conclusion. His fingers drummed a slow, steady rhythm against the console's armrest, a quiet percussion of anticipation. Behind him, Amand, a warrior as broad as a boulder and just as stoic, walked up, his heavy footsteps a familiar sound on the deck. He held a scroll-like digital tablet, its flexible screen displaying complex planetary readouts. "Our deep-range scanners show elevated chakra levels across multiple zones, my lord," Amand reported, his voice a deep baritone. "That vast forest near the Fire Aspect region, and the desert country to the south, they both show significant pockets of energy." Toz didn't turn, his gaze still fixed on the holographic globe and the glowing mountain range. "Let the sensors continue their mapping. Passive energy is just fuel. I'm more interested in the active clusters, the shinobi, as the initial scans designate them. The ones who can consciously wield this power." A dark smile played on his lips. "I want to know if they can resist, but I'll leave that delightful discovery to the scouts." Amon nodded, understanding perfectly. It was a pattern they had repeated on countless worlds. Assess, engage, crush, and harvest. "As you wish, my lord." He returned to his station, his fingers flying across his console to refine the planetary scans. The ship's AI announced in its calm, synthesized voice, "Stealth shuttle deployed. Descent trajectory locked. Entering atmospheric field in 30 seconds. Toz leaned forward, his reflection staring back at him from the holographic planet's surface. "Let's see what you're made of, little world," he whispered. The shuttle tore through the upper atmosphere like a silent, phantom comet. It was encased in a multi-layered field of phase stealth technology, bending light and energy around its hull. To any observer on the ground, had they even thought to look up into the clear, sunlit sky, it would have been utterly indistinguishable from a flicker of light, a passing mote of dust in the sun's glare. Its energy signature was masked, its thermal output bled into the background radiation, and its trajectory was a calculated, unpredictable spiral designed to mimic natural phenomena. Inside, the cabin remained dim, lit only by the soft blue glow of scouter displays and the main scanning console. Razin sat closest to the console, his crimson eyes scanning the flood of chakra signatures appearing on the screen. The information was unlike anything he had seen before. "Look at this," he said, tapping the screen, his voice a low murmur of fascination and contempt. "These power readings, they aren't like Ki. They don't radiate outwards from a central core. They're natural, organic. It's like the planet's own life force is breathing through its people. It's woven into them. Lakusei, seated opposite him, squinted at the display. The numbers were laughably low. Most signatures hovered around a 9 or 10. Some flickered up to 12. You mean we're walking into a world full of living power conduits, he scoffed. And weak ones at that. A child from our race is born with a higher reading than their strongest signals. Days, leaning back in his seat with his eyes closed, whistled softly. So they're fragile batteries. The boss is gonna love that. The fruit from this world will be pure, concentrated energy, not tainted by the user's own pathetic strength. Cacao, impassive and still, finally spoke, his modulated voice cutting through their conversation with cold, analytical precision. For an energy system. Designate chakra. It appears to be a fusion of spiritual and physical energies, intertwined with the planet's own bioetheric field. This should be analyzed with extreme caution before direct contact. The low power levels may be deceptive. The energy could possess unique properties our scouters cannot quantify. Caution is for the weak, Razin sneered, though he didn't dispute Cacao's analysis. Let them have their little tricks. It will make crushing them all the more satisfying. The shuttle's AI, ever-present and emotionless, alerted them. Landing zone reached. Terrain mountainous, high-altitude plateau. Atmospheric conditions clear. No populated settlements within a 20-kilometer radius. No technological signals detected. With a dull thud that was felt more than heard, and a burst of silent gravitational brakes that pressed them into their seats, the shuttle descended gently. It settled into a wide, secluded ravine tucked between two towering, sun-drenched cliffs of gray stone. The air outside was clear and crisp, the sky a brilliant, endless blue. The ramp opened with a soft, hydraulic hiss. The 4 warriors of the Crusher Corps stepped out into the land of lightning. The moment they stepped out of the shuttle, the air hit them like a physical force. It was dense, charged, and felt profoundly alive. It was a flavor of clean ozone, dry stone, sun-baked pine, and something else, something ancient and vital that coated the tongue and buzzed against their teeth. For the Crusher Corps, whose existence was defined by the sterile, recycled atmosphere of a warship and the acrid smoke of conquered worlds, it was intoxicatingly alien. This place was vibrantly, defiantly alive. Atmospheric interference is negligible, Cacao's modulated voice stated, a stark, geometric intrusion in the rugged, flowing landscape. His cybernetic form seemed out of place against the ancient rock. A probe, thin as a needle and gleaming silver, extended from his wrist with a quiet whir and sank into the dry, dusty earth. Glowing green data scrolled rapidly across his visor. Soil composition is remarkable. High concentrations of bioetheric energy. It's not residual, as on most life-bearing worlds. It is symbiotic. The land itself acts as a capacitor, storing and circulating this chakra. Days stretched, his broad shoulders popping loudly in the sudden silence. He leaned against the shuttle's cool hull, resuming his lazy flipping of the energy blade. The small, humming weapon seemed to drink the bright sunlight. So, the planet's got juice. Good. Means the fruit will be top shelf. He gestured with his chin towards the jagged peaks that clawed at the blue sky. What about the locals? This much energy usually means things that don't like being stepped on. My scouter is picking up faint, intermittent signatures, Razin announced. He had already leaped to the top of a nearby boulder, his elevated position giving him a panoramic view of the surrounding terrain. His crimson hair was a slash of violent color against the muted grays and greens of the landscape. He and his twin, Lakusei, stood back to back, their senses sweeping the area in a perfect, overlapping pattern of vigilance. They're fast, and their signatures are maddeningly faint. Like whispers. One moment a reading of 10 appears, then it vanishes entirely. Cowards, Lakusei scoffed, his smirk a perfect match for his brother's. Hiding their power. They must know we're here. Unlikely, Cacao countered, retracting his probe with a soft click. Our entry was shielded beyond the detection capabilities of any primitive culture. They are likely unaware of our specific presence, but their ability to suppress their energy signatures to near zero is a species trait worth noting. It implies a discipline and control that belies their low power levels. He turned his impassive visor towards a distant, glistening waterfall that cascaded down a cliff face, thundering into a deep, clear pool 100 meters away. I will analyze the water system. It is often the primary circulatory network for a planet's life force. Without another word, the hulking cyborg strode towards the waterfall, his heavy footfalls unnervingly silent on the rocky ground. Days pushed himself off the shuttle. Right. I'll do a little perimeter sweep. See what kind of primitives we're dealing with. He gave the twins a lazy, two-fingered salute and vanished into a nearby copse of pine trees, his movements surprisingly swift and silent for a man of his bulk. Razin and Lakitai remained, their eyes scanning the horizon. The world was a canvas of immense, raw potential. The sheer scale of the mountain range was awe-inspiring, a natural fortress of stone and sky that had stood for millennia. Can you feel it, brother? Razin murmured, his voice low and laced with a strange mix of disgust and excitement. It's not like Ki. It's wilder. Untamed. Like an animal. Lakitai nodded, his eyes narrowed into slits. When the tree drinks this, it'll be a vintage for the ages. Lord Tos will be most pleased. His scouter beeped again, a frantic, brief chirp before silencing. There. East Ridge, 5 kilometers out. A signature flared. It jumped from nothing to 15? Then gone. He scowled in frustration. It's like trying to catch smoke with a net. These scouters are calibrated for power, not for this hide and seek. Days moved through the undergrowth with the quiet, predatory confidence of a creature at the apex of the food chain. The forest floor was a tapestry of dry pine needles, moss-covered stones, and gnarled roots that seemed to pulse with a faint, almost imperceptible energy of their own. It didn't take him long to find what he was looking for, a small, recently abandoned campsite tucked into the relative shelter of a shallow cave. He knelt, observing the scene with a practiced, analytical eye. The ashes in the fire pit were cold, but a faint warmth still radiated from the stones. They had left only hours ago. A few strange, leaf-shaped metal knives, kunai, his scouter's databank would later identify them, were scattered on the ground, one embedded up to its ringed hilt in the trunk of a thick pine tree. He plucked it out with ease, testing the surprisingly sharp edge with his calloused thumb. It was well balanced, clearly forged for throwing. Primitive, yet ruthlessly effective in the right hands. His gaze then fell upon a piece of paper tacked to the cave's rock face with a spot of some kind of sticky paste. It was covered in a complex, circular design drawn with black ink. A flicker of curiosity, a rare emotion for days, stirred within him. He reached out to touch it, and as his fingertip brushed the parchment, a tiny flicker of contained energy sparked against his skin. A trap, he muttered, a flicker of genuine amusement in his eyes. He analyzed the energy signature. A low-yield explosive seal. Cute. He admired the ingenuity for a moment. It was a testament to their resourcefulness. They had no technology, no advanced weaponry, yet they had learned to weaponize their planet's unique energy using nothing more than parchment and ink. It was clever. Terribly inefficient from his perspective, but clever nonetheless. He continued his sweep, finding more signs of the inhabitants. There were deep, vertical gouges scored into the rock faces of the ravine, evidence of some kind of climbing training. Several trees had been split cleanly in two, not by an axe, but by something much sharper and faster. He even found a wide, circular depression in the ground, the earth compacted and cracked, as if from a powerful, localized impact. A battle had taken place here. Or perhaps just training. With a warrior culture like this, the two were likely indistinguishable. He activated his communicator, his voice calm and laced with his usual boredom. Days here. Found signs of the locals. They're warriors, no doubt. Call themselves shinobi, according to the databank. They use primitive forged weapons and some kind of energy-infused paper for simple traps. They're cunning little things. Kakao's voice responded instantly, layered with the deep, rumbling sound of the distant waterfall. Affirmative. The water analysis confirms the planet's energy, this chakra, is integrated at a molecular level. It is highly malleable and can be infused into matter or converted into elemental forms. The inhabitants have likely developed thousands of applications for it. We are not dealing with simple brutes, despite their low power readings. As if to punctuate Kakao's point, A flash of brilliant blue light erupted on a distant peak, followed seconds later by a sharp, crackling sound that was entirely distinct from the natural sounds of the landscape. Razin and Lakici both snapped their heads towards the source. "Did you see that?" Lakici demanded, his scouter struggling to get a lock on the residual energy. "That wasn't a natural phenomenon. That was controlled. A focused discharge of some kind. Power level spiked 18 for a nanosecond before vanishing," Razin reported, a wide, hungry grin spreading across his face. "Finally, something with a little backbone. They're getting closer. They must be a patrol." The four warriors regrouped by the shuttle 20 minutes later, sharing their findings under the bright, impassive sun. They stood in a loose circle, a pocket of quiet, alien menace in the heart of the serene mountain range. "So, to summarize," Razin began, crossing his arms over his chest. "The planet is a powder keg of unique, natural energy. The inhabitants are a warrior race of shinobi. They are fast, exceptionally stealthy, and utilize their life force in a variety of clever, if laughably low-powered, ways. Their power levels are inconsistent and deliberately suppressed," Lakici added, picking up the thread seamlessly. "They can mask their signatures to almost nothing, then flare them for brief moments to perform their techniques. Our scouters are ill-suited for tracking such fluctuations. A flaw in their energy system, perhaps," Kakao stated, his single red optic reflecting the vast blue sky. "Or a feature of the energy itself. It suggests a level of fine control that is more nuanced than the brute force application of ki we are accustomed to. Control versus power. An interesting, if ultimately futile, dichotomy. Who cares how they do it?" Daze grunted, tossing the kunai he'd found from hand to hand. The cheap metal seemed like a child's toy in his massive palm. "The only question that matters is, can they fight? All the clever tricks in the universe don't matter if you can't take a punch." A voice, sharp and cold as the vacuum of space, crackled through their communicators, silencing them instantly. It was Tull's. "Your reconnaissance is adequate, but your data is insufficient. I need to know their limits. I need to see their will break." There was a pause, and each of the four warriors could almost picture him on the bridge of the Eradicator, a cruel smirk playing on his lips as he stared down at their world. "Find one. A strong one. Engage it. Test its capabilities. Break it. And bring me what's left. I want a living specimen to analyze before we plant the seed." The order was simple, direct, and exactly what they had been waiting for. The air of analytical observation evaporated, replaced by a palpable, bloodthirsty anticipation that seemed to warp the very air around them. "With pleasure, Lord Tulls," Razin replied, his voice a low, eager purr. Lakici grinned, cracking his knuckles with a sound like rocks grinding together. "Time to go hunting." Kakao's visor glowed a brighter, more menacing shade of red. "Acquiring live specimen. Objective accepted." Daze caught the kunai and clenched it tightly in his fist, the cheap metal groaning and bending under the impossible pressure. "Finally," he said, his lazy demeanor gone, replaced entirely by the focused intensity of a killer unleashed. The fun part. The four of them turned their gazes outward, no longer as observers, but as predators. The sun-drenched mountains were no longer a subject of study. They were a hunting ground, and somewhere, in the winding valleys below, their quarry was waiting, utterly and blissfully oblivious to the caliber of wolf that had just entered their flock. Kento was a jonin of Kumobikure, a veteran of a dozen border skirmishes and 3 deep-cover infiltration missions into Awagakure territory. He knew the mountains of the Land of Lightning better than he knew the face of his own wife. He knew the sound of the wind that heralded a coming rockslide, the scent of the air that preceded a summer rain, and the subtle shift in the terrain that betrayed a hidden enemy. But today, something was wrong. It wasn't a sound or a scent. It was a feeling. A heavy, static pressure in the air that was completely alien. It felt like the world was holding its breath, waiting for a blow to land. "Stay sharp," he commanded, his voice a low growl that cut through the whisper of the wind. His 3-man Chunin squad snapped to attention behind him, their youthful energy immediately tempered by his authority. "Something's not right." Yoru, a brash, confident young man with a prized, custom-forged katana strapped to his back, scoffed lightly. "It's probably just the altitude, Captain Kento. The air's always weird up this high." His hand rested habitually on the hilt of his sword, his confidence radiating off him in palpable waves. He was skilled, Kento knew, but his arrogance would be his undoing one day. The mountain is our ally, Yoru. This is something else, Kento retorted, his experienced eyes scanning the dense pine forest that clung to the ravine floor below them. Sachi, a thoughtful and perceptive kunoichi with a specialty in mid-range water and wind-release jutsu, adjusted her pack, her brow furrowed in concentration. He's right. The chakra flow in the area feels distorted. It's muffled, like trying to listen to a conversation through a thick wall. Rin, the team's designated tracker and a subtle genjutsu specialist, was sniffing the air, his expression tense. He was the most sensitive of the group. There are no foreign scents, no tracks, not even a broken twig. But I feel it too. It feels like we're being watched by something that has no eyes. They were moving along a narrow ridge, with a sheer drop on one side and a wall of rock on the other. It was a natural choke point, a place Kento normally avoided, but their designated patrol route demanded it. The oppressive feeling grew stronger with every step, a silent scream in the back of his mind. He signaled for them to halt, raising a clenched fist. The team froze, melting into the shadows of the rocks, and then, a figure stepped out from behind a large boulder 50 meters ahead of them. He was tall and impossibly muscular, dressed in a bizarre, form-fitting black armor with large, sloping purple pauldrons. He had a lazy, arrogant smirk on his face, and was casually tossing a Kumoishu kunai in his hand, one of their kunai. He had no headband, no visible weapons besides the knife, and most unnervingly, no discernible chakra signature. To Kento's senses, it was like staring at a rock. A living, breathing, smirking rock. Well, Day said, his voice echoing slightly in the clear mountain air. Look what we found. A whole pack of them. Kento's team instinctively fell into a defensive diamond formation, their hands flying to their weapon pouches. Who are you? Kento demanded, his voice as hard and unyielding as the mountains around them. This is sovereign territory of the Land of Lightning, under the protection of Kumogakure. State your business or be treated as a hostile intruder. Days just chuckled, a low, rumbling sound of pure amusement. As if summoned by the sound, 3 more figures descended from the cliffs above, landing silently on the path behind him. One was a hulking, robotic creature whose single red eye pulsed with a malevolent, analytical light. The other 2 were identical men with fiery red hair and cruel, eager grins that promised nothing but pain. Razin raised the scouter to his eye, a faint beep sounding in the quiet air. Reading them now, Lakasi. A series of rapid, soft beeps followed. The captain in the front, his resting level is 15, the swordsman 12. The girl, 11. The quiet one in the back, 10. He lowered the device with a sneer of utter contempt. Pathetic. We've found their elite, and they have the power levels of insects. The casual, numerical dismissal of their strength, the strange technology, the absolute and unnerving lack of fear, it set every nerve in Kento's body on fire. These were no ordinary spies or rogue ninja. This was something entirely new. Yoru, however, heard only arrogance. He saw only a target. He drew his katana, the blade singing as it left its sheath. Lightning chakra, the pride of his clan, crackled to life, wrapping around the pristine steel in a crackling blue aura. You'll be eating those words, you freak. Yoru, wait! Formation! Kento commanded, but it was too late. The boy's pride had been wounded. With a furious battle cry, Yoru surged forward, his speed enhanced by his lightning release. To the shinobi, he was a blue-white blur, a fearsome, high-speed assault aimed to cleave the smirking man in 2. To Days, it was happening in slow motion. He didn't move. He didn't dodge. He simply waited. As the lightning-wreathed blade, a weapon capable of slicing through solid steel, swung towards his neck, he raised his left hand, palm open. The sword struck his hand with a deafening, discordant clang of enchanted metal on something far, far harder. The lightning chakra erupted, washing over Days' arm in a brilliant, harmless shower of sparks that fizzled out against his skin. Yora's eyes widened in sheer, uncomprehending horror. His clan's prized blade, infused with his strongest lightning release, was stopped cold. By a bare hand. My turn, Daze said, his smirk widening into a predatory grin. He tightened his grip. The enchanted steel of the katana groaned, bent at an impossible angle, and then, with a sharp crack, shattered into a dozen glittering pieces. Before Yor could even process the destruction of his ancestral weapon, Daze's right fist shot forward, not with blinding, untraceable speed, but with a casual, brutal, telegraphed force. It connected with Yor's chest. There was a sickening, wet crunch of breaking ribs and sternum, and the young Chunin was launched backward as if shot from a cannon. He slammed into the solid rock wall of the cliff with enough force to crack the stone, leaving a spiderweb of fissures before slumping to the ground, unconscious and broken. Silence. The only sound was the wind and the soft drip of blood from Daze's knuckles. He hadn't even been scratched. Sachi and Ren were paralyzed by a cold, numbing shock. Kento felt the dread deeper and colder than any he had ever known seize him. In all his years of fighting, he had never seen such a display of raw, physical power that was completely devoid of chakra. Insolent worm, Lakasei hissed from the back, clearly annoyed that Daze had claimed the first kill. He was mine to break. Sachi broke from her stupor first, her training taking over. Her hands, though trembling slightly, flashed through a rapid sequence of seals. Wind style, great breakthrough, she yelled, expelling a powerful, focused gale from her lungs. The blast tore through the ravine, a roaring vortex of air strong enough to rip trees from their roots. Her target was the giant, robotic one, Kakao. The massive cyborg didn't even brace himself. He simply stood there as the hurricane force winds slammed into him. It did nothing. The wind parted around his metallic frame as if he were a mountain. Wind pressure, 4.8 kilopascals, Kakao's voice droned calmly as his visor analyzed the attack. Energy type, kinetic, infused with elemental chakra. Inefficient conversion rate. Negligible impact. He took a heavy, silent step forward, his single red eye locking onto Sachi. My turn. A small, circular port opened on his shoulder with a faint whir. A thin, searingly bright red beam of light shot out, faster than any eye could follow. It didn't aim for Sachi herself, it struck the ground at her feet. There was no explosion, no shockwave. The beam simply vaporized a perfect, 3-foot-wide circle of solid rock, leaving a glassy, molten crater that glowed with incandescent heat. Sachi screamed and scrambled backward, her face bone white with terror at the sight of such casual, effortless destruction. Enough games, Razin said, his voice sharp with impatience as he took a step forward. Lord Toz wants one alive. Let's finish this efficiently. Ren, seeing his teammates defeated so easily, made a desperate move. He was a tracker, not a frontline fighter. His only hope was his subtle art. He formed a rapid, one-handed seal, his eyes locking with Razin's. Genjutsu, demonic illusion, shackling stakes. In Razin's mind, the world should have dissolved into a negative image of itself. He should have found himself paralyzed, pierced by illusory stakes that would bring agonizing phantom pain. Instead, he just blinked. A faint, violet aura flared around his body for a single, imperceptible second, and the genjutsu shattered before it could even take hold. A mind trick? How quaint. He vanished. It was not a body flicker technique. There was no puff of smoke, no displaced leaves. It was a burst of pure, unadulterated speed that left a vacuum in its wake. Ren's eyes couldn't even track the movement. He felt a sharp, chopping blow to the back of his neck, and the world, the sky, the fear, it all went black. Razin reappeared where he had been standing, dusting off his gloved hands as Ren collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. 3 down. It had taken less than 10 seconds, only Kento remained. He stood alone, his heart hammering against his ribs, his mind reeling in disbelief. These things, they weren't human. They were monsters from some impossible nightmare. They moved faster than the Reikage, hit harder than a tailed beast, and treated A-rank jutsu, the pinnacle of shinobi arts for many, like a mild breeze. But he was a Jonin of the hidden cloud. He would not die cowering. Chakra, potent and wild, exploded from his body. Blue lightning, far more intense than Yora's, wrapped around him like a shroud. Lightning release armor! He roared, his voice filled with defiant power. His physical speed, his strength, his reflexes, all were amplified to their absolute peak. His gray hair stood on end, and the very ground around him crackled with contained electrical fury. His power level, which had rested at a mere 15, flared violently. Rasen's scouter beeped insistently. "Oh ho! Look at that, brother," he said with a predator's smile. "His power level just jumped to 45. He's putting everything he has into that little light show." "Still garbage," Lakusi snorted from the side, already bored again. Kento ignored them, focusing every last drop of his being, every ounce of his will. He channeled his chakra into his right hand, refining it, compressing it, until it became a piercing, chirping blade of pure lightning. It was his ultimate technique, a personalized variant of the Chidori that he called the Hell Stab. It was a guaranteed kill shot. He lowered his stance, the sound of 1,000 birds chirping filling the otherwise silent ravine. "This is the end," he bellowed, and shot forward. He was no longer a man. He was a bolt of living lightning, an unstoppable force of nature aimed straight at Rasen's heart. The ground tore apart in his wake, a deep gouge carved into the solid rock by the sheer force of his passage. Rasen watched him come, a look of utter, profound boredom on his face. He made no move to defend, no move to counter. At the very last possible nanosecond, when Kento's lightning-clad hand was mere inches from his chest, he took a single, casual, almost lazy step to the side. Kento's momentum was too great, his focus too absolute to alter his path. He shot past Rasen, his hand plunging deep into the rock wall of the ravine with a sound like thunder cracking. The entire cliff face shuddered, and spider webs of deep fissures spread out from the point of impact. He was wide open. He tried to turn, to pull his hand free from the stone, but it was buried too deep. It was too late. He felt a presence behind him, a pocket of cold that had nothing to do with the mountain air. "Impressive light," Rasen's voice whispered in his ear, the words dripping with condescension. "But true power isn't so flashy." Kento didn't even see the attack. He just felt it. A small, seemingly harmless sphere of swirling purple energy, no bigger than his fist, touched his back. It wasn't a punch or a strike. It was a gentle tap. The result was anything but gentle. An explosion of pure, concussive force erupted from the point of contact. Kento's lightning release armor, the pride of Kumogakure, shattered like a pane of glass. He was blasted forward, his body slamming into the rock wall with a sickening, final crunch. The entire ravine shook from the impact, and a massive section of the cliff face, destabilized by his own attack, calved off and crashed to the ground in a plume of gray dust and steam. Kento lay in a heap at the base of the wall, his body broken, his chakra utterly depleted, his pride annihilated. He was conscious, but only just. Through a swimming haze of pain and dust, he watched as Days walked over and casually hoisted the unconscious, broken form of Yoru over his shoulder, as if he were a sack of grain. Kakao stood impassively over the still forms of Sachi and Rin, his red eye scanning their vitals. Rasen strolled over to Kento and looked down at him, his shadow falling over the defeated Jonin like a shroud. "You're the captain. You're the one Lord Tulls will want to talk to." He reached down and grabbed Kento by the front of his shredded flak jacket, lifting him effortlessly as if he weighed nothing at all. Kento's vision swam. He saw the four monstrous figures surrounding him, their faces a gallery of contempt, boredom, and cruel amusement. He saw the clear, blue sky above. He had failed. He had led his team, his children, to their slaughter. What are you?" He managed to choke out, blood dribbling from the corner of his lips, tasting of copper and defeat. Rasen leaned in close, his cruel, triumphant grin the last thing Kento saw clearly. "We are the harvest," he said. "And your world is ripe." With Naruto and the others, the Silver Comet, a vessel of divine speed, continued its silent, inexorable journey through the cosmos. Inside the glowing bubble of Whis' barrier, the initial shock had worn off, replaced by a tense and unfamiliar stillness. The endless, stardusted void outside was no longer a source of panic, but a stark, humbling backdrop for the impossible task before them. Again, Whis' serene voice echoed within the enclosure, cutting through the silence. He floated in a relaxed, cross-legged position, his staff resting across his lap. His eyes were closed, but his awareness was absolute. Naruto sat opposite him, his own legs crossed, his brow furrowed in a mask of intense, teeth-grinding concentration. His eyes were squeezed shut so tightly his face scrunched up. I'm trying. I swear I am, but there's nothing. It's just quiet, he grumbled, his voice thick with frustration. He'd been at this for what felt like hours, trying to follow Whis's deceptively simple instruction, feel. Beside him, Sasuke was a statue of stoicism, but the subtle clenching of his jaw betrayed a similar, if more contained, frustration. His eyes were also closed, his posture perfect. He wasn't thrashing like Naruto, but his failure was, in its own way, more profound. He, Sasuke Uchiha, a prodigy who had mastered the Chidori at 12, was utterly stymied by the most basic of lessons. His mind, a finely honed weapon of analysis and perception, was useless. He reached out with his senses, the way he would to detect a chakra signature, searching for its texture, its color, its intent, and found only a void. It was like trying to see in a room devoid of all light. You are both trying, Whis corrected, his voice gentle but firm. You are attempting to apply the principles of your world to a concept that exists outside of them. You cannot force your senses to perceive ki. You cannot analyze its presence. You must simply allow it to be known. He opened his eyes, their purple depths calm and endless. Think of it this way, Naruto-san. When you eat a bowl of Ichiraku's finest miso ramen, do you have to concentrate to taste the difference between the pork broth, the fermented bean paste, and the bamboo shoots? Naruto blinked, his concentration broken. Huh? Ramen? Well, no. I just taste it. Precisely, Whis said with a small smile. You do not command your tongue to taste the salt, you simply experience it. Ki is the same. It is the fundamental flavor of existence. You have spent your entire lives tasting only one ingredient, chakra. Now you must cleanse your palate and learn to taste the broth itself. Sasuke's eyes opened, a flicker of annoyance in their dark depths. That metaphor is useless. Beerus, who had been feigning sleep in a corner of the bubble, let out a loud, bored snort. He has to put it in terms your simple mortal minds can comprehend. Frankly, I'm surprised he didn't use pictures. The god of destruction floated upright, stretching his lanky limbs with a cat-like grace. He yawned, revealing a set of sharp fangs. This is taking forever. At this rate, the tournament will be over, Kampa will have my Earth, and I'll end up losing Goku's Earth. You are failing at the most elementary level. Sensing energy is the first breath a warrior in this universe takes. You haven't even managed that. You are still, for all intents and purposes, unborn. He raised a single, clawed finger. A minuscule sphere of violet light, no bigger than a grain of sand, appeared at its tip. It was a condensed orb of pure, terrifying power. This, Beerus said, his voice a low growl, is my energy. My ki. It is a star, and you are trying to find it with your eyes closed while staring directly at the sun that is Whis's own power. You are overwhelmed. You are distracted. He flicked his finger, and the tiny orb vanished without a trace, yet the phantom pressure of its existence lingered. Empty your minds of your precious chakra. Forget what you know. You are not ninja anymore. You are infants. Now feel something other than your own pathetic frustration. The weight of his words, of his sheer presence, was crushing. Naruto swallowed hard, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. Sasuke's expression remained stony, but he couldn't deny the truth in the god's insult. Their expertise, their entire lives of training, was a liability here. They had to unlearn everything. Whis smiled, the oppressive atmosphere lifting as soon as he spoke. A bit harsh, my lord, but the point is valid. You are trying to fill a cup that is already full. You must empty it first. He looked at Sasuke. Sasuke-san, you are a sensor of exceptional skill. You can perceive the subtle fluctuations in a person's chakra, yes? Sasuke gave a curt nod. Then stop searching for something to perceive, Whis advised. Instead, become aware of what is absent. You know what chakra feels like. What Naruto's feels like. What your own feels like. Can you feel it in me? Or in Lord Beerus? Sasuke's eyes narrowed in thought. That was a different approach. He wasn't searching for a new signal. He was searching for the lack of a familiar one. He closed his eyes again, but this time, he didn't reach out. He simply existed. He focused on his own internal energy, the familiar, cool blue hum of his Uchiha chakra, honed by years of training and stained by the darkness of the curse mark. He felt Naruto's beside him, a blazing, chaotic inferno of orange energy, vast and unruly but undeniably present. Then, he extended his awareness towards Whis. He searched for that same kind of signature. And found nothing. Not a void, not emptiness, but a placid, calm nothing. There was no texture, no color, no intent. It was like looking at a perfectly clear sky and trying to find a cloud. The absence was so absolute, it was a presence in itself. It was the lack of chakra that defined it. And then, within that perfect clarity, he felt a flicker. It was infinitesimally small, a single, gentle pulse, like a stone dropped into a perfectly still, cosmic lake. It wasn't chakra, it was something else entirely. It was serene, impossibly deep, and resonated with a soft, humming power that felt as ancient as the stars outside. He had found it. The ripple. I feel it, Sasuke said, his voice a low whisper. His eyes snapped open, locking onto Whis. Yours. It's calm. Like still water. Whis's smile widened. Excellent. You have emptied your cup. Naruto heard Sasuke and his frustration redoubled. What? How? I'm still getting nothing. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Calm down, Naruto. Think about ramen. No, that's not it. Empty your mind. Empty, empty. He tried to force the thoughts away, but it was like trying to stop a waterfall. His mind was a loud, chaotic place, filled with friends, promises, rivals, and the roaring of the nine tails in his soul. Naruto-san, Whis said gently. Do not try to silence the noise. Just stop listening to it. How am I supposed to do that? Remember when you had transformed Ultra Instinct? Remember that, Whis suggested. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, staying silent. And in that profound quiet he felt it. Whoa! Naruto breathed, his eyes wide open now. It's everywhere. Beerus smirked, a genuine flicker of approval in his eyes. Humph, took you long enough. Congratulations, you've finally been born. Now the real work begins. You can now perceive the ocean, Whis announced, his tone pleasant but businesslike. The next step is to learn how to draw water from it. You must learn to manifest your ki outside your body, to give it form and substance. He raised his right hand palm up. A sphere of pure, white light materialized above it, humming with a gentle, soothing energy. It was flawless, perfectly round, and radiated a soft, warm glow that illuminated their faces. This is the most basic application of ki control. A simple sphere of your own life force. It requires no complex molding like your jutsu. It is a direct extension of your will. I want you both to replicate this. Naruto grinned, his confidence restored. Piece of cake. He thrust out his hand, mimicking Whis. He channeled his energy, his will, focusing it into his palm. He didn't try to force a rotation, he just pushed. The result was a chaotic, sputtering explosion of golden energy that shot from his hand and harmlessly dissipated against the far wall of the bubble. It was messy, unfocused, and looked more like a firecracker than a controlled sphere. Whoa! Naruto yelped, shaking his hand. Okay, maybe not a piece of cake, Whis chuckled softly. You used too much force, Naruto-san. You tried to blast the water out with a fire hose. This requires finesse. A gentle touch. His gaze shifted to Sasuke, who was observing with a critical eye. Sasuke extended his own hand. He remembered the feeling of that first ripple of ki, subtle, calm, controlled. He reached for his own internal energy, that cool, sharp point of power. He tried to draw it out, not with force, but with precision, the same way he would gather lightning chakra for his Chidori. He pictured the energy flowing down his arm, gathering in his palm, coalescing into a perfect sphere. A faint, pale lavender light flickered in his palm. It was barely visible, a tiny, sputtering wisp of energy that wavered like a dying candle flame before extinguishing with a soft hiss. Sasuke's frown deepened. He tried again. And again. Each time, the result was the same, a pathetic, anemic flicker that refused to hold its shape. His control, his greatest asset as a ninja, was failing him. Interesting, Whis mused, observing them both. Your individual natures are laid bare. Naruto-san, you have an immense reservoir of ki, a gift from your lineage and your tailed beast, but you attempt to control it with brute force. You are all power, no focus. Sasuke-san, you possess impeccable focus, but you are attempting to strangle your ki into submission. You are all focus, no flow. Ki is not chakra, Whis continued, his voice taking on a professorial tone. Chakra is a mixture of physical and spiritual energy, molded by your body and released through specific pathways, your tenketsu. It requires hand seals, physical catalysts, to shape its effects. It is a tool you wield. Ki is different. It is you. It is the pure, raw energy of your spirit, your life force itself. It flows from your very core, your center of being. In your world you call it the Tanden. It is not molded by your hands, it is guided by your will. Let go of your jutsu, Whis said, his voice resonating with a quiet power. This is not ninjutsu. This is the art of the spirit. Feel the energy in your center. Do not pull it. Do not push it. Invite it. Guide it to your hand and allow it to manifest. Naruto closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Invite it. Don't force it. He reached for that roaring bonfire inside him, but this time, he didn't try to grab a fistful. He pictured opening a door, just a crack, letting the light and heat spill out on its own. He guided that gentle flow down his arm, not forcing it into his palm, but letting it pull there naturally. His hand began to feel warm, then hot. He opened his eyes. A small, unstable ball of golden energy, about the size of a marble, was hovering over his palm. It wavered and flickered, but it was holding its shape. I did it! He exclaimed, a wide grin spreading across his face. The moment he spoke, his focus broke, and the ball dissolved into harmless sparks. Ah man! Sasuke watched, his mind racing. Let it flow. Don't strangle it. He despised the feeling. This was imprecise, messy. It went against every instinct he had. Still, he was not one to be left behind. He closed his eyes, pushing his pride aside. He felt his own ki, that sharp, intense point. He imagined it not as lightning to be honed, but as ink. He let it well up from his center, flowing down his arm not as a torrent, but as a slow, steady stream. He didn't try to force it into a sphere, he just let it pool in his hand, letting its own nature dictate the form. He opened his eyes. A sphere of pale, lavender ki, the size of Naruto's, hovered in his palm. It was much more stable, its surface smooth and its hum consistent. It held its shape, a perfect little orb of pure energy. He had focused not on the shape, but on the act of letting it be. Beerus let out a non-committal grunt. Mediocre. But it's a start. You've graduated from infancy to toddlerhood. Now you can learn to crawl. The initial breakthroughs gave way to the arduous, frustrating reality of dedicated training. Naruto could now consistently create a ki sphere, but it was often unstable, its size fluctuating with his mood. Sasuke could create a perfect, stable sphere every time, but he struggled to make it any larger. They had hit their first plateau. Whis observed them for a long while, his head tilted in thought, before finally speaking. Your approaches are too different. A single path forward will not suffice. Your training must now diverge to address your individual weaknesses. He turned first to Sasuke. Sasuke-san, your weakness is a paradoxical one. Your control is your greatest strength, but it is also a cage. You are so accustomed to dominating your energy that you are limiting its potential. You create a perfect shell, but you are afraid to put anything inside it. You must learn to handle power that you cannot simply crush with your will. You must learn to contain something truly volatile. From behind Whis, Beerus floated forward with a wicked grin. He held out his hand, and on his fingertip, a minuscule spark of the same violet energy from before appeared. This time, however, it was not calm. It crackled and spat, a miniature sun of pure destructive chaos. The raw, malevolent power radiating from it made the hair on Sasuke's arms stand on end. It was the energy of annihilation. This, Beerus said, his grin widening, is a sliver of the energy of destruction. A Hokage spark. Even this infinitesimal amount could erase you from existence if it touches your skin. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly, his composure hardening. He understood the implication immediately. Your task is this, Whis said, his voice serene despite the horrifying energy floating between them. You will create a barrier of your own ki around this spark. You will not let it touch the barrier, nor will you let a single iota of its destructive energy leak out. You will simply hold it. You must learn to create a vessel strong enough and precise enough to contain chaos itself. This will teach you true control, not through domination, but through perfect yielding balance. Sasuke stared at the terrifying spark. It was an insane, suicidal training method. But he also understood the logic. To build a cage for a god's power, if he could do that, his own ki control would transcend anything he had ever known. A flicker of his old, arrogant smirk touched his lips. Fine. Whis then turned to Naruto. Naruto-san, your problem is the opposite. You have a vast, boundless ocean of power, but you have no idea how to navigate it. Your strength comes from instinct, from emotion, from the heat of battle. You must learn to find that state of being in a place of calm. You must bridge the gap between your conscious mind and your fighting spirit. Whis' staff tapped the floor of the bubble. From the point of impact, a figure of pure, white ki rose, coalescing into a perfect, featureless replica of Whis himself. It held no staff, but it adopted the same relaxed, hands behind the back posture as the angel. You will spar with this projection, Whis announced. It will not hold back. It will read your every intention, your every thought, and counter it before you can even begin to move. You cannot defeat it by thinking, by planning, or by overpowering it with your usual tricks. Your jutsu will be useless against it. Naruto's eyes lit up. A fight? All right. Now you're talking. The goal is not to win, Whis clarified, a knowing smile on his face. Winning is impossible. The goal is to endure. The only way you will be able to land a single blow, or even dodge effectively, is to stop thinking entirely. You must move without thought, react without intent. You must find that quiet place in the center of your storm, not through meditation, but through combat. You must learn to let your body and your ki act as one. You must, in essence, learn to consciously walk the path towards ultra instinct. Naruto grinned, cracking his knuckles. So I just gotta shut up and fight? That's the best training I've ever heard of. Let's go. And so, their specialized training began. The interior of the bubble became a strange diorama of opposing forces. On one side, there was absolute stillness. Sasuke sat in a meditative pose, his hands held out in front of him. Between his palms, the horrifying purple spark of Hokage energy floated, spitting and writhing like a caged demon. Encasing it was a shimmering, transparent sphere of his own lavender ki. His face was a mask of pure concentration, sweat beading on his forehead. His entire being was focused on that single task. The first few hours were hell. The sheer malevolence of the Hokage energy was a constant, oppressive force. It pushed against his ki barrier, searching for the slightest imperfection, the tiniest crack to exploit. The moment his focus wavered, the moment a thought of Itachi strayed into his mind, his ki container would tremble. A microscopic fissure would appear, and a sliver of that violet energy would leak out, singing the air with the smell of ozone and oblivion. Each time, Beerus would lazily flick his finger, teleporting the spark away just before it could cause any real harm, before tossing it back to him with a contemptuous, again. Sasuke had to do more than just maintain the barrier. He had to constantly adjust it, reinforcing one side as the spark lashed out, then another. It was like trying to hold water in a net woven from his own spirit. He couldn't overpower the spark. He couldn't crush it. He could only yield, adapt, and contain. His mind flashed back to a memory, long buried. He was a child, barely old enough to throw a shuriken straight. Itachi was teaching him fire-style, fireball jutsu. His first attempts were pathetic puffs of smoke. You are putting too much power in, little brother, Itachi's voice echoed in his memory, kind and patient. Fire is not tamed by force. It is guided. You must respect its nature. Give it a path, and it will follow. He had been so desperate to prove his strength then, just as he was now. He was making the same mistake. He was treating the Hokage spark as an enemy to be defeated. But this was a test of containment, not conquest. Respect its nature. Give it a path. The spark's nature was chaos. He couldn't give it a path, but he could build the riverbanks so perfectly that it had no choice but to flow within them. He took a deep breath, his focus shifting. He stopped fighting the spark's chaotic movements. Instead, he began to anticipate them. He felt its energy swell on the left side and reinforced his ki barrier there a microsecond before it struck. He felt it recoil and surge upwards, and his barrier was already there, thicker, waiting. He wasn't just building a static cage anymore. He was dancing with chaos, his ki a fluid, ever-shifting vessel in perfect, responsive harmony with the destructive force within. The lavender sphere became smoother, more stable. The leak stopped. On the other side of the bubble, there was anything but stillness. Focus, Naruto-san, Whis' voice chided gently. You are trying to command the ki. It does not respond to brute force. Naruto growled in frustration, his eyes squeezed shut in concentration. A sphere of brilliant light hovered precariously in his palm. It should have been smooth, stable. Instead, it sputtered and crackled like a faulty light bulb, flaring violently before shrinking again. It was his own energy, but it felt wild, alien. I'm trying, he grunted, pouring more of himself into it. Come on, you stupid thing, hold still. In response to his aggressive thoughts, the orb of ki lashed out with a bright spark, stinging his hand and dissipating into nothing. Oh! Damn it! Your chakra has always responded to your will, to your desire to mold it and shape it for a jutsu, Whis explained from the sidelines. Ki is more sensitive. It responds to your inner state. Your intent. And right now, your intent is one of frustration and domination. The ki is simply reflecting that back at you. Naruto blew on his smarting palm. So what am I supposed to do? Ask it nicely? In a manner of speaking, Whis said with a smile. You must find harmony with it. Let us try something different. Instead of holding the energy, I want you to project it. Form a copy of yourself. Do not try to command it. Simply, release it in your image. Naruto looked skeptical but nodded. He stood up, took a deep breath, and focused. He pictured himself, then pushed his ki outwards. For a moment, a shimmering, translucent figure flickered in front of him. It stabilized, taking on his form perfectly. Hey, I did it! It's so... The moment he felt a sliver of pride and a desire to control his creation, the ki projection's face hardened. Its posture shifted into a predatory crouch. It was him, but all aggression, all fight. Before Naruto could even react, it lunged. Whack! The projection moved with impossible grace. Naruto threw a punch, but before his fist had even traveled halfway, the projection had already sidestepped, and a sharp, chopping blow connected to the back of his neck, sending him stumbling forward. It was his own energy, his own form, moving with a vicious efficiency he couldn't match. He tried to fight back, but it was useless. Every move he made, the projection countered instantly. It was a perfect mirror of his own aggressive intent, amplified and perfected. The more he tried to win, the more he tried to subdue his own out-of-control energy, the more thoroughly he was beaten. This is crazy, he yelled, scrambling away from a low sweep. It's my own ki. Why won't it listen to me? It is listening to you, Naruto-san, Whis' voice said calmly. It is perfectly mirroring the turmoil within you. You seek to dominate it, so it seeks to dominate you. Tell me, do you remember your battles with Niji? With Gaara? There were moments then, were there not? When your body moved on its own, without a command. Naruto froze, the projection halting its assault to mirror his stillness. He thought back. The desperation, the feeling of his back against the wall. He hadn't been thinking about winning. He had been completely absorbed in the moment, his mind empty of everything but the overwhelming presence of his opponent. His body had found the answer when his mind could not. He hadn't been commanding his body then. He had been letting it react. The realization dawned on him. He was making the same mistake. The fight wasn't with the projection. The fight was with the constant noise in his head telling him to try harder, to force it, to win. He looked at the impassive copy of himself, a monument to his own inner chaos. He stopped trying to fight it. He let his fists unclench. He took a deep, shuddering breath and let go of his frustration. He let go of his desire to control the energy. He simply accepted its presence. He sought harmony, not victory. As Naruto's mind grew quiet and his stance softened, a remarkable thing happened. The ki projection mirrored the change. Its aggressive posture relaxed, its sharp, predatory features smoothed out, becoming neutral and passive. Naruto took a tentative step. The projection mirrored him, calm and peaceful. A slow grin spread across his face. He held out his hand again, and this time, he didn't try to force anything. He simply invited the ki. It pooled in his palm, not with a crackle, but with a gentle hum. It formed a perfect, brilliant, and utterly stable sphere of light. He hadn't learned to control his ki. He had learned to be at peace with it. Later, Whis called a halt to their individual training. The bubble was silent, the ki projection dissolving and the Hokage spark vanishing back into Beerus's control. Naruto was covered in phantom bruises, his body aching from the constant, low-level impacts, but his eyes were clear and focused in a way they hadn't been before. Sasuke looked physically untouched, but mentally exhausted, the sheer strain of his task having pushed his concentration to its absolute limits. "You have both made acceptable progress," Beerus said, which from him was the highest form of praise. My, Whis said, clapping his hands together softly. "It seems you have both managed to stand on your own 2 feet. He floated towards them, a proud, teacherly smile on his face. "Sasuke-san, your application of ki has become remarkably refined. That blade was a thing of beauty. You have learned that true control is not about suppression, but about efficiency. A profound lesson." He then turned to Naruto. "And you, Naruto-san? Your ki control has become good too." Beerus floated over, yawning theatrically, though his eyes betrayed his satisfaction. "You've passed the absolute bare minimum requirement to not completely embarrass me in front of my brother. Do not get cocky. You are still less than dust compared to Goku and Vegeta." He glanced at Sasuke. "You, Uchiha. You have learned to contain a power beyond your comprehension. Remember that feeling. True strength is not the power you unleash, but the power you can control." Then he looked at Naruto. "And you? You are an idiot. But your body is not. Learn to trust it more than you trust your own foolish brain." Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other. There was no animosity. In its place was a newfound respect. They had both glimpsed the path to a power beyond anything they had ever imagined, and for the first time, they were walking that path together. Whis glided to the front of the bubble, his back to them as he gazed into the starfield ahead. "You have learned the basics. The alphabet of a new language. Now you will learn to speak it." A brilliant, piercing light began to grow in the distance, outshining the surrounding stars. It grew larger and larger, resolving into a familiar blue and green sphere, swirling with white clouds. It was a jewel of impossible vibrancy in the black velvet of space. "And your lessons are about to become much more hands-on," Whis said, his voice filled with amusement. Naruto and Sasuke stared, their mouths agape. It was Earth. Not their Earth, but an Earth nonetheless. It looked almost identical, yet the ki radiating from it felt completely different. It was teeming with countless signatures, some faint, some strong, and 2 in particular that burned like colossal suns, so powerful they could feel them even from this distance. One was a beacon of pure, boundless, almost naive fighting spirit. The other was a volcano of fierce, unyielding pride. "Lord Beerus, Naruto-san, Sasuke-san," Whis announced with a cheerful finality, "we have arrived." The shimmering bubble descended gracefully through Earth's atmosphere, a halo of faint golden light radiating around it as it sliced through clouds and stars alike. Night blanketed the planet below, turning familiar continents into shadowed shapes traced by sparkling cities. The darkened skies parted around Whis' barrier, the ocean of stars giving way to Earth's vibrant cityscapes, dotted with flickering lights. As the bubble drew closer, Naruto pressed his face against the transparent barrier, eyes wide with wonder. Sasuke was silent, scanning the terrain with sharp eyes. Even from here, he could sense the overwhelming energy signatures radiating from their destination. His gaze narrowed, anticipation building within him. "You sense them, don't you?" Beerus remarked lazily, floating in the bubble with his arms crossed. Hard not to notice, I suppose. Those are scions for you. Always noisy, even when they're just standing around. The bubble continued its descent, eventually angling toward a sprawling, futuristic complex bathed in the gentle illumination of the moon. Capsule Corporation's distinctive domed buildings and lush, meticulously maintained gardens came into view, the sight both alien and fascinating to Naruto and Sasuke. Whis smoothly guided the barrier down, coming to rest softly on top of Bulma's house roof with an elegant precision that belied the incredible speed of their journey. The bubble shimmered briefly before dissolving into a cascade of gentle sparkles, leaving the travelers standing under the wide, open night sky. Naruto blinked, looking around curiously. He could smell flowers, faint traces of metal, and something deliciously enticing cooking below. "Whoa," he murmured, eyes darting around the alien surroundings. "This place is huge." Before either Naruto or Sasuke could further react, they felt a shift in the air. Turning swiftly, their eyes landed on three figures standing at the opposite side of the roof. Goku stood tall, his orange and blue gi fluttering gently in the nighttime breeze. His carefree expression and messy black hair immediately drew Naruto's curiosity. Beside him, Vegeta wore a severe scowl, his arms folded over his armored chest, his dark hair standing proudly like a flame in defiance of gravity. Between them stood Bulma, hands planted firmly on her hips, looking both intrigued and mildly irritated. She wore a lab coat over casual clothes, and her vivid blue hair shone softly under the moonlight. Her eyes immediately locked onto Beerus. "You're late, Lord Beerus," she called out with playful annoyance. "And here I thought gods had better punctuality." Beerus rolled his eyes, drifting lazily forward. "Blame the mortals. They were slower than expected." "Who?" Bulma was baffled as she noticed Naruto and Sasuke. Another question then popped up in her head. "Who are they?" Vegeta folded his arms and scowled. "Who the hell are these brats?" Beerus smirked menacingly. "While Naruto may be a brat, his power level far exceeds the two of you." Goku widened his eyes, surprised. "Wait, what? Who's Naruto? Is it the one with the black hair?" Sasuke looked to the side, averting his gaze from Goku with a scoff. "No." Naruto looked surprised. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki." "And you are?" Goku walked ahead and waved happily. "Hey! My name is Goku. Are you a fighter too?" Goku stepped forward enthusiastically, raising a friendly hand in greeting. "Hey there! The name's Goku. Are you a fighter too?" But before Naruto had the chance to reply, Vegeta interrupted sharply, stepping forward with a fist clenched tightly before his face. His eyes narrowed into a fierce scowl, and his knuckles turned pale from the pressure of his grip. "Wait just a moment," Vegeta growled, glaring toward Beerus. "Lord Beerus, what exactly did you mean when you said this kid was stronger than me?" Beerus slowly turned toward Vegeta, his golden eyes thinning dangerously. "Exactly what I said, Vegeta. Are you daring to question my judgment?" At once, Vegeta's demeanor shifted dramatically. Panic flickered in his eyes as he quickly bowed low in an exaggerated, almost comical apology. "And no, of course not, Lord Beerus. Forgive my disrespect." Bulma blinked in confusion, placing a hand on her hip. "But we still don't even know who they are." Beerus' lips curled into an amused smirk. "Allow me to introduce Naruto and Sasuke. They're shinobi from an alternate Earth, and yes, apparently there's another Earth out there." "Wait, what?" Goku's eyes widened dramatically, his mouth dropping open in astonishment. Beerus gave a satisfied nod. "Indeed. An alternate Earth, although theirs is more of a ninja-based society. Quite primitive, really." Sasuke scanned his surroundings thoughtfully, eyes narrowing with cautious curiosity. "So, this is the other Earth you've been telling us about?" Vegeta turned sharply towards Sasuke, scrutinizing him with a skeptical glare. "And who exactly is he?" Sasuke calmly met Vegeta's gaze, unfazed. "Sasuke Uchiha," he replied simply, his voice steady and cool. "Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, huh? Those names sound incredible!" Goku exclaimed, eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "I had no idea there was another Earth out there this whole time." Vegeta stared at the newcomers, eyebrows furrowed in surprise and skepticism. Lord Beerus, are you seriously suggesting these two are stronger than me? Beerus tilted his head thoughtfully. Naruto certainly is, though only when he's in a very specific transformed state. Sasuke, on the other hand, is still developing. But make no mistake, he possesses the potential to become vastly stronger as well. Wait a second, he can transform too? Like a Super Saiyan or something? Goku's eyes lit up with childlike excitement as he looked Naruto up and down. Just how strong is he, Lord Beerus? Think he'd be up for a quick sparring match? Sasuke raised his eyebrows. Super Saiyan? Naruto blinked in surprise, pointing at himself. Sparring? You mean, you actually want to fight me? Goku grinned broadly, nodding with uncontainable enthusiasm. Yeah. Nothing serious, just a friendly battle. I want to see what you're made of. Vegeta crossed his arms, eyeing Naruto skeptically. Though curiosity glinted in his eyes, his voice carried a note of caution. I'm intrigued as well, Kakarot. But right now, I'm barely able to sense any ki from this kid. Are you sure he's really that powerful? Beerus sighed softly, shaking his head as if dealing with overexcited children. With his hands clasped loosely behind his back, he fixed the two Saiyans with an authoritative stare. Trust me, Vegeta, you'd do well not to underestimate Naruto. When he transforms, his power surges to unimaginable heights, surpassing even the two of you combined. You might find yourselves quickly humbled if you're not careful. Goku's excitement grew even stronger, his eyes practically sparkling with anticipation. Awesome! Then let's have our sparring match right now! Bulma immediately sighed in exasperation, placing a hand firmly on her forehead. Goku, absolutely not. It's the middle of the night, for crying out loud. Do you want to wake everyone in West City? Goku clasped his hands together, practically pleading. Come on, Bulma, please. We can fight somewhere far away, somewhere quiet. It'll be fine. Whis chuckled lightly, amused by the Scion's childlike enthusiasm. He gently tapped his staff against the rooftop tiles. Perhaps, Goku, but remember, Naruto and Sasuke here don't yet know how to fly. Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise, his head jerking around to face Whis. Wait, what did you just say? Naruto's jaw nearly dropped. Hold on, are you telling us that we can actually fly using ki? Vegeta scoffed lightly, folding his arms across his chest and smirking slightly at the newcomer's astonishment. Of course you can. For warriors like us, flight is as basic as breathing. Sasuke folded his arms thoughtfully, considering Whis' words. I suppose that explains it. After all, we did see Beerus and Whis effortlessly floating around before. Whis offered a gentle nod, smiling pleasantly as he turned toward Goku and Vegeta. Indeed. Right now, Naruto and Sasuke are still grasping the basics of ki manipulation. However, they've been progressing rather quickly, especially Naruto. He's capable of instinctively activating divine ki the moment he transforms. Wait, hold on just a second. Goku's eyes went wide in astonishment. He exchanged a shocked glance with Vegeta before looking back at Naruto, excitement and disbelief warring across his face. You're saying Naruto's already tapping into divine ki? Vegeta's eyebrows furrowed deeply, astonishment etched into his usually stern features. Divine ki? This kid? It took Kakarot and me months of rigorous training just to sense it properly, let alone wield it. Beerus, who'd been observing quietly, stepped forward with a hint of a smirk. He clasped his hands calmly behind his back, his feline eyes glittering with satisfaction. Indeed. In fact, Naruto's transformation is something truly extraordinary. His power far exceeds even that of your Super Saiyan Blue. A stunned silence fell over the rooftop. Goku's jaw fell open slightly, and Vegeta's usual confidence seemed momentarily shaken. Both Saiyans turned simultaneously toward Naruto, their expressions a mix of disbelief and respect. You're serious? Vegeta managed to finally mutter, clearly unsettled by the revelation. Beyond even Super Saiyan Blue, Goku's shock quickly transformed back into enthusiasm, his grin now brighter than ever. That's incredible. Naruto, you're amazing. He clenched his fist eagerly, his Saiyan blood ignited by the prospect of a new challenge. Now we absolutely have to fight. I can't wait to see your full power. Bulma crossed her arms and shot Goku an annoyed glare, sharply reminding him, Goku, did you completely forget what I just told you? Absolutely no fighting tonight. You'll end up waking the entire city. Goku laughed sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. Oh yeah, right. Sorry, Bulma, I got a bit carried away. Beerus cleared his throat authoritatively, stepping forward to regain everyone's attention. On a more important note, he began calmly, his voice firm yet casual. I've decided to take both Naruto and Sasuke as fighters representing Universe 7 in the upcoming tournament. Sasuke's eyes widened sharply, completely taken aback. Wait, me as well? He asked incredulously. Clearly, he hadn't expected to be included in Beerus's selection. Sasuke's stoic mask briefly slipped, revealing genuine surprise. Naruto's mouth fell open slightly, his eyes equally wide with astonishment. Hold on, you're taking both of us? He exchanged a startled glance with Sasuke, the gravity of Beerus's announcement sinking in. I knew I'd be participating, but Sasuke too? Beerus nodded confidently, casting a discerning gaze at Sasuke. Naturally. Both of you have enormous potential that could even tip the scales in our favor. At this, Goku turned eagerly towards Sasuke, his expression bright with excitement and curiosity. He sized up the young Uchiha, sensing the hidden potential Beerus mentioned. A competitive fire sparked in his eyes, and he grinned enthusiastically. Looks like things just got a lot more interesting, Goku remarked, excitement radiating from every word. I can't wait to see what you're capable of, Sasuke. This tournament just keeps sounding better and better. Beerus folded his arms behind his back and glanced expectantly at Goku and Vegeta. Now then, he began in a firm yet relaxed tone, who else are you planning to recruit for our team? Goku tilted his head thoughtfully, scratching his chin as he considered the question. Probably Piccolo. He's strong, reliable, and he'd make a great last member. Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly, folding his arms as he spoke up with mild skepticism. Why not Gohan instead, Kakarot? He's always had more latent potential than anyone else. He could be the strongest among us if he really applied himself. Goku sighed softly, shaking his head with a slight hint of disappointment. I agree, Vegeta. Gohan's got amazing potential, but he's been so busy with his studies lately. He hasn't trained seriously in years. Naruto furrowed his brows in confusion, raising his hand slightly. Hold on a sec. Who exactly are Piccolo and Gohan? Goku brightened immediately, eager to explain. Oh, right. Piccolo is a Namekian warrior from another planet. He's got green skin, sharp senses, and is one of the smartest and strongest fighters I know. He was actually my rival once, but now he's one of my closest friends. Naruto nodded, fascinated. Wow, an alien warrior? That's pretty amazing. And what about Gohan? Goku's expression softened warmly, pride evident in his voice as he continued, Gohan's my son. Ever since he was little, he had incredible hidden power, stronger than Vegeta and me, even. But lately, he's been more focused on academics than fighting. It's a shame, though. He could easily surpass all of us if he dedicated himself again. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly in astonishment. Wait, you're saying even when your son was just a kid, he'd already surpassed you? Goku chuckled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, actually. Even as a kid, Gohan tapped into a hidden power that blew us all away. If he'd kept training, he'd definitely be stronger than me by now. Vegeta scoffed softly, arms crossed over his chest as he looked away. Indeed. Gohan's potential is absurdly high. It's honestly frustrating to think he'd rather bury himself in books than embrace his scion instincts. Whis smiled gently, tapping his staff on the ground. Every warrior has their own path, Vegeta. Perhaps Gohan's choice to pursue wisdom over battle could lead to power of a different sort one day. Beerus cleared his throat authoritatively, bringing everyone's focus back to the matter at hand. Enough talk. The tournament is approaching quickly, and we must get prepared immediately. He then glanced toward Naruto and Sasuke, his eyes sharp and calculating. Naruto, Whis will personally oversee your training. As for you, Sasuke, I'll handle your instruction myself, at least initially. Naruto blinked in surprise, a thrill running through him at the thought of training directly under Whis. Sasuke, meanwhile, felt a sudden intensity rise within him, his gaze locking firmly onto Beerus. The idea of learning from the god of destruction himself filled him with quiet determination. Goku perked up immediately, stepping forward eagerly. Hey Whis, mind if I tag along? Training with Naruto sounds fun, and I wouldn't want to miss out. Vegeta quickly stepped in, unwilling to be left behind. I'm joining as well. I refuse to allow Kakarot to surpass me by sneaking in extra training. Whis chuckled warmly, shaking his head with amusement. Oh my, it seems we have quite the enthusiastic group. Very well, I suppose having the four of you train together will make things rather interesting. Goku fixed his gaze intently on Naruto, curiosity getting the better of him. Without warning, and with incredible speed, he launched a sudden punch directly at the blonde ninja. But to everyone's astonishment, Naruto effortlessly dodged the strike, his body moving fluidly and gracefully, seemingly without thought. It was as though he'd anticipated the attack before it even began. Goku blinked, his mouth slightly open in surprise. Whoa! Vegeta's eyes widened in shock, clearly taken aback. Impossible. I didn't even sense him move. Naruto turned to Goku with a look of annoyed confusion. Hey! What the hell was that for? Goku quickly raised his hands in apology, smiling awkwardly. Sorry about that. I just wanted to test your power a bit. Didn't think you'd react so fast? Sasuke, meanwhile, stood frozen, his eyes narrowed in disbelief. I didn't even register Naruto's movements until after it happened. Beerus chuckled softly, clearly amused as a knowing smirk curved across his lips. You see? That's exactly why I selected Naruto. He possesses a state of combat instinct that surpasses ordinary limits. Whis nodded serenely, offering an approving smile. Indeed. What Naruto just displayed was Ultra Instinct, the pinnacle of martial arts mastery. Goku's eyes grew even wider in astonishment, excitement quickly flooding his features. Wait, Ultra Instinct? What's that exactly? Whis turned patiently toward Goku, gently explaining, it's the technique I've been trying to teach you and Vegeta all this time. Ultra Instinct is a divine state where your body moves independently of thought. Simply put, your body instinctively reacts to threats, bypassing the mind completely. Both Goku and Vegeta exchanged stunned glances, their expressions shifting rapidly from shock to amazement, and finally to fierce determination. Bulma, sensing the tension easing, quickly clapped her hands together, offering a warm smile. All right, enough excitement for now. Lord Beerus, Whis, would you both care for something to eat? We've got plenty of delicious dishes prepared. Beerus's ears twitched at the mention of food, and his expression instantly brightened. Well, if you insist, Bulma. It would be rude of me to refuse your generous hospitality, he purred eagerly. Whis laughed softly, eyes twinkling with anticipation. Oh my, Bulma. Your cooking is always delightful. We would gladly accept. Bulma turned her attention to Naruto and Sasuke, smiling kindly. Of course, the offer goes for you two as well. You must be hungry after traveling so far. Sasuke placed his hands in his pocket and said nothing. His attention was mostly fixed on Goku and Vegeta. He remembered what Beerus had mentioned back when they were in Whis' travel bubble. Flashback begins. Goku and Vegeta, Whis said simply, his voice losing its playful edge and taking on a tone of factual gravity, could destroy your entire planet with a casual flick of their wrist, and they wouldn't even consider it a warm-up. The statement landed with the weight of a physical blow. Naruto's jaw went slack. Destroy the planet? The whole thing? Sasuke said nothing, but a flicker of something, awe, shock, and a dawning understanding of the scale he was now playing on, passed through his dark eyes. The destruction of his clan, a tragedy that had defined his entire world, was less than a rounding error on the scale these beings operated on. Indeed, Beerus confirmed with a lazy smirk, enjoying their shock. They have both tapped into the realm of the gods, wielding divine ki much like the power you felt from Naruto's transformation. That is the level of ki control you are aiming for. That is the level of ki control you must aim for if you are to be of any use in this tournament. Flashback ends. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at Vegeta and Goku and thought to himself, so these two have enough power to destroy planets with ease. Sounds hard to believe. He then stood still for a moment, before smirking. But looks can be deceiving. Only one way to find out. He then closed his eyes for a moment, letting the night breeze sway his black hair, before suddenly opening his eyes with a dramatic flourish, revealing his Sharingan Tsutomu's Sharingan in the process. Upon doing so, his eyes darted around Goku and Vegeta's body with the intention of Sasuke trying to gauge their power. A faint jolt ran through Vegeta's body. He stiffened slightly, his eyes narrowing. "What's this?" he muttered, sensing a sudden spike in energy. His gaze snapped toward the source, Sasuke. The Uchiha stood still, his eyes locked onto Vegeta, the crimson glow of his Sharingan piercing through the dim light. Arms folded, Vegeta stared back with growing interest. "Those eyes," he said, voice low and skeptical. "What are they?" Goku turned to Vegeta, puzzled. "Huh? What are you talking about?" He traced Vegeta's gaze, and his own eyes widened as he noticed the transformation. "Whoa! Your eyes, they're glowing red." Whis tilted his head slightly, a gentle smile on his face as he observed the exchange. I see you've noticed it," he said, stepping forward with his staff in hand. "That, dear Goku and Vegeta, is called the Sharingan. A Kekkai Genkai, meaning a bloodline ability, unique to Sasuke's clan, the Uchiha." Goku leaned in, eyes sparkling with curiosity. "So it's like a special power passed down in his family?" "Precisely," Whis nodded. "The Sharingan grants its wielder enhanced perception, the ability to read movements, and even copy techniques. More advanced stages of it can distort reality itself, weaving powerful illusions or even controlling others." Vegeta scoffed, arms still folded. "TCH. So, a psychic eye trick?" Whis chuckled. "Oh, far more than that. It's a gateway to immense visual prowess, and in Sasuke's case, he turned his gaze to the Uchiha, a window into deep pain and potential." Sasuke's eyes widened slightly, his composed demeanor cracking for just a moment. How does he know all that? He thought, the crimson of his Sharingan still glowing faintly. His gaze sharpened as he stared at Whis, trying to read the angelic figure's expression, but there was nothing. Just that ever-calm smile and serene posture, as if he already knew every possible reaction. Even Naruto looked stunned. "Wait, hold on," he said, blinking rapidly. You know about the Uchiha clan?" "How?" He stepped forward slightly, his eyes darting between Sasuke and Whis. "That's not something you can just know unless you're from our world." Sasuke's voice was quiet but tense. "Who are you, really?" he asked, his tone edged with suspicion. "You speak of my clan like you've seen it firsthand." Whis smiled gently as he raised his staff. The orb at its top shimmered with rippling waves of blue and white energy, swirling like a vortex of memories. "Oh, don't be so surprised," Whis said lightly. "You forget, I'm not bound by the same rules of perception as mortals. This staff of mine is not merely a walking stick. It can peer into histories." Naruto's jaw dropped slightly. "You mean like the past?" Whis gave a small nod. "Yes. The past and the present, should I wish to observe them. While you were training with Ki, I used my staff to glimpse deeper fragments of your world's history, beyond just the Uchiha massacre. Naturally, given your presence, Sasuke, the Uchiha name stood out to me." Sasuke's brows furrowed deeply. He saw everything. "I witnessed your clan's rise," Whis continued, his tone now somber. "From its early roots, to the time of Madara Uchiha." Sasuke interrupted, narrowing his eyes. "Madara? One of the founders of the Leaf Village?" Whis nodded solemnly. "Indeed. You already know I saw the truth. Your brother's actions were not of hatred, but of burden. Of sacrifice. He chose to shoulder the darkness to protect the village, and you. And before that," Whis continued, "your clan's lineage traces back to Indra." "Indra Otsutsuki." Sasuke blinked. "Otsutsuki?" Whis tilted his head slightly. "Ah. I see that name has not yet reached your ears. Think of it as the beginning. But that's a story for another time." Whis turned toward him slowly, meeting his eyes. "The pain you carry, the hatred, the weight of your bloodline, it is all etched into the flow of your history. I saw the moment you stood in the rubble of your clan compound. I saw the tears you refused to shed. Of course, I was the one who showed Sasuke the truth behind Itachi's sacrifice." Sasuke nodded. That makes sense. Whis looked between the two boys and softened his voice. I didn't reveal this to unnerve you. Only to make one thing clear, you are not a mystery to me, Sasuke Uchiha. I understand the depths of your struggle, and that knowledge will help guide your training, if you are willing. There was silence for a moment. The only sound was the soft hum of Whis' staff and the wind rustling across the rooftop. Vegeta looked between them, still skeptical. What a mess of a clan. No scion would ever fall so far without dragging their enemies down with them. Goku frowned at Vegeta, but said nothing. Sasuke, surprisingly, didn't respond either. He simply turned his eyes back toward Whis, the Sharingan slowly fading from red to black. If you've seen everything, he said at last, then you know what I'm capable of. Don't hold back when we train. Whis smiled wider, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. I wouldn't dream of it, is what I'd normally like to say, but if you can reach a certain level of power, then I may consider it. Sasuke raised his eyebrows, clearly not expecting Whis to say that. You mean you will hold back? He frowned. Beerus sighed as his tail swayed behind him. He then narrowed his eyes at Sasuke and let out a scoff. With a smirk, he said, Sasuke Uchiha? While Whis serves me, he is my teacher. Naruto was surprised. Wait, what? The words took a second to register, but Sasuke's expression lit up with surprise as he glanced at the god of destruction. Hold on. So you're saying Whis is stronger than you? Beerus grumbled, not pleased with the question, while Whis laughed melodically with his eyes closed and mouth open in an O shape. I don't know whether or not I'm stronger than my lord. That remains to be seen. Vegeta sighed with folded arms. Stop beating around the bush, Whis. He then looked at Sasuke with his usual scowl and answered, but to answer that question. Yes. Whis is stronger than Lord Beerus. Beerus scoffed while looking away with his hands folded behind his back. Goku simply chuckled with a grin, clearly enjoying. Naruto looked excited. Oh, I see. So that's why Whis looks more like a god than Lord Beerus. Beerus' ears and eyes shot up, the god utterly not expecting the comment Naruto had just made. Sasuke freaked out, his expression turned into a flood of panic. He shot a glare at Naruto and shouted, Naruto, you idiot! He couldn't believe that his rival had just said that to a god of destruction. Whis placed a hand on his mouth, clearly surprised and amused at the same time, and he laughed. Oh ho, oh ho! Beerus gritted his teeth in anger while snapping his head towards Naruto. The destroyer then clenched his fist in front of his chest. Wyu, he then glared at Whis. Vegeta sighed. Well then. We didn't come here to just chit-chat now, did we? Everyone turned their gaze on Vegeta, as the Scion Prince still had his arms folded over his chest. So Naruto and Sasuke are going to be in the tournament, is that correct? Whis nodded with a smile. That's correct, Vegeta. These two ninjas were handpicked by Lord Beerus himself. Before Beerus could say anything, Goku suddenly, quite literally, slid towards Sasuke, his boots scraping the floor beneath him. Now in front of Sasuke with a curious and excited look on his face, he asked cheerfully, So you're strong like Naruto too, right? Sasuke flinched, clearly taken aback by Goku's question. While the fact that Goku appearing swiftly in front of the Uchiha's face had startled him, it did not compare to the irritation that was currently building inside him. While Goku was also curious in Sasuke, it was clear to the Uchiha that everybody was under the impression that Naruto was stronger than Sasuke. And unfortunately for Sasuke, they'd be right. Even he knew that Naruto had already far surpassed him, as the Uzumaki had demonstrated massive destructive prowess, as well as immense speed back during the invasion that had happened in the Chunin exams. In addition, Sasuke had first-hand seen Naruto's ridiculous strength, speed, and power on display. He gritted with irritation at first, but he then glanced at Whis. That's why I must train with Whis, so that I can surpass Naruto, and eventually have enough power to deal with Danzo. He thought to himself. As Sasuke remained caught in his thoughts, visions of Naruto's power, Danzo's schemes, and his own desire to surpass both, he suddenly sensed a presence edging too close. Goku had leaned in, his nose practically inches from Sasuke's face, his grin wide and eager. So? Are you stronger than Naruto? He asked excitedly, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Sasuke's eyebrow twitched. He turned his head slightly, casting Goku a sidelong glare. You're way too close, he muttered coldly, his voice laced with irritation. Startled, Goku recoiled with a sheepish laugh, scratching the back of his head. Heh, sorry. Got a little carried away again, he chuckled, his smile undimmed. A low sigh came from Beerus as he floated over, arms still clasped behind his back, feet barely brushing the ground. Honestly, Goku, the destroyer muttered, did you already forget what I said? Sasuke and Naruto are still learning to properly use ki. They barely scratched the surface. Goku blinked, then smacked a fist into his open palm in realization. Oh, right. You did say that, didn't you? He grinned again, clearly unfazed. Vegeta let out a dry, exasperated grunt, dropping his arms to his sides. You mean you completely forgot, he said flatly, glaring at his rival. Goku laughed, rubbing his neck again. Hey, yeah, probably. Before anyone could say another word, Bulma's voice rang out from the patio doors, crisp and clear. All right, enough standing around and posturing like a bunch of overgrown kids. She called out, hands on her hips. Dinner's ready, and I've got something sweet too. Ice cream, in case any of you need extra motivation. At the mere mention of ice cream, Beerus's ears perked up like a cat hearing a can being opened. His expression shifted instantly from aloof to delighted. Ice cream, you say? He murmured, floating slightly closer. Now that is the proper way to conclude an evening. Goku's eyes lit up. Thanks, Bulma! He exclaimed, already halfway toward the table. Whis chuckled, tapping his staff on the ground as he began to follow. My. You always know how to win over even the most divine appetites, Bulma. Meanwhile, Naruto's stomach let out a loud, unmistakable growl. I guess I didn't realize how hungry I was until just now, he muttered, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Sasuke gave him a sidelong glance but said nothing. His own stomach, traitorously, rumbled a moment later. He clicked his tongue in irritation, as if blaming his body for embarrassing him. Beerus turned his gaze back to the two ninja, his tone suddenly shifting into something more serious, though still laced with a casual authority. You'll both need the energy, he said. Training with ki, especially divine ki, isn't something you can brute force your way through. What you did earlier, that was just the surface. Tomorrow, we begin real training. Naruto blinked. We're starting tomorrow morning? Beerus nodded. At sunrise. Whis will begin refining your control, and I'll make sure the both of you learn discipline, one way or another. Sasuke's eyes narrowed thoughtfully, the intensity returning to his gaze. So it begins? Indeed, Whis chimed in, smiling warmly as he floated beside them. Sleep well, eat plenty, and prepare yourselves. Tomorrow, your journey into true divine strength begins. Bulma clapped her hands together, clearly satisfied. Well, save the dramatic speeches for later. For now, come and eat before the food gets cold. Naruto wasted no time, practically dashing over with stars in his eyes. All right. I'm starving. He grinned, his excitement barely contained. Sasuke followed at a slower pace silently. As he walked, he glanced at Naruto from the corner of his eye. Just wait, Naruto. I'll close the gap between us. This time, I won't be left behind. As the group settled down on the patio, plates piled high with steaming food and bowls of ice cream glistening under the moonlight, the mood finally lightened. The air was filled with clinking utensils, satisfied sighs, and the occasional loud slurp, courtesy of Goku, of course. Naruto practically inhaled his food, scarfing down rice and grilled meat like he hadn't eaten in days. Man, this is amazing, he said between bites. Bulma, you're an awesome cook, Bulma smirked. Flattery will get you seconds, Naruto. Even Sasuke had to admit, silently of course, that the food was exceptional. He sat beside Naruto, more reserved, but he didn't hesitate to dig in. Across the table, Goku had just polished off his fifth bowl of ice cream. He wiped his mouth with the back of his wrist, then turned to Beerus, that familiar spark of battle hunger lighting up his face. Hey, Lord Beerus, he began, voice casual but eyes sharp, do you think I could spar with Naruto tomorrow? You know, during training? Naruto's head snapped up, his mouth still full. Sure, Goku grinned wide. You're strong, and I want to see how far that ultra instinct of yours goes in a real match. Beerus, who had just taken a delicate bite of tempura, slowly raised his gaze. He chewed deliberately, swallowed, and then sighed as if he'd been expecting the question all along. No, he said flatly. Goku blinked. Huh! Beerus set his chopsticks down with a faint clack, his golden eyes narrowing just slightly. You'll get your chance. But not yet. Naruto and Sasuke still lack a proper understanding of ki, especially in how to manage it during sustained combat. Throwing them into a full spar with someone like you would be reckless. Goku scratched his cheek sheepishly. Ah, come on. I'll hold back. Beerus gave him a dry look. No, you won't. Even Whis chuckled at that. He's not wrong, Goku. You tend to get carried away. Goku laughed in agreement. Hey, yeah? I guess that's true. Beerus leaned back slightly, folding his arms. Let them build their foundation first. When I say they're ready, then you can go wild. Naruto nodded, a determined glint in his eyes. All right. Then I'll train as hard as I can. I'll master this ki stuff and show you what I've got. Sasuke wiped his mouth with a napkin, setting it aside with quiet precision. Fine by me. I'd rather not fight someone I can't even keep up with, yet. Goku flashed them both a thumbs up with a grin on his face. That's the spirit. I'll be waiting. Naruto eagerly shoveled food into his mouth, cheeks puffed out as he chewed with enthusiasm. Man, this stuff's amazing, he said between bites, then paused thoughtfully. Still, doesn't beat Ichiraku ramen. Bulma arched an eyebrow in curiosity. So, Naruto, you're from an alternate Earth, huh? What's it like over there? Sasuke calmly finished chewing the last bite of rice, set his chopsticks down beside his bowl, and looked up at Bulma with his usual cool demeanor. Our world is one of shinobi, he said evenly. Ninjas trained from childhood to survive in a world shaped by war, chakra, and bloodlines. Every village, every nation, it all revolves around that cycle of conflict. Goku leaned forward, eyes wide with interest. Whoa, that sounds intense. So, are there really strong people there too? Naruto grinned, nodding enthusiastically. Yeah, definitely. We've got the Kage. They're like the strongest ninja from each village. Each one of them could take on an army by themselves. He gave a small chuckle. Goku's grin widened, the sparkle of excitement practically radiating from his face. The Kage, huh? They sound awesome. I'd love to fight them someday, just to see how we stack up. Beerus let out a small sigh, his ears twitching slightly. Of course you would. You'd challenge a tree if it looked at you the wrong way. Whis chuckled softly, tapping his staff against the ground. Careful, Goku. Not every world is accustomed to your enthusiastic greetings. Besides, the Kage are political leaders as well as warriors. Challenging them to a fight might not be considered polite diplomacy. Bulma crossed her arms with a smirk. Seriously, Goku? You want to fight world leaders from another planet the minute you hear about them? Can't you ever just say hello like a normal person? Goku laughed sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. Hey, yeah, maybe. But still, if they're that strong, I've got to know how they fight. Vegeta scoffed, his arms folded tightly. TCH. You're already obsessed with these so-called Kage? You haven't even seen them in action. Don't get ahead of yourself, Kakarot. They're probably weaklings anyway. A tense silence fell. Goku's cheerful expression faltered, replaced by a slightly confused frown. Bulma shot Vegeta a look that could curdle milk. Even Beerus paused mid-chew, one ear twitching in curiosity to see what would happen next. Sasuke remained impassive, his dark eyes fixed on his plate, though a flicker of annoyance crossed his mind. He had little love for the Kage system, but he knew the power they wielded. To hear it dismissed so thoughtlessly was grating. But it was Naruto who reacted. He slammed his chopsticks down on the table with a loud clack. The sound was sharp, cutting through the chatter and clinking of plates. Everyone turned to look at him. The goofy, food-loving grin was gone. In its place was a look of fierce, unyielding intensity. His blue eyes, usually so bright and open, were narrowed into hard slits, burning with a fire that seemed to push back against Vegeta's condescending aura. Don't you dare call them weak, Naruto said, his voice low and devoid of its usual cheerfulness. It was a tone laced with the steel of a warrior defending his home, his people, and his legacy. Vegeta, surprised by the sudden shift in demeanor, merely raised an eyebrow. A smirk played on his lips. Oh? And what are you going to do about it, boy? Have I struck a nerve? The Kage are the strongest shinobi in our world, Naruto continued, his voice rising in volume and passion. He pushed his chair back and stood up, his gaze locked firmly on Vegeta. They dedicate their lives to protecting their villages. They face down armies and threats. They are anything but weak. Goku watched the exchange, his initial battlelust replaced by genuine interest. Vegeta scoffed, unimpressed. Protecting villages? Facing armies? Kakarot and I have dealt with beings who destroy entire galaxies for sport. Your little village protectors are flies buzzing around a lion's ear. Their power is irrelevant on this stage. My dad was one of them, Naruto said, his voice dropping slightly but losing none of its intensity. The words carried a profound weight. He was the fourth Hokage. The declaration hung in the air, heavy and absolute. For a moment, even Vegeta's condescending smirk wavered. He didn't know what a Hokage was, but he recognized the raw, unyielding conviction in the boy's voice. It was the sound of a bloodline, and a legacy being laid down as a challenge. A short, sharp humph escaped Vegeta's lips. The smirk returned, but it was different now, sharper, holding a flicker of something that resembled grudging respect. Not for the power Naruto spoke of, but for the sheer audacity of his defiance. So, the brat has a backbone, he said, his voice a low growl. He leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms over his chest in a familiar display of arrogance. I will grant you this, boy. You have the spine to stand and bark for your father's title. Goku smiled happily. If Naruto says that the Kage are strong, then I really got to fight them. Bulma sighed with exasperation. She decided to give up on further lecturing Goku, considering the fact that the pure-hearted scion had already forgot that he was warned not to casually challenge the Kages. Slumping her shoulders in defeat, she placed her hand on her forehead, while resting her elbow on the table. Naruto sat back down and smiled. And with that, the group continued to eat the scrumptious buffet and meal that had been prepared by Bulma, as well as the ice cream in order to satiate themselves. Sasuke sighed, as he began to eat the food in front of him. Till's spaceship, with Tills. There was only darkness at first, then Kento's eyes snapped open. His breath caught as he stared around in confusion. The air was heavy, filled with the faint hum of unseen machines. Metal walls, strange consoles, and flickering lights surrounded him, unlike anything he had ever seen before. Where am I? The last thing he remembered was facing that strange warrior, Ahmed. He thought he was going to die. Yet now, he found himself strapped to a curved metal chair, thick restraints binding his wrists and chest. Panic surged through him. Was I captured? Is this some kind of interrogation? A mocking voice suddenly cut through the silence. Well, look who's finally awake, said Ahmed, stepping into view. His crimson armor glinted under the dim light as he smirked. You gave us quite the show down there, human. You should be grateful. Lord Tills told me to bring you in alive. Otherwise, you wouldn't be breathing right now. Kento struggled against the bindings, glaring up at him. What is this place? Who are you people? From behind Ahmed, the two subordinates, Razin and Lakasei, the twin soldiers under Cooler's command, exchanged snide grins. Still has some fight left in him, Razin chuckled. Maybe we should test how long that lasts, Lakasei added with amusement. Ahmed crossed his arms. Careful, you two. He's a guest, at least until Lord Tills decides otherwise. Kento's eyes darted between them. What is the meaning of this? He demanded, voice rising with confusion and anger. Footsteps echoed from deeper within the metallic corridor, slow, deliberate, carrying a weight that made the others fall silent. A tall figure stepped into the light, his dark armor and confident stride leaving no doubt about his authority. Tills. He stopped in front of Kento, studying him with calm, assessing eyes. So, Tills said, his tone low and even, you're the one Amon brought in. I trust he didn't have to rough you up too much. We have questions for you, and I'd prefer you answer them while you still can. Kento narrowed his eyes at the man before him. The stranger's presence radiated authority, but his armor was unlike anything Kento had ever seen. It was nothing like the gear of any shinobi land he knew. "I won't tell you anything," Kento said sharply, his voice steady despite the fear tightening in his chest. "No matter what you do, I'll never betray my village." Toz regarded him for a moment, then gave a faint smirk. "Betray?" he repeated. "You misunderstand. I'm not asking for loyalty. I'm asking for knowledge. Your village, your people, your power systems, they interest me. There's potential there, and I intend to understand it." Kento's eyes widened, alarm flashing across his face. "What do you want? The Jinchuriki? Are you with the Akatsuki?" "I'm not interested in your village's little conspiracies," Toz interrupted smoothly, his tone calm but commanding. "I'm interested in the structure and power system of your village, and of your entire world." A faint smirk tugged at his lips. "Although, now that you've mentioned it." "Jinchuriki? Pray tell, what is that?" Kento scoffed, his glare unwavering. "Like I'd ever tell you that." Toz placed a hand on his shoulder, the gesture almost casual but carrying the weight of quiet menace. No. You brought it up yourself," he said softly. "Now you'll explain it. And while you're at it, tell me, who are these Akatsuki?" Kento's jaw tightened. He kept his gaze on Toz, refusing to look down at the hand gripping his shoulder. "I won't tell you anything," he said, steady and cold. "No matter what you do, I won't betray my village." Toz's fingers eased off a fraction, more a study than a comfort. "You raised two names on your own," he said. "Jinchuriki. Akatsuki. If you do not want me to pull at threads, do not leave them hanging." "I made a mistake saying anything," Kento replied. "That's all you get." Amon shifted closer, the lights on his armor pulsing faintly. "He's mouthy for baggage," he murmured. Razin and Lakici chuckled behind him. "Want me to loosen his tongue?" Razin asked. "Not yet," Toz said without looking back. He tapped the device at his temple. The lens slid over one eye and hummed to life. He studied Kento for several silent seconds. "Interesting. The reading spikes and then evens out. Very different from Ki. Not raw strength, a network." Kento said nothing. Toz lifted his gaze from the scouter. "Your world shapes power through pathways in the body, doesn't it?" "What do you call it?" Kento blinked. He was thrown by the question. How could someone this dangerous not even know the word? Everyone in the elemental nations knew chakra. The confusion flickered across his face before he mastered it. "You hear what you want," he said. "That is what I do," Toz replied, faintly amused. "And I am patient." He flicked two fingers at Amond. "Gravity field at 3. Kento's eyes sharpened. Gravity? The term meant little to him beyond lessons about weight and the pull of the earth. No jutsu he knew bent weight itself. The concept felt alien on Toz's tongue. The restraints gave a mechanical whine. The force arrived all at once, an invisible slab pressing him into the chair. Shock punched the breath from his lungs. His chest seized, ribs straining, vision sparking at the edges as the world seemed to triple in weight. For a heartbeat he thought something was crushing him from the inside. He dragged air into his nose and held it, fighting the unnatural heaviness. "Gravity field at 3, Amond reported. Stable." Kento forced his breath into a rhythm until the weight stopped being a panic and became a fact he could set aside. Toz watched the adjustment with casual interest. "I prefer to map a subject before I break it," he said. "You won't learn anything from me," Kento said. "And if you go after the village, you won't like what you find." "Threats bore me," Toz replied. "But systems do not." "Jinchuriki. Hosts, perhaps. Bound power. And Akatsuki, the sort of men who hunt that power. Am I close?" Kento stared at him, startled. "How did you get that from one word?" Toz's mouth tipped in a small smirk. "Your language helps. Jin for person. Riki for power. When you said it, your pulse jumped and your eyes tightened, tells me the power sits inside a person. And when you spoke Akatsuki, your shoulders set the way soldiers do when they name hunters. The word gives me most of it. Your face gives me the rest." A long, quiet beat passed. Kento set his jaw and stared past him at the far wall. Razin snorted. "He's going to make this slow. I leaned forward with a grin. I like slow. Kento's lips pressed into a thin line. Toz considered him for another moment, then inclined his head. Almond. Release his right hand. Almond blinked but did as told. One clamp retracted with a hiss. Kento's forearm throbbed as blood returned in a hot rush. He kept it still, palm open on the chair arm, every nerve alive with the need to move. Here is a test, Toz said. No tricks and you keep the hand free. Try to harm anyone in this room, and I remove it again and add an hour. Almond's smirk widened. Please try. Kento flexed his fingers slowly. The gravity made even that a strain. He let the motion look weak while he pushed a thin thread of chakra along his wrist, feeling for the seams in the restraint's surface. The metal was smooth and unfamiliar, but the current inside it was not. Energy hummed there, ordered and simple compared to the organic paths in a human body. What is this? They are able to alter gravity itself? He thought to himself. Toz's eyelids ticked up a fraction. There. That network again. You're probing. Kento shut his eyes for half a heartbeat, then opened them. I'm breathing. Toz smiled, a small thing that did not reach his eyes. So you are. Tell me about Akatsuki. They're not your concern, Kento said. They're ours. That makes them my concern if I plan to put my foot on your world. Toz's tone remained even. I do not prefer to waste soldiers against unknowns. That is Cooler's habit. I map, then harvest. Our world? Why are you phrasing it like that? Kento was baffled. Amon's gaze slid to Toz. Tree? He asked, voice low. Toz did not answer him. He kept his eyes on Kento. When I look down at your continents from orbit, where would you have me study first? The largest population? The oldest fortress? Or the place where the ground itself hums loudest? Kento held his breath a fraction too long at the last question. The scouter chirped. Ah, Toz said softly. The ground hums. Good. That narrows it. You're guessing nonsense. Humming ground? What the hell are you even concluding? Kento said through his teeth. And what did you mean by world? Toz nodded at Almond. Voltage pulse. 2. Almond touched the chair's side. A clean, biting current snapped through the restraints and across Kento's chest, brief, sharp, calibrated to sting and disrupt. His muscles locked and then released. He bit back the sound that wanted out. Razin clapped once, delighted. Neat trick. Kento drew a breath and let it out slowly. That all you have? Not even close, Almond said. Toz lifted a hand and Almond fell silent again. You hold to your lines well, Toz said to Kento. That loyalty is the backbone of strong places. I respect it. It also blinds men to simple bargains. There's no bargain where you win, Kento said. There is if your village keeps its walls intact. Toz stepped closer until his shadow cut across Kento's face. You tell me enough to prevent me from stepping on the wrong snake, and I do not let Almond entertain himself on your streets. I have 2 other targets in this sector. It costs me nothing to go there first while I study you at arm's length. Kento swallowed. And then you come all the same, perhaps, Toz said. Or perhaps I decide your world is more trouble than it is worth. I do not conquer for pride. I cultivate. If your world is brittle, it shatters. If it is sharp, I cut my hand. I prefer ripe. Ripe? What are you even talking about? Kento shot back, his voice edged with disbelief. You've been throwing around words that don't make any sense. World, ripe, what are you babbling about? His eyes darted around the metallic room, scanning the strange panels and blinking lights as tension crept up his spine. And where the hell am I right now? Toz let out a low, menacing chuckle. I'm afraid it's I who will be asking the questions here, not you, he said smoothly. Then, with a trace of mockery in his tone, he added, but since you're so desperate to know, I suppose I can indulge you. His gaze shifted toward Almond. Almond. Show him the outside. Almond grinned. As you wish, Lord Toz. He tapped a control on the console beside Kento's chair. With a mechanical hum, the chair detached from its fixed position and began to glide forward along the narrow rail. Metal panels parted ahead, guiding the chair toward a massive viewport set into the wall. When the chair came to a stop, Kento found himself facing the window, and what he saw froze him. A vast black expanse stretched endlessly before him, studded with distant stars that shimmered like cold fire. The curve of a planet gleamed below, half swallowed in shadow. Kento's breath caught. His pulse thundered in his ears. No, this can't be real. He stared, wide-eyed, disbelief crashing through him. He was looking at outer space. He was in outer space, a black, infinite canvas dusted with the cold, relentless glitter of distant stars. Below him, massive and beautiful and terrifying, was the unmistakable curve of a planet, his planet. Half of it was bathed in the faint golden light of an unseen sun, the other half swallowed by the velvet shadow of space. He could see weather patterns, continents, and the swirling blue and white spectacle of his entire world suspended beneath him. He wasn't in an unusually large room, or in a deep cavern, or beneath a hidden roof. The metallic shell enclosing him was a single, fragile barrier against the absolute vacuum and chill of outer space. Impossible. A trick. It has to be a trick. Yet the raw, undeniable visual proof rendered every denial meaningless. His internal organs clenched, a wave of profound, visceral terror washing over him, far exceeding the pain of the gravity field or the shock of the electric pulse. And no. Kento's voice was a ragged whisper, strained by the relentless force pressing him down. His wide eyes were glued to the viewport, searching for a seam in the illusion that was not there. This isn't real. You're lying. Toz watched Kento's reaction with an expression of detached interest, a predator observing its prey's final, futile spasm of flight instinct. He took a slow step closer, his shadow stretching across the terrified man. Lying? Toz echoed, a low, smooth sound that held a razor edge of mockery. Lies are for those who need to deceive equals. I have no need of them for you. Kento recoiled slightly in the chair, pulling himself away from the shadow. What did you do? What kind of monster? Where am I? His controlled fear shattered, replaced by raw, frantic panic. He strained against the restraints, forgetting the gravity field, the muscles in his neck bulging as he cried out, Who are you people? Amund, Razin, and Lakasai exchanged knowing grins behind Tulls. They had seen this break before. We are your future, Tull stated calmly. He spread his arms slightly, encompassing the metallic room, the viewport, and the entire cosmic backdrop. You, Kento, are aboard my personal transport cruiser. You are currently situated in orbit around your home planet. He inclined his head, a gesture of dark finality. To answer your more fundamental question, we are not people, at least not as your fragile civilization understands the word. We are science and planet trade soldiers. We are from outer space. The words scion and planet trade meant nothing to Kento, but outer space, coupled with the view, was enough to rip apart the framework of his reality. Aliens? Kento stammered, the realization hitting him like a blow to the chest. All the jutsu, the chakra, the bloodline wars, the Kage, the entire, fierce, self-contained world of the elemental nations, was just a tiny, provincial stage to these beings. You're from another world? Multiple worlds, actually, Amund chimed in, stepping forward with a self-satisfied smirk. The name's Amund, by the way. I'm a grunt, a glorified cleaning crew, really, for the organization that owns this ship, and soon enough you're rocked down there. Silence, Amund, Tulls commanded, not bothering to look at his subordinate. The two twin soldiers behind him visibly stiffened. Tulls turned his attention back to the paralyzed shinobi. We belong to an enterprise known by many names, though you may refer to it as the Planet Trade Organization, Tulls explained, his voice low and rich with dark pride. It is an empire built on the most reliable currency in the cosmos, real estate. We locate suitable worlds, we clear them of their existing, often unruly inhabitants, and we sell the land to the highest bidder. He paused, letting the implications sink into Kento's terror. Your world, planet Earth, has been flagged as ripe for harvest. A desirable climate, a decent atmosphere, and a native population, your shinobi, who, while annoying, clearly lack the technological or military capacity to mount a serious defense against a force like mine. You are, quite simply, a valuable piece of property on the galactic market. Kento could only gasp, struggling to process the scope of the atrocity being casually described. Harvest, clear them of their inhabitants, property. You destroy entire planets? Occasionally, yes, Toz replied, utterly unfazed. When a planet's population is too resilient or the buyer requests a clean slate, we invade said planet and destroy the inhabitants. It's far more efficient. Your planet is not scheduled for destruction, yet. Its resources are too rich to simply atomize. Lord Toz, Amund interrupted, sensing an opening to boast. Is a bit different than our usual masters, the Genu Force or Lord Cooler. He isn't just clearing planets to sell them. He plants a tree of might. Toz sent a brief, sharp glare at Amund for the unauthorized disclosure, but let it stand. He saw an opportunity to increase Kento's compliance through fear. The tree of might, Toz continued, his eyes glinting with a dangerous fervor, is a seed from a distant ancient world. When planted, it draws all the life energy, all the inherent power, the key, from a planet's core and its living things. It drains the world completely to bear its fruit, which grants the eater unimaginable strength. Kento's eyes flickered to the vast blue and white sphere below, then back to the ruthless man in front of him. This all sounds nonsense. You would drain our world dry? Kill everyone? For a fruit? What kind of concept is that? A fruit of power, Kento. The highest power, Toz corrected him, almost kindly. Your world will become a sterile husk, drifting through space, but I will ascend. Your planet's chakra, its life force, its very essence, it will all be transferred to me. I will become unstoppable. He lifted his scouter-covered eye and tapped the device. My scouter scans tell me this chakra is a vast, interconnected web, a far more complex energy source than most. But the Planet Trade Organization is a complex machine itself, and its biggest players are the true gods of this universe. Names like Frisia, Cooler, and their father, King Cold. The organization they run spans uncountable solar systems and billions of sentient beings. They are the ones who give the orders. We merely execute the harvest. Toz stepped back, allowing Kento the full, dreadful spectacle of his own world hanging in the void. You see now, Kento. Your great warriors, your village, your entire power structure, it is all irrelevant on this stage. Your concern is no longer the Akatsuki or your petty feudal lords. Your only concern is deciding how much information you will give me to save yourself and perhaps, briefly, your people, from the worst of the harvest. He smiled, a chilling, triumphant expression. Now, tell me everything. Who is the Jinchuriki, and what is the nature of this chakra you wield? The question hung heavy in the air, weighted by the pressure of the gravity field and the infinite terror of the black expanse beyond the glass. Kento stared at the planet, at the home he had risked his life to protect, now revealed to be nothing more than a potential food source or a piece of real estate. The sheer scale of the danger, the casual, systemic destruction described by Toz, eclipsed every single fear he had ever known. His mind felt stretched taut, one breath away from snapping entirely. He fought the crippling dread, focusing on the cold, hard anger that finally began to push past the shock. His village, his comrades, his life, all dismissed as unruly inhabitants. You won't get a single thing from me, Kento finally spat out, the words raw and defiant. The adrenaline surging through him, even under the gravity field, gave his voice a surprising resonance. You think you can just show up and take what you want? You have no idea what you're dealing with, Toz sighed, a sound of profound boredom. He signaled Amund with a slight movement of his hand. Amund grinned, stepping up to the control panel. Stubborn, even for a primitive, he muttered. Let's increase the pressure. Give him a little more time to appreciate the view before he cracks. Gravity field at 5, Toz ordered. The invisible force clamping Kento to the chair spiked instantly, brutally. Kento's vision instantly went gray at the edges. A strangled cry of agony was torn from his lungs. It felt as if his bones were collapsing inward, his organs crushing. The air he had just managed to draw felt like lead in his chest. His free hand convulsed on the armrest, the metal digging painfully into his palm. He tried to summon chakra, but the force was so immense, so unnatural, it was overwhelming the flow in his body. His training, his endurance, it was all failing against this alien science. Kento fought the darkness swimming at the periphery of his sight, biting down hard on his tongue until the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. He used the pain to ground himself, channeling every ounce of his will into remaining conscious. He would not scream again. He would not beg. Akatsuki, they will fight you, Kento grunted, the words barely audible between gasps. He clung to the only threat he knew, praying it was a dangerous enough snake to slow the man down. They are hunters of the Jinchuriki. They want the tailed beasts. If you take the Jinchuriki, you'll have them coming after you, Toz scoffed. Tailed beasts? More primitive folklore. You believe these Akatsuki are a deterrent to me? I serve masters who see entire galaxies reduced to dust. Their hunters are inconsequential. He paused, a flicker of true curiosity entering his cold eyes. However, their interest in this Jinchuriki and tailed beast confirms my assessment. It means the power is valuable, and it means there is conflict that is easily exploited. You have given me enough to begin my own hunt. Toz turned and walked past Almond, his dark armor swishing softly. Keep him stable, Almond, Toz commanded over his shoulder. Keep the pressure at 5. I have seen enough for now. I am going to plant the seed. Inform me immediately if the resistance on the surface increases beyond a manageable level, or if the prisoner shows any change in his disposition. He will be useful to map the local geography and the locations of these villages before the harvest begins. As you command, Lord Toz, Amon said, saluting sharply as his master vanished down the metallic corridor. Razin and Lakasei stepped closer to the chair, their sneering faces now fully visible to the agonizingly strained shinobi. Tough guy, Razin chuckled, leaning in. Let's see how tough you are when we start feeding you, Lakasei added, his grin predatory. Kento was left alone with the pain and the terrifying, impossible reality of the void. He fixed his gaze on the beautiful blue marble hanging outside the window, the planet he was powerless to save. With all the oxygen compressed out of his lungs, with the immense gravity pressing him flat, he fought to keep his mind clear, searching for any flicker of chakra he could control, any thought that could lead to an escape. But there was nothing. Only the crushing, agonizing weight of an alien boot on his neck, and the knowledge that his world was already lost. Land of Lightning, he managed to whisper, the thought of his home and the people there a final, desperate anchor against the coming darkness. I have to warn them. The whisper was so faint it was barely a breath, lost in the hum of the ship's machinery. Kento's conscious mind was fading, his body succumbing to the crushing force, his final thought a desperate, hopeless prayer for his home. Down the metallic corridor, Toz stopped. His senses, far sharper than any human's, had caught the faint vibration of that final, defiant word. He had already dismissed the prisoner, his mind moving on to the logistics of planting the seed. But this was an insect still twitching after being crushed. An annoyance. He turned slowly, his boots clicking on the floor as he walked back into the interrogation room. Razin and Lakasei, who had been leaning in to taunt the dying shinobi, immediately snapped to attention, their mocking sneers vanishing. Toz glided to a stop just in front of the viewport, standing between Kento and the vision of his home. The scion's shadow fell over the bound man, plunging him into darkness. Warn them? Toz repeated, his voice a low, menacing chuckle that vibrated with amusement. Kento's fading consciousness flared, his eyes fluttering open to see the alien's face looming over him. You will do no such thing. Toz leaned in, his face now inches from Kento's. The pressure of the gravity field made it impossible for the shinobi to even turn his head away. He was forced to stare into the cold, dark eyes of his captor. Look at where you are, shinobi, Toz purred, gesturing to the void outside. You are in a metal tomb, floating in a sea of nothingness your people don't even know exists. You are bound by technology you cannot comprehend, under a force you cannot fight. You will never see your precious land of lightning again. You will never see anything again but the walls of this ship, until I decide you are no longer useful. Warning them, the arrogance of your kind is truly staggering. Kento stared back, his breath coming in short, agonizing rasps. The blood from his tongue filled his mouth. He could feel his body finally surrendering to the crushing gravity. No. He's right. I can't escape. I can't fight them. I can't warn anyone. The realization was a cold, sharp blade. He was a captive. A source of information. And he had already failed. He had given them names, Akatsuki, Jinchuriki, tailed beasts. He had confirmed the value of his world's power, but I can still perform my last duty. A shinobi's life was secondary to the mission. And when capture was unavoidable, the final mission was to protect the village's secrets. Even if it meant destroying the container. Forgive me, Lord Raikage. Bisama, everyone. With the last, infinitesimal fragment of his will, Kento focused. He ignored the pain, the pressure, the despair. He ignored the mocking face of the alien before him. He drove his mind inward, to the core of his being, to the chakra network that was being suffocated. He gathered every last drop of his energy, not to his limbs for a jutsu, but to his center of mass. Razin and Lakusiai, who had been enjoying the scene, suddenly tensed. The scouter on Razin's face let out a frantic series of beeps. Lord Tulz! Razin shouted, his eyes wide. His energy reading. It's going vertical. Amund, who had been at the console, spun around. What? How? Tulz's amused expression faded, replaced by a flicker of genuine surprise. He looked closer at Kento. The man's skin was taking on a faint, reddish-orange glow, visible even in the dim light. The metal restraints binding his chest began to sizzle, glowing cherry-red as an impossible heat radiated from within him. Kento's eyes snapped open, blazing with a final, defiant light. He managed to bare his bloody teeth in a semblance of a grin. You'll get nothing more. Here's a jutsu I can execute without hand signs. A special jutsu of mine. Tulza's eyes widened slightly. He's Katan Seigo no Bakuhatsu. Kento roared, the name of the technique a silent scream in his mind as he unleashed everything. It was not an explosion in the conventional sense. It was an instantaneous, catastrophic release of all his life's chakra, converted into pure, superheated plasma. Boom! A blinding white-hot flash filled the room, annihilating the interrogation chair and the man bound to it in less than a nanosecond. The force of the internal detonation was massive, a concussive wave of fire and pressure that slammed outward. Amund, Razin, and Lakusiai were thrown from their feet like ragdolls, crying out as they crashed into the far bulkhead, their armor smoking from the heat. The control panel sparked and died, the lights in the room shorting out. For a long moment, the only sound was the hiss of fried electronics and the groans of the three soldiers. What in the... Amund pushed himself up, his shoulder plate cracked. He blew himself up. Lakusiai shouted, his voice high with disbelief as he stared at the scorched, empty space where the chair had been. The primitive just melted himself. Razin scrambled to his feet, patting out a small fire on his armor. Insane! What a waste! All that just to die? Through the thick, roiling smoke, a figure remained standing. Tulz had not moved an inch. He stood in the exact same spot, his arms still loosely at his sides. The blast wave had washed over him, the intense flames parting around his body as if repelled by an invisible barrier of ki. He slowly raised a hand and brushed a single piece of smoking soot from his shoulder pauldron. His expression was one of mild, profound annoyance. He sighed, a sound of irritation in the ruined room. A shinobi's loyalty, it seems, is inconveniently absolute, Tulz mused, his voice dangerously calm. He turned his gaze from the empty space to the cracked viewport, looking down at the planet below. A foolish, emotional gesture. All that effort to die, when his life was already forfeit the moment Amund laid hands on him. He stepped over a piece of molten slag that had once been the chair's restraint, his boots clicking on the floor. And yet, he continued, a slow, predatory smirk beginning to form on his lips. He was more useful in his death than he ever would have been in his life. He tapped the side of his scouter, which was still functioning perfectly. He gave us everything we need. Jinchuriki, a person who holds power. Tailed beasts, the source of that power. Akatsuki, an organization of hunters who also want that power. Tulz paused, his gaze becoming distant, his mind working with chilling clarity. His defiance, his willingness to self-destruct rather than risk revealing more. It doesn't just confirm that this power is valuable. It confirms that it is the pinnacle of this world's strength, the ultimate prize. He turned to his men, who were now standing shakily, awaiting orders. My original plan was simple. Plant the tree, let it drink deep from the planet's latent energy, and harvest the fruit. A standard if effective procedure. He began to pace slowly, his dark eyes gleaming with a new, terrible idea. But this chakra, it's so potent. The planet's energy is diffuse, spread thin across continents. But these Jinchuriki, these tailed beasts, they are concentrated sources, living, breathing batteries of that very same energy. He stopped and looked at Almond. The tree of might draws sustenance from all life. What if, I wonder, we don't just let it feed passively? The soldiers stared, not understanding. What if we were to capture these Jinchuriki? Toz elaborated, his voice dropping as he savored the concept. What if we were to bind them to the tree's main root system? Not just let the tree drain them, but force-feed their immense, concentrated power directly into its core? It would be the difference between waiting for rain and tapping an artesian well. Almond's eyes widened in dawning comprehension. Lord Tulz, you mean use them as fertilizer? A crude term, but accurate. Tulz smirked. A normal fruit would make me strong. But a fruit cultivated this way, one force-fed the raw, monstrous power of these tailed beasts, it would be exceptional. It would be saturated with a power unique to this world, granting me a level of strength far beyond what a simple planetary harvest could provide. The annoyance on his face was gone, replaced by a look of hungry satisfaction. He had lost a prisoner, but gained an entire strategy. That primitive's final act of defiance wasn't an ending, Tulz declared, turning back to the viewport. It was a new beginning. He folded his arms, his gaze fixed on the blue world below. Almond. Get the ship's internal damage repaired. Razin, Lakasii, prepare the landing craft. The mission parameters have changed. We are no longer just harvesters. We are hunters. We will plant the seed, and then we will hunt down these tailed beasts and their vessels. This planet's greatest secret will become the catalyst for my ascension. Almond, Razin, and Lakasii snapped to attention, the shock of the prisoner's suicide replaced by the sharp focus of new orders. Yes, Lord Tulz. The three chimed in unison, their armor still smoking. Our orders, Lord Tulz? Almond asked, his professionalism returning as he wiped soot from his face. When do we land? Immediately, Tulz stated. He pointed a gauntlet finger at the three of them. You three will descend to the surface. Your mission is to find the most suitable location for the tree. The prisoner, in his final, foolish sentiment, gave us a target. Land of Lightning. It's where he was from. His fanaticism suggests it's a place of significant power, a nest that protects its most valuable assets. That is where we will begin. He began to pace slowly in the ruined chamber, his boots clicking on the scorched metal. You will pilot the scout pod. Our scouters are having difficulty distinguishing this chakra from standard life force, but they can detect concentrations. You will proceed to this land of lightning, identify the largest, most powerful settlement, the village he spoke of, and find a geologically sound, energy-rich area nearby. You are to prepare the site. That is all. Razin's brutish face lit up with a vicious grin. Heh. Prepare, my lord? Does that mean we get to clear out some of the local wildlife? A little pest control, perhaps? Lakasii added, cracking his knuckles eagerly. Tulz shot them a look of pure contempt that silenced them instantly. No. You will not engage in random, artless destruction. That is for Frisia's blunt instruments. We are cultivators. This world is a garden, and its most precious flowers, these Jinchuriki, are skittish. If you trample the weeds, you may scare them into hiding. Your actions will be swift, silent, and surgical. You will remain unseen. You will scout, you will prepare the site, and you will await my arrival. Is that understood? Yes, Lord Tulz, Almond replied firmly, glaring at the twins, who nodded sullenly, their hopes of a massacre dashed for now. Good, Tulz said. He then folded his arms, a cold, thoughtful expression on his face. Once you have located their primary stronghold, you will secure a perimeter and contact me. You are coming down personally, my lord? Almond asked, surprised. Before the planting? Usually, we secure the site and plant the seed first. The parameters have changed, Almond. So has the procedure. A slow, cruel smile spread across Tulz's lips. Indeed, I am coming down. I find I am suddenly very curious about this primitive culture. before we begin the harvest. I intend to pay a visit to the local leadership. Lakiai blinked, confused. A visit? You mean, like we storm the place? Announce ourselves with a few energy blasts? Toes scoffed, disgusted by the lack of imagination. Such a lack of theater, Lakiai. No. I will walk into their fortress of power, unannounced. I will stand before the one they call leader, the strongest, most important warrior they have. And I will personally inform him that his world, his people, and his power now belong to me. He paced slowly in front of the cracked window, his mind clearly relishing the image. That prisoner, he died for his leader, for his land of lightning. I want to see this leader. I want to see the look in that man's eyes when he realizes his most loyal soldier died for nothing. I want to see the strongest being on this planet realize that he is nothing more than livestock, that his entire life struggle has been utterly meaningless. He stopped, his back to his men as he stared down at the blue planet. I will give him one chance. I will ask him to present me with his Jinchuriki, as a tribute. His refusal will be illuminating. It will confirm everything I need to know about their so-called strength. And then, I will take what I want by force. He turned back to his subordinates, his eyes gleaming with cold, absolute authority. You three will ensure no one interrupts my diplomacy. Once I have secured the Jinchuriki from that village, then you may plant the seed. And then, Razin, he said, fixing the thug with a predatory grin, you may begin your pest control. Razin and Lakiai looked at each other, their own vicious grins returning. Heh. Yes, Lord Tulls. Understood. Now go, Tulls commanded, dismissing them with a final gesture. Prepare the landing pod. I want to be on the surface by the time their sun rises on this land of lightning. The three soldiers gave a crisp salute, and hurried out of the ruined chamber, their heavy boots echoing down the hall. Amund was already rattling off technical specs to Razin, while Lakiai was quietly polishing a keyblade emitter on his wrist guard, anticipating the fight to come. Sunlight, far brighter and cleaner than it ever felt in Konoha, streamed through the massive, pristine window of the Capsule Corporation guest room. It did absolutely nothing to stir the room's occupant. Naruto Uzumaki was dead to the world, sprawled on his back on sheets softer than anything he'd ever felt, a thin line of drool escaping the corner of his mouth. Last night, after a feast filled with more incredible food than he'd seen in one place, Beerus had ordered them to stay. Training for the tournament was to begin at sunrise. That sunrise had come and gone. Naruto, buried in a high-tech bed, was completely oblivious, a blissfully stupid grin plastered on his face. Sakura-chan, he mumbled, his voice thick with sleep as he shifted. Heh. Am I cool now? The door to the room slid open with a near-silent hiss, a sound that still set Sasuke Uchiha's nerves on edge. He stood in the doorway, already dressed and alert. His own clothes, the familiar high-collared blue shirt and dark pants, felt crisp and new. He glanced down at his sleeve. Last night, the woman named Bulma, with a casualness that was almost insulting, had taken their worn, travel-stained shinobi gear. She'd scanned them with a small, glowing device, disappeared into a lab, and returned an hour later with 3 perfect, clean-pressed replicas for each of them. Just a little something from the old clothing synthesizer. She chirped. Sasuke hadn't understood half the words, but the result was undeniable. This world's technology was a casual, everyday magic that bordered on the absurd. Their village-issued gear, a symbol of their life and training, was just a pattern to be replicated by a machine in minutes. He pushed the thought aside. He was here for a reason. He walked across the plush carpet and stood over the bed, his shadow falling across his rival. His gaze fell on the snoring, drooling idiot. A small, gurgling snort escaped Naruto. Sasuke's eyebrow twitched. This was the wielder of Ultra Instinct. The warrior Beerus claimed surpassed Super Saiyan Blue, whatever that meant. This moron, dreaming about a girl who could barely stand him, was his new measure of power? The thought was profoundly irritating. But then again, Naruto had always been like this. A look of deep, almost comical annoyance settled on Sasuke's features. His lip curled slightly in distaste. Yuzuratanki, he muttered, his voice flat with annoyance. He resisted the urge to simply punch him awake. That would be crude. Instead, he reached down and pinched Naruto's nose shut. Naruto's dreamy mumbling about coolness immediately cut off, replaced by a confused, muffled HRMPH? Wake up, loser, Sasuke said, his voice flat and cold, releasing his grip just as Naruto's eyes flew open in panic. The training starts today. Don't embarrass us before we've even begun. Naruto shot up into a sitting position, gasping and clutching his throat. He coughed, his eyes watering, and glared at his teammate. What the hell, Sasuke? He choked out, his voice hoarse. You trying to kill me? Sasuke's deadpan expression didn't flicker. Without a word, he grabbed the collar of the ridiculous, planet-themed pajama shirt Bulma had provided. I said wake up. Hey! Wait! I'm up! I'm up! With a single, decisive pull, Sasuke hauled Naruto clean out of the high-tech bed. Naruto yelped as his body hit the plush carpet with a muffled thud, the momentum sliding him a few feet across the floor toward the doorway. Sasuke let go, dusting off his hand as if he just handled something unpleasant. He then reached for a neatly wrapped package he placed on the room's desk. Get dressed. We're already late. He didn't hand it over. He didn't set it down. He tossed it. The package sailed through the air and hit Naruto square in the face with a whump of soft fabric. For you, Sasuke stated, as if he just handed him a mission scroll. Naruto, now sitting up on the floor and rubbing his forehead where the package hit him, sputtered in pure, unadulterated outrage. Gah! What are you doing? First you tried to suffocate me, then you dragged me out of bed, and now you're just throwing things at me? And what the hell is this? He held up the package, looking comically furious. New clothes for you, Sasuke said, his voice the very definition of flat. He crossed his arms, tapping one foot impatiently. Bulma made them. Stop complaining and put them on. Huh! Naruto blinked, the anger momentarily short-circuiting, replaced by confusion. He looked down at the package in his hands, tearing open the strange, clear wrapping. His eyes widened as he unfurled the contents. It was his jumpsuit. Bright, unmistakable, in-your-face orange and blue. He fumbled through the stack, pulling them out. There wasn't just one. There were 3 of them, all perfectly clean, perfectly stitched, and looking exactly like the one he'd arrived in, only new. Not a single ramen stain or mud smudge to be found. Whoa, he breathed, holding one up. The material felt different, lighter. How did she? Her technology, Sasuke scoffed, clearly finding the word as alien as Naruto did. It doesn't matter. Just get dressed. Beerus is waiting, Uzuratanki. He turned and walked out of the room, the door hissing shut behind him. Naruto was silent for a moment, before he kicked up to his feet, and then said to himself, all right. Guess I gotta brush my teeth and have a shower before wearing these new clothes. Later, Naruto tucked the folded jumpsuits under one arm and padded toward the attached bathroom, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. The door slid open as it sensed him approach, releasing a faint, cool breath of air that smelled like lemon and something he couldn't name. The lights brightened on their own. The mirror unfogged on its own, even though there was no fog yet. Everything in this place did something on its own. The counter was spotless. A silver faucet rested over a wide basin with a tiny blue light under it. Beside it sat a small cylindrical device with a narrow slot at the top and a single button labeled with a capsule logo. To the right lay a sealed toothbrush in a clear case, and a squat bottle with Capsule Corp Enzyme mouthwash written in neat, blue letters. A stack of towels waited on a heated rack, edges aligned like they'd been folded by a machine. Maybe they had. He set the clothes on a shelf, tugged the pajama top over his head, and caught his own reflection, hair sticking in every direction, whisker marks faintly creased by sleep, one cheek still bearing the thin line where he drooled on the pillow. He grimaced. I really need to clean myself up. He popped open the toothbrush case. The brush inside was heavier than a normal one, smooth and slightly warm, with a small button near the neck. Before using it, he paused and leaned closer to the mirror. His face looked softer than usual, like the exhaustion of yesterday had finally settled. There were faint lines at the corners of his eyes, not from age, but from everything he had seen. He blinked once, then let out a light breath. He pressed the button on the toothbrush, and it hummed to life with a gentle vibration. The sound wasn't rough, not the rattling buzz of cheap machinery. This was smooth, almost precise. It reminded him of the soft purring of a cat, or the faint hum of chakra flowing beneath skin. Naruto blinked, surprised at the subtlety of it. The vibration traveled through his hand, up his wrist, light but steady. He jumped a little from the unexpected sensation. What the? He turned the toothbrush slowly in his hand, inspecting it. There were no seams. No screws. No place where the device should logically open. It felt like one single piece, like someone carved it from solid material, and somehow made it vibrate anyway. He couldn't help but think of Konoha. If someone dropped this into the middle of the academy, the kids would lose their minds. Even the scientists at the Hokage's research division would likely tear it apart just to understand how it worked. Naruto wondered briefly what Sakura would say if she saw something like this. He glanced at the toothpaste cylinder. Even that looked otherworldly. Smooth white casing, no label, no instructions. Just one button. How does a whole toothpaste come out with just one button? He muttered. He held the brush head under the slot and pressed. A perfectly measured ribbon of pale gel dispensed in one smooth motion. No splatter, no delay, no excess. Whoa! Naruto breathed. It just knows exactly how much to give. He tilted the container, searching for some explanation. He tilted the container, searching for some kind of hidden mechanism or moving part, something that would explain how it worked. But there was nothing obvious to find. It simply operated smoothly and cleanly, without needing to show how. He brought the brush closer to his face. The mint gel caught the light and glistened, strangely glossy. He sniffed it, blinking when the scent hit him, sharp and clean. Okay, here goes. He raised the brush to his mouth and began scrubbing. The moment the bristles touched his teeth, the vibration seemed to adjust, like the toothbrush understood he had begun brushing. The pressure changed just slightly, distributing evenly across his gums. Back in Konoha, there were tools, simple, worn, handmade by craftsmen who had never seen a place like this. Here, every object felt like it was thinking just a little. He imagined the villagers back home trying to use this bathroom. Choji would try to eat the toothpaste. Kiba's dog would probably set off every sensor. He braced one hand on the counter and continued brushing slowly. The vibration made his teeth feel loose, but in a satisfying way, like it was knocking loose every stubborn piece of sleep still clinging to him. He brushed the front teeth, the sides, the molars. His reflection watched him, blinking occasionally, features soft in the warm bathroom light. Later, after brushing his teeth, Naruto then decided to have a shower. The shower looked like a clear capsule with a sliding door and a slim black panel inside. When he tugged the door open, a faint white light ran along the floor. He stepped in and the door slid shut behind him with a soft seal. For a brief second he thought he'd trapped himself. Then a display lit on the panel at chest height. Simple icons, droplets, a fan shape, a wavy line. Under that, a temperature number, 32°C. He hovered a finger over the droplets. The number ticked up to 37°C, and a gentle rain began from the ceiling. "This is amazing," he said happily as warm water spread across his shoulders. It wasn't a harsh stream, it was a steady, even sheet that soaked him in seconds. He tilted his head back and let it run through his hair. Later, Naruto stepped out of the bathroom and changed into the new orange jumpsuit Bulma had provided. The fabric was clean, light, and fit him without any of the wear or stretching his old clothing had. After finishing, he noticed a neatly placed letter on the bed. It was from Bulma. She had instructed him to place his used clothing into the washing machine and had left brief directions. The process required almost no effort on his part. He only needed to put the clothes in. Once he did, the machine closed its lid on its own and began to run automatically. The rest was handled without him. Naruto looked genuinely astonished. This machine washes clothes on its own? The technology here is on a completely different level. Later, Naruto finally finished with his morning routines. With his fresh orange jumpsuit worn, he opened his bedroom's door and walked outside. Upon walking outside, he came to a stop as he felt a presence to his side. Glancing to the right, he saw Sasuke leaning on the wall right next to the bedroom door with his hands in his pocket. The Uchiha had his eyes closed, and his head hung down. It almost looked like as if he was waiting for Naruto to finish this whole time. Actually, he most likely was. Naruto smiled. Sasuke, let's go. Sasuke shifted his head upwards towards Naruto while opening his eyes. Yeah, that's my line. He then straightened his posture, leading to his back no longer touching the wall. Let's go. And with that, the prodigious genin walked ahead, his hands still tucked into his pocket. Naruto grinned like a fox and followed after Sasuke. Ahead of them was a corridor with multiple doors on the sides of the walls, with each door maintaining around 12 to 18 feet of distance between them. Some doors were further away, while others were somewhat closer. As the two ninjas continued to walk ahead, Naruto asked, "Do you know what the training will be like, Sasuke?" Sasuke glanced behind his shoulder only enough till he could see Naruto from the corner of his eyes and frowned. How would I know? What kind of stupid question is that? I'm here to find out as well. Naruto raised his eyes comically. Wyu. I was just asking, Sasuke sighed as he looked back ahead. Uzuratanki. HHH? What did you just call me? Naruto had a comical furious look on his face as he still walked ahead while clenching his fists in front of his chest. Sasuke had a weary look on his face, his hands still in his pocket. I said, you're a loser. You actually went ahead and still said it. Up ahead, a wall came into view. There was a left and right that led to different corridors, and Naruto didn't know which one he was supposed to take. After all, Bulma's home was practically a maze to an extent due to its size and architecture complexity. Sasuke, however, knew exactly where to navigate through. When the turn came, he simply turned to the right and continued walking ahead. Naruto simply followed him with an excited look on his face. Excited because he was to train with Beerus now. After walking a bit more, they finally saw glass doors in front of them. Without them even needing to touch it, the glass doors opened. Sasuke casually walked ahead, hands still in his pocket, and Naruto dashed ahead. They were now outside. It was the same outdoor rooftop area that they had originally landed on back when they had first met Goku and Vegeta. And speaking of them, Goku was currently standing on top of the railing of the outdoor rooftop. He seemed to be staring at the distance ahead of him, when he suddenly sensed Naruto's ki. With an excited look on his face, he turned around and smiled happily. Naruto! Sasuke! He then jumped ahead while performing a series of front flips, before landing nimbly on the ground around 10 feet away in front of them. His face lit up with a wide grin. He raised a hand to the side of his head, pressing his index and middle fingers together to offer his signature two-fingered salute. Yo! Naruto waved back with a wide grin. Hey, Uncle Goku! Sasuke's gaze swept the rooftop, his tone direct as he asked, where is Vegeta? Goku blinked, the picture of innocence. Oh, him? He's taking a shower with Bulma. The statement landed with the force of a physical blow. Both shinobi went ramrod straight, and a deep, comical blush instantly flooded Naruto's face. A shower? Tea together? He stammered, his voice cracking on the last word. Goku just chuckled innocently. Yeah. I don't really get it, but he's always doing it. Gah, stop. We don't need any more details. Naruto yelled, his face a comical shade of red. Beside him, Sasuke simply let out a weary sigh. Sharing a bath? A new, languid voice cut in. How curious. Is that some sort of time-saving strategy? The three turned to see Beerus the Destroyer sauntering toward them, letting out a jaw-cracking yawn. Whis glided effortlessly at his side. Oh ho ho, the angel laughed, a knowing glimmer in his eyes. My lord, it is a rather common activity for a husband and wife. Beerus let out a calm sigh and folded his hands behind his back, his expression composed. Putting Prince Vegeta's bathing habits aside, he said, reopening his eyes and turning them toward Naruto and Sasuke. Are you two ready? Then he shifted his gaze to Goku. And that includes you, Goku. Don't think I've forgotten. Goku laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Heh, about that. I'll be training with Vegeta in the hyperbolic time chamber, so I'll be busy for the next 2 years. Or, well, 2 days from your point of view. Naruto blinked in confusion, tilting his head. Huh? Days? Years? What do you mean, Uncle Goku? Sasuke raised an eyebrow but stayed quiet. Goku grinned, placing his fists on his hips. It's this special place called the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, he explained. You can train for an entire year in there, but only a single day passes out here. Then he leaned in slightly with a playful grin, raising his hand beside his mouth as if sharing a secret. Pretty cool, right? Naruto looked utterly dumbfounded, his brow furrowed in concentration. 1 year, 1 day, he mumbled, clearly not grasping the concept. Wait, I don't get it. Can you repeat that again? Sasuke's usual stoic expression remained, but his eyebrow rose slightly, a clear sign of his surprise. You're saying that there exists a chamber where the flow of time is different? Goku smiled and nodded at Sasuke. Yep. Exactly. How is that even possible? Sasuke started to ask, his tone clearly skeptical. Why don't you two pipe down? Beerus interjected. His voice didn't rise, but it carried a new, slightly serious tone that immediately cut off the conversation. I have no time for your chattering, he then looked at Goku. If you're going to train in some chamber, so be it. As long as you're training. And training with the Scion Prince will help you grow stronger, and that's precisely what I want too. Beerus turned his gaze back to Naruto and Sasuke. My training will be for you too, then. Stop with the idle chatter and follow me. He paused, then added, unless you want to get destroyed. The final threat was delivered with a complete lack of malice. He had just said it for the sake of authority, and not actual intention. Whis' staff gave a soft tap on the ground. He brought a hand to his chin, his lips pursing into a small O of polite surprise. Oh my, Whis said, his voice laced with its usual light amusement. You seem to be in a particular hurry, my lord. It's rather unlike you. May I ask what has prompted this sudden diligence? An irritable twitch pulsed at Beerus's temple. He rounded on his attendant, his face a mask of displeasure. It's Kampa, he snarled, as if the name itself tasted foul. Vados had recently informed me that his ridiculous tournament is in a few days. I need these two trained, and I need them trained now. He jabbed a clawed finger back in the general direction of the shinobi. If we lose, not only do I have to suffer that oaf's insufferable gloating, but he'll take the earth. I will not lose my dignity, or my planet, to him. Naruto offered a nervous chuckle, scratching the back of his head. Right. Sasuke, however, met Beerus's gaze with a sharp intensity, his eyes narrowing. Then let's begin. With a casual, almost lazy motion, Beerus lifted his hand, pointing a single, clawed finger towards Sasuke's stomach. He took a deliberate step forward, the tip of his finger gently making contact with the dark fabric of Sasuke's shirt. A flicker of confusion crossed Sasuke's face. What was this? Before the thought could fully form, a terrifying, violet energy began to coalesce at Beerus's fingertip. It was a dense, swirling sphere of divine ki, a Hokage orb in miniature. The instant it stabilized, a searing, unbearable pain erupted in Sasuke's abdomen, as if his very cells were being erased. A raw, agonized scream tore from his throat as he instinctively clutched his stomach, his body convulsing. Sasuke! Naruto's voice was a whip-crack of alarm, his body instantly tensing. Goku's friendly demeanor vanished, replaced by shock. Lord Beerus, what are you doing? A faint, predatory smirk touched Beerus's lips as the orb of destruction vanished, leaving behind a scorched hole in Sasuke's shirt. He drew his hand back and rested it calmly at his side. Sasuke crumpled, doubling over as he coughed violently, saliva stringing from his lips while he gasped for breath. That, Beerus announced, his voice smooth and confident, is the energy of destruction. A guttural growl rumbled in Naruto's chest. You! In a blinding flash, a torrent of silver energy engulfed him. His hair bleached to a shimmering white, his eyes turned the color of mercury, and a calm, yet intensely potent, silver aura radiated from his form. Autonomous ultra instinct had taken hold. What the hell do you think you're doing? He demanded, his voice a low, dangerous hum. He shot forward, a silver blur aimed directly at the god, his fist cocked for a devastating blow. The punch never landed. In a movement so fluid it seemed to defy physics, Beerus vanished. A heartbeat later, Naruto's world tilted as a heavy pressure settled on his head. The god of destruction was standing casually on top of his head, his sandals planted firmly on Naruto's silver hair. A serious, almost bored expression now graced Beerus's features. "Ultra instinct is impressive," he stated, his voice condescendingly calm. "But it is a state of mind focused on reaction, on evasion. My mind is always on destruction. It is a singular, unwavering purpose. That is why my power is limitless, and will always exceed yours, Naruto Uzumaki." The anger in Naruto's expression dissolved, replaced by the serene, placid mask of ultra instinct. With a graceful twist of his torso, he launched a spinning right kick aimed at the god standing on his head. Beerus simply tilted his body, the kick whistling past him by a scant inch. Unfazed, Naruto flowed into a seamless barrage of punches and kicks, each strike moving at a speed that should have been impossible to track. To Beerus, however, it was like watching a dance in slow motion. He dodged every jab, every kick, every elbow, with an infuriating lack of effort. Finally, growing tired of the game, his right hand shot out, catching Naruto's face in a clawed grip. His momentum carried him forward, past Naruto, before he brutally reversed direction. With a guttural roar, he drove Naruto downwards, smashing him through the air, past the rooftop of the Capsule Corp building, and into the hard-packed earth 50 feet below with a ground-shattering impact. Beerus looked down at the crater, his expression unchanged. He descended, landing softly beside Naruto's prone form. Without any ceremony, he delivered a lazy-looking jab into the Uzumaki's stomach. The effect was instantaneous and absolute. The serene, silver light of Ultra Instinct sputtered and died as if a switch had been flicked. A choked cough escaped Naruto's lips, a spray of blood misting the air. His hair flashed from shimmering silver back to its familiar blonde, his eyes reverted to their natural blue, and the divine aura vanished, leaving only a boy broken in the dirt. Naruto curled in on himself, a ragged groan tearing from his throat as he clutched his abdomen. Every nerve screamed from the violation of that single, casual blow. "What the hell?" he wheezed, the words barely audible. Up on the rooftop, Goku scrambled to the shattered railing, peering down into the newly formed crater. His eyes were wide with a mixture of terror and exhilaration. "Whoa! That silver hair, what was that form?" he breathed, his voice filled with awe. He could still feel the phantom sensation of Naruto's power. His energy was incredible, way beyond blue, and yet... His gaze snapped back to the nonchalant figure of Beerus standing over Naruto. Lord Beerus just ended it. With one hit. Meanwhile, ignoring the searing pain in his own stomach, Sasuke forced himself to his feet, a low growl rumbling in his chest. His Sharingan blazed to life, a crimson glare fixed on the god below. Words were useless now. His hands became a blur of precise movements, weaving through a sequence of signs. He thrust his left hand forward, grabbing his own wrist as a violent torrent of blue lightning erupted in his palm. The air filled with the deafening, high-pitched shriek of 1,000 birds. "I'll make you regret that," he snarled, the threat woven into the crackling energy of the Chidori. He shot forward, not running on the surface but through it. He plunged his lightning-clad hand into the rooftop, carving a trench as he accelerated toward the edge. In a single, fluid motion, he launched himself over the railing, soaring through the air. He reeled his arm back, the full, murderous power of the Chidori aimed squarely at Beerus's exposed back. The shriek of the Chidori was a physical assault on the senses, a piercing cacophony that promised violent finality. Sasuke descended like a raptor, the condensed lightning in his palm a miniature sun of pure, destructive chakra, aimed at the center of the god's unsuspecting back. He had closed the distance in an instant. There was no time to react, no space to evade. This was the end of the exchange, and yet Beerus didn't even deign to turn his head. There was no flicker of his aura, no tensing of his muscles. The only movement was a lazy, almost bored tilt of his head, as if listening to a distant, uninteresting sound. At the very last microsecond, as the scent of ozone and burning air filled his nostrils and Sasuke's killing intent washed over him, he moved. It was a single, and possibly fluid motion. His body rose from the ground in a graceful arc, twisting in midair. It wasn't a frantic dodge but a deliberate, elegant backflip. His leg extended, a blur of purple, and met the incoming attack not with brute force, but with divine precision. The heel of his foot connected squarely with Sasuke's wrist. The sound was not the expected thunderous explosion. Instead, it was a sickening thump, followed by a sound like 1,000 birds being instantly silenced. The Chidori, that legendary and deadly technique, simply died. The lightning dissipated into harmless static, the terrifying noise vanishing as if it had never been. For a fraction of a second, Sasuke's Sharingan widened eyes met the indifferent sole of Beerus's foot, his mind unable to process the utter nullification of his ultimate attack. The kick's momentum continued, sweeping upwards and catching Sasuke squarely under the jaw. His head snapped back with a crack that echoed across the grounds. His body, now a ragdoll, was launched with terrifying velocity. He was sent hurtling, a helpless projectile arcing through the air before crashing, with a deafening roar of shattering concrete and twisted metal, into the side of a nearby Capsule Corp laboratory building. A cloud of dust and debris billowed out from the newly formed, man-sized hole, and then there was only silence from that direction. Beerus landed softly back on the ground, not a single hair out of place. He brushed a microscopic piece of dust from his shoulder, an act of pure, condescending dismissal. He turned his gaze from the rubble where Sasuke was now buried to the crater where Naruto was still struggling to breathe. Consider this the first lesson, Beerus announced, his voice carrying effortlessly. It was calm, yet it held the weight of a collapsing star. We do not have the luxury of time. Compass tournament is in a matter of days. There will be no gentle guidance, no gradual increase in difficulty. Your training will be harsh, it will be thorough, and it will be painful. He let his golden eyes bore into Naruto. You must understand the sheer, insurmountable chasm that exists between a mortal and a god of destruction. Only by experiencing that despair firsthand can you even begin to comprehend the power you seek to control. Up on the ledge, Goku's shock had already transformed into something else entirely. It was a familiar, electrifying buzz that ran through his veins. His fists clenched and unclenched at his sides, a wide, irrepressible grin splitting his face. Heh heh heh. Awesome! With a joyful whoop, Goku vaulted over the broken railing. He didn't plummet. He dropped with the practiced ease of a seasoned warrior, landing in a light crouch on the ravaged earth a few feet from Beerus. The ground barely even shuddered. He slowly rose to his full height, his body already shifting into his signature fighting stance. Low, balanced, and ready for anything. The air around him began to hum. A gentle breeze kicked up, swirling dust and pebbles. Then, with a sudden, silent implosion of energy, a brilliant, cyan aura erupted around him, roaring to life like a controlled star. His black hair flashed and settled into a vibrant blue, his eyes turning the same electric shade. The sheer pressure of his divine ki, calm and controlled yet immense, washed over the area. Super Saiyan Blue had been unleashed. All right, Lord Beerus. Goku's voice was alight with excitement, the confident smirk on his face a stark contrast to the beaten forms of his allies. Looks like I get to join the training too. Beerus turned his head slowly, an eyebrow raised in mild annoyance. A long, drawn-out sigh escaped his lips. And here I thought you were going to be preoccupied with your time-bending room. Must you always insert yourself where you're not needed, Scion? Goku just laughed, the sound bright and completely devoid of fear. I will be. But after seeing that? No way I can just stand by and wait. Besides, I'm part of this tournament too, aren't I? It's only fair I get a little warm-up with the head coach. Warm-up? Beerus scoffed, a flicker of amusement dancing in his golden eyes. He crossed his arms, tapping a clawed finger against his bicep. Humph. Yes, you've managed to stack your Super Saiyan power on top of God Ki. But don't think for a second that turning your hair blue will be enough to challenge me. The last time we fought, you were a newborn god, barely able to stand. This changes nothing of consequence. Goku's grin didn't falter. If anything, it widened. Maybe it does look that way to you, Lord Beerus. But this is different. That first time, with Super Saiyan God, that was just a taste. This, he said, balling his fists as the blue aura flared brighter, I've made that power my own and pushed it even further. I want to see it for myself. I want to feel, with my own two hands, just how much stronger I've gotten, and how terrifyingly far I still have to go. A low, guttural groan pulled their attention for a moment. Naruto had managed to push himself up onto one elbow, his face pale and beaded with sweat. The pain from Beerus's single punch was an all-consuming fire in his gut, paralyzing him. Naruto widened his eyes, shocked. Blue hair? What is that? Beerus studied Goku for a long moment, a slow, predatory smirk beginning to form on his face. The Scion's foolishness was galling, but his earnest, insatiable desire for battle, that was something a god of destruction could, on some level, respect. Humph. Very well, Beerus said, uncrossing his arms and letting them hang loosely at his sides. You wish to measure the gap between us? Then come. Show me the fruits of this training you're so proud of. But be warned, Goku. The last time, I was merely playing. Today, this is a lesson. Goku then smirked confidently. All right. Here I come, Lord Beerus. And with that, he shot ahead and reeled his fist backwards, before shooting it towards Beerus. However, the god of destruction merely blocked it with his finger alone. Beerus had simply placed his index finger upwards and had stopped his fist with it. Goku, rather than looking shocked, simply chuckled with confident excitement. He had knew that it wouldn't be so easy to land a blow on Beerus. After all, just like the god of destruction had mentioned earlier, the last time Goku used the Super Saiyan God transformation against Beerus, the latter had only played with him. But this time, he was taking things a bit more seriously. And even then, Goku seemed to be of no match for him, and yet, the prospect excited him. It simply meant that he got the chance to fight a strong opponent, as well as train himself to get even stronger in the future. Naruto widened his eyes in shock as he finally staggered back to his 2 feet. Goku. What is that? Goku looked at Naruto and smiled, his fist still touching Beerus' finger. It's called Super Saiyan Blue. Suddenly, Beerus whacked Goku with a swift flick of his tail. The force from that alone was so powerful that it sent Goku flying and crashing towards a nearby building. Crash! Naruto finally shifted into his battle stance, now returning back to his calm expression. His body untensed, now ready to pounce like a cat. Beerus sighed, his attention not at Naruto, but at Goku rather. Goku! Don't take your eyes off me, or I may seriously consider destroying you. Naruto suddenly shot forward with a calm look on his face, before delivering a diagonal descending heel kick onto Beerus. However, the god disappeared, before reappearing behind Naruto. With a tap of his clawed finger, he touched Naruto's back. That alone had so much force that it sent Naruto flying and crashing towards a wall ahead. Even though Naruto had Ultra Instinct, Beerus was somehow bypassing the speed of autonomous Ultra Instinct. The rubble, which was currently covering Goku due to the Saiyan getting slammed through a building, exploded in a fury of blue divine ki. The pure-hearted Saiyan roared as his head titled slightly upwards, his fists clenched on his sides. He then wiped his mouth, and felt a sensation. Some form of liquid? Looking down at his forehand, he widened his eyes slightly, surprised. Blood? Beerus' tail smack alone was enough to cause Goku to bleed a bit. He then wiped the blood off his mouth, before staring at Beerus while shifting back into his battle stance. I don't like the look of this, he said to himself with a serious look on his face. It was clear that Beerus wasn't playing around, and it was even more evident that the last time they had fought, the god of destruction held back considerably against Super Saiyan God Goku. It however did make sense. Back when Goku had fought Golden Frieza after the Tyrant had been revived back to life by a few members of the Frieza Force, the Frost's power level was beyond his Super Saiyan Blue at the time. Despite being so high, however, Frieza's new form had a major drawback, and that was that it drained a lot of stamina. He had not mastered his new transformation as soon as achieving it. Instead, he directly rushed to Earth in order to try and exact his revenge on Goku and his friends. Of course, that did not end up working. Goku prevailed once again, primarily due to the power loss of Frieza's new form. There was no point in having a higher power level if that very same power begins to diminish at an exponential rate. However, Beerus was different. Not only did he pack a high power level, but he also had zero stamina drain. It was only natural, as Beerus could efficiently use his destructive powers. I gotta go faster, Goku thought to himself. Then, He skyrocketed ahead using his flight towards Beerus. Beerus smirked, his hands now placed behind his back. However, just as Goku got close and was about to land a blow, a voice shouted, "Goku!" Goku flinched, and Beerus simply delivered a backhand horizontal punch, sending Goku flying and crashing towards the Capsule Corporation rooftop wall. Whis, who was currently hovering in the air, sighed wearily. "My lord. Bulma is here." Beerus raised his eyebrows. "Bulma?" He then ascended into the air using his ki, before floating back towards the rooftop. He then gently descended on the ground and looked ahead. There, he could see Bulma glaring at him. "Ah, Bulma. What do you want?" "You interrupted my training session with the Scion and ninjas." Bulma seemed even more irritated by Beerus' dismissive tone. She took a step forward angrily, then another, before storming towards God. "What are you doing?" Beerus was interrupted when Bulma, after stopping in front of him, immediately whacked his head with her fist, causing the God of Destruction's head to snap downwards, as well as his body leaning forward a bit inadvertently due to the force of the punch. Whis looked amused and surprised at the same time. "Oh my," he said. He was currently holding his staff in his left hand. Beerus wasn't affected by the punch whatsoever. It did no damage to him. However, his head snapped back at Bulma. His posture, however, still bent over slightly as he shouted comically, What are you doing? You dare hit a god? I don't care if you're a god. Stop destroying and messing my house. If you want to train, then do it elsewhere, you boneheaded deity." Bulma shouted comically. Beerus flinched as he took a step backwards, utterly dumbfounded. Fine, you damn earthling." Whis smiled with amusement, while also being surprised. Lord Beerus getting scolded by an earthling. He then looked at Bulma, amused. "I've never seen a god of destruction being whacked like that before." A groaning sound was then heard from behind. On the front side of the railings of the rooftop, two hands grasped it. Naruto had slowly crawled his way back up, before climbing over the railing, and landed but first on the ground. "Yow!" The Uzumaki then looked at Beerus with an irritated look on his face. "What was that for? You just attacked Sasuke out of nowhere. And Uncle Goku too." He scolded while jabbing a finger at Beerus. Bulma folded her arms, scowling. "Yeah, I wholeheartedly understand Naruto's frustration," Beerus grumbled as he slumped his shoulders in defeat. Alright, fine. I have already stopped. I'll train them elsewhere. Just stop shouting at me so loudly." Then, the glass doors of the exit of the rooftop area opened, revealing Vegeta. The Scion Prince frantically stormed ahead, before stopping a respectful distance away from Beerus. He then bowed in a 90-degree angle and said nervously, "I apologize for my wife's outburst, Lord Beerus." Beerus narrowed his eyes at Vegeta. "Prince Vegeta, perhaps you'll take the punishment?" "Gladly, Lord Beerus," Vegeta stammered anxiously, before getting interrupted by his wife. "No such thing will happen, you hear me?" Bulma shouted. "Just get out of here already." As Bulma continued to scold Beerus, Sasuke emerged from the railings of the rooftop as well. However, unlike Naruto, rather than crawling on it, he had used his chakra, and used his feet to run on the walls of the Capsule Corporation building, before finally emerging over the railings. Sasuke held his stomach in slight pain as he glared at Beerus. Even though he was a god, Sasuke firmly believed that he had no right to suddenly attack him like that. It was unprovoked, and overall unnecessary. Why did he even attack Sasuke in the first place? The cat had said it was for training, but Sasuke could still feel the sharp pain in his stomach from earlier when Beerus had placed a Hokage orb on it. The energy of destruction, Beerus called it? Was this something that the Uchiha could learn himself? Or rather, the question that should be asked is, was Beerus trying to train Sasuke to use destruction powers? Sasuke began to visualize in his mind Beerus using this soul-consuming Hokage energy with his own Chidori. The power output would be immense. However, right now, rather than being more analytical about Beerus' training methods, he was more leaning to irritation. "Beerus, what was that about?" Sasuke growled while still holding his stomach in pain. Beerus looked at Sasuke, annoyed. "You forgot to say Lord. You call yourself a deity? I've never seen a deity who messes my yard like a hyperactive dog." Bulma shouted at Beerus, causing the god to again flinch backwards. Whis laughed melodically. Oh my! You've been compared to a dog, my lord, given how you're more of a humanoid cat. He then smiled with amusement. But I must say, Bulma isn't wrong. Beerus widened his eyes comically at Whis. Why, you're agreeing with her, Whis? Damn it all! This is ridiculous. Naruto slowly walked over to Sasuke while still maintaining his sight on Beerus, hoping the cat god wouldn't suddenly attack them again, and asked Sasuke, "Are you okay?" Sasuke didn't bother to look at Naruto. Instead, his glare was still fixed on Beerus, but he managed to reply, "Yeah. I'm fine. But that guy is something else entirely. His strength and speed is insane." Then, Goku descended onto the ground from the air using his flight while wincing and rubbing the back of his head. He was currently back to his base form. Lord Beerus. He then smirked excitedly. You're still as amazing as ever, huh? Vegeta panicked slightly as he stood ramrod straight. Kakarot. Apologize to Lord Beerus, right now. Goku looked baffled. But why? We were only training. Bulma sighed at Vegeta with her hands placed on her hips. No apologies needed. But she then glared at Beerus. I thought there was an earthquake outside. I had to cut short my shower in the process. Vegeta nodded, his cheeks turning red, and a flustered look formed on his face. Why, yeah. My wife's bathing time should never be interrupted. Goku looked perplexed as he stared at Vegeta. So you're going to resume your bath with Bulma later? Silence filled the air after what Goku had just said. The silence stretched for a moment as Vegeta now had a mortified look on his face. Bulma, however, seemed pretty calm about it. She sighed at Goku and said, Goku, you're not supposed to say that aloud, you know? Why not? Goku tilted his head innocently, still confused. Naruto stared at Vegeta for a moment, before he remembered what Goku had told him earlier. Flashback begins. Goku was currently standing on top of the railing of the outdoor rooftop. He seemed to be staring at the distance ahead of him, when he suddenly sensed Naruto's ki. With an excited look on his face, he turned around and smiled happily. Naruto! Sasuke! He then jumped ahead while performing a series of front flips, before landing nimbly on the ground around 10 feet away in front of them. His face lit up with a wide grin. He raised a hand to the side of his head, pressing his index and middle fingers together to offer his signature two-fingered salute. Yo! Naruto waved back with a wide grin. Hey, Uncle Goku! Sasuke's gaze swept the rooftop, his tone direct as he asked, where is Vegeta? Goku blinked, the picture of innocence. Oh, him? He's taking a shower with Bulma. The statement landed with the force of a physical blow. Both shinobi went ramrod straight, and a deep, comical blush instantly flooded Naruto's face. A shower? Tea together? He stammered, his voice cracking on the last word. Goku just chuckled innocently. Yeah. I don't really get it, but he's always doing it. Gah, stop. We don't need any more details. Naruto yelled, his face a comical shade of red. Beside him, Sasuke simply let out a weary sigh. Sharing a bath? A new, languid voice cut in. How curious. Is that some sort of time-saving strategy? The three turned to see Beerus the Destroyer sauntering toward them, letting out a jaw-cracking yawn. Whis glided effortlessly at his side. Oh ho ho, the angel laughed, a knowing glimmer in his eyes. My lord, it is a rather common activity for a husband and wife. Flashback ends. Back to the present. Naruto's face turned red as he took a few steps backwards till his back touched the railings behind him. Gah! Again? But then, an idea slowly formed in his head. And on his face, a new expression was reborn. It started as a hint of mischief, before widening into a full-blown smile of a prankster. Vegeta noticed the look Naruto was displaying and looked flustered. What is with that look, clown? He stammered. Naruto's eyes narrowed to the shape of horizontal fish eyes, a mischievous grin now present on his face. Why, he teased. What? Vegeta was absolutely mortified. It was clear that the Uzumaki was teasing him. You brat! Goku looked innocently surprised. You in the shower? What's the point of that? Vegeta froze for a moment, before slowly looking at Goku, dumbfounded. What do you mean, what's the point of th? He paused for a moment, before scowling at Goku. Kakarot. You're married. And have kids. Goku placed his hands behind the back of his head and nodded innocently. Yeah. But what does that have to do with ing? Vegeta was utterly taken back, as he took a step backwards. Then, he stood straight and looked surprised. What? He then folded his arms and looked away with his eyes closed, a look of disbelief on his face. No. No way. No way, I'm explaining. Goku frowned. Oh, come on, Vegeta. What did you mean? Bulma sighed wearily, her hands still on her hips. Sasuke's eyebrow twitched, clearly getting irritated. He then looked at Naruto and scolded, Shut up, Naruto. Naruto shot a comical look on Sasuke and jabbed a finger at him. You keep quiet, team. Beerus, who was silent for a bit and simply observed the bickering, now hovered into the air. He then placed the side of his fist near his mouth and cleared his throat. All right. That's enough. Let's go somewhere else and train. Sasuke looked at Beerus, still irritated from his earlier attack, but he stated, We can't fly like you. Whis smiled gently. Then in that case, allow me to take you to a training location Lord Beerus prefers. I am the fastest being in the universe, so I can get there in an instant. Vegeta, are you finally ready to train with me in the hyperbolic time chamber? Goku asked with a grin on his face. His hands were already placed behind the back of his head. Before Vegeta could answer, Beerus narrowed his eyes at Goku with his hands behind his back. Goku, you mentioned that your planet has a hyperbolic time chamber. He then looked at Naruto and Sasuke. Wouldn't it be a good idea for you and Vegeta to train Naruto and Sasuke for a duration of 2 years? Oh. You're right, Lord Beerus. That's actually a great idea. Naruto looked dumbfounded. Wait, what? Sasuke looked surprised, his hands coming out of his pockets, and dropped by his sides now. If we were to consider the fact that this time chamber actually exists, then we could get 2 years' worth of training in 2 days. Beerus looked at Sasuke with slight irritation. It's not an if. The time chamber exists. Do not question or doubt my divine knowledge. Whis placed a hand on his mouth and closed his eyes, laughing lightly. Divine knowledge, you say? I thought you only got to know about the existence of a time chamber on Earth through Goku. Beerus shot a look of comical fury at Whis. Quiet, Whis. Naruto widened his eyes, surprised. Such a thing even exists? A chamber where the flow of time is different. Goku smiled and placed his fists on his hips while looking at Naruto and confirmed, Yep. You should try it. Me and Vegeta will train you. Vegeta scowled with his arms folded over his chest. Kakarot, I'm not going to train them. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Vegeta comically till his eye shapes were of a horizontal slits. He then jabbed a finger dramatically at Vegeta. Oh, come on! Train us already, old man. Beerus narrowed his eyes at Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, you'll do as I say. Vegeta immediately bowed 90 degrees forward with fear and respect. He then stammered nervously, My apologies, Lord Beerus. I'll train them right away. Beerus sighed. Good. Then get to this hyperbolic time chamber right now. Whis looked surprised. His feet and body ascended into the air, but only around 7 centimeters from the ground, before the angel floated towards Beerus. Lord Beerus, I thought you were going to train them. Beerus let out a jaw-breaking yawn, before closing his mouth lazily, and then responded, Well, 2 days, even with being trained by an amazing deity like me, won't get them the results and strength they'll need for the tournament. Therefore, I'll leave this to Goku and Vegeta in the hyperbolic whatever chamber. He then looked at Goku and Vegeta with an authoritative look on his face. Teach Sasuke God Ki, and for Naruto, teach him how to use God Ki in his base form, rather than relying on the transformed version of Autonomous Ultra Instinct. Autonomous Ultra Instinct. Goku looked surprised as he stared at the ground for a moment thoughtfully, before looking up with an excited look on his face. So that silver-haired transformation from Naruto. That's Autonomous Ultra Instinct? Awesome! Vegeta blinked, surprised. Autonomous Ultra Instinct. Silver-haired form? He then looked at Naruto. You can transform? Naruto nodded slowly with a surprised look on his face. Yes, that's right. Vegeta looked at the ground for a moment, and thought to himself, back when I was having the time of my life with Bulma in the shower, I had suddenly sensed God Ki. So that was Naruto himself. He then looked back at Naruto and glared at him. Because of Naruto, my love time with Bulma was interrupted when she suddenly heard the loud fighting sounds outside. If only they'd gone to a different location from the start. Damn you, Naruto noticed the glare on Vegeta's face. He's glaring again. He noted with comical nervousness. Fine. Let's do it. I'm willing to train for 2 years. A voice said. Everybody turned towards the source of the voice, save for Beerus, who only turned his head to look at the speaker, and saw Sasuke Uchiha. Apparently it was the young Avenger who had said that. Sasuke nodded with a serious look on his face. I need strength and power. I'll do it, Beerus smirked. Good. Once you're done with your 2 years of training within that chamber, and we successfully win the tournament, I'll train you personally myself. Sasuke looked surprised at first, but he then nodded with focused determination. I'll do my best. Beerus then looked at Naruto. And of course, I'll be training you too, but only on the condition that you successfully win the tournament. Are we clear on that? Naruto nodded with a serious look on his face. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis smiled with amusement. Very well, then. He then looked at Goku and Vegeta. I assume you'll lead the way? Goku gave a thumbs up with his right hand extended ahead, and his body twisted to his left side with a confident smirk on his face. You got it, Whis. Where is this Hyperramen Lime chamber anyway? Naruto wondered. Sasuke looked baffled. Hyperramen? Ramen? It's called Hyperbolic Time Chamber, idiot. Naruto shot his fist into the air with comical frustration. Gah! Whatever it's called. Then, realization dawned on his face, something he had not considered initially. Putting his hands down till it was near his sides while his elbows were bent, leading to his arms in a 90-degree position, Naruto looked at his hands for a moment with a surprised look on his face, before looking back up at everyone. If we train for 2 years, then I wouldn't get to see Dad and Mom for a while. We have to at least inform them. Whis smiled gently. You seem to misunderstand the mechanics of the hyperbolic time chamber, Naruto. Sasuke sighed with exasperation. Naruto. 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber equals 2 days in the real world. It was already explained. He then closed his eyes for a moment, before reopening them with a thoughtful look on his face. Although, even I'm having a hard time believing it. I won't believe it until I actually enter the place and experience it for myself. Naruto looked at Sasuke, absolutely stunned. What? Is that even real? Like I said, I'm not sure myself unless I experience it myself. Naruto stared at his hands once again. No way. So if only 2 days are past here, then I'd still get 2 years worth of training. That means I can still see Mom and Dad. And I'll have time to talk to Itachi. Sasuke stated with a serious look on his face. Beerus grumbled. Yes. You'll get your reunion. But only if you win the tournament also. I expect nothing but success. No failure on your part. He then narrowed his eyes at the ninjas with an intimidating look on his face. Or I'll destroy you. Goku chuckled nervously. Don't be like that, Lord Beerus. And plus, I'm sure we'll win the tournament, Vegeta scoffed. Oh, we will. I refuse to lose. And with Super Saiyan Blue, our opponents are outclassed. He then looked at Naruto. I am interested in training with you. His gaze then shifted to Sasuke. As for you, I'll have to spend my valuable time training you. He then folded his arms. If you're going to train under me, then you'll have to go through hellish training. Do you understand, boy? Sasuke narrowed his eyes at Vegeta. Bring it. And I don't plan on losing to you either, Vegeta smirked arrogantly. Who? So cocky. Yet you lack the strength to back it up. Beerus looked at Vegeta and Sasuke back and forth for a bit. Okay, just get going already. Goku placed his index and middle finger on his forehead. Alright, everyone touch my shoulder. I'll teleport you guys to Den's lookout. Naruto stared at Goku blankly, confused by what he had just now meant by that. Teleport? Den's lookout? Teleport? Den's lookout? Vegeta walked towards Goku's back, before lazily placing his right hand on his rival's right shoulder while scowling at Naruto and Sasuke. Just do what Kakarot says. Goku nodded with a smile while still having his 2 fingers on his forehead. Yep. It's called as instant transmission. It's a teleportation technique that transported me to a location I can lock my ki onto in an instant. Huh! Naruto was immensely surprised. Goku chuckled at Naruto's bewildered expression, lowering his 2 fingers from his forehead. Hee, it's pretty neat, right? It might seem complicated, but the idea is simple. He looked up at the sky thoughtfully for a moment, trying to find the right words for the 2 ninjas. I learned it on a planet called Jardrat after my fight with a real bad guy named Frisia. To make it work, I have to concentrate and search for a person's key signature. It's like their life energy. Everyone has a unique one. Once I find the energy of someone I know, like Den who's up on the lookout, I can lock onto it like a beacon, and then teleport. Goku vanished for a split second and reappeared a few feet to his left, startling Naruto. I'm here. It doesn't matter if they're on the other side of the planet, or even in another galaxy, as long as I can find their key. Naruto's jaw was practically on the ground, his blue eyes wide and sparkling with unrestrained excitement. He rushed forward, his face just inches from Goku's, his voice a torrent of rapid-fire questions. Whoa! Can you take a whole bunch of people with you? This is even crazier than the Hyperramen Lime Chamber. He was practically bouncing on the balls of his feet, unable to contain his energy. Can you teach me? Believe it. Imagine the possibilities. I could zip over to Ichiraka Ramen for a lunch break in the middle of a mission and be back before anyone even noticed I was gone. Sasuke, in stark contrast, remained perfectly still, his arms folded across his chest. His expression wasn't one of childish wonder, but of intense, analytical concentration. So its effectiveness is entirely dependent on your ability to locate and identify a specific key signature, he stated, his voice calm and measured. It wasn't a question, but a conclusion. Vegeta let out a guttural scoff, his patience wearing dangerously thin. Can get moving on already? He barked, his voice dripping with arrogance and irritation. A low, menacing growl rumbled deep within Beerus's chest, silencing everyone instantly. The very air around them grew heavy and cold as a faint, almost imperceptible purple aura began to shimmer around the god of destruction. He tapped a single clawed finger against his arm, the sound echoing like a death knell in the sudden silence. I am growing tired of this conversation, he said, his voice deceptively calm. I gave a simple, direct order: go to the hyperbolic time chamber and begin your training. I do not enjoy listening to children speculate about teleportation techniques. I do not enjoy waiting while my instructions are ignored. His yellow, feline eyes narrowed into razor-thin slits, and his voice suddenly boomed with celestial authority, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. And more than anything else in this universe, I hate repeating myself. He took one deliberate, heavy step forward, the pressure of his divine presence becoming almost suffocating. My patience is not an infinite resource. In fact, it is remarkably thin on most days, and today you are all stretching it to its breaking point. Get to the lookout now, or I will personally give you all a demonstration of a technique that teleports entire planets into oblivion, and I will be starting with this one. Goku flinched, a bead of nervous sweat trickling down his temple as the divine pressure washed over him. Yikes! Right away, Lord Beerus. He immediately snapped back to the 2 ninjas, his usual carefree grin replaced with a strained, urgent smile. Okay, guys, hurry. Grab on. Anywhere is fine, just do it fast. Realizing the god of destruction was seconds away from making good on his threat, Naruto didn't hesitate. He scrambled forward and slapped his hand firmly onto Goku's shoulder, looking back at the fuming deity with wide eyes. Okay. I'm touching. See? Sasuke moved with a silent, fluid grace, his expression a mask of stoicism. He stepped up beside Vegeta and placed a hand on Goku's other shoulder, giving a slight, almost imperceptible nod. All right. Show me this teleportation technique. Okay, everyone's here. Hang on tight. Goku sighed with a rush of relief, instantly pressing his index and middle fingers back to his forehead. For a brief moment, the world stood still, and then, with a soundless displacement of air, Goku, Vegeta, Naruto, and Sasuke vanished. Beerus let out a long, drawn-out sigh, the immense pressure around him dissipating as if it had never been there. He closed his eyes, a look of profound exasperation on his face. Finally, he grumbled to the empty air. Peace and quiet. Bulma, who had been watching the entire exchange with the practiced patience of someone used to Scion-level drama, finally let her own breath out. She strode over, placing her hands on her hips and shaking her head. Honestly, that husband of mine. He just loves to poke the bear, doesn't he? She then gave Beerus a shrewd, knowing smile. Look, Lord Beerus, to make up for all that shouting and bother, what do you say I treat you to some of that Earth's specialty I've been saving? A triple fudge sundae with extra sprinkles. Beerus's demeanor shifted in an instant. His ears perked up, and his slitted pupils widened into large, round orbs of pure, unadulterated excitement. Triple fudge? Did you say sundae? He exclaimed, his voice now filled with childish glee. Woman, why do you always wait until after I've made threats of planetary destruction to offer me the good stuff? Whis floated closer, a hand delicately placed over his mouth as he let out a soft, amused chuckle. Oh my! A triple fudge sundae, you say? That does sound rather delightful, Bulma. Bulma's smile brightened further, her plan having worked perfectly as she clasped her hands together in front of her chest. Then what are we waiting for? Follow me, you two. With Naruto and the others, Den's lookout. The transition was not a movement, but a replacement. One moment, they were standing on the familiar, soft grass of the Capsule Corp lawn under a blue sky. The next, they were somewhere else entirely. There was no rush of wind, no feeling of motion, only a single, jarring blink of existence. For Naruto, the sudden shift in sensory input was overwhelming. The air was thin and sharp in his lungs, tasting cold purity. The light was different, brighter, harsher, unfiltered by the lower atmosphere. He stumbled forward a step, his legs feeling unsteady as his shinobi-honed equilibrium struggled to reconcile what had just happened. Sasuke, by contrast, remained perfectly still, his feet planted firmly on the unfamiliar ground. His eyes, however, were wide. He catalogued the impossible altitude, the strange architecture, and the quality of the air. They stood upon an immense, perfectly circular platform of checkered white tiles that seemed to stretch for acres in every direction. The sheer scale was baffling. It felt less like a floor and more like the polished surface of a small moon. At the very center of this vast expanse rose a single, extraordinary palace. It was a structure of bulbous, rounded architecture, with soft, flowing lines and a central, golden dome, looking more like something grown from the earth than built by hand. Dotted around the main palace were small, palm-like trees with impossibly green fronds that rustled in a wind that carried no scent of earth or pollution. But the most breathtaking feature was the view. There was no railing, no barrier, only a low, curved lip at the edge of the platform. Beyond it, there was nothing but an endless sea of pure white. They were floating above the clouds, like an island adrift in the upper stratosphere. Far below, through scattered breaks in the fluffy white carpet, Naruto could see the world, a beautiful, distant mixture of deep blues and verdant greens. The silence was profound, a sacred stillness broken only by the whisper of the high-altitude wind. Well, here we are, Goku announced cheerfully, breaking the reverent silence. He stretched his arms high above his head with a satisfying groan, completely at home. Welcome to Kami's lookout. We come up here to use the hyperbolic time chamber and to see Dend. Naruto was consumed by pure, unadulterated wonder. With a whoop of excitement, he sprinted ahead, skidding to a halt right at the very precipice, his sandals a hair's breadth from the dizzying drop. He threw his arms wide, a massive, infectious grin splitting his face. Whoa! This is unbelievable. You can see everything from here. It's like standing on top of the Hokage monument, but like, 1,000,000 times bigger and higher. It's like the whole world is our own personal backyard. Believe it! It was then that two figures emerged from the entrance of the central palace. One was a slightly average-sized, stout, and enigmatic being with dark skin, wearing a white sash and a golden waistcoat. The other was much smaller, a young Namekian with green skin, pointed ears, and the gentle, kind eyes of a born healer. He wore the simple, dignified robes of a guardian. "Goku, it is good to see you again," the Namekian said, his voice soft and welcoming. This was Dend, the guardian of Earth. The other being Mr. Popo, walked ahead before stopping in front of the group. "Welcome to the lookout," he greeted with a smile. Naruto turned around and saw Popo and Dend in the distance. A sense of confusion and slight shock washed over him. The two people ahead didn't seem human. What? Naruto slowly walked ahead towards Dend and Popo. "Are you two, like Lord Beerus?" While the question sounded somewhat vague, the implications were more or less understood. Due to their physical bodies not matching the typical appearance of a human, the Uzumaki had come to a conclusion of whether both of them were gods. Goku chuckled happily and looked at Naruto with a smile. "Well, yeah. Dend here is a god." He then pointed his thumb sideways, while keeping his other fingers furled into a fist, towards the Namekian. As Naruto had finally got closer to Dend and stopped walking, the Namekian nodded with a smile at Naruto and reintroduced, "My name is Dend, the guardian of this planet." "You must be Naruto Uzumaki?" Naruto looked surprised. He pointed a finger at himself for a short moment, before asking with his finger still in place, "You know me?" Dend nodded again and continued to maintain his gentle smile. "That's right. I've known you only for a short bit, but I have the ability to watch events unfold on this planet, and I happen to have seen your interaction with Goku and the others when you had arrived on the planet." He then took 2 steps forward, before continuing, "You have come here to use the hyperbolic time chamber, correct?" Naruto's surprised look finally wore off, and was now replaced by a gentle smile that mirrored the Namekian. "Yes, please. We've come here to get stronger." He then glanced around his surroundings for a moment, before clenching the fabric near his chest, panting a bit. "But why the hell does it feel like the air is so thin here?" Sasuke appeared to the right of Naruto in an instant using the body flicker technique, his hands in his pocket. He too was panting for air a bit. "It's most likely because we are high in the sky, where the air is a lot thinner," he admitted. Goku chuckled. "Yep. You'll get used to it once you train with us." Later, Naruto and the others were now standing in the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. They had earlier gone inside the building, and walked around till they appeared in a circle corridor, where the center of it consisted of a door that seemingly led to the chamber. "Behind this is the Hyperamen time chamber?" Naruto asked, curious. Sasuke looked at Naruto briefly, before looking away, not bothering to correct him this time. Dend, who was at the front of the door, nodded with a smile without looking at them, his gaze fixed on the entrance instead. "Yes, that would be correct," he confirmed. He had noticed Naruto's incorrect phrasing of the chamber's actual name, but he too decided to ignore it, as the Namekian was aware that Naruto couldn't pronounce it, or had misheard it. Vegeta strode ahead before kicking the door open. "Hurry inside already." And with that, he continued to walk inside immediately after kicking the entrance open. Goku followed his rival inside with a grin on his face, his hands behind the back of his head. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged looks for a moment, before nodding to each other, and looked ahead while walking inside. Dend and Mr. Popo watched them enter inside, and a smile formed on the latter's face. However, that's when a thought suddenly struck Popo. He looked at Dend and asked curiously, "Do you think Naruto and Sasuke will be able to handle the chamber?" Goku as a kid struggled to use it. Dend smiled while looking at Popo. "I firmly believe that Naruto would be able to handle it. But Sasuke on the other hand," he said the last part, unsure, as he looked back at the now closed entrance. "I think he will struggle. But I trust that Naruto, Goku, and Vegeta will find a way for him to stabilize despite the harsh conditions." Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, with Naruto, Sasuke, Vegeta, and Goku, the heavy, reinforced door slammed shut behind them with a thud that seemed to echo with a finality that vibrated in their chests. The sound didn't just signal the closing of a room, it felt like the sealing of a dimension. Naruto blinked, his eyes adjusting from the bright, sunlit tiles of the lookout to the interior lighting of the building they now stood in. At first glance, it seemed deceptively mundane. They were in a living area that looked like a cross between a high-end apartment and a storage facility. There was a kitchen stocked with years' worth of non-perishable food, a row of simple beds, and a massive hourglass in the center of the room, its sand trickling down with agonizing slowness. "Whoa," Naruto breathed out, his voice sounding strangely flat in the enclosed space. He rubbed the back of his neck, looking around the living quarters. "What the hell is this? I was expecting a dungeon or something given how grumpy Vegeta is. Look, they even have a fridge." He darted over to the kitchen area, opening the refrigerator door and peering inside, only to be met with rows of water bottles and protein-packed sustenance bars. Sasuke, however, didn't look at the kitchen. He didn't look at the beds. His gaze was fixed on the open archway at the far end of the living quarters, the only exit that didn't lead back to Den. "Naruto," Sasuke said, his voice low and laced with a tension that made the hair on Naruto's arms stand up. "Come look at this." Naruto closed the fridge and jogged over to where Sasuke stood at the precipice of the tiled floor. "What is it, Sasuke? Did you find the—" Naruto's voice died in his throat. Beyond the tiled edge of the living quarters, there was nothing, literally nothing. It wasn't the darkness of a cave or the blue of the sky. It was an endless, suffocating expanse of white. There was no horizon, no ceiling, no floor, no walls. Just an infinite, blinding void that stretched out in every direction, defying all logic and depth perception. The whiteness was so absolute that it felt like staring into the concept of emptiness itself. "What the hell is this?" Naruto whispered, his eyes wide and trembling. He took a step back, instinctively terrified of falling, even though the white ground seemed to extend levelly from the tiles. "Where does it end?" "It doesn't," Goku's voice came from behind them. The two ninjas turned to see Goku and Vegeta walking up to the edge. Goku had a nostalgic, almost serious look on his face, while Vegeta wore a smirk of cruel anticipation. "This," Goku explained, sweeping his arm out toward the emptiness, "is the hyperbolic time chamber. Or the room of spirit and time. Out there, there's nothing but you and your thoughts." Sasuke looked dumbfounded. "How? Don't bother," Vegeta scoffed, walking past them and stopping right at the edge of the tiles. He crossed his arms, staring out into the abyss. "This dimension is larger than you think. You could run for a lifetime in a straight line and never hit a wall. If you wander too far from this building and lose sight of it, you will die. You'll wander the void until you starve or go insane." Naruto swallowed hard, the reality of the situation crashing down on him. "Empty? It's not just empty," Vegeta continued, his voice dropping an octave, becoming a growl. "It's hostile. Right now, near the entrance, it's manageable. But out there? The temperature fluctuates violently. It rises to 50 degrees Celsius in the day, hot enough to boil your blood if you aren't careful, and drops to 40 below zero at night. The air is only a quarter as dense as Earth's, making every breath a struggle." As if to prove a point, Vegeta stepped off the tiled floor and onto the white void. "Tum." The sound was subtle, a heavy displacement of weight. Vegeta stood firm, unbothered, but the air around him seemed to shimmer. And then, Goku added, stepping out beside Vegeta, "There's the gravity." "Gravity?" Naruto asked, tilting his head. "Yeah," Goku nodded. "The gravity inside the chamber is 10 times that of Earth's normal gravity. Standing out here is like carrying 10 of yourselves on your back." Sasuke narrowed his eyes. 10 times? He looked at the white floor, his analytical mind racing. "That explains the sensation of pressure I've been feeling since we walked in." Determined not to be outdone, Sasuke stepped off the tiles. The moment his foot planted on the white surface, his knee buckled. "GH." Sasuke gritted his teeth, his eyes widening as an invisible, crushing weight slammed down onto his shoulders. It felt as though the air itself had turned into lead. His body, honed by years of ninja training, felt incredibly heavy, his movements sluggish. He forced his leg to straighten, sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. "Sasuke!" Naruto yelled, rushing forward. "Are you okay?" Without thinking, Naruto jumped off the tiles to help his friend. "Whoa, oof!" Naruto crashed onto the white floor, the sudden increase in gravity catching him completely off guard. He didn't just stumble. He face-planted, his limbs splayed out as if a giant hand were pressing him into the ground. What the heck? I can't, get up. Vegeta looked down at Naruto, who was struggling to push himself off the ground, his arms trembling violently under the strain. The Saiyan Prince let out a sharp, barking laugh. Look at them, Kakarot, struggling just to stand. And these are the warriors supposed to win the tournament? Goku laughed nervously, scratching his cheek. Ah, come on, Vegeta. Give them a second. It took me a while to get used to it when I was a kid too. It's a big shock to the system. Sasuke had managed to stabilize himself, though his breathing was ragged. It's hard to focus my chakra. Chakra? You mean ki? But that's the point, Goku said. He turned to face them, placing his hands on his hips with a smile on his face. Everything here is designed to push you to your limit just by existing. If you can learn to move, fight, and control your energy in here, when you go back to the normal world, you'll be faster and stronger than you can imagine. Vegeta turned his back on them, facing the endless white. Kakarot, I think they mean chakra. I'm not familiar what that is, though. He then looked at the ninjas. Listen well, we have 2 years' worth of time in here. I will break you down and rebuild you until you are worthy of standing on the same stage as a Saiyan. There will be no breaks. There will be no mercy. If you want to master God Ki, you first have to master survival in this Hell's Cape. He turned his head slightly, a feral grin visible over his shoulder. Try not to die on the first day. Naruto clenched his fists, the initial fear of the void replaced by the familiar fire of determination. He looked at Sasuke, who nodded back, a fierce look on his eyes as well. Goku clapped his hands together, the sound echoing sharply in the vast emptiness. All right. That's the spirit. First things first, let's do a few laps around the lookout building to get your bodies used to the weight. Last one to finish doesn't get dinner. What? Naruto screamed, panic rising. I haven't eaten since this morning. Move, Sasuke. Don't order me around. Use your tanki. Later. The white void was not merely empty. It was heavy. It was a heaviness that pressed against the very soul. A silence so absolute that the sound of one's own blood rushing through veins sounded like a roaring river. For Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, the simple act of putting one foot in front of the other had become a Herculean trial. 98. Naruto gasped, the number tearing out of his throat like a jagged stone. His orange jumpsuit, usually loose and comfortable, felt like it was made of lead. Sweat didn't drip. It was dragged off his face by the oppressive gravity, splattering onto the endless white tiles with audible splats. 99. Shut up, Sasuke hissed from beside him. The Uchiha was faring no better. His usually pristine, stoic composure was cracking under the physical strain. His raven hair was plastered to his forehead, and his chest heaved violently with every shallow breath he managed to suck in from the thin, oxygen-deprived atmosphere. Don't count out loud. Save your air. They were running. Just running. A simple exercise that any genin could perform. Yet, in the hyperbolic time chamber, it was torture. The gravity, 10 times that of Earth, pulled at their internal organs and bones. It felt as though they were moving through drying concrete. However, thanks to Beerus' ki training from before, they were able to survive. Had they not learned the basics of ki from the god, they would have most likely died here. Whoosh! A blur of white and blue shot past them on the left. Come on, you two! Pick up the pace. Goku's cheerful voice cut through the agony, infuriatingly devoid of strain. He was jogging backward, facing them, his knees lifting high with an insulting lightness. We've only done 2 laps around the living quarters. That's barely a warm-up. Whoosh! A blur of dark blue and white armor shot past them on the right. Pathetic, Vegeta scoffed as he lapped them for the 3rd time. He didn't even look at them, his eyes focused straight ahead, his arms pumping with rhythmic, piston-like precision. If you die from a light jog, I'll revive you just to kill you myself. Move your legs, shinobi! Naruto grit his teeth, a vein bulging on his forehead. That jerk, he wheezed. Sasuke, we can't let them beat us like this. Also, what did he mean by revive? He can revive people like Whis? I don't know. Keep moving. Sasuke growled. The laps were deceptively long. The living quarters were a speck in the infinite white, but running around its perimeter in this gravity felt like running a marathon uphill. The temperature began to climb as the day cycle of the chamber progressed. The air shimmered with heat, turning the white floor into a frying pan. 50 degrees Celsius. The heat combined with the exertion was cooking them alive in their clothes. Naruto's vision swam. His legs were screaming, the lactic acid building up fast. Due to his exhaustion, he stumbled onto the ground. With a roar of effort that shredded his throat, Naruto slammed his hands down, catching himself in a push-up position. The impact shuddered through his bones. He didn't collapse. He pushed. He forced his trembling arms to extend, launching himself back onto his feet, stumbling but moving. Ho! Vegeta, who had looped around again, slowed his pace just enough to hover beside Naruto. He raised an eyebrow. You didn't faceplant. Impressive. Hours seemed to pass, though there was no sun to mark the time, only the shifting temperature and the gnawing hunger in their bellies. Eventually, the heat began to fade, replaced by a creeping, biting chill as the chamber cycled into its night phase. Finally, Goku skidded to a halt near the entrance of the living quarters. He didn't look tired, he looked invigorated. All right. That's enough cardio for the first session. Naruto and Sasuke didn't stop gracefully. They collapsed. Naruto fell onto his back, spreading his arms out, staring up into the infinite white void above. He gasped for air, his chest heaving so hard it looked painful. Sasuke dropped to one knee, head bowed, bracing himself with his hands, sweat dripping from his nose onto the floor. I can't feel my legs, Naruto groaned. Are they still there? Sasuke, check if my legs are still attached. Check yourself, Sasuke panted, wiping his eyes. Goku walked over, handing them both water bottles. Good job. You guys didn't quit. Most people pass out within the first hour of the gravity adjustment. Vegeta stood off to the side, arms crossed, leaning against the wall of the building. He wasn't drinking water. He was staring at Sasuke. Don't get comfortable. Resting time is over. Sasuke looked up, his eyes narrowing. We just stopped. The enemy won't wait for you to catch your breath, Vegeta stated coldly. He pushed himself off the wall, and walked into the open space of the void. Get up, Sasuke. It's time to see if you're worth the air you're struggling to breathe. Goku grinned and cracked his knuckles, looking down at Naruto. He's right. The best way to get used to the gravity is to fight in it. You ready, Naruto? Naruto groaned, rolling over and forcing himself up. The water had helped, and his stamina was already beginning to replenish, however slowly. He capped the bottle and tossed it aside. A spark of excitement ignited in his blue eyes, overriding the exhaustion. Always, Naruto said, a smirk forming on his whiskered face. Don't cry when I beat you, Goku. Goku laughed, a hearty sound that echoed in the emptiness. I like your confidence. Come at me with everything you've got. Goku glanced at Naruto, something shifting in his expression. Vegeta noticed it at once and demanded, Kakarot, what are you hesitating for? Goku let his smile fall, not unhappy, just thoughtful. Actually, I think Naruto and Sasuke should rest. There's no point pushing them this hard. They only just started. Naruto and Sasuke both stared, caught off guard. Vegeta stayed silent for a moment, then nodded once. For once I agree with you. Fine. Let them rest. He folded his arms with a firm scowl, making it clear he approved but wasn't pleased about it. Naruto's legs finally gave out. All the exhaustion that had been piling up inside him hit at once, and he dropped onto his backside with a heavy thump. For a moment he stayed there, hunched forward, palms on the ground, dragging in air in short, sharp gasps. Each breath shook through his chest, rough and uneven, until gradually the rhythm slowed. His shoulders rose and fell in deep waves as the burning in his lungs began to settle. Sasuke lowered himself too, but with more control, dropping onto one knee instead of collapsing outright. Even then, his arms trembled faintly as he braced himself, and the strain around his eyes made it clear he was just as drained. His breathing came steadier than Naruto's, but still far from calm. Goku watched them quietly, his expression softening. Without saying anything yet, he walked over to the small training area fridge, opened it, and pulled out 2 cold water bottles. He unscrewed the caps with ease and walked back to them. He crouched down, holding 1 bottle to each of them. Here. Drink. Naruto reached up immediately, fingers shaking as he took his bottle. The cold against his palm felt like instant relief. He tilted it back and gulped several mouthfuls, water spilling slightly down his chin, but he didn't care. His whole body felt like it needed this. Sasuke accepted his bottle with quieter focus, but he still drank deeply, letting out a low exhale afterward. A bead of sweat slid down his jaw as he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, trying to regain his composure. Goku stayed beside them for a moment, watching with a calm, approving look. A few steps away, Vegeta didn't budge. Arms crossed, expression sharp, he observed everything. How they breathed, how their hands shook, how drained they were. He didn't comment, but his silence carried its own weight. He was judging their stamina, their limits, their spirit. And though his scowl stayed fixed, there was a faint, unspoken acknowledgement in his eyes. This was a start. Later, Naruto and Sasuke finished drinking gallons of water. They then stood up, their stomach now bulging out slightly due to how much water they had drunk earlier. Naruto looked at Goku and noticed how the scion was not tired at all. In fact, he hadn't even broken a sweat. His body and frame in general was very muscular, but lean at the same time. He had never seen anyone have such a toned physique before. After all, people like Kakashi-sensei and Might Guy, though they were strong, lacked such a physique. Goku looked at Naruto with an interested and curious smile on his face, almost as if he wanted to ask something. In fact, that's exactly what he wanted to do. Hey Naruto. Naruto looked at Goku, still panting a bit from earlier's training. Why yeah? Vegeta folded his arms and watched silently, as Goku asked with a grin on his face. Earlier you transformed. That silver-haired form. What is it called again? Sasuke's eyes shifted to Naruto. Although he already knew the answer, he still waited for his rival to reveal it. The question wasn't what he was going to say, but rather how, which was what the Uchiha was curious about. Naruto looked at Goku, surprised for a moment, before smiling. It's called Autonomous Ultra Instinct. Autonomous Ultra Instinct? Goku looked surprised. Vegeta widened his eyes slightly, surprised. So that must be it. The technique Whis was trying to teach us. He then looked from Goku to Naruto. Hold on a minute. That was divine power. I could sense it when I was inside my home. And it far surpassed Kakarot's Super Saiyan Blue. Naruto pointed at Goku dramatically. Speaking of transformations, didn't you transform too, Uncle Goku? What was that blue hair all about? Goku chuckled. It's called Super Saiyan Blue. Saiyan? Blue? What a weird name, Goku laughed. It may sound like a simple name, but it's really powerful. Vegeta gritted his teeth in anger. Quiet down, all of you. He then glared at Naruto. I want you to show me that power right now. Naruto squinted at Vegeta. Oh yeah, sure. I'll use it. In fact, training here should be super easy when I use autonomous ramen state. Sasuke blinked, utterly dumbfounded. Ramen? Is he misspelling the name on perp? Suddenly, Naruto transformed into Ultra Instinct, as a silver aura surrounded him. His hair turned silver, and his irises turned silver, with his pupils remaining black. He now had a serious look on his face. Due to the pressure and force of the sudden transformation, a shockwave erupted from Naruto, shooting straight towards Goku, Vegeta, and Sasuke. Goku had to shield his face with his forearms in the process, as he got pushed back slightly by merely the force of the transformation. What the? Goku was shocked. Vegeta looked shocked as he did the same thing as Goku, his feet also drifting backwards due to the force. What is this heat? Indeed, there was an intense heat coming from Naruto. Even Sasuke, who had managed to stabilize himself and stay bedrock still on the hyperbolic time chamber's flooring thanks to his chakra, felt it. Sasuke was surprised. Such heat. Naruto looked at Goku for a moment, before reeling both his hands backwards. He then shot his hands forward, cupping his palms together far ahead in front of his chest without his palms and currently curved fingers touching each other for a second before he then stood upright. His head snapped towards the white emptiness above him, mouth opening to roar with power, while his hands swiftly moved near his hips, fists clenched. HAA! The silver aura of Naruto's autonomous Ultra Instinct flared wildly and expanded, surrounding the ninja like an overlapping flame of doom. The Uzumaki's had then slowly looked forward at Goku with a calm look on his face. Goku continued to shield his eyes with his forearms crossed in front of his face, but he peeked over the gaps of his cross-faced pose and looked at Naruto with a look of awe. Wow! You can transform too? That's amazing! He then slowly straightened his body posture as the shockwaves began to slowly die down. This must be another form awakened by fury, huh? Naruto continued to stare at Goku with a serious look on his face. Is that what you think? Mess around with it, and find out. Even as the ninja spoke, it felt like there was an echo effect layered on top of his own voice. Goku smirked confidently as he shifted into his battle stance. Alright. Bring it. Vegeta widened his eyes in shock as he let his arms fall down to his sides after he was done shielding his face. When Naruto is in his transformed state, his body is able to withstand the room of spirit and time. The prince thought to himself. Naruto's silver aura's size receded back to its normal size, but was still present, and now calmly or gently flaring. Sasuke gritted his teeth at Naruto. Damn you, Naruto! How am I supposed to bridge the gap between us? He thought to himself. Goku's gaze stayed on Naruto, but a sense of awe was now building within his body. To Son Goku, Naruto had transformed, just like how Saiyans do. Only in this case, the ninja had silver aura and hair, and Naruto is only a human, yet I feel an intense, yet calm ki from him. Goku thought to himself. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Goku with a serious look on his face as he stood sideways, while his head was still pointed at the Saiyan. Bring it. Goku settled deeper into his battle stance, a confident, eager smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. I noticed that you can transform just like me, he said, his voice brimming with excitement. This ought to be fun. The Saiyan drew his right arm across his chest, winding up like a coiled spring. Then he vanished, launching himself forward at a velocity that far surpassed the speed of light. He became nothing more than a blur of raw power tearing through the atmosphere. In a fraction of a heartbeat, he was right on top of the ninja, snapping his fist forward with catastrophic force. Naruto didn't flinch. He watched the incoming attack with an unnerving, absolute calm, tracking the movement that should have been invisible. It was only at the final microsecond that he moved. Naruto ignored the incoming strike and drove a ferocious punch straight down the center line. His fist collided squarely with the front of Goku's face, the impact so severe that his knuckles practically buried themselves deep into the Saiyan's nose and brow. The blow arrested Goku's momentum instantly, the force rippling through him before blasting him backward. Goku went tumbling uncontrollably through the air, skipping across the ground like a stone before finally skidding to a halt. He sat up, immediately clapping his hands over his battered face, wincing as he rubbed the sore spot. Yow! Yow! Vegeta watched from the periphery, his arms uncrossing as his composure finally cracked. His eyes widened, fixated on the aftermath of the impact. You have to be joking, he breathed out, stunned by the sheer kinetic force he had just witnessed. That blow, it was absolutely ferocious. I felt the shockwave from here. Goku skidded backward, still frantically rubbing his cheek where the impact had landed. Yow yow yow! He yelped, wincing as he prodded the bruising skin. That really hurt. He shook the dizziness away, and slowly, his expression shifted. The grimace of pain melted into a wide, battle-hungry smirk. You really are super strong, he said, his voice vibrating with anticipation. But I ain't giving up that easily. With a sharp exhale, Goku clenched his fists. The ethereal, Saiyan flame of Super Saiyan Blue erupted around him, casting a divine glow over the battlefield. The ground beneath his boots pulverized as he shot forward, utilizing the power of flight to become a streak of azure light. He closed the distance instantly, unleashing a torrential barrage of strikes, punches moving faster than sound and kicks heavy enough to shatter mountains. However, Naruto didn't panic. He didn't even raise a guard to block. Instead, he simply flowed. As Goku unleashed his fury, Naruto moved with maddening fluidity. A blue-wreathed fist aimed for his temple. Naruto merely tilted his head a fraction to the left. A jagged kick swept toward his ribs. He shifted his torso just enough to let the air pressure pass harmlessly by. Goku gritted his teeth, his eyes darting wildly as he tried to connect, pouring more speed into his assault. He drove forward relentlessly, his momentum carving a path through the terrain. Naruto matched him perfectly in reverse. He wasn't running, he was sliding backward, his feet skimming smoothly over the earth as if he were skating on ice. For every inch Goku pushed forward with raw aggression, Naruto receded an inch with effortless grace. It was a fluid dance of avoidance, arms, legs, and head weaving through the chaos of Goku's attacks, leaving the scion punching nothing but empty air. Goku snapped another punch forward, but his fist missed. He gritted his teeth, his brow furrowing in genuine confusion as he maintained the relentless assault. "What's going on?" he thought, his eyes widening as he retracted his arm for another attempt, watching Naruto slip past his guard yet again. "I'm right on top of him, but I can't land a single blow." On the sidelines, Vegeta leaned forward, his arms dropping to his sides as his scowl deepened into a look of profound disturbance. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Naruto's fluid evasion with a critical gaze. "It's like his movements are unnatural," Vegeta muttered, his voice low. He shook his head slowly, watching the seamless, almost liquid way Naruto flowed around Goku's assault. "I find it hard to believe what I'm witnessing." A few feet away, Sasuke Uchiha stood rigid, his single visible eye tracking the combat with terrifying intensity. His knuckles turned white as his hands clenched into fists, trembling with a mixture of realization and seething indignation. "Autonomous Ultra Instinct," Sasuke hissed through gritted teeth, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. Abruptly, the passive flow of evasion snapped into violence. Naruto planted his foot, arresting his backward slide in an instant. Before Goku could process the sudden shift in momentum, Naruto torqued his hips, whipping his leg around in a blur to deliver a devastating, spinning diagonal heel kick. The impact caught the scion flush, blasting him downward like a meteor. Goku slammed into the endless, pristine white ground of the hyperbolic time chamber with a thunderous crack. The force was so great that the surface refused to hold him. He immediately bounced off the flat white expanse, his body hovering horizontally in midair, momentarily stunned. He didn't have time to recover. Naruto was already moving. In a blur of speed, Naruto shot past Goku's floating legs, appearing directly beneath his opponent's exposed torso. With precise ferocity, he drove a fist upward, connecting squarely with the bottom of Goku's chin. The blow rattled Goku's skull, snapping his head back. But Naruto wasn't finished. Capitalizing on the stun, Naruto drove a jagged knee deep into Goku's solar plexus. Goku's eyes bulged, the divine blue aura flickering as the air was violently forced from his lungs, causing him to double over around the strike. Seizing the opening, Naruto chambered his arm and unleashed a vicious right hook. The punch connected with the sound of a cannon shot, launching Goku sideways. He ragdolled through the air, tumbling across the endless void before crashing into the ground 30 feet away to Naruto's left. Goku didn't even allow his body to settle. The moment he collided with the hard white ground, he utilized the impact to spring back into action, his fighting spirit refusing to dim. He exploded forward, crossing the gap in a heartbeat and reappearing directly in front of Naruto, his fist already cocked to resume the offensive. Naruto, however, had already seen the entry. He stepped into Goku's guard, burying a straight left punch deep into the scion's chest, halting his forward momentum instantly. Without pausing, Naruto snapped a high right kick upward, connecting cleanly with Goku's chin. The strike didn't send him flying back. Instead, it knocked Goku vertically, lifting him off his feet until he was suspended horizontally in the air, face down and hovering just above Naruto. Trapped in midair, Goku was defenseless against the onslaught that followed. Naruto unleashed a torrent of strikes, his fists becoming a blur as they hammered into Goku's exposed chest and stomach, the rapid-fire impacts keeping the scion juggled in place. Then Naruto vanished. He flickered to the left, circling behind Goku's suspended form. With a burst of power, he delivered a ferocious kick to Goku's ribs. The blow sent the scion rocketing away, turning him into a streak of blue light that tore across the void before crashing violently into the distant white expanse. The moment Goku skidded against the white expanse, he exploded back into motion, his resilience seemingly bottomless. "Hiya!" he roared, his voice booming through the infinite void as he channeled his energy into another high-speed assault. He closed the distance in a fraction of a second, throwing a powerful, focused strike aimed squarely at Naruto's chest. Naruto didn't blink. With a subtle shift of his weight, he sidestepped, allowing Goku's massive momentum to carry him past. Because of the velocity of his charge, Goku was practically horizontal, his body extended parallel to the ground as he shot past Naruto's right flank. As the scion flew by, Naruto drove a heavy elbow smash down onto Goku's exposed back. The blows slammed the breath out of Goku, momentarily stalling his flight, but Naruto wasn't done. Continuing the fluid rotation of his body, Naruto whipped around, delivering a thunderous spinning right kick. The impact caught Goku flush, launching him like a skipping stone. The scion tumbled uncontrollably across the void, crashing into the white horizon far in the distance. Naruto didn't allow the scion a single microsecond of reprieve. Before Goku could even fully register the impact of the ground against his back, a silver flash tore through the air. Naruto descended like a striking hawk, his knees slamming into the white floor on either side of Goku's torso, effectively straddling him and pinning the scion beneath his weight. Goku's eyes widened, staring up into the silver, impassive eyes of the ninja, but he had no time to react. Naruto raised his right fist, the silver aura flaring violently around his hand, and brought it down like a piston. The blow connected with Goku's cheekbone with a wet, sickening thud that echoed through the infinite void. Goku's head snapped to the side, spit flying from his mouth. Naruto raised his fist. Again, he struck the other side of Goku's face, snapping his head back to the left. Again, the fist crashed into Goku's nose, the cartilage crunching under the sheer pressure. Again, the tempo increased. It wasn't a flurry, it was a rhythmic, methodical dismantling. Naruto's face remained eerily void of emotion, a stark contrast to the brutality his hands were inflicting. He was a machine of instinct, identifying the target and striking until the target ceased to be a threat. Again. The floor beneath Goku's head began to crack from the transfer of kinetic energy. Again. A split appeared on Goku's lip. Again. The shockwaves from the impacts were flattening the air around them. Again. From the sidelines, Vegeta took an involuntary step forward, his hands clenching so hard his gloves creaked. The Prince of Science watched in disbelief as his rival, the man who had defeated tyrants and gods, was being pinned down and pummeled like a common amateur. "Kakarot!" Vegeta roared, his voice laced with fury and a hint of genuine alarm. "What are you doing? Are you seriously not able to defend yourself? Push him off. You're a Super Saiyan Blue, damn it." But Goku couldn't answer. He couldn't even breathe. Again. Sasuke Uchiha stood frozen, his visible eye darting frantically as he tried to track the movement. He had activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, yet even with his enhanced ocular prowess, the scene before him was blurring. I can't," Sasuke stammered, his voice barely a whisper. To his eyes, Naruto's arms had ceased to look like limbs. They were just silver streaks of light, vibrating back and forth with terrifying velocity. He couldn't see the fists wind up. He could only see the impacts. "They're moving too fast. I can't even see where Naruto's striking him anymore. I just see the afterimages of the blood." Again. The violence escalated. Blood began to mist into the air, painting the pristine white floor in stark crimson droplets. Goku's divine blue aura flickered and sputtered, struggling to maintain its form against the relentless assault of the Ultra Instinct user. Again. Each punch was heavier than the last. Naruto wasn't tiring. If anything, the rhythm was getting faster, sharper, more precise. Again. Goku's eyes were rolling back, his consciousness wavering under the barrage. The metallic taste of copper filled his mouth, and blood streamed freely from his nose and a gash above his brow, blinding him in one eye. He tried to raise his arms to block, but Naruto's speed was oppressive, smashing through his guard before he could fully form it. Again. I have to move, Goku thought, his mind swimming in a haze of pain. He's not letting up. Again. With a desperate surge of will, Goku managed to free his right hand for a fraction of a second. As Naruto raised his fist for another devastating downward strike, Goku pressed his palm flat against the white floor beside his hip. Move! Goku channeled a concentrated burst of ki into his palm. A small, blinding sphere of yellow energy materialized instantly beneath his hand. HNNNGH. Goku grunted, detonating the energy. Boom! The blast wasn't aimed at Naruto, but at the ground itself. The explosion scorched the white tiles, erupting in a violent cloud of thick, black smoke and debris that engulfed both fighters instantly. The force of the point-blank detonation rattled the area, momentarily obscuring Naruto's vision and breaking the rhythm of his assault. In that chaotic split-second of darkness and confusion, Goku pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. Shing! The sound of displaced air echoed through the chamber. Naruto's next punch swung downward, tearing through the black smoke, but his fist met nothing but the cracked, scorched floor. 50 feet away, the air shimmered. Goku materialized in a crouch, one knee on the ground, skidding slightly as he landed. He was panting heavily, his chest heaving like a bellows. Blood dripped steadily from his chin, staining his orange GI, and his left eye was swollen shut. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, smearing the red liquid across his cheek, his good eye fixed intently on the cloud of black smoke where the ninja stood. He had escaped, but only just. Goku slowly rose from his crouch, his boots scuffing against the pristine white tiles. He winced, his hand instinctively going to his ribs, but as he straightened his spine, the grimace of pain began to warp. The corners of his mouth twitched, fighting against the bruising, until they curled upward into a defiant, exhilarating grin. Blood trickled from his lip, mixing with the sweat on his chin, but the light in his good eye, the one not swollen shut, burned with an intensity that rivaled the sun. He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that grew into a laugh of pure, unadulterated excitement. To Son Goku, pain was merely the price of admission to a greater height. All right. Goku wiped his chin with the back of his wrist, smearing crimson across his skin. He shook his arms out, loosening the muscles that had been battered by Naruto's relentless assault. That was really great. Seriously, I haven't been hit that hard since, well, in a long time. He shifted his weight, dropping back into a loose, ready stance. It's clear that you're much faster than me right now, Goku admitted, his voice echoing across the emptiness. He stared at the thick wall of black smoke that still obscured his opponent. Your reactions, your counters. I couldn't even see them coming. But... He clenched his fists, the blue light flaring brighter for a moment. I ain't giving up. I'm just getting started, Naruto. From the heart of the swirling black cloud, a shadow moved. Naruto Uzumaki emerged. He didn't run. He didn't charge. He simply walked. His steps were slow, rhythmic, and terrifyingly calm. The smoke parted around him as if afraid to touch his skin, curling away from the ethereal, silver heat that radiated from his body. His appearance was mesmerizing. The silver hair, usually golden and spiky, flowed slightly in an unseen updraft. His eyes, void of emotion, locked onto Goku with a pressure that felt heavier than gravity itself. The silver aura had settled into a dense, tranquil coating over his skin, humming with a frequency that made the teeth of the onlookers ache. Naruto took another step. Then another. He looked invincible. He looked like a deity descending to judge a mortal. There was no fatigue in his posture, no sign of the massive energy expenditure required to toss a Super Saiyan Blue around like a ragdoll. He was the embodiment of perfection in combat, motion without thought, action without hesitation. Come on! Goku shouted, bouncing on the balls of his feet, eager to bridge the gap again. Naruto continued his approach, his gaze fixed forward. The silence that hung between the two warriors lasted only for a heartbeat, a fragile thing that shattered the moment their resolve peaked. Hiya! Goku roared, his voice shaking the very foundations of the endless white void. His Super Saiyan Blue aura flared as well. Naruto remained silent, but his aura flared, the silver heat intensifying until it warped the air around him. Then they moved. It wasn't a run, it was an explosion of motion. They launched themselves to one another and closed the distance, hundreds of feet, in a measurement of time that didn't exist for normal men. They were two comets on a collision course, one burning with the azure fire of a god, the other glowing with the tranquil silver of a master. They met in the center of the chamber with a cataclysmic boom that sounded like the cracking of a planet's crust. Goku threw a right cross, screaming with effort. Naruto threw a left. Their forearms collided. KRAKOM. The shockwave was spherical, expanding outward. The air pressure dropped instantly, creating a vacuum that snapped back with a thunderous clap. But neither fighter stepped back. Goku, fueled by the thrill of the fight, twisted his body, spinning into a high kick aimed at Naruto's temple. Naruto didn't retreat this time. He raised his forearm, catching the Scion's shin with a jarring block that sent sparks of energy flying. Before the momentum died, Naruto snapped a palm strike toward Goku's chest. Goku, however, actually saw it. Grit teeth bared in a grin, Goku shifted his weight, rotating his torso just enough so that Naruto's palm grazed his GI rather than hitting his ribs. Capitalizing on the miss, Goku drove a knee toward Naruto's stomach. Naruto slapped the knee down with his left hand, simultaneously whipping a back fist at Goku's face. Goku ducked under the back fist, weaving upward with an uppercut. Naruto tilted his head back, the knuckles missing his chin by a millimeter. They were a blur of violence, a constant, thundering drumbeat of impacts. Bam 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 bam. Fists and feet collided at speeds that turned their limbs into indistinct smears of color. Blue light clashed against silver, creating a strobe light effect that illuminated the void. Goku was laughing. Amidst the carnage, with blood still drying on his face and his body screaming from the previous beating, he was laughing. Yes. That's it. More. He unleashed a flurry of punches, hundreds in a second. Naruto parried them all, his hands moving with the precision of a surgeon, deflecting the raw power of the Super Saiyan Blue with minimal effort. Yet, every time Naruto found an opening to strike back, Goku was there a fraction of a second sooner than he had been before. On the sidelines, Vegeta watched, his arms folded tightly across his chest. His sharp, dark eyes tracked every exchange, every micro-movement, and slowly, his scowl deepened, not out of anger, but out of a begrudging realization. Unbelievable, Vegeta muttered to himself, his voice low. He watched as Goku took a grazing blow to the shoulder, spun with the impact, and delivered a heavy kick that actually forced Naruto to raise both arms to block. A few minutes ago, Goku couldn't even touch the ninja. He had been a punching bag. Kakarot. Vegeta tightened his grip on his own biceps. He's adapting. In the span of a few minutes, he's already acclimating to Naruto's speed. It was the Saiyan biology at work, the ability to grow stronger every time they were pushed to the brink of death. But it was also Goku's terrifying genius for combat. He was learning the rhythm of the Ultra Instinct, closing the massive gap between them with sheer, stubborn will. He was getting faster, sharper, and heavier with every blow he exchanged. He's actually forcing Naruto to block now, Vegeta observed, his eyes narrowing. Before, the ninja didn't even need to raise his hands. Vegeta tore his eyes away from the titanic battle, the shockwaves blowing his hair back, and turned his gaze to the side. Sasuke Uchiha stood there, rigid as a statue. The Uchiha's single visible eye was wide, locked onto the fight, trembling slightly. The sheer scale of the power being thrown around was unlike anything from the shinobi world. Sasuke looked almost paralyzed by the realization of just how far behind he truly was. Vegeta stared at him for a long moment, analyzing the Uchiha's posture. He saw the shock. He saw the hesitation. And most importantly, he saw the dent in the Uchiha's pride. "Hey!" Vegeta barked, his voice cutting through the noise of the battle. Sasuke didn't answer immediately. He was too engrossed in trying to track the movements of his rival and the Scion. "I'm talking to you, Sasuke," Vegeta snapped, his voice commanding. Sasuke finally tore his gaze away from Naruto, turning his head slowly to look at the Prince of all Scions. His expression was a mix of exhaustion and guarded irritation. "What?" Vegeta uncrossed his arms and turned his body fully towards Sasuke. He rolled his neck, eliciting a loud crack, then rolled his shoulders. Kakarot is getting stronger by the second just by fighting your friend. He's pushing his limits. But you... Vegeta looked Sasuke up and down with a critical, dismissive sneer. You're just standing there, gaping like a lost child. Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger. What? I'm not going to stand here and rot while those two have all the fun. Since Kakarot has claimed Naruto, I suppose I'm stuck with you. Vegeta raised a hand, beckoning Sasuke with a sharp jerk of his fingers. Come on. Spar with me. Let's see if you have anything worth showing, or if Naruto is the only one from your world with any backbone. Sasuke stared at the ground ahead of him, clenching his fist in anger and gritting his teeth. I'm not as strong as Naruto, and? Vegeta raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with mockery. Look at Kakarot. He was beaten into the ground, bleeding, barely conscious a moment ago. Now look at him. He gestured toward the explosion of blue and silver light in the distance. He's fighting harder than before. Are you telling me you're more fragile than a low-class clown like him? Sasuke looked down at his hands. They were trembling, not from fear, but from the lingering fatigue of the gravity training. He knew he wasn't at 100%. Fighting someone like Vegeta right now seemed illogical, perhaps even suicidal. I have no reason to fight you right now, Sasuke said coldly, turning back to watch the battle. It would be pointless. Vegeta let out a short, harsh laugh. Pointless? Or are you just afraid? Sasuke froze. Vegeta smirked, seeing the reaction. He knew exactly where to strike. I see how it is. You watch your rival, that loud-mouthed blonde idiot, transcending his limits, reaching a level of power that rivals the gods. He's leaving you behind, isn't he? Dust in the wind. Sasuke's fists clenched at his sides. It must eat you alive, Vegeta continued, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper as he walked closer. To know that no matter what you do, he's always one step ahead. And now, he's sparring with the strongest warriors in the universe, while you stand on the sidelines, trembling, too weak to even step into the ring. Vegeta stopped a few feet away, looking down his nose at the Uchiha. You're not his rival. You're his shadow. A relic of the past that he's already outgrown. Something inside Sasuke snapped. The cool, logical calculation that usually governed his mind evaporated, replaced by a searing flash of pure, unadulterated indignation. The humiliation of feeling weak, the frustration of the gravity, and the stinging truth in Vegeta's words coalesced into a burning knot in his chest. Shut up, Sasuke hissed. Make me, Vegeta challenged, spreading his arms wide, leaving his chest completely open. Sasuke's head snapped up. I said. Shut up. Shing! Sasuke activated his Sharingan. What in the world? Vegeta murmured, genuinely surprised. His eyes, they changed color. And the pattern. He had seen transformations before. Super Saiyan, Frieza's forms, Majin Buu's morphing and absorption. But this was localized entirely in the eyes. Vegeta watched the boy's face, noting how the charcoal irises suddenly bled into a deep, vivid crimson. It wasn't a flare of energy, but a biological shift. Two black, comma-like markings materialized within that red pool, spinning slowly around the pupil before locking into place. What the hell is that? Vegeta demanded, scrutinizing the strange ocular mutation. Sasuke didn't offer an explanation. He merely let out a low, menacing chuckle. Come and find out. In a blur of motion, Sasuke dropped his center of gravity, spreading his feet wide to prime his legs for explosive speed. He extended his left arm straight out toward the Saiyan, palm open and fingers curled slightly to gauge the distance, while his right hand snapped up to guard his face, the knuckles hovering just beside his cheek. It was a stance built for high-speed interception, rigid, aggressive, and coiled like a spring. Sasuke launched himself at Vegeta with the tight, controlled motion of a trained taijutsu specialist. No wasted steps, no excess movement. He came in low, hips coiled, momentum flowing cleanly through every limb. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, his stance sharpening as he braced for the opening strike. Sasuke spun, his right leg snapping out in a fast, compact arc aimed for Vegeta's ribs. Vegeta raised his forearm and blocked with a solid thud, the impact humming up his arm. Before the prince could counter, Sasuke had already pivoted, turning the recoil of the kick into torque. His hips twisted, and his right fist whipped forward in a sharp, direct punch. Vegeta caught the strike in his palm, fingers curling around Sasuke's knuckles with controlled strength. For a heartbeat the two were locked, Sasuke pushing forward with precision, Vegeta holding firm with effortless power. Using the tension between them, Sasuke flipped upward, rotating tightly while his trapped arm and leg guided the motion. As he inverted, his free leg snapped out in an upside-down kick aimed at Vegeta's jaw. Vegeta brought up his other forearm and blocked it cleanly, absorbing the impact without yielding. The third strike connected against Vegeta's guard, and the motion broke there, the immediate exchange settling as both fighters reset their footing. Sasuke smirked and drew a kunai from his pouch with his free hand while still upside down, then hurled it straight at Vegeta. The Saiyan Prince hadn't expected a weapon, or an attack like that. Vegeta's eyes widened in brief surprise, but he vanished from the spot almost instantly, far faster than Sasuke could track. Sasuke's expression shifted immediately, his eyes widening. What? He hit the ground, rolled through the landing, and pushed himself back to his feet. However, he quickly felt a presence materialize directly behind him. Using a weapon? Vegeta's voice cut through the air. I suppose you are a ninja, so it is only fitting you'd fight like that. Sasuke didn't waste a millisecond. While his back was still facing Vegeta, he began to weave hand signs swiftly. The chakra in his chest then churned, converting into searing heat in an instant. He spun on his heel, his cheeks puffed out as he held the final seal near his lips. Vegeta was already there. The Saiyan had closed the distance in the time it took to blink, his fist already reeled back, the muscles in his arm bunched tight, ready to punch Sasuke in the face. But before the blow could land, Sasuke unleashed the pressure built up in his lungs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A torrent of flames erupted from Sasuke's mouth. It wasn't just a spark, it was a roaring inferno, a massive sphere of concentrated fire that expanded instantly, swallowing the space between them. Kaboom! The explosion lit up the endless white void with a blinding orange brilliance, the heat rolling outward in suffocating waves. Hundreds of feet away, Goku and Naruto were in the middle of a high-speed exchange, their limbs blurring as they traded strikes. But as the roar of the explosion echoed through the chamber, Goku skidded to a halt, his attention hijacked by the sudden detonation. He looked over, his eyes wide with genuine childlike wonder. Whoa! What the heck? Goku pointed at the massive ball of fire, completely ignoring the battle he was just in. Did you see that? He just breathed a giant fire from his mouth. Naruto, deep within the throes of Ultra Instinct, did not share Goku's surprised reaction. He sensed the shift in the atmosphere and simply disengaged. With effortless grace, he performed a series of tight, nimble backflips, creating distance between himself and the Saiyan before landing softly on the balls of his feet. He stood upright, his silver eyes sliding passively toward the inferno, observing the situation with a detached gaze. Sasuke kept blowing, pouring more and more chakra into the technique, his eyes streaming from the heat. The fire engulfed Vegeta completely, burying the Saiyan Prince under a mountain of superheated plasma. Got him, Sasuke thought desperately. He couldn't have dodged that at point-blank range. However, from the heart of the roaring flame, a calm, deep voice resonated, utterly unaffected by the destruction around it. An interesting technique, certainly flashy. Sasuke's eyes widened in horror. He kept the stream of fire going, but his heart hammered against his ribs. But the voice dropped an octave, dripping with disappointment. It lacks power. Suddenly, the wall of fire in front of Sasuke was torn apart. A white-gloved hand pierced through the flames, seizing Sasuke by the front of his shirt and his wrists, effectively jamming the technique. The fire sputtered and died as Sasuke was yanked forward. Through the dissipating smoke and embers, Vegeta emerged. He wasn't burned. He wasn't even singed. He stood there, surrounded by the fading sparks, looking at Sasuke with a bored expression. Then Vegeta moved. It wasn't a stiff, mechanical wind-up. It was a terrifying display of fluid kinetic energy. Vegeta's body seemed to liquefy, although it literally wasn't, his torso twisting with a seamless, elastic grace that made his movement look less like a man punching and more like a whip cracking. The background seemed to warp around the Saiyan as he shifted his weight. His arm trailed behind his body, loose and rubbery, before snapping forward with terrifying velocity. The motion was so smooth, so exaggerated in its torque, that his fist seemed to enlarge in perspective as it screamed toward its target. It was a perfect transfer of energy, flowing from his feet, through his hips, and exploding out of his knuckles. Sasuke could only watch the distortion of the air as the fist arrived. Crack! Vegeta's fist buried itself into Sasuke's face. The impact rippled through Sasuke's entire body, distorting his features in a slow-motion wave of pain before physics took over. A shockwave blasted the remaining smoke away in a perfect ring. Sasuke was lifted off his feet and launched backward like a cannonball. He tore through the air, screaming across the white void, tumbling uncontrollably for 200 feet before finally crashing into the hard white ground with a sickening thud, skidding another 50 feet before coming to a stop. Naruto Uzumaki stood frozen. For the last several minutes, he had been existing in a state of divine tranquility. The autonomous Ultra Instinct had stripped him of his conscious mind, removing the chaotic noise of fear, hesitation, and doubt. He had become a vessel of pure reaction, his body moving before his brain could even process the threat. The world had been clear, sharp, and slow. He had watched Goku's movements as if they were drifting through underwater currents. He had felt invincible, detached from the mortal coil of exhaustion. But that sound, Sasuke's scream, shattered the mirror. The tranquility broke. It cracked down the center like a pane of glass struck by a hammer. Naruto's eyes, which had been a crystalline, impassive silver, suddenly widened. The pupils dilated, trembling with a sudden influx of human emotion. The silver light that bathed his irises flickered, fighting a losing battle against the encroaching tide of azure blue. Naruto's hair now reverted back to his blonde hair. Somehow, he had unknowingly returned back to his base form. Sasuke, the name tore from his throat, not as a calm observation, but as a desperate, terrified plea. The moment the concern took root in his heart, the Ultra Instinct began to reject him. The silver aura that wrapped around his body, previously smooth and water-like in its flow, turned jagged. It spiked erratically, sputtering like a flame deprived of oxygen. The heat, which had been intense but controlled, suddenly became wild and chaotic. Naruto didn't care about the aura. He didn't care about the divine technique. All he saw was his teammate, his rival, his brother-in-arms, writhing in the dirt. Sasuke, Naruto vanished. He moved, but it wasn't the teleport-like movement of the Ultra Instinct. It was a shunshin, a body flicker. It was fast, incredibly fast by ninja standards, but it carried the weight of his physical body. He reappeared instantly beside the fallen Uchiha, dropping to his knees. Sasuke was clutching his face, blood streaming between his fingers. His breathing was ragged, hitching in his chest as shock began to set in. Sasuke! Hey! Are you okay? Naruto hovered his hands over him, unsure of what to do. The sight of the blood triggered something deep within the Uzumaki's gut. It was a hot, boiling sensation, the familiar, comforting, yet destructive heat of anger. Naruto's head snapped up. The silver in his eyes was gone. The calm was gone. In their place was the burning blue steel of the hidden leaf's most unpredictable ninja, and beneath that the faint, vertical slit of a fox's rage began to manifest, though he suppressed the chakra. He glared at Vegeta. Vegeta widened his eyes, surprised and shocked. What? His eyes? What's that? Why you? Naruto hissed, his teeth grinding together so hard his jaw audibly clicked. Why you? The scream ripped from Naruto's lungs, echoing endlessly into the white void. The last remnants of the silver aura evaporated, replaced by a jagged, unruly burst of red chakra. Naruto exploded off the ground. He charged. Naruto flew across the distance, his fist cocked back, every ounce of his strength poured into his right arm. He was moving fast, faster than sound. To a normal human, he would have been invisible, but to the three other beings in the room, he was moving in slow motion. Vegeta watched him come. The prince's eyes narrowed, but not in fear. He was scrutinizing the boy's form. Sloppy, Vegeta thought, his inner voice dripping with disdain. A moment ago, when the boy had that silver hair, his presence had been hard to pin down. He had felt like smoke, impossible to grasp, impossible to predict. But now, Now he was just a loud, angry child running in a straight line. His killing intent was so potent it was practically broadcasting his trajectory in neon lights. Goku too noticed the red eyes of Naruto. His power level increased from his normal state. It's not as powerful as his silver-haired form, but it feels like as if there is another ki residing within him. Naruto closed the final 10 feet. He roared, swinging his fist toward Vegeta's face with enough force to shatter a boulder. Take the eyes. Vegeta didn't blink. He didn't sway. He didn't use an afterimage. He simply lifted his left leg. One moment Vegeta was standing. The next, his boot was occupying the space where Naruto's stomach was rushing to be. Bam! Vegeta's shin buried itself deep into Naruto's midsection. The effect was instantaneous. Naruto's forward momentum was murdered. His body folded around Vegeta's leg like a wet towel. His eyes, moments ago filled with fiery rage, bulged out of their sockets, the capillaries instantly rupturing from the pressure. G.U.H. Naruto's mouth flew open, but no scream came out. His diaphragm had been paralyzed. A spray of saliva and blood erupted from his throat, splattering against the blue spandex of Vegeta's chest armor. For a second, time seemed to freeze. Naruto hung there, suspended in the air by the Scion's leg, his limbs dangling uselessly. The shockwave of the impact rippled out behind him, blowing away the dust on the floor in a perfect circle. Vegeta leaned forward slightly, his face inches from Naruto's. His expression was cold, hard, and terrifyingly calm. Disappointing, Vegeta whispered. He retracted his leg, letting gravity take hold of the boy, but before Naruto could hit the ground, Vegeta stepped in. He drove a short, compact right punch straight into Naruto's chest. Crack! It wasn't a bone breaking, but the sound of the air barrier shattering. Naruto was launched. He flew backward faster than he had charged. He became a blur of orange and black, skipping across the white ground like a stone thrown by a giant. He bounced once, twice, 3 times, each impact sounding painful, before finally skidding to a halt 20 feet away from where Sasuke was lying. Naruto lay face down, his body twitching. He gasped for air, forcing his paralyzed lungs to expand, clutching his stomach. The pain was blinding. It felt like his insides had been rearranged. Damn it! Naruto wheezed, rolling onto his back. Slowly, painfully, Sasuke Uchiha pushed himself up. He was a mess. His face was swollen, blood was dripping from his chin onto his shirt, and his left eye was swollen shut. He leaned heavily on one arm, his breath coming in ragged, shallow gasps. He looked over at Naruto, watching his teammate writhe in the dirt. Sasuke spat out a mouthful of blood. He narrowed his good eye at the blonde. You, total moron, Sasuke rasped, his voice barely audible. Naruto coughed, wincing as his abdominal muscles seized up. Shut up, bastard. I was trying to help you. Help me? Sasuke scoffed, though it turned into a cough. You charged in, like a headless chicken. What happened to that silver power? Naruto stared up at the endless white void above them. He was asking himself the same question. Minutes ago, he had been touching the domain of the gods. He had felt untouchable. Now, he felt like a genin again. He felt weak. I don't know, Naruto whispered. It just turned off. His eyes reverted back to his normal color. Footsteps approached. They were slow. Vegeta walked toward them. He didn't look winded. He didn't look tired. He looked like a strict teacher who had just caught his students failing a test they should have passed. Goku landed softly beside him, his orange GI fluttering in the non-existent breeze. He had powered down to his base form, his black hair spiky and relaxed. He looked at the 2 broken ninjas and offered a small, sheepish smile. You guys okay? Goku asked, though the answer was obvious. Vegeta stopped 10 feet away. He crossed his arms over his chest, his biceps bulging. He looked down at Naruto with a critical sneer. Do you understand why you lost that power? Vegeta asked. His voice was low, commanding attention. Naruto struggled to sit up. He wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. Because I got angry? Because you lost your composure, Vegeta corrected sharply. That form, Ultra Instinct, is a state of being. To utilize that technique, The mind must be severed from the body. The body must act on pure impulse, bypassing the brain's processing time. To do that, the mind must be empty. Tranquil. Like a still pond. Vegeta stopped and pointed a gloved finger at Naruto. But the moment you saw your friend get hurt, you let your emotions take the wheel. You felt fear. You felt anger. You felt the desire for revenge. You started thinking. Vegeta tapped his own temple. You thought, I need to hurt him. You thought, I need to save Sasuke. And the moment you had those thoughts, the signal from your brain to your muscles slowed down. You reintroduced lag into your system. You went from moving instantly to moving at the speed of your own thoughts. Naruto looked down at his hands. He clenched them into fists. So, you're saying I have to not care? If Sasuke is getting beaten to a pulp, I'm supposed to just ignore it, if you want to maintain that form? Yes, probably. The Whis would know more about this than me if I'm being honest. Vegeta said ruthlessly. In that state, there are no friends. There are no enemies. There is only the fight. There is only the action. Naruto gritted his teeth. That's messed up. It is efficiency, Vegeta countered. And it is exactly why that technique is fundamentally flawed. Goku blinked, looking at Vegeta. Flawed? What do you mean, Vegeta? Whis says it's the ultimate technique. Vegeta scoffed, a sound of deep, arrogant dismissal. He turned his back on them, looking out into the void. Perhaps for angels, Vegeta said. But for me? And for these boys? It is a contradiction. Vegeta turned back, his dark eyes flaring with intensity. Our power, Saiyan power, is driven by emotion. It is driven by rage. By pride. By the absolute refusal to lose. When I fight, I do not want to be calm. I want to be furious. I want to feel the heat of battle in my veins. I want my ego to crush my opponent. He looked at Naruto. And you, boy. I've watched you. Your power doesn't come from discipline. It comes from your gut. It comes from your stubbornness. Trying to force yourself into a state of absolute calm is like trying to force a fire to be cold. You extinguished your own flame. Naruto stared at Vegeta, the words sinking in. He thought about the nine-tailed fox inside him. Every time he had accessed that power, it had been through rage. Through the desire to protect. Through pure, hot emotion. So, Naruto murmured. Ultra instinct. Makes me weaker because it makes me stop being me? Essentially, Vegeta nodded. You are a creature of passion. To abandon that is to abandon your greatest weapon. Sasuke, who had been listening silently, finally spoke up. He had managed to stabilize his breathing, though one eye was still shut tight. And what about me? Sasuke asked, his voice laced with bitterness. I didn't use Ultra Instinct. I used everything I had. My taijutsu. My ninjutsu. My Sharingan. And you treated me like a child. Sasuke clenched his fist, digging his nails into his palm until it bled. You grabbed my fireball like it was nothing. You moved faster than my eyes could see. Is the gap really that big? Vegeta looked at the Uchiha. He saw the despair in the boy's posture. He saw the crushing realization of inferiority. It was a look Vegeta knew well. He had worn it himself many times when looking at Kakarot, or Frieza, or Beerus. You are a ninja, Vegeta said, his tones slightly less harsh. You rely on tricks. Deception. Hand signs. Tools. Vegeta held up his hand, clenching it into a fist. But here, against beings like us, tricks are irrelevant. Absolute power negates technique. You threw fire at me. It was cute. But I can generate enough energy to vaporize a planet with a flick of my wrist. Do you think a little fire is going to burn me? Sasuke flinched. These people were like monsters. However, Vegeta continued, you have potential. Your eyes. It allowed you to track my movements, if only for a fraction of a second. But then again, I was not even using 1% of my power against you. He then smirked. You rely too much on your eyes. You wait to see the attack before you react. You must learn to sense the intention before the muscle even twitches. Goku stepped forward, crouching down to be at eye level with the boys. He grinned, his face battered and bruised but radiating warmth. Don't let Vegeta scare you, Goku laughed. He's just grumpy because Naruto actually hit him earlier. I was not hit, Vegeta roared, a vein popping in his forehead. I avoided it. Did you even see what happened? Yeah, Goku waved him off. He looked at Naruto. Look, I haven't mastered this Ultra Instinct at all. But now that I've listened to what Vegeta said, he does make a point. If I had mastered Ultra Instinct, then it would get in the way of my emotions. Goku tapped Naruto's chest. But you tapped into it. Even if it was just for a bit. That's amazing. It means your body knows how to do it. You just need to figure out how to balance it with who you are. Naruto looked at Goku, then at Vegeta. He felt a strange mixture of frustration and awe. These two were on a completely different level, yet they were teaching them. So, what do we do now? Naruto asked, rubbing his sore stomach. I can barely move. We eat, Goku announced cheerfully, suddenly standing up. I'm starving. Fighting always makes me hungry. We are not eating yet, Vegeta snapped. Vegeta walked over to Sasuke and extended a hand. Sasuke looked at the gloved hand, hesitation in his eyes. He looked at Vegeta's face, searching for mockery, but found only a stern challenge. Slowly, Sasuke reached up. Vegeta grabbed his hand and hauled him to his feet with a single, powerful motion. Sasuke stumbled, but Vegeta steadied him. You are weak, Vegeta said to Sasuke, close enough that only he could hear. But you have pride. I sensed it when you attacked me. You hate losing. You hate being second best. Sasuke nodded slowly, his jaw tight. I despise it. Good, Vegeta grinned, a feral expression that showed all his teeth. Hold on to that hate. Use it. Let it drive you. But do not let it blind you. Today you fought with anger, but you fought stupidly. Next time, fight with anger, but fight with purpose. Vegeta turned to Naruto. Get up, Naruto. Naruto groaned, rolling over and pushing himself up on shaky arms. I'm up. You rely too much on instinct, Vegeta critiqued. And when your instinct fails, you panic. You need discipline. You need to learn to control your energy, not just let it explode out of you. Vegeta walked back to the center of the training area, the endless white expanse stretching out in all directions. Kakarot and I will continue our sparring, Vegeta announced. You two will watch. You will not interfere. You will simply observe. Watch? Naruto complained. But we want to fight. You cannot fight, Vegeta said bluntly. If you step in now, you will die. The level we are about to go to is beyond anything your fragile bodies can withstand. Vegeta began to power up. The air in the chamber grew heavy. Small rocks began to levitate off the ground. A golden aura flared around him, not blue this time, but the fierce, golden roaring flame of a Super Saiyan. Watch how we move, Vegeta commanded. Watch how we distribute our weight. Watch how we anticipate. Stop looking at the fists, and start looking at the energy. Goku smirked and stepped back, clenching his fists. All right. Round 2, Hiya! Goku transformed instantly, his hair turning gold, his teal eyes sharpening. The pressure in the room skyrocketed. Naruto and Sasuke stood side by side, battered, bruised, and exhausted. They watched as the two Saiyans exploded toward each other again, colliding with a force that shook the very dimension they were standing in. Sasuke watched with his one good eye, his Sharingan deactivated, but his mind racing. He was memorizing every shift in their stance, every intake of breath. Naruto watched, his blue eyes wide. He wasn't looking at the flashy explosions anymore. He was remembering the feeling of the Silver State. The feeling of moving without thinking. I have to get that back, Naruto thought, clenching his fist. But I have to do it my way. I won't stop caring about my friends, but I won't let that stop me from winning either. Sasuke, Naruto whispered, not taking his eyes off the fight. What? Sasuke muttered. We have a long way to go. Yeah, Sasuke replied, a new fire burning in his chest. We do, and in the deafening roar of the Saiyan battle, the two ninjas stood their ground, refusing to look away. Suddenly, a sound louder than any shockwave tore through the training session, a low, thunderous growl that seemed to vibrate the very air. It didn't come from a technique or an explosion, It came from Goku's midsection. Goku immediately froze mid-motion, dropping his fists and letting his aura dissipate entirely as he reverted back to his base form. He offered a sheepish, apologetic smile. Vegeta, blinded by the thrill of combat and lacking any concept of a timeout, did not stop. He drove a stiff left jab straight into the center of Goku's face. Pow! The impact sent the unprepared Goku staggering backward, his hands flying up to clutch his nose. OWWW! V Vegeta! Goku yelped, his voice nasally as he rubbed the already bruised skin. I was trying to say something. That hurt. And you hit the exact same spot Naruto mashed earlier. You guys are targeting my nose on purpose. Vegeta straightened his posture, shaking out his arm as he scoffed, looking down at his rival with utter disdain. What is it now, clown? Do not drop your guard in the middle of a battle. He then reverted back to his base form. Naruto and Sasuke, still watching from the sidelines, exchanged a bewildered glance. They were stunned that a battle of gods had been paused by something so mundane. Goku frowned, his stomach letting out another tiger-like roar. Look, I can't focus. I think we really should eat some food now. I'm literally starving to death here. Vegeta opened his mouth to berate him for his lack of discipline, but before a word could leave his lips, a second, slightly more dignified, but equally loud, rumble emanated from the Scion Prince's midsection. Vegeta froze. The annoyance on his face was instantly replaced by a look of betrayal as he glared down at his own stomach. He let out a long, resigned sigh, the fight draining out of him. Very well. He turned his head sharply toward the two young ninjas, his expression stern. You two. Get up. You're coming to eat with us. Naruto and Sasuke groaned, their limbs trembling as they forced themselves off the floor. They clung to each other for support like two shipwreck survivors, staggering unsteadily as they tried to find their balance. Without a word of protest, mostly because they lacked the energy to speak, they followed the two scions toward the kitchen area. Meanwhile, Universe 7, in space, with Kampa and Vados, the cosmos was a canvas of infinite darkness, punctuated only by the distant, cold glitter of dying stars and the swirling nebulas that painted the void in hues of violent violet and deep indigo. Here, in the absolute silence of the vacuum between galaxies, two figures moved with a casual disregard for the crushing laws of physics. Leading the way was Vados, the angel of Universe 6. She was a being of effortless, ethereal grace, tall and slender, floating through the nothingness. Her skin was a pale, unblemished blue. Her hair, white as freshly fallen snow, was pulled back into a high, stiff ponytail that defied gravity, framing a face that was perpetually composed in an expression of polite, detached amusement. She wore a long, elegant dress of celadon green. Over the dress she wore a stiff, black cuirass with yellow/orange linings that hugged her torso. A thick red sash was tied around her waist, and around her long, slender neck hovered a large, light blue halo, the symbol of her angelic status. In her right hand she carried a long, thin staff topped with a floating black orb and a blue gemstone. Drifting lazily behind her was Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6. He was the physical antithesis of his attendant. He was a large, rotund, anthropomorphic purple cat, resembling a sphinx breed that had indulged in far too many banquets. His body was soft and doughy, his stomach spilling slightly over the waistband of his baggy, crimson harem pants. He wore an Egyptian-style collar of black and orange, adorned with gold, and gold bangles clamped around his thick upper arms and wrists. A solitary gold earring hung from his large, pointed ear. Unlike Vados, who moved with dignity, Kampa was practically swimming through the void, kicking his short legs in irritation. His long, purple tail flicked behind him like an angry snake. I hate this, Kampa grumbled, his voice vibrating in the vacuum, carried by his divine ki. He crossed his arms over his chest, scowling deeply. We have been dragging these super dragon balls around for weeks. My back hurts. And I'm hungry. He looked back at the cluster of planet-sized orange orbs they had secured in a pocket dimension behind them. We have almost all of them for the tournament, but I'm still pissed off, Vados. Seriously pissed off. Vados didn't turn around, continuing her steady glide forward. And what is the source of your ire today, Lord Kampa? Is it the lack of snacks, or merely your general disposition? It's Beerus! Kampa shouted, throwing his hands up. That skinny, skeleton-looking brother of mine. He has everything. He has a universe teeming with life, and most importantly, he has that planet. Earth, the one with the instant noodles. The pudding. The pizza. Kampa kicked at the empty space, propelling himself into a slow somersault. Meanwhile, what do I have? My Earth was ruined by war centuries ago. It's a barren rock. It's not fair, Vados. Why does he get the delicious food planet while I get the dust ball? Vados hummed softly, lifting her staff. The black orb at the tip began to glow with a mystic, inner light. It is truly unfortunate, Lord Kampa. However, perhaps you should not be so quick to despair. Don't patronize me. Kampa snapped. I want tasty food. I'm sick of that boiled down bird eggs crap we have back home. Lord Kampa, Vados interrupted, her voice calm but carrying a note of intrigue. She halted in mid-space, bringing her staff closer to her face. She peered into the glowing blue gem, her violet eyes narrowing slightly as she processed the stream of information flowing into her mind. I was just doing a cursory scan of the sector borders near Universe 7. And I have found something rather peculiar. Kampa stopped his tumbling and floated upright, raising a skeptical eyebrow. Peculiar? Like what? A new flavor of soda? No, Vados said, tapping her staff once against the vacuum. A holographic projection shimmered into existence between them. It displayed a map of the cosmos, zooming in rapidly on a specific solar system in the distance. It appears that Beerus's universe is more resource-rich than even he realizes. My staff has detected a planetary signature that matches the vibration of Earth. Kampa blinked. Yeah, I know. Beerus has Earth. We established this. No, Lord Kampa, Vados corrected him, a small, mischievous smile playing on her lips. I am not looking at the Earth where Son Goku resides. I am looking at a different set of coordinates entirely. It seems that Universe 7 possesses two Earths. For a solid 10 seconds, silence reigned in the cosmos. Then, Kampa's face went through a metamorphosis of pure, unadulterated shock. His yellow eyes bulged out of his head until they were practically saucer-sized. His jaw unhinged and dropped open, nearly hitting his golden collar. Huh? The scream was so loud it theoretically shouldn't have been possible in space. Two Earths? Kampa began to flail wildly, stomping his feet on the non-existent ground of space, throwing a tantrum that would shame a toddler. That lying, skinny, good-for-nothing cat, he has two of them? Kampa grabbed his own head, squeezing his large ears. He told me he only had one. He's been hoarding them. He's probably hiding the second one because the food there is even better. I'm going to destroy him. I'm going to blow him up. Vados watched the display with mild amusement, waiting for him to calm down. It is indeed rare. Usually, planetary duplicates are not this precise. However, the atmospheric composition, the gravity, the flora, it is nearly identical to the Earth we know. Kampa stopped stomping and floated closer to the hologram, drool starting to form at the corner of his mouth. Identical? Does that mean they have the ramen? Do they have the soft, fluffy cakes? Vados tapped the staff again, the image zooming in on the surface of this second Earth. The culture appears different, however. It is less technologically advanced than Son Goku's Earth. She leaned in, analyzing the data. They call themselves shinobi. Ninjas. They live in hidden villages and utilize a power source called chakra. It seems centered around feudal systems and perpetual warfare. I don't care about their politics. Kampa yelled, wiping the drool from his chin. I don't care if they are ninjas or samurais or dancing monkeys. The important question is the cuisine. If the planet is Earth, the ingredients must be the same. Kampa clenched his fists, a determined fire burning in his eyes. If Beerus has been hiding this ninja Earth from me, it's because he wants all the deliciousness for himself. Well, not today. We are going there. Right now. Vados tilted her head. We are technically on a schedule, Lord Kampa. We need to secure the final Super Dragon Ball before the tournament arrangements are finalized. Screw the schedule. Kampa roared. I am the god of destruction, and I demand a detour. We are going to this second Earth, we are going to find their best food, and I am going to eat until I explode. Then, when I see Beerus, I'm going to rub it in his face. He pointed a chubby finger forward into the darkness. Vados. Take us there. Maximum speed, Vados sighed, though the smile never left her lips. As you wish, my lord. Though I do hope you don't get a stomach ache before the big fight. She tapped her staff against the void twice. Clack. Clack. Instantly, a cube of prismatic, radiant light materialized around them, encasing both the god and the angel in a protective barrier of divine energy. The stars around them seemed to stretch, warping into long streaks of luminescence. Hold on, Vados said calmly. With a high-pitched hum that ascended beyond the range of hearing, the cube vanished. They shot forward, tearing a hole through the fabric of the universe, moving at a speed that rendered the concept of distance irrelevant. They were a streak of blinding white light, hurtling through the galaxies, destined for the hidden world of Shinobi. Back in Naruto's planet, in a forest, the dense, ancient forests of the Land of Lightning were usually a place of silence and solitude, disturbed only by the occasional crackle of thunder echoing from the peaks above or the rustle of a wild animal. The trees here were massive, but today, that silence was being trampled. Crunch. Snap. Thud. Heavy, metallic boots slammed into the soft loam, crushing wildflowers and snapping fallen branches with zero regard for the natural beauty around them. The local fauna, sensing a predator far more dangerous than a bear or a tiger, had long since fled, leaving the woods eerily quiet save for the rhythmic marching and the digitized beep-beep-beep of electronic monocles. Toe's Crusher Core was on the move. Leading the pack was Amand, a towering wall of muscle with dark skin and distinct crimson hair braided down his back. He wore the standard battle armor of the Crusher Corps, his scouter glowing green over his left eye. Behind him walked Daze, the punk-styled warrior with dark blue hair and flashy green jewelry, looking around with a sneer of utter boredom. Cacao, the silent, red-skinned cyborg, walked with mechanical precision, his eyes scanning everything, while the short, purple-skinned twin brothers, Razin and Lacaci, brought up the rear, floating just inches off the ground to avoid the mud. This is ridiculous, Razin whined, crossing his arms. His high-pitched voice cut through the damp air like a rusty saw. Absolutely ridiculous. My boots are getting dirty. Why are we walking? We have the power of flight. We could have crossed this entire continent in 3 minutes. Yeah. Lacaci chimed in, echoing his twin as he kicked a pinecone into oblivion. We're space warriors, not hikers. Lord Tulls has a ship. We have anti-gravity tech. Why are we slogging through the mud like common savages? Daze stopped, turning around to glare at the twins. He ran a hand through his wild hair, his expression irritated. Will you two shut your traps? You've been whining for the last 10 miles. It's giving me a headache. But it's stupid, Razin complained, floating up to Daze's eye level. Look at this place. It's just trees and dirt. What are we even looking for? We should be bombing cities, not looking at plants. Amand, who hadn't stopped walking, spoke up. His voice was deep, calm, and carried an air of absolute authority that instantly silenced the twins. We are walking because Lord Tulls ordered us to walk, Amand rumbled. He reached out and grabbed a thick vine hanging from a massive redwood, crushing it in his grip to test its durability. You idiots know how delicate the Shinsiju, the Tree of Might, is. It requires a specific type of soil composition to take root properly. If we plant it in a dead zone, it won't bear fruit. Amand tossed the crushed vine aside. Lord Tulls sensed that this planet is different. The energy here isn't just in the people. It's in the ground. It's in the air. He wanted us to analyze the density of the life force in the flora before we select the planting site. Cacao, who had been silent until now, stopped beside a large, glowing blue mushroom growing at the base of a tree. The cyborg extended a hand, and a small red laser scanned the fungus. Beep boopwer. Analysis complete, Cacao stated, his voice robotic and monotone. Amand is correct. The biological density of this planet is roughly 400% higher than the average world in the Galactic Trade Organization's database. Even this fungus possesses a trace amount of latent energy. See? Amand glanced back at the twins. This planet is a goldmine. If we plant the tree of might here, the fruit it produces will be legendary. It might even surpass the batch we got from planet Beppa. Days scoffed, kicking a rock so hard it shattered a tree trunk 50 feet away. I don't care about the science. I just want to find some locals to crush. My scouter has been picking up readings, but they're all so low. Battle power of 5. 10, maybe a 50 if we're lucky. Are there any real warriors on this mudball? Don't get cocky, Days, Amon warned, though a smirk played on his lips. Low battle power or not, the natives seem to have built organized societies. That implies intelligence, if not strength. Intelligence doesn't stop an energy wave, Days muttered, flexing his gloved fingers. They continued their trek, the terrain slowly beginning to change. The dense, flat woodland began to slope upward. The trees grew sparser but hardier, their roots clinging to jutting rocks and steep inclines. The air grew thinner and colder, carrying the sharp, metallic scent of ozone and impending storms. They were entering the high-altitude region of the Land of Lightning. As they climbed a ridge, Razin checked his scouter again. Hey! I'm getting some higher readings now. Still trash, obviously, but a lot of them clustered together. Straight ahead. Finally Days grinned, a cruel glint in his eyes. Civilization. Amand held up a hand. Halt. Conceal your signatures. We are scouts, not an invasion force. Not yet. We need to see if their location is suitable for the seed. The 5 warriors moved with surprising stealth for their size, slipping into the shadows of the rocky crags. They crept up the final incline, reaching a jagged cliff edge that overlooked a massive valley. Amand pushed aside a heavy branch of a mountain pine and looked out. Well, Amand muttered. Look at that. Below them, nestled high in the mountain range, was a sight that defied their technological expectations. Massive, bulbous towers rose from the stone, piercing the thick layer of clouds that blanketed the valley floor. The structures were built directly into the jagged peaks, connected by suspension bridges and walkways that seemed to float in the mist. The architecture was strange, rounded, fortified, and imposing. It was Kumovicure, the village hidden in the clouds. Even from this distance, they could see tiny figures moving across the bridges. Patrols. Ninjas leaping from rooftop to rooftop. Days stepped up beside Amand, peering down at the village. Humph. They live in the rocks like insects. But the scouter is going crazy. There are thousands of them down there. Kakao's mechanical eye whirred as it zoomed in, focusing on the central building, the Rakich's residence. I am detecting a concentrated energy source in the center of that settlement. It is significantly higher than the surrounding population. Approximately 50? Razin laughed, floating over the edge of the cliff. That's cute. I could crush that with one finger. It is high for a backwater world, Amon noted, his eyes narrowing. But Kakao, look at the soil readings around that mountain range. Kakao scanned the ground below the village. Incredible. The energy flowing through the earth in this specific valley is extremely potent. The roots of the Tree of Might would be able to spread through this entire mountain range in hours. It would drain the life from this entire continent within a day. Amon grinned, revealing sharp teeth. Then we have found it. The perfect garden. Lakasi peered over the edge, looking at the village with a sadistic hunger. So, can we go down there and clear out the pests now? Please, Amon? We haven't killed anything in a long time. Amon stared down at the hidden cloud village, watching the unsuspecting ninjas go about their lives. He watched the peaceful clouds drift between the towers, completely unaware that 5 world-ending calamities were standing just a few miles away. Not yet, Amon commanded, turning away from the cliff. We returned to the ship. We inform Lord Tells that we have found the planting site. He glanced back one last time at the village, his scouter locking onto a particularly strong signature moving near the village gates. A man wearing sunglasses and carrying 7 swords, Killer B. Let them enjoy their peace for a few more hours, Amon chuckled darkly. Because once that seed hits the ground, this entire world belongs to the Crusher Core. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow Quasorix for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.